Hope that when you correspond with others, you will not mention me. Why? Carl asked. Because I'm not one of your factions, Ronan said. Those who advocated for reform were now all on the second princess's side, while Ronan had already boarded the first Princess Ambrina's bandwagon. I have no faction, Carl declared, somewhat angrily. Ronan looked at Carl with a smile. Then as a friend, I advise you not to express any political views, even in letters. Otherwise, whoever gets promoted, you will be in big trouble. From my personal perspective, you'd better side with Princess Ambrina, Ronan continued. Upon hearing the name Ambrina, Carl frowned. He didn't particularly like Princess Ambrina because she was rather weak-willed, but the country was currently facing internal and external troubles. With no one around, Ronan didn't care about anything anymore. On the second princess's side, the young officers who advocate war and a group of people who are striving for reform will do their first thing to get rid of the church and you nobles as soon as they come to power. They will also control the third princess's faction, the alliance between the impoverished nobles and the emerging capitalists, and they will still have to clean up the church and the nobles. Which side do you consider yourself on? Faced with Ronan's question, Carl was speechless for a moment. After a long while, he sighed. I wish I hadn't been born into that family. He had to admit that his natural stance was on Ambrina's side. Ronan suppressed a laugh. If you weren't born into a noble family, you probably wouldn't even know how to read. How could you become a third-tier mage and stand here talking to me? Haha, that's true. Carl laughed, a self-deprecating laugh. Once the Magic Academy is established, teach the students well, and maybe you can find one or two small sparks. Don't think it's insignificant, because a single spark can start a prairie fire. After saying that, Ronan patted Carl on the shoulder and left. Carl stood there, motionless for a long time. The phrase "a single spark can start a prairie fire" echoing in his heart, shaking him more and more violently each time. Ronan, who had already walked away, secretly clenched his fist in celebration. Carl, a graduate of a traditional academy and a full-fledged elemental mage of this caliber, is someone that even money can't guarantee you'll be able to hire in New Sea City. Those words should be enough to get Carl to cut his salary, but his teaching quality will definitely not be compromised. Ronan was willing to waste his breath talking to him just to make friends and then hire him at a friendly price. A friend who can't get a friend's price isn't Ronan's friend. Upon arriving at the main entrance, Chloe and Ludus opened the door. Both were dressed in black and white maid outfits. Chloe, who was not tall but had a curvy figure, wore black stockings, while Ludus, who was slender and thin, wore white stockings. Elena went out on a secret mission, while Alice was probably still on her way home. Chapter 152. If there's no good solution, what's mine is yours. You really can't do it. As soon as he entered the gate and stepped onto the stone path in the front yard, Ronan asked the two maids, "What's going on? Why are two people coming to open the door?" "The mayor has arrived. We've been here for about half an hour and have been waiting for you in the reception room." The two maids spoke in turn. As soon as Dinio arrived, she sat down on the sofa in the living room. After telling them to pick any book from Ronan's bookshelf, she gave them no further instructions or said anything. She sat there silently reading without a change in expression. The two women stood to the side, not daring to move or make a sound. Although it was the time between spring and summer, the air in the room felt unusually cold, making it hard to breathe. So when they heard the doorbell, the two of them ran out of the living room without prior arrangement. Ronan didn't know exactly what had happened, but he could guess that it was probably Dinia's aura that made the two of them feel suffocated. Dinia isn't exactly aloof, but aside from private moments with friends, she usually maintains a cold demeanor in most situations and in front of most people. Coupled with her beautiful face that creates a sense of distance, and being the continent's #1 female magician, her aura is indeed quite intimidating. Not to mention her two little maids. Even the heads of various departments in the city hall are afraid of her during meetings. When Dinia saw Ronan arrive, she closed her book and said, "Study." Ronan followed Dinia to her study. This wasn't Dinia's first time at Ronan's house. She was very familiar with the place. Dinia put the book back on the shelf. "While you were gone, I discovered a problem. Apart from the Right and Karai districts, I can't accurately grasp the situation in the other districts, or even the White Star district." Mrs. Antari came up with a plan to set up suggestion centers with suggestion boxes, so that ordinary citizens could submit their opinions on the local situation in the form of letters or even report certain people. Here's the preliminary plan. With that, Dinia handed Ronan a piece of paper with more than a dozen points written on it. Ronan glanced at it briefly, then placed the paper on his desk. A good plan, but useless. Dinia didn't understand why Ronan was both affirming and denying at the same time. It is good because Mrs. Antari has devised a plan that is meticulous but not complicated. If it can be implemented, it can basically prevent relevant officials from obstructing, intercepting, or tampering with these actions. The reason why it's useless is that officials don't actually need to obstruct, intercept, or tamper with public opinions or complaint letters. They just need to secretly find some people, or even just hint to certain people, and a lot of poorly written opinions and false complaint letters will be thrown into the suggestion box. At that time, genuine opinions and reports will be directly drowned out and difficult to distinguish. Moreover, when citizens offer opinions or make complaints, the vast majority of them are just trivial matters that happen around them. If you just go out on the street and ask a few citizens, do you think they can name the main officials in their area? If they don't even know their names, they certainly can't know what the various civil servants do. Never expect the public to oversee officials. Ronan spoke at length, completely rejecting the suggestion center's plan, which was similar to a petition office. Then how about increasing local oversight? Dinia asked. I think Mrs. Antari must have rejected this from the start, Ronan said. Dinia nodded. Indeed, Mrs. Antari had rejected the idea from the start for two reasons. First, it would provoke a strong backlash. Second, there weren't enough reliable people available. Come up with a solution, Dinia said to Ronan. Ronan frowned. Damn it. Dinia was treating him like Doryman, always expecting him to come up with a solution whenever something happened. There is a way. We can set up a small undercover investigation team. However, the purpose of the team is not to investigate anything, but to develop informants. During the inspection, we can recruit a few officials in each district as informants and give them the right to write letters to you, Mayor, to report on your behalf. Secretaries in the Secretariat are good targets. They don't have much power, but they can basically participate in public meetings and have access to a lot of information and documents. Making them into covert agents would be very useful. Ronan said. Of course, these informants would eventually have to go through Ronan's undercover investigation team. So he also indirectly controlled these informants. Dinia's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a chill. Yeah, so you've got more people under your control now, haven't you? When questioned like this, Ronan remained calm and composed, replying, I am your faithful servant. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is still yours. Dinia sat down in Ronan's chair, then suddenly changed the subject. Recently, someone told me that you are now the biggest landowner in Shanghai City, because the seed company and agricultural machinery company are in your hands. The collective farms rely on you for farming, and they still rely on you after the harvest. Those crops also have to be sold to your oil mill, flour mill, and textile mill. In name, the collective farms belong to them, but in reality, they belong to you. And all the collective farms combined already constitute the largest piece of arable land in Shanghai City. Actually, that's not the case. Ronan can actually explain it. However, if you try to explain yourself when your boss questions you, that would be contradicting your boss. Ronan readily admitted. You could say that, but the price I offered was absolutely the fairest, and I don't evade taxes. What kind of era is this? A barbaric era. Tax evasion doesn't even exist. Playing tricks is impossible. Everyone just evades taxes directly. For example, the church. 100 years ago, there were taxation projects on some profit-making organizations affiliated with the church. But the church just said one thing, I just won't pay. What are you going to do about it? In comparison, Ronan's petty tax evasion, involving some manipulation of tax items, is already a moral exemplar. I will not pursue the matter of the collective farm, but all those underhanded dealings you just mentioned must be reported directly to me. You are not allowed to do anything in between. Dinia said. Yes, Madam Mayor, Ronan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan sat down on the desk and looked down at Dinia. Dinia, as your friend, I have to say that you performed really poorly just now. You shouldn't bring up the collective farm, because I am irreplaceable, so I have nothing to be afraid of. And it's pointless for you to expect me not to work with the undercover agents. Why are those secretaries willing to be undercover agents? Of course, it's because they hope to get promoted. Where can they get promoted? They can only be the secretariat of the city hall or the supervisory department. Those are my turf. Even if I do nothing, they will come to me on their own initiative. At this moment, Dinia's fists were already clenched. Ronan pretended not to see the fist and smiled gently. If you want to deal with me and become a mayor who can truly control the situation, I can teach you how. Dinia didn't loosen her fist, but a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. The parliament will be formed in the second half of the year. As long as you can place a few of your people in the parliament, you can influence the parliament and indirectly check and balance me. Ronan said. Chapter 153, Creating an Opponent, A Friend's Invitation. Choosing Destiny. Dinia paused for a moment, then asked softly, Interference in the election? Waving his hand, Ronan said, Of course we can't interfere directly. If you interfere directly with the election, the candidates won't let it go. Forcibly supporting a few people to get into office is also meaningless, because they will definitely not listen to you if you force them into office. The best thing about members of parliament is that they just take their pre-election promises as a joke. Then what should we do? Dinia asked. Ronan thought to himself, They've taken the bait. No rush, it's getting late. Let's talk after we eat, Ronan said, knowing when to keep the audience in suspense. Dinner was quite lavish, but after the meal, Dinia couldn't even remember what she had eaten. Her mind was preoccupied with how to get someone of her own to an important position in the council. As soon as they finished eating, Dinia couldn't wait to pull Ronan away from his mansion. As soon as they stepped outside, Dinia asked about what had just happened. Ronan spoke without reservation. The method is very simple for you. First of all, you need to know that Xinhai City only has a population of around 400,000. Most of the people who are elected as councillors are new immigrants. And the important positions in the council are basically filled by the same 3 or 4 people. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there won't be any changes. So, these 3 or 4 people are all competitors. Pick one you like and make a deal with him. He will surrender to you and hand over some dirt on you. Before the election starts, you will help him get rid of the other opponents. Once he is in power, he will be your man. This is Ronan's method. Dinia pondered for a moment. I'm afraid you've even prepared the list and information, and even made annotations on how to operate each person, right? You're clearly using me to do your own thing. Having known Ronan for so long, she wasn't stupid. She had long understood his strategy of helping her while also helping himself. That's right. Ronan admitted that he had prepared the list of information long ago, but he disagreed with the following sentence. But the people who ultimately succeed will ultimately be your people and have nothing to do with me. Why? Dinia asked. Because as the head of the civil service, I have a natural conflict with the people in parliament, while you, as a political appointee, do not have this problem. Ronan pointed out the reason. Unexpectedly, there are times when you genuinely care about me, Dinia said. She didn't completely believe Ronan's words, but she was half convinced. We're friends, Ronan said. There are 2 real reasons. First, a leader is uncomfortable when a subordinate becomes too powerful, so I definitely need to make sure you're comfortable, right? At Ronan's level, not having any rivals or enemies is not a good thing. This is called creating enemies, even when there are none. This was accomplished, and any unexpected factors in Parliament were eliminated. What's the other one? Dinia asked curiously. Ronan's gaze shifted from casual to serious. On the other hand, time is of the essence. You really need to hone your political skills to advance further and have a chance to realize your ideals. And I can also advance further as a result. Dinia responded, her smile like a flower bud about to bloom. Ronan's words were the most gratifying thing she had heard in days. Even though Ronan still harbored selfish motives, after going through so much together, she no longer cared about them. Dinia looked at Ronan. Want a drink? Was it an invitation from the mayor? Or from a friend? Ronan asked. Is there a difference? Dinia asked. The mayor's invitation? Well, I still have some work to do, so I can't drink too much, Ronan replied with feigned regret. Seeing Ronan's mischievous behavior, Dinia couldn't help but laugh. That's a friend's invitation. Then let's go, Ronan replied. When they arrived at Dinia's residence, neither Augustina nor Yvette were there. Page 70. Ronan sat down at the small bar, and Dinia went to get 2 bottles of 15-year-old cherry brandy from the north, a wine that was produced in small quantities and had no reputation. She also brought over a plate of dried fish slices. Dried fish slices are a local specialty snack to enjoy with drinks. The main ingredient is Mediterranean cod, which is caught, sliced, marinated, dried, and then baked. The flesh of this fish is very tender, and after this processing, the outside is dry, fragrant, and slightly crispy, while the inside has a meat floss-like texture. It is very salty and is perfect for pairing with slightly sweet fruit wine. Dinia had already taken off her olive green military-style long overcoat and was now wearing only a white dress with blue floral patterns. This blue floral pattern was not the blue floral pattern of Saris, but rather a second-line blue floral pattern that came from the east, similar to the color of the blue floral pattern from Ronan's original timeline. She changed her shoes to cotton and linen slippers for indoor use this season. Today, Dinia wore thin gray silk stockings, which blended with the white and blue floral long skirt, giving her an elegant and graceful look. After downing a drink, Ronan opened up. Dinia, I've always had a question for you. Why do you want to bring about change in this country? With your abilities, you could live a very comfortable life no matter what this country is like. On the contrary, I think you should have realized what the most important thing about being a mayor is: patience. Going up further will be even more difficult. Dinia simply took a sip of her drink. And what about you? If you hadn't gotten involved in my mess, you could have lived a good life. With your abilities and the strength of a proper mage, you could still be very rich. I guess this is fate. I chose to get involved when I first met you, and then I got more and more involved and couldn't get out. Ronan sighed, taking a sip of his drink. If Ronan were given another chance, he would, of course, still choose to participate, even more deeply. However, there would be one change. He would never approach Ambrina. Having traveled through more than 10 years, Ronan believed he had never lost control of anything. But it was with this princess that he lost his initiative. I awakened at the age of 5, but I didn't enter the second stage until I was 8. That year, a friend of mine committed suicide because she was facing elimination after ranking last in several tests. She was just an 8-year-old girl. The pressure at the Aegis orphanage is immense, not only academically, where students are not allowed to fall behind in academic or magic subjects, but also in other aspects of life. Besides the top-ranked students, everyone else has to recite words of loyalty to His Majesty and the country every morning, noon, and night. The teachers will also constantly emphasize that there are still many people in the country who don't even have black bread to eat. Every bite of white bread we eat is someone else's life. Every time we use training equipment, we are wasting someone else's blood. Those who fall behind are all murderers. After she committed suicide, several girls came to me, hoping that I could help them escape, because only top students like me could go out occasionally. That was when I faced a choice. The Book of Destiny appeared, and I chose to refuse it, which gave me the ability to turn other things into mushrooms. The matter was left unresolved, as if nothing had ever happened. I entered the third stage when I was 12 years old. At that time, the second son of the late king had just passed away, and my teacher and I had just returned to the capital after the exchange meeting when we were attacked. Chapter 154. Her past. Shocking news. I will definitely return at this point. Dinia downed her drink in one gulp, tore off a large piece of dried fish, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. When the attack came, the teacher stood in front of me and told me to leave quickly. At that time, I had 2 choices: run or stay and fight together. I chose to stay, but the teacher still died, without leaving a single last word. But I know that she always wanted to change this country and change this orphanage. A few years later, when I was about to leave the orphanage, I received an invitation from the Mage Guild. I faced a choice once again, and I chose to join. Then I reached the 4th tier and gained the ability to cast spells using any mushroom within my domain. A few years later, during that war, the regimental commander was wounded just before the battle, and I, someone with little experience, was elected as the acting regimental commander. I don't know anything about fighting. All I know is that the Waylanders are the biggest threat. They come from the sea, so I thought about taking out their supply ships along the coast. Many people know what happened next, but there are also some things that many people don't know. We captured many soldiers and officers from Wayland along the way, as well as some nobles, soldiers, and civilians from the western part of the kingdom who surrendered and led the way, and even some priests. We cannot take them with us, but if we release them, it will expose our whereabouts. The decision is in my hands. I ordered them all to be executed. Then, I gained the ability to reincarnate from mushrooms created by spells. At first, my dream was to die, the dream of many living people. Later, I had the same dream as them. Dinia told Ronan everything about the turning point in her life. Ronan raised his glass, to the dead and the living. To the dead and to the living. Dinia repeated, clinking glasses with Ronan. Everything is contained in the wine. After finishing her drink, Dinia let out a long sigh. I've had a bad feeling lately. Ronan tore off a piece of fish, chewed it in small bites, and looked at Dinia, asking, "What's wrong?" "I've realized I can't live without you. When you're around, nothing seems difficult, but when you're not, I find it really troublesome, and this is just the beginning. I think I'll need you even more in the future," Dinia sighed. Ronan smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? We're friends who've been through thick and thin together. As long as you can climb up the ladder, I'd be your secretary for life." "Are you familiar with the Secretary General's advisory system?" Dinia asked. "How could I not know that?" Ronan said. The Secretary General advisory system, nominally, involves convening secretaries general from various regions to attend meetings at the central government to participate in political discussions, but in reality, this is not the case. This story begins with His Majesty Oren, the founder of the dynasty 300 years ago. The position of Secretary General originated during his reign. As is well known, Orens required the lords of various regions to go to the capital for 2 years every 2 years. When they were not in their fiefdoms, the Secretary General would handle the administrative affairs of their fiefdoms on their behalf. When lords were in their fiefdoms, the duties of the Secretary General became to monitor the lords. This is when the system of Secretary General consultation began. The king would summon the Secretaries General to the central government, ostensibly to listen to their advice, but more importantly, to have them report on the situation of each lord. However, around the time of the War of the Two Kings a century ago, Lawrence took power and reversed course, rendering the system practically defunct. Now, it's just a formality for the state secretaries to attend a meeting, and not even regularly. It's practically just a public-funded trip to the capital every few years for the state secretaries. This time is different. This time, the city-level Secretary General is also going, and it will last for a month. Dinia said, "Huh." Ronan was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. But Dinia's next statement was even more astonishing. Among young people under the age of 30, there will be a few who can stay in the central departments for long-term study. "Oh, I have no such idea," Ronan said with a look of disinterest. "Hopefully, others won't think I have that interest." The position of Secretary General at the municipal level is quite high. He is considered the third most important person in a city, after the mayor, the Speaker of the Council, and the Secretary General. Most municipal secretaries general are over 35 years old. However, this was a semi-feudal, semi-civilian era. As long as you came from a good family and were capable, it was not difficult to rise through the ranks quickly. Therefore, there were quite a few people who became municipal secretaries general in their 20s. These people are probably very interested in staying in the central departments, and may even see Ronan as a rival, or even a thorn in their side. When I get there, I'll join in and pretend to be a mute if there's something to do. If there's nothing to do, I'll just play around. Once a month is up, I'll rush back as fast as I can." Ronan added another sentence. "If there's a chance, don't worry about me," Dinia said. Ronan waved his hand. "It's not because I'm worried about you, but because I'm thinking about myself. I like being with you. Well, what's the point of working with a bunch of old bald guys?" I think I said that before." Dinia rested her chin on one hand and toyed with her wine glass in the other, lightly touching Ronan's blurry reflection in the wine as if she were touching Ronan himself. Don't you mind me causing you trouble and creating problems?" "Beauty is enough to overshadow everything," Ronan replied. Dinia frowned and emphasized, "I'm serious." "Isn't this proper?" Ronan retorted. "I think it's unserious, and it is unserious." Dinia's voice rose an octave. All right, you're in charge. Let's get serious then," Ronan said. "Here, I'm an irreplaceable confidant. But elsewhere, what am I? Talent? That requires opportunity. When you become prime minister someday, I'll try to get a chief secretary position. It's just a paid trip. Don't worry, I won't leave you. No sooner had Ronan finished speaking than the sole of Dinia's slipper was imprinted firmly on Ronan's calf. You left me? Dinia stared at Ronan, emphasizing the word you. Ronan rubbed his calf that had been kicked. Okay, I should hug your leg and cry out. Please don't abandon me. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart one day. Dinia was also helpless. She was really no match for Ronan when it came to arguing. After a period of silence, when they had drunk enough, Ronan spoke again. After I leave, if there are any problems with Alice, suspend her from her duties. Not Elena? Dinia countered. Elena, don't let her blonde, silly, barbarian appearance fool you. She's actually cunning and ruthless. The more dirty tricks someone plays, the less likely they are to be outmaneuvered by her. On the other hand, Alice has some inexplicable sense of justice and compassion. She's not worried about bureaucrats and landlords, but she's afraid that she won't be able to handle certain troublemakers. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm leaving now. Ronan got up and left, preparing to go home. Watching Ronan's departing figure, Dinia sighed. In the end, she didn't tell Ronan that this meeting of the Secretary General's Council was very likely a rehearsal for the king to choose a husband for Ambrina. Let fate decide everything. Chapter 155 The Ranks, the Magic, the Undercurrents. 5 days after Dinia informed Ronan, an official letter arrived at the New Sea City Hall. Ronan, the Secretary General, was required to arrive in the capital within 20 days of receiving the letter. There weren't any particularly significant projects planned for the foreseeable future, and Ronan already knew about it, so he completed the handover in just 2 days. During his absence, the blind man will temporarily assist Yvette in Ronan's work. Just work, not official authority. Ronan set off on the 3rd day after receiving the letter. In those days, the main means of transportation were horses and boats, and it would take 10 days to half a month to travel to a slightly farther place. It takes about 10 to 12 days to get from the capital to Shanghai City, and about 13 to 15 days to get from here to the capital. Fortunately, the creator of this world was someone who wasn't good at geography and liked to add his own ideas. So the southern part of the kingdom of Foss had fewer mountains and more rivers than the southern part of Ronan's previous life's Gallic territory. Otherwise, it might have taken 20 days to cross 2 more mountains to reach the capital. Finally, Ronan took 14 days to reach the capital. The capital city of Paris is located and has a similar layout to Paris in France, with a river running through both of them. However, Paristo was in much better condition than Paris in the 16th century. Firstly, during the War of the Two Kings a century ago, many nobles in the city fled with their servants. After the rise of the mortgage slave magicians, the entire city underwent a redevelopment and renovation. Secondly, the royal family of the Golden Eagle dynasty, the Frago family, are people of the old imperial spirit, and their ancestral love of cleanliness is evident in the fact that the capital city has a well-developed sewer system and many large bathhouses. After Ronan presented his identification at the southern city gate, a man soon came from the next room and told Ronan that he would be in charge of receiving him. Following the host, Ronan arrived at the cathedral entrance. The Paristo St. Alcott Cathedral was started more than 400 years ago at the height of the previous dynasty and was built intermittently for more than 100 years. The dynasty was over, and it was still not finished. It was finally completed by Oren, the founding monarch of the Golden Eagle dynasty, who also named it, as he himself was an Orcot, that is, an apologist. The cathedral itself occupies a vast area, and the entire complex is very magnificent. The tallest tower in the center is 136 meters high, far exceeding the surrounding buildings. Compared to this tall, rich, and handsome cathedral, the royal palace on the opposite bank of the river can only be considered short, poor, and ugly. Ronan had visited the cathedral once 8 years ago for the investiture ceremony, and seeing it again now still evokes a sense of awe. The gate was very spacious, and there were more than a dozen empty carriages parked not far from the entrance, but this did not affect entry or exit at all. The host brought Ronan here not to worship, but to arrange accommodation. Although the Seven Saints cult is also a monotheistic religion, it is much more secular than the cross church of another world. Therefore, in addition to its two core businesses of collecting rent and teaching magic, it also has many other businesses, such as pawning and lending, brewing and selling wine, making and treating medicine, and providing accommodation and catering. Church-run hotels are generally not in good condition and have many rules, such as having to attend services on time, eating communion in the morning, cleaning their own rooms, doing their own laundry, and volunteering on holidays. Can I not stay here? Ronan asked the person in charge of reception. Of course, no problem. The receptionist spoke with a perfect Wangdu accent, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was a local. However, you still need to pay for accommodation and meals, because the rooms and food have already been prepared in advance. How much? Ronan asked. 60 silver dragons. The receptionist casually quoted the price, then emphasized, I personally did not take even a single copper coin from this. Ronan was taken aback. Chloe and Ludas, the two maids, only earned 4 silver dragons a month, which was already considered a high salary. He would need 60 silver dragons to stay in this place for a month, which is equivalent to the monthly salary of 15 maids. Although he didn't care about money, he had to admit that the church was truly corrupt. Ronan asked the receptionist, are there any hotels in the capital that are reasonably priced, decent in terms of facilities, and in a relatively quiet environment? The person in charge extended a hand. How much? Ronan asked directly. Seeing that Ronan was very perceptive and instantly understood his meaning, the receptionist smiled slightly. Just 2 silver dragons. It costs 2 silver dragons just to introduce a road. These prices are outrageous. Ronan knew that if he asked a local in the capital for directions, he could get it done for a mere 1.5 taels of silver at most. But if he refused the person's extortion, he would definitely be in trouble. He didn't want to get involved in such a small trouble, so he gave 2 silver dragons. I know a place where many adults like you live. The receptionist beamed after receiving the money, even addressing the man as adult. There are carriages here, but you will have to pay the fare yourself. Looking at the empty carriages, Ronan immediately understood. The organization in charge of this matter had known from the beginning that no one would stay in the church's hostel. There is collusion between the organization's officials and the church. The organization saves trouble, and the church makes money. It's a win-win situation. Meanwhile, the lowly soldiers and coachmen who were responsible for guiding the way colluded with each other and made a small profit, making it a win-win situation. They've won so much they're practically mad. No wonder so many people want reform. Ronan is starting to think about it too. Leading Ronan to a carriage in the middle, the person in charge asked Ronan to wait a moment, then ran to a nearby stall and bought 2 small pancakes. He took one for himself and handed one to Ronan, saying, it's free. The pancake was only the size of a palm, and instead of meat, it was topped with bits of offal. It was quite oily and salty, making it a commoner's food. Even so, given the prices in the capital, 1 pancake was definitely less than a copper flintlock musket. You should know that 1 copper flintlock gun could buy 3 long baguettes in Shanghai City, as long as an arm, and without so much reinforcing material, the kind that wouldn't kill someone with 1 blow. Page 71. If it's the kind with reinforced materials, you can buy 5 of them for the price of 1 copper flintlock musket. Ronan put his luggage on the carriage, took the pancake, and called out, let's go. He didn't need to tell the coachman where they were going. He already knew. On the way, the person who received him talked about his own identity. Ronan was shocked. This person was not even a temporary worker of the organization. He was a person in charge of collecting stall fees at the farmer's market. In fact, he was a small-time gang leader who had been recruited. Initially, the agency responsible for receiving officials from other places subcontracted the task to the city management center, which in turn subcontracted it to these thugs. It seems that New Sea City is still not good enough. If we're talking about true fantasy, we still have to go for royal capital. Not long after, the carriage carrying Ronan arrived at a large riverside hotel. After paying the fare, Ronan carried his luggage inside. This place wasn't cheap, costing 30 silver dragons a month, but fortunately, all services were included. On the other side, after watching Ronan go inside, the person who received him walked into a small alley. He started from his chin and swept his hair upwards, all the way to the back of his head, transforming his face from a sleazy middle-aged man into a handsome young man, and his hair from messy short curly hair into a meticulously slicked-back style. Chapter 156 Novelty. Comparison of the worst. High-level Aaron. The kingdom comprises a total of 27 state-level administrative regions, including 21 ordinary states in the mainland, for border provinces located in the north, northeast, northwest, and southwest, and 2 colonial governorates located in the eastern coastal region of the New World and the eastern part of the southern continent. There are a total of 276 cities under each state, and the size and population of each city vary greatly. There is a commercial and industrial center like Sama, which has a population of 670,000, more than the combined population of the 7 special cities, second only to the capital. Many cities also have very small populations. For example, Ariel, a city located in the valley region where the central and southern parts of the country meet, has a large area but a total population of less than 10,000, which is less than the population of Ronan's original city of Right. More than half of the city's population is around 100,000. Most secretaries general are actually similar to the retainers of small lords in feudal times, because their jurisdictions do not have powerful nobles or big merchants who are difficult to deal with or who are not easy to offend. There are also very few troublesome urban classes represented by workers, let alone ethnic or racial issues. The vast majority of the people under their jurisdiction are farmers without any problems. Of course, this doesn't mean that farmers are truly without problems, but rather that the problems with farmers have already been resolved. Unfortunately, the place where Ronan is now staying is filled with more than 20 secretaries general who arrived 2 days before him, and they are all basically the same kind of people. Their work was tedious and boring, and their knowledge was not much greater than that of the retainers of a feudal lord. The capital was new to them, but the people from Ronan, this large fishing village in the south, were even more new to them. Ronan gave a brief introduction, and they immediately gathered around. I've heard that fishermen eat black bread. Why don't they eat fish? Mr. Arts, do you also have sea piper people over there? Do they really have gills on their necks? What kind of questions are these? The surname Arts is unique to Earl Arts. How could Mr. Arts, as a descendant of the Earl, have contact with those people? I heard that the raw sugar in the southern continent is all transported from there. Is sugar very cheap where you are? Faced with these questions, Ronan could only answer with words like, oh, probably, and maybe. This group of people had no concept of the South, did not know that Ronan had long ago voluntarily relinquished his family's noble titles, and did not even know that the current mayor of New Sea City was Dinia. Otherwise, given their behavior, they would definitely keep asking about Dinia. However, even if they did ask, they would probably ask questions like, is Dinia really that beautiful? Or is Dinia really a lesbian? What's even more frightening than these things is that this group of people lacks basic economic awareness. They can even ask questions like, why don't fishermen eat fish? Or, is sugar very cheap in the South? Ronan initially thought the officials in the special city were of low caliber, but upon comparison, he realized that any department head he randomly picked was probably more competent than this group of secretaries general. Indeed, this is a world where everyone is trying to be the worst. After lunch, Ronan made a decision. He would look for a luxury hotel in the afternoon, and if he could find one, he would check out of the hotel the next morning and stay there. At the luxury hotel, Ronan might run into the secretaries general of the thriving maritime cities on the west coast of the kingdom. Ronan originally didn't want to run into these people because they might see him as a competitor. He was just here for tourism and wanted to quietly get through the month. But now, Ronan would rather be with people who might see him as a competitor than be with this group of people who, despite not being very old, look like antiques. It's too uncomfortable. Ronan casually asked a local and, without much trouble, found a luxurious hotel, the Grand Ducal Theatre Hotel. This hotel had a history of over 100 years and was built after the War of the Two Kings by Loer, the sixth brother of King Lawrence, a man whom Ronan admired. Loer was granted the title of Duke for his meritorious service in managing logistics instead of fleeing the country. However, he did not ask for the fiefdom and resigned from his official post. He only asked for a piece of land at the bridgehead, which he developed in just a few years. After the development, he sold off a series of businesses, including hotels and theaters. Only the land remained his, and his descendants live off the rent. To this day, they are doing very well. He famously said, People who grow up in a honeypot are doomed if they get involved in politics, ruin their businesses if they go bankrupt, and watching plays and playing around with women are the right path for them. The Duke Theater Hotel is located just across the river from the cathedral, which is on the south bank. The hotel is on the north bank, separated by a bridge, making it very convenient to access. He found a new place to stay and booked a room. Ronan ate a meal there by himself and planned to stay one more night as planned, then check out and find another place tomorrow. Back at the inn, Ronan was surprised to find the emblem man talking to a mage. Judging from the magical aura emanating from the mage, he was a second-tier mage. The Herald was a nickname Ronan gave himself. This person was the one who had previously pointed out that Ronan was a descendant of an earl. There was almost no family in the kingdom whose history he didn't know. Ronan had basically forgotten what his own family's herald looked like, but this person could still draw a rough outline with a pen. It's normal for heralds and magicians to speak very politely. Of the nearly 20 million people in the entire kingdom, only tens of thousands can be called magicians, and a few thousand are at the highest rank. Among them, those at the first rank make up a significant proportion, and those at the second rank are considered elites, who are always honored guests wherever they go. Upon seeing Ronan approach, the magician bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Lord Arts. Is something the matter?" Ronan asked. "Someone who greatly admires you has asked me to invite you to be their guest," the magician said. "The person behind the scenes who can get a second-tier mage to run errands must be someone of considerable status. Please lead the way." Ronan did not refuse. Ronan followed the magician into the carriage. By then it was already dark, and he could hardly see anything around him. In addition, the carriage had taken many twists and turns along the way, and Ronan was not familiar with the capital. When they stopped, he could only guess that he was roughly in the eastern part of the North Shore, but he had no idea of his exact location. Next, they followed the magician into a villa. The villa was small, covering an area of about 300 square meters, not much bigger than Ronan's house, but the interior was indeed very luxurious. There were more than a dozen lights in the living room, making the whole room brightly lit. In this era, lights were an absolute luxury. After the magician left, there were 4 other people in the living room besides Ronan, a maid and 3 men around 30 years old. The 3 men looked relaxed but sat upright, and it was clear that they were also guests. After introducing themselves, Ronan and the other 3 learned each other's identities. Sure enough, he was a guest, just like Ronan, and also the Secretary General of a city. The 3 individuals were the Secretaries General of Bredu, Caroline, and Ariel, respectively. Bredu is a vital seaport city on the west coast, connecting to and from the New World. Caroline is located in the northeast of the kingdom and is known for its iron ore. Ariel, though sparsely populated, is a crucial stop on one of the north-south transportation routes. Chapter 157 Secretary General, Princess, you stay. The places where these 3 people work are all of greater importance than New Sea City, where Ronan is located. Without a doubt, these 3 individuals are all from privileged backgrounds and possess exceptional qualities and abilities. In this era, it would be impossible for someone without a powerful background to hold the position of City Secretary General in such an important place at the age of 30. They lack the ability, and it's impossible for them to be capable. The mayor might be an incompetent person because the mayor is elected, but the Secretary General is a civil servant who is promoted through examination. It's not that promotions are purely based on ability and don't depend on connections, but in this kind of place, who among the civil servants doesn't have connections? If your dad is the governor and my dad is the mayor, does that mean you're guaranteed to get promoted? Not necessarily. The civil service system isn't that simple. Of course, if my dad is the mayor and your dad is nothing, then you are nothing. In short, if Ronan really wants to compete for the qualification to learn in the central department, these 3 are his competitors. However, Ronan really had absolutely no interest in it. After Ronan and the other 3 introduced themselves, the 4 of them stopped chatting and the living room fell into a dull silence. All 4 of them were composed individuals. 10 minutes passed, and even the maid beside them couldn't help but pace back and forth, opening her mouth several times as if to speak, but the 4 of them remained seated and motionless. 10 minutes later, the sound of someone pushing open the door broke the silence. The woman who entered had medium-length, slightly wavy brown hair in a ponytail, dark eyes, and very fair skin. Her face resembled Ambrina's in three ways: thick, dark eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a pointed nose tip. However, her eyes were quite different. Ambrina had standard almond-shaped eyes that were very soft, while this woman's eyes were slightly slanted upwards, giving her a sharp gaze. She was about 166 centimeters tall, a head taller than Ambrina, and looked more slender and athletic. She wore a white shirt, a blue scarf, a red military-style jacket, dark brown riding breeches, and black knee-high riding boots. If there are no surprises, this woman should be Ambrina's younger sister, Princess Isabel. She looks more like an older sister, not in terms of age. She looks like a little girl, but in terms of her demeanor. Isabel immediately sat down opposite the four people upon arrival. "I am Isabel Frago." Instantly, apart from Ronan, who had already guessed who she was, the other three all showed varying degrees of surprise and nervousness. Isabel ignored the four people's reactions and continued, "I don't have any particular purpose. I just want to tell you for some news. After this Secretary General's Council meeting, there will be 10 spots for long-term study in the central departments." Upon hearing this, Ronan remained calm, and the other three didn't react much either, since the news had already spread, but they didn't know that there were actually 10 spots available. "I'd like to hear your thoughts and opinions on this matter," Isabel said. She had no idea what her father was up to, so she wanted to hear what he had to say. In fact, not only her, but no one in the capital could say for sure that they understood the king's intentions. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I have no opinion. All I can say is that I will fulfill my obligations conscientiously, strictly abide by all regulations." The three men spoke with impeccable words and an attitude that was neither humble nor arrogant. The reason was simple. They did not belong to any of the three factions vying for the throne. In fact, most officials and nobles were not involved in the struggle for the throne most of the time. Isabel looked at Ronan. Ronan sighed. Dinia was part of Ambrina's faction, and he was naturally labeled as belonging to the same faction. Princess Isabel in front of him knew this, so he couldn't remain silent. Perhaps they want to select some young people to be trained in the central government. After all, the future king will be young, and young people always have more in common. Ronan was talking nonsense. The three were stunned, astonished by Ronan's audacity. He said the future king was a young man, which was tantamount to saying the current king wouldn't live much longer. Although this was common knowledge, knowing and saying were two different things. At the same time, I was also surprised by Ronan's speculation. Was he really stupid, or was he doing it on purpose? If it was on purpose, then he was treating the second princess like a fool. A hint of displeasure flashed across Isabel's face. Some have suggested that the king's move was intended to help Ambrina, but Isabel simply told him to get out. This conjecture is completely untenable. These secretaries are all in their 30s, and when her father passes away, they will be close to 40, which is the peak of a political animal's abilities. Ambrina, on the other hand, will only be in her 20s at that time. How could she possibly control such assistants? The founding monarch, Orlando, commanded a group of people in his 20s thanks to his unparalleled military prowess. Lawrence, who turned the tide, commanded a group of people thanks to his courage in leading his troops to confront the allied forces of three nations. What does Ambrina have? Moreover, after her father created this situation, he left it to his own devices, letting the subordinate departments handle it as they pleased, without any indication that he was trying to select anyone in particular. In any case, Isabel didn't know what her father was thinking, and no one else could figure out what His Majesty was thinking either. Unable to extract any useful information from them, Isabel ran her fingers along the sofa armrest to calm her agitated emotions. "If you encounter any difficulties in the coming days, you can go to the tailor shop at 17 Garden Street and give the letter to a tailor named Blaze. I will do my best to help you resolve any problems." This was just a casual remark. Isabel didn't expect the three of them to contact her. Grateful, the three expressed their gratitude, but at the same time, they secretly resolved never to have any involvement with Isabel. "Thank you," Ronan replied, also expressing his gratitude. After they finished speaking, the three of them got up to leave. Ronan also got up to leave, but Isabel called him back alone. After a while, only Ronan and Isabel remained in the room. "Have you seen her?" Isabel asked. Who? Ronan asked. My sister, Isabel replied, staring at Ronan. After Dinia left, her sister Ambrina also disappeared, only to return several dozen days later. Isabel didn't know where Ambrina had gone, but it was highly likely that she had left the capital with Dinia and gone to New Sea City in the south, where Ronan was the Secretary General. I've only met him twice. Ronan's lies came out of his mouth without hesitation. Isabel had no doubts, because in her eyes, the main reason for letting Ambrina go with Dinia was that her father wanted her and her mother to understand one thing. Dinia was the one who would protect Ambrina in the future. Ronan? He's certainly a very talented person, but what does that have to do with Ambrina? Isabel suddenly changed the subject. Adrian said in his letter that you are a person with great insight into reform. I'm just a serious executor, Ronan replied. If you have lofty goals, my sister is not a good choice. Chapter 158 Refusal. Again, how dare they say it's not tasty? Isabel is very direct. Putting aside her personality, the people who are truly committed to reform are not on her side. This is a clear invitation to recruit. Ronan chuckled inwardly. She wasn't here now, but if Ambrina became queen, she would be. Reformers could switch allegiances just as quickly as sycophants. The same was true of the capitalists who surrounded the queen. After all, these days everyone just wants reform. No one wants to start a revolution. Reform inevitably involves dependence on power. I'm a rather lazy person, too lazy to change jobs. Maybe it's because I'm a magician and I have a way out. Even if I lose my official position in the end, it's not a particularly big problem. Ronan replied with this sentence, indicating his refusal. Although you rejected me, I still welcome you to join us. Page 72, Isabel said. She never forced things like recruitment. Besides, although Ronan was a talented person, he wasn't someone she urgently needed. If she could recruit him, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thank you very much, Ronan said apologetically. To be honest, Dinia said that Isabel had a quirky personality and extreme ideas, but he didn't see that at all during their first meeting. It's getting late. After saying that, Isabel told someone to see Ronan off. She then left this place, one of her many secret rendezvous locations. Back at the hotel, it was already late at night. After washing up, Ronan quickly fell asleep. He didn't take Isabel's matter to heart. He had simply declined her offer in a normal way. After all, Ronan wasn't some important figure. The next day at noon, Ronan checked out of the hotel, picked up his luggage, and was about to leave the hotel to hire a carriage at a nearby caravan shop when a priest approached him. This was a man who looked to be around 40 years old, with a receding hairline, a short beard, a 7-star cross hanging on his chest, and a white linen robe with 7 red stars forming a cross in the middle. He also had a short-handled hexagonal hammer hanging at his waist. This hammer was called an exorcism hammer. In the past, anyone who was considered by the church to be possessed by a demon would be exorcised by striking them on the head with this hammer. This attire indicates that the man is an exorcist deacon for the church. Unlike assistant butlers like Eric, exorcist butlers don't handle problems. They usually deal with people who have problems. Ronan was a little puzzled. What did the church want with him? He had given them all the 60 silver dragons, not a single one less. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Ronan asked. A fellow believer wishes to see you. The exorcist deacon replied. A fellow believer? An exorcist would certainly not refer to his superiors or other clergy as a fellow believer, so the person who sent him on this errand must not be a member of the church. Goodness, Princess Isabel had a magician run errands. But this one is even more impressive. The church is running errands for her. Can you wait while I put my luggage down? Ronan asked, not wanting to carry his luggage around forever. As soon as possible, the exorcist deacon said. Ronan hired a carriage, and the exorcist deacon boarded as well. They traveled to the Duke's Theater Hotel, where Ronan quickly dropped off his luggage. Afterward, Ronan followed the exorcist deacon to a church school next to a small chapel on the North Shore. Upon entering the school, the exorcist deacon led the way to a vegetable garden behind the church school, where Ronan saw Ambrina, dressed in a light gray linen dress, sowing seeds. As soon as she saw Ronan arrive, Ambrina immediately waved him over. When Ronan walked up to her, Ambrina excitedly introduced what she had just planted. This is a type of pea from the north. Not only can you eat the peas, but you can also pick and eat the pods when they are very tender. I just haven't figured out how to make them taste even better yet. Perhaps it would be quite nice to stir-fry it with some bacon and sausage slices, Ronan said. This was his modified version of stir-fried pea pods with preserved meat, a classic dish. Ambrina nodded happily. That sounds like a really good idea. Your Highness, what brings you here? Ronan asked. Just call me Ambrina. Ambrina said, walking to the side to wash her hands as she spoke. I recently came up with a new dish, and it seems to be doing quite well. Since Ronan, you're in the capital, I thought I'd share it with you. It's an honor, Ronan said respectfully. Ambrina paused for a moment upon hearing this, stared at Ronan for a while with narrowed eyes, then walked up to Ronan, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, There's no one else here. You don't need to do this. Ronan could only nod helplessly. All right. Ambrina's face immediately lit up with a smile. Let me change my clothes, then I'll take you somewhere. After a while, Ambrina returned after changing her clothes. She was wearing an ivory white wide-brimmed hat, a plain white long pleated dress, and because the weather in the capital was still cool in May, she also wore a light pink half-length cloak. Over her pink and white stockings, she wore a pair of white lace-trimmed short socks, and on her feet, a pair of ivory white sheepskin round-toed, low-cut wedge heels with a single buckle. The little princesses in those fairy tale picture books are probably dressed like this. Besides her, another person came with her, a woman with short flaxen hair, about 1.7 meters tall, about the same height as Elena, but with a slightly flat figure. She was dressed in men's clothing and had a sword hanging at her waist. Although his attire is somewhat masculine, he doesn't have androgynous features. If he had long hair, he would definitely look good. Lucia Morel, my valet. Ambrina introduced to Ronan, and then also introduced Ronan. This is Ronan Arts, my friend. Lucia nodded slightly to Ronan, and Ronan, without saying hello, also nodded slightly. Ambrina led the two away from the church school, and they walked until they came to a small garden. They set up a stove in the open space, put a big pot on it, and then poured in oil. Next, they took a plate of marinated chicken legs and wings from the kitchen and brought over flour, water, egg liquid, and breadcrumbs. By this time, Ronan already knew what Ambrina was going to do. She was going to make fried chicken. Ambrina really has a deep love for fried food, from potato chips to fried chicken. Soon the chicken legs were prepared, and the oil was hot. Ambrina started frying the chicken legs, frying two at a time, and then set them aside to cool. She tested it with her hand, and it wasn't hot anymore. Ambrina wrapped one in paper and handed it to Ronan. Ronan took a bite, and Ambrina asked him, How is it? Not very good. The meat was a bit tough and too oily, and the batter wasn't seasoned, Ronan replied. The kitchen helper was dumbfounded, and the attendant Lucia gripped his sword hilt tightly. How dare this guy say that the princess's fried chicken legs weren't good? Oh, Ambrina looked slightly disappointed. I'll do it, Ronan said. Ronan directed the kitchen helpers to first remove the pot, then prepare a new seasoned batter, and then fry two more after coating them with double batter, and even fry them again. Finally, they brought over a mesh cloth to absorb the oil. After the chicken drumsticks were fried, they were first handed to Ambrina to try. Chapter 159 Tension, Acting Skills. Singing you a song. Ambrina took a bite, and found the outer shell to be crispy but not greasy, while the chicken inside was tender and juicy, not dry at all, and very flavorful. The aroma of the fat blends with the savory flavor of the chicken. Ambrina couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. As expected, Ronan, you're really amazing. You came up with a better way to cook it after only seeing it once. Can he say that he has watched countless fried chicken tutorials online before? It's nothing. I'm a food lover after all, Ronan said modestly. Your Highness, I can give you this recipe. Just have the chef make it if you want to eat it. Ambrina nodded, then shook her head. It's fine to eat it once in a while. I'm not very pretty to begin with, and I'd look even worse if I got fat. I cannot agree with what your Highness has said. Ronan said, This is the truth. Ambrina may not be as beautiful as Dinia, whose face is like a goddess sculpture, and she is also a bit less beautiful than Elena, the blonde beauty. But she is definitely not very good looking. If she were placed among ordinary people, Ambrina would be considered an outstanding beauty in terms of both figure and face. Ambrina waved her hand, and the kitchen helper tactfully stepped aside, leaving only her attendant Lucia, and Ronan in the courtyard. Suddenly, Ambrina's face darkened, and her voice became more serious. Ronan, who do you think is prettier, me or Isabel? Ah, this. Ronan was stunned for a moment. Ambrina had planted a mole on Isabel's side. After his mind raced, Ronan gave his answer. I think they each have their own merits, but from my personal perspective, Your Highness is more pleasing to the eye. Then, what did she say to you? Ambrina asked again, her eyebrows lowering even further, her expression becoming more serious. At this, a hint of tension appeared on Ronan's face. Ambrina chuckled involuntarily. Huh. So even you get nervous, Ronan. Of course I'm nervous, Ronan admitted. You're not angry, are you? Ambrina asked nervously. Of course not. It was just a joke between friends, Ronan replied. So, Ronan, what do you think of my recent practice progress? Ambrina asked eagerly, like a student who had just made progress and couldn't wait to hear praise from her teacher. You are like a queen, Ronan flattered. No way. Ambrina looked a little embarrassed, but she was still extremely happy to receive Ronan's affirmation, even though she knew it was just flattery. Well, Princess Isabel last night. Ronan hadn't even started speaking when Ambrina interrupted him. No need to tell me anything. I believe you, Ambrina said. She was happy to see Ronan and didn't want to talk about these unpleasant topics. Come on, I'll show you the flowers I planted. Following Ambrina, they arrived at another, larger courtyard next door. Ambrina pointed to the flower field. I saved up for a long time to buy this place, and many of these flowers were very expensive. Many of them died several times before I found a way to keep them alive. Your Highness, once the seed company starts selling seeds, you'll have money, Ronan said. You can then buy a bigger yard and plant more flowers. Ambrina owns 30% of Ronan's seed company, so she doesn't have to do anything and just gets a share of the profits. I'm coming here less and less often now, and even less in the future, Ambrina sighed softly. Even though she had begun to learn how to be a ruler, deep down she still longed for that kind of leisurely rural life, planting flowers and vegetables, raising chickens and cows, having a few children with the person she loved, and spending her free time playing the piano and singing songs by her door, living a simple and peaceful life. Actually, sometimes I think it would be great if I could marry someone who could handle political affairs well, Ambrina sighed, turning to Ronan. Ronan, what do you think? I'm not going to say anything more, or your dad will call the mage squad over. Ronan forced a smile. Yes, there should be a prince like that. I've met several princes, and they were all awful, Ambrina said. They gave me flowers and food, but they had no idea how to grow flowers or how to cook food. It's nothing, he's a prince, he's not good at these things, Ronan said, jokingly. He's a prince, not a gardener or a cook. So, they're all hypocritical, Ambrina continued. Let's not talk about those people anymore. Ronan, have you thought about going to the central government? I don't have that idea. There are still many things to do in Shanghai City, Ronan replied truthfully. Ambrina specifically asked, but upon hearing the answer, she showed no reaction. Instead, she looked up at the sky, completely unaware of what she was thinking. The sun was beginning to set, but there was still a while before dinner. Ambrina knew that Ronan wasn't interested in flowers and would get bored if she left him there any longer, so she said, Ronan, come with me. Ronan followed. Ambrina led Ronan into a quiet, spacious room, while the attendant Lucia remained outside. He took a 4-string guitar out of the case, tightened it again, adjusted it a few times, and then sat down on a high stool by the window. After randomly playing a simple tune, Ambrina began to play. Ronan, a complete music idiot, didn't know what kind of song it was. It was just some kind of medieval folk song. He was instantly captivated, as if he had entered the countryside of that era in his imagination. Sunset, windmills, wheat fields, streams, villages, butterflies perched on wildflowers nearby, and shepherdesses humming songs while herding sheep in the distance. Before you know it, you feel a sense of immersion. When the music ended, Ronan realized that he had been sitting on the ground without even noticing. Beautiful. Ronan clapped softly, genuinely thinking that Ambrina played well. Really? Ambrina asked. Aside from her close attendants and servants, no one had ever heard her play, and although they all praised her to the point of being on par with masters, she never took it seriously. At least, this is the best I've ever heard, Ronan said, absolutely truthfully. After all, He hardly ever listens to music. The last time he listened to music was more than half a year ago when Dinia first arrived in White Star City, and he listened to the performance by the three old men, Trika, and his companions. I'll play you a Wayland song, Ambrina said. Although many people say the Waylanders are barbarians and pirates, their folk songs are actually quite good. This piece was completely different in style, and Ambrina even hummed along, using Wielandian German. Her singing voice was completely different from her speaking voice. When she spoke, she sounded like a little girl, but when she sang, she sounded like a wandering singer full of stories. The music once again took Ronan to another world, as if he had walked into a noisy sailor's bar. Suddenly, the bard came in, and everyone quieted down to listen to him sing a poem, which was a poem describing the parting of a hero and his lover. After the music ended, Ambrina looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark. She quickly and happily said, "It's late. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us?" Chapter 160 Headache. Thoughts. You just wait. Ronan was momentarily at a loss for words. He wasn't a blockhead. He could tell that after all that going around in circles, admiring the flowers and playing the piano, Ambrina was only trying to get him to stay for dinner. But it's precisely because it's obvious that it's a headache. Okay, Ronan agreed. He had no experience dealing with relationship problems in his decades of life and had no idea how to handle them, so he could only hope that time would solve the problem. Let's take it one step at a time for now. Dinner wasn't extravagant, but it was quite varied, with 13 courses in total, from appetizers to dessert. It took a full 3 hours to eat. Although each dish was small, the total amount was definitely enough to fill you up. Moreover, after finishing the meal, you could still recall the taste of 3 or 4 of the dishes. The chef in charge could definitely be described as having superb culinary skills. During the middle of dinner, the two chatted a lot, mostly about trivial matters and anecdotes in their lives, which Ambrina found very interesting. They didn't start talking about things outside of daily life until they finished the last bite of dessert. Ambrina looked reluctant, like a middle school student who had finally managed to play for a while but had to go back to her desk to do her homework. "Ronan, I have something to tell you," Ambrina said. Ronan hummed in response, indicating that he was listening attentively. "If I remember correctly, your meeting is not going to start for another week. According to the procedure, you are supposed to submit a report in 3 days, right?" Ambrina asked. "Yes," Ronan affirmed. "This point has already been made clear in previous letters. This is easy to understand. The main function of the General Assembly of Secretaries used to be to report to the Lords. Now it is to let the king know the situation in various places. If it is only at the state level, the king can summon them one by one to ask questions. But the city level is all here, more than 200 people. How can the king have time to summon them one by one in person? Naturally, he can only look at the written reports. He will send all your reports back," Ambrina said, "and then require you to resubmit a report of no more than 300 words within 2 days, including a summary and discussion. Writing long, rambling reports with flattery in every 3 sentences is a basic skill for a secretary general. If someone doesn't even have that basic skill, they can have their subordinates write it for them." Page 73. However, it is difficult to explain the situation clearly in 300 words, including a summary and discussion. For those whose jurisdictions are only responsible for farmers farming, it is not a big deal, but for Ronan and his group, whose jurisdictions have more complex situations, it is a challenge. Is the king using this method for selection? If so, then the difficulty for Ronan has increased even further. The reason is simple. If you write well, you will be noticed by the king. If the king invites you to study in the central government, can you refuse? Poor writing is also unacceptable, because the king would certainly know of his existence. Poor writing would be seen as intentional, indicating a problem with his character, and he would be transferred away from Dinia's side. I can only write at an intermediate level. But this touched on a blind spot for Ronan, a country bumpkin. What exactly was the average level of a civil servant in the kingdom? He had no idea. High level. That's probably like Carl, someone who has some insight into people's livelihood and economy. At least when I use the term means of production, he doesn't need me to explain much. Low level. That's the level of those 20 or so secretaries general before, just enough to be the number 1 lackey of a feudal lord. Taking the middle value between the two, that should be the average level. Yeah, that should be it. Ronan thought about it and felt that this was the right way to do it. In fact, there are still many highly skilled people in this world. After all, the printing press has been invented, the Reformation has already begun, the age of exploration has started, and capitalism is emerging. This corresponds to the Renaissance era in Ronan's original timeline, when the entire Western continent was shining with stars. Ronan? Ambrina called out twice when she saw Ronan still staring blankly. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something, Ronan quickly apologized. It's nothing, Ambrina said, indicating that she didn't mind. You should prepare well. Maybe never mind. She had originally intended to say that if Ronan wrote well, he might be noticed by her father and she would be able to see him often in the future, but considering that Ronan did not want to stay in the capital, she took her words back. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Ronan took his leave. Ambrina didn't say much. She just watched Ronan leave, and even after he was completely out of sight, her gaze remained on the doorway. The waiters who were about to clear the table were stunned when they saw the princess, resting their chins on their hands and not daring to come over to clear the table. After a long while, Ambrina finally stood up. Let's go back too. Yes, Your Highness, Lucia replied. Inside the carriage, Ambrina, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Lucia, do you think I want that? This is not a question I can answer, Lucia replied. What do you think of him? Ambrina asked again. A strange man wearing a bureaucratic mask. Lucia gave his answer based on his first impression. Ambrina paused for half a second. It seems that's really the case. When Ambrina returned to her residence, Ronan was already at the table in his hotel room, with the lamp lit, pondering how to write the 300-word report. There's no rush to start writing, there's plenty of time. But it's best to finalize your ideas as soon as possible. The fundamental principle remains unchanged. Under the wise leadership and inspiration of His Majesty the King, the entire city of Shinhai must unite as one and work together to achieve phased results. It's a pity there weren't enough words. Otherwise, Ronan could have written at least 2,000 words of flattery, which would have given the king a headache. Since the word count wasn't high enough, the report specifically mentioned one thing: collective farms. It portrayed this measure as a beneficial policy that brought together new immigrant landlords and capitalists, old immigrant farmers, and the Haiti people. Essentially, it claimed that past conflicts were gone, and everyone was working together to grow stronger and create a brilliant future. Finally, changing the subject, reform is acceptable, but the steps should not be too large. We cannot follow the example of Vina and Wayland. We must take a path with distinctive French characteristics. As for how to proceed, it is up to a wise and insightful person like His Majesty the King to provide guidance. The reason Ronan said this was that he couldn't appear too knowledgeable. Being too knowledgeable is considered a sign of competence, but competence can lead to being conscripted by the king. That's the initial idea. As for the specifics, the writing should be a bit clumsy, and there should be a touch of sycophantic flattery between the lines. That's about it. Ronan had decided on his plan, so he went to wash up and go to bed. Meanwhile, Isabel, still not satisfied with crumpling a piece of paper into a ball, unfolded it and tore it into pieces. She had Ambrina's spies around her, or more accurately, the king's spies, and Ambrina also had her spies. Although she didn't know what Ambrina said or did to Ronan, she did know that Ronan went to Ambrina's place in the afternoon and didn't leave until after dinner. This is what you call only meeting twice. That scoundrel, how dare he lie to her? Isabel pictured Ronan in her mind and gritted her teeth, saying, "You just wait." Chapter 161 Reunion, Complaints, and Duel. The next day, Ronan strolled around the theater hotel in the morning and unexpectedly ran into the three people he had met at Isabel's place the day before at lunchtime. Abelard, the Secretary General of Bretu, a port city on the west coast, is short, only a little over 1.6 meters tall, with a large nose, a slightly curved bridge, and a slightly drooping tip. He has black hair and black eyes, and his appearance has obvious Wan features. The Wan people are essentially the Jews of this world. The only difference is that the cross religion in Ronan's original timeline was related to Judaism, but the Seven Saints religion in this world is completely unrelated to the Wan people's religion. Although the Seven Saints religion is a monotheistic religion, and it is the kind that uses a hammer in the left hand and a divine scripture in the right, the Seven Saints religion is relatively secular and much more tolerant. Otherwise, the heads of those retro people would have been cracked open long ago. You should know that there was no Black Death in this world, and the Pope really did have several divisions. Brant, the city secretary of Caroline, located in the northeastern Iron Ore region, has a name that, like Karl's, is full of imperial connotations. However, he and Karl look completely different. Karl is a tall, handsome blonde man with a rugged face, while this guy is just over 170 centimeters tall, slender, and has a face that looks like a woman's. Most women are probably not as pretty as him. Of course, the word emperor in the Empire is just as ridiculous as the word Ro in the Shinra of Ronin's original timeline. Coincidentally, the Empire's territory is the same as the Shinra's territory, and it even claims to be the successor of the old empire. The situation is also similar, with a few major vassal states and hundreds of countless minor vassal states below them. The emperor takes turns sitting on the throne, and next year it will be my turn. Wells, the Secretary-General of Ariel, a small valley town situated at a crossroads of north-south transportation, wears a monocle and has a refined appearance, quite different from the rest of Ariel. Ariel is a valley where the residents are simple mountain people. Small bands of bandits are everywhere. If you are an official there, you have two tasks. One is to collect tolls for the kingdom, and the other is to cut down all the others who try to collect tolls and hang their heads on the city gate. Unlike their last meeting at Isabel's place, this time the four of them chatted enthusiastically. After lunch, the four of them moved to another place to continue chatting, but this time the conversation gradually turned into a venting session. As they talked, the four of them quickly grew closer and started calling each other by abbreviations. Bretto is suffering. Dock workers are causing trouble every day. It used to be okay, but now they've even organized protests. We've tried to suppress them, but it hasn't been very effective. The more we suppress them, the more united these people become. Abe, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're good at managing the economy, but you're really bad at dealing with troublemakers, said Caroline's Secretary-General Brandt. His area was a mining region. How could dock workers be as difficult as miners? Brandt, explain in detail, Abelard said, perking up. Brandt said, if they want to organize, let them organize. From now on, you should only talk to the leaders of their organizations, but not just one person, but several. Help those who are obedient, and ruin the reputations of those who are disobedient. Suppress those who question you with bloodshed. With 3 strikes, their organization will naturally fall apart. Upon hearing this, Ronin couldn't help but interject. Actually, suppression is unnecessary, and assistance should be moderate. Think about it. There will always be scabs among the workers, and there will always be people willing to work. At this time, you shouldn't rush to reward the workers who go to work, but rather incite other strikers to turn their spearheads against these scabs. When they fight among themselves, your role will no longer be that of an oppressor, but an arbitrator. Can they still cause trouble then? Inciting the masses to fight against the masses is a foolproof method. As a kind-hearted, reactionary bureaucrat, Ronin has always disagreed with raising the sword against the people, as that would only turn the government and himself into adversaries of the people. The economic structure is no longer the almost unchanging dual structure of urban commercial guilds and aristocratic manners. Now it is an agricultural capitalist era under a semi-feudal and semi-civilian system. Once a turmoil breaks out, it will not be the small-scale situation of the past that cannot affect the surrounding areas. Therefore, officials should make good use of the internal conflicts among the people and act as arbitrators. Good. Wells clapped his hands in approval, then sighed. It's a pity that my people aren't suited for this. By day they are honest shepherds, and by night they are the eyes and ears of bandits. The key is that we can't call in the regular army. We can only rely on the few people in the checkpoints. The city of Ariel in Wells has a small population, but its territory is quite large, with dozens of small villages scattered around it. Each village has a population of a little over 100 or a few dozen people, and almost half of the villages are involved with bandits. The reason why we can't call in the regular army is simple. Under the wise rule of His Majesty the King, the kingdom is peaceful and prosperous, and everyone lives in peace and contentment. How could there be bandits? Since there are no bandits, why would you need to call in the regular army? This is something I'm good at, Abelard said. My group of fishermen are also in cahoots with the pirates. You need to establish a system of collective punishment. Anyone found to be colluding with bandits should have their entire family killed. I think killing won't solve the problem. If we can't catch the people, it's all for nothing, Ronan said. We should establish a reward system for whistleblowers. Whoever reports a crime, once the report is verified, should have their family property confiscated. 1/3 of the property should be confiscated, 1/3 should be used to compensate those who died in the fight against bandits, and the last third should be given to the whistleblower. However, this can only maintain stability for a while, Ronan said. The root cause is that the mountain people are too poor. They don't even have land to cultivate and can only herd sheep. Yet, many caravans pass through there. How could they not have evil intentions? It's good enough if we can maintain stability, Wells said. To him, maintaining stability was more than enough. Looking at it this way, it's actually my side that's in a better position, Brant remarked. As for Ronan, all three of them felt that Ronan must have a lot of problems. Otherwise, how could he have such rich experience? At the age of 20-something, he was carrying an unbearable burden. After chatting for a while, the four of them went their separate ways. After all, besides Ronan, the other three also had their own small groups, including the secretaries of the same state. Ronan was the only one who traveled alone. After arriving in the capital, he did not meet with the Secretary General of the same state, and the other Secretaries General of the same state did not seem to have any intention of seeking him out. The only one to blame is Dinya, who is too unsociable and a real troublemaker. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, after submitting the report, Ronan ran into the three of them again during lunchtime. After chatting for a while, the four of them agreed to go to the theater next to the hotel to watch a performance together later. These days, performances are all held in the afternoon and outdoors because in an era when animal fat was commonly used as lamp oil, the lighting at night was very poor. This situation would not improve until kerosene lamps were invented. As soon as the four stepped out of the hotel, a group of people blocked Ronan's way. Ronan Arts, the leading man asked. The man was very handsome. From now on, Carl would be moving up or down one place from Ronan's list of the most handsome men he had ever seen. Yes, what can I do for you? Ronan asked. Duel. Sure. Chapter 162 The Mind. Pointed out, the most feared person? I'm very sure. The handsome man replied without hesitation. This handsome man is a high-ranking mage, but judging from the aura he exudes, he is definitely not at the 3rd rank, while Ronan is already at the 4th rank. Are you referring to the kind of duels between mages? Ronan asked again. Magician duels differ from regular duels in that regular duels are designed to be relatively fair. If you're using a sword, everyone uses a sword. If you're using a gun, everyone uses a gun. Then, it's 3, 2, 1, and it's time to start. Using dirty tricks during a duel is dishonorable. But magician duels are unregulated. Once they begin, you can do whatever you want. Yes, the man replied, then took out a gold coin. On the coin was a person's hand holding a triangle, and in the middle of the triangle was an eye. This design is called the mage's hand. This gold coin is not an ordinary gold coin, but one issued by the state to registered Orthodox mages. They can receive a small allowance every year based on this coin. Only 20 silver dragons, not even enough to stay in a luxury hotel for a month. But it is mainly an honor. Exchanging this gold coin before a duel signifies abandoning honor and daring to do anything. I've only been in Wangdu for a few days, and I don't know you. I don't want to ask you why you challenged me to a duel. I just want to say one thing. The information you received also includes where I live. You should think about that. Ronan said. He didn't want to duel this person because duels were common at this time, but duels between upright magicians were not. Now that busybodies had gathered around, he would definitely become famous afterward, which was something Ronan really didn't want to see. But he couldn't refuse, because refusing in front of so many people would still bring him fame, or rather, infamy. Therefore, Ronan hoped that his opponent would understand that this situation was being orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, and thus abandon the challenge of a duel. I am not someone who is unaware of such things, Mr. Ronan. The man said he told Ronan that he knew he was being used. All right, time and place, Ronan said. Since the other party knew there were problems, but still came, this duel was inevitable. Now, the 3rd arena is just a few steps away. the man said, handing over a mage's gold coin. I am Gawain Judith. Ronan held out his hand to block the gold coins that Gawain offered. Sorry, I left the gold coins at home. Let's get started. Oh. The onlookers started cheering and shouting. They had seen many duels, but a duel between magicians was a rare sight indeed. Ronan followed Gawain, with the 3 secretaries general and several of Gawain's henchmen close behind, followed by a large group of citizens eager to watch the spectacle. The third arena was originally called the Third Training Ground. It was originally a shooting range, but because the trend of dueling couldn't be stopped and street duels often caused riots, the former king simply ordered it to be turned into a dueling arena, and the name was changed to the Third Arena. The Third Arena is only 700 or 800 meters away, which is indeed just a short walk away. But just a few steps away, more and more people followed, ready to watch the spectacle. Initially, there were only 20 or 30 people near the hotel entrance following Ronan and his group, but by the time they reached the arena, there were already more than 200 people. Even so, this is the current situation of the duel. If the duel were scheduled for a few days later, the circular stands of this third arena would probably be packed with people. After a brief notification to the gatekeeper and signing a document, Ronan and Gawain entered the dueling arena without incident, while the others entered the stands from the other side. The third arena is a circular field with a radius of 80 meters, which is not very large, but not small either. In the middle of the arena, Ronan and Gawain stood facing each other. Because there was no prior appointment, and it was a duel between magicians, the referee was still on his way, and according to the law, the duel could not begin immediately. Nobody can hear us now. Can you tell me why you challenged me to a duel? Ronan asked. Because of Her Highness the Princess, Gawain replied. Which princess? Ronan asked again. Your Highness Ambrina, Gawain replied again. Interesting, Ronan said. You are a nobleman. Gawain Judith is not your full name, and it may not even be your real name. However, Judith is an imperial surname. You are most likely an imperial citizen. An imperial citizen, in the capital, a nobleman, dares not reveal his real name, yet he is a suitor of Ambrina. This is incredible. You are the son of a great lord of the neighboring empire. The person behind this is incredibly audacious. By this time, Ronan had already guessed who was behind it all, most likely Princess Isabel. The reason, he thought, was probably because she had discovered that he had lied to her. Ronan and Ambrina had a relationship that involved more than just 2 meetings. Gawain did not respond to Ronan's deduction, but simply stared at Ronan. You are very smart, so you are not suitable for her. Although a duel is inevitable, I still have to say, if you want to pursue her, go for it yourself. What's the point of challenging me to a duel? I'm not your rival, Ronan asked. You're the first person she's invited to dinner, but you're not a good fit, Gawain said. Page 74. I don't understand why you're emphasizing that I'm not suitable. Forget it. There's no point in arguing with people as high and mighty as you. Ronan really couldn't understand what was going on in this guy's head. At that moment, the referee rushed over. My magic will summon the person you fear most from your memories. Gawain's voice wasn't loud, but his words echoed throughout the entire arena and continued to reverberate. He wasn't foolishly detonating his abilities, but rather, through this declaration, he wanted to further awaken the fearful memories within Ronan's mind, making the construction clearer. He is a ritual magic summoner. His summoned creatures can transform into the real person the other party fears most. This magic is area of effect and not effective in group battles. If you are facing a group of soldiers, the person they fear most might just be a junior officer, as their memories cannot reconstruct those vague impressions of senior officers. However, his summoning ability is very strong in one-on-one combat, and he becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents, especially mages. Mages are generally afraid of mages who are stronger than them. The higher a mage's rank, the harder it is to advance, and the greater the gap between ranks becomes. The difference between first and second rank is not much, and there are many examples of a first-rank mage defeating a second-rank mage. However, the difference between fourth and fifth rank is enormous, and each such occurrence is basically an exception. Ronan's rank is already very high. Anyone even just 1 rank higher than him would be much stronger. Although the stronger he is, the more difficult it will be for Gawain to maintain his strength. If he is strong enough, he will be able to defeat Ronan in a very short time. The person I fear most? It shouldn't be Dinia, so it's that old relic, Osiris Vinaya? This is troublesome. This guy is ridiculously strong. Although his magic definitely won't last long, and he won't be able to unleash his true power, I definitely can't beat him. I can't rely on defense. I must take care of him as soon as possible. Ronan made his judgment. Why fight a summoner's summons when you can duel them? Just fight the summoner himself. Chapter 163 Absurdity, Social Destruction, Chaos. The referee walked to the edge of the arena. He was a first-rank referee, which would be considered a powerful figure in a small town. However, in the capital, he was nothing. He only became a high-ranking referee in the third arena because he was a genuine old Paris. Facing these two young magicians, he dared not walk between them and shout begin. Because every mage has heard the saying, the battle between mages begins before the battle even starts. He could only stand far away on the sidelines, raising the flag high. Standing about 10 meters away from Ronan, Gawain said, judging from your appearance, this person must be very strong. Yeah, that's very strong. I hope you can handle it. If you falter too quickly, you'll become a laughingstock. That's what they say, but it's just a superficial psychological tactic. Ronan knew that his opponent was at least somewhat confident. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge someone who was clearly stronger than him? On the sidelines, the flag is lowered, and the game begins. In that instant, Ronan donned his armor. His sword flew out, his human magic was amplified to maximum power, and he charged towards Gawain with his shield raised. At the same instant, Gawain unleashed his maximum magical defense, preparing to block Ronan's most fatal first attack. A black, mud-like summon appeared in front of him and began to rapidly transform. However, in the next instant, the sword stopped in mid-air, Ronan stopped halfway, and Gawain stood motionless in place. Because Hay and I became someone that both of them knew. Ambrina appeared before the two of them. Ronan and Gawain were both stunned. Ronan never expected that the person who terrified him the most was not Osiris Vinaya, who brought him immense pressure and threatened his life, but Ambrina. Gawain killed the entire person. Ronan's greatest fear was Princess Ambrina. In the stands, a group of spectators were also dumbfounded. They had also heard Gawain's declaration. Wasn't he supposed to summon the person the other side feared the most? Why was it just a girl? Could it be that this girl is Ronan's wife, and Ronan is henpecked? Ronan stopped moving, so why did Gawain stop too? Could it be? That seems to make sense, doesn't it? It's just a simple matter of one man challenging another to a duel. The audience immediately imagined at least several dramatic scenes. Ha ha ha. The audience burst into waves of loud laughter. How funny. They had come expecting a dazzling and intense battle, but it turned out to be a farce. However, the sight of two handsome noblemen playing clowns and making fools of themselves in public seemed more entertaining than any exciting duel. For the people of the capital, what could be more entertaining than witnessing a nobleman make a fool of himself? Probably nothing. Although most people in the stands were dozens of meters away and couldn't see the girl's face clearly, even if they could, they wouldn't recognize her. They had never seen a princess before, and Ronan and Gawain didn't know her either. But in the stands, there were several nobles and minor officials who had managed to infiltrate high society, as well as several mages from different factions who were originally there to keep watch. They could recognize who they were at a glance. Several nobles and minor officials did not recognize Ronan and couldn't help but wonder what the relationship was between Ronan and the princess. As everyone knew, Ambrina was not a strong person, so how did she make a male mage who was obviously not weak feel fear? Several magicians were eager to fly back immediately to report this shocking news. Inside the arena, it was a scene of utter devastation. Gawain, a nobleman who valued his noble reputation more than his own life, wished he could just slit his own throat and die right then and there. Ronan could only pretend nothing was wrong, putting on an act as if as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. In reality, Ronan was now filled with regret. If he had known, he would have preferred to be called a coward rather than accept the duel. He knew all too well that a few magicians had infiltrated the audience. He's finished now. Ronan returned on his flying sword and walked towards Gawain. I'd say it's a draw, buddy. Gawain sighed. You win. I take back what I said before. You are very suitable. He had previously thought Ronan was a cunning and deceitful person, and that such a person must have deceived Ambrina, but now it seemed that was not the case. How could a liar be afraid of Ambrina? Stop talking about this. We've both really embarrassed ourselves today. Let's get out of here. Sigh. I'm afraid I'll have to find another place to stay again. Ronan sighed. It's only been a few days, and he already has to move again. I'm sorry. Gawain apologized, then paused for a moment before speaking again. I will help you. I'm scared of you. I'm leaving. Ronan turned around, ran straight to an empty stand, jumped up, and ran away. Seeing that he had become the only focus of attention, Gawain didn't want to leave through the main entrance and ran away through another empty stand. The audience watched the two flee in disarray and burst into laughter again. This comical duel would be enough for them to brag about in the tavern for at least a week. Huh. I didn't expect Lord Ronan to be so interesting. The short Abelard laughed. Brant, who had a womanly look on his face, pinched his chin and said, If I remember correctly, Ronan said that he is not married yet. Looks like there's a story behind this. Wells, wearing a monocle, grinned mischievously. The three secretaries-general didn't recognize Ambrina either. Otherwise, they would have set off immediately to find Ronan and get to the bottom of things. Ronan returned to the hotel as quickly as possible, packed his luggage, checked out, and ran away in one fell swoop. He couldn't stay in the theater hotel area anymore. He planned to find a small hotel to stay in on the east side. While Ronan was still on the run, King Lucian, Ambrina, and Isabel had already received news of the duel. Upon hearing this, Isabel was taken aback at first, then chuckled twice, and after laughing, fell into deep thought. Gawain was one of the potential husbands that his father had arranged for Ambrina, as did Isabel and others, while Ronan was an official of the kingdom. Gawain wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal the reason he proposed the duel, so regardless of who wins or loses in the end, her father, considering the impact, can only handle it quietly and pretend not to know. At this point, the group surrounding her mother would seize the opportunity to secretly punish Ronan, who had a grudge against them. Her father certainly wouldn't intervene, so what could Ronan do? Seeking help from her sister would further anger her father. Only she could offer assistance. That's how it was supposed to go. However, the duel ended in an absurd way. Although it was ridiculous, her plan had completely failed. What was worse, this matter clearly implicated Ambrina, and the culprit was going to be in big trouble. Damn it. On the other side, Ambrina received the news and could hardly believe it. Ronan is afraid of her. Why? Ambrina was completely baffled and her mind was in turmoil. Lucia, get ready. She was eager to know why, and if she couldn't figure it out, she would ask Ronan. Just then, a servant entered and reported to Ambrina that the king wished to see her. Chapter 164 Questions, Satisfaction, Inquiry, Get Out. Ambrina snapped at the waiter, then lowered her voice. You didn't see me when you came, understand? The waiter was also taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen the usually gentle princess lose her temper. Ignoring the waiter, Ambrina strode to her small 60-square-meter dressing room, took off her loose dress, changed into a dark purple cape-style hunting outfit, put on red and gold boots and trousers, fastened a cavalry hat with a short blue brim, hurriedly pushed open the door of the adjacent shoe room, grabbed a pair of black leather high boots, and put them on. Ambrina returned to her bedroom and beckoned to her attendant. Lucia, let's go. Lucia accepted the order and followed Ambrina out of the main hall to the front yard. Just as they were about to leave, a vortex appeared in the air above the front yard, and a voice came from within it. My dear Henri, where are you going? Henri is Ambrina's nickname. As the sound faded, a man emerged from the vortex. The man was none other than Ambrina's father, King Lucian. The Frago family, the royal family of the Kingdom of Foss, has had an identical first-tier alternate dimension within their body since Oren's, with only slight variations in size and special abilities. In a remarkable coincidence, the three Lucian brothers not only shared the same first stage, but also the same second stage, all possessing the ability to transfer to other dimensions and freely enter and exit them, enabling them to perform near-invincible self-space teleportation. The eldest brother had only mediocre talent and stopped at the second level. The third brother, Lucian, was carefree and dissolute in his youth and did not pay attention to cultivation. After ascending the throne, he faced a crisis. When things eased up a bit, he contracted a strange disease. He devoted almost all his energy to fighting the disease and making arrangements for his death. He also stopped at the second level and could hardly make any progress. Only the second son was exceptionally talented, but unfortunately, he contracted a strange illness in his 30s and died tragically. Ambrina didn't know how to explain it for a moment. No need for explanation, I already know, Lucian said with a smile. Wait a moment, I will have someone call him to see me. Then, Ambrina's face showed a worried expression. Does my dear daughter not trust me, her incompetent father? When have I ever let you down in these matters? Whoever it is, as long as you like them, it's fine. Lucian said that before Ambrina could thank him, he had already disappeared. Anything you like is fine? That's a complete lie, of course. If Ronan were just a handsome young nobleman who could cook some delicious food and amuse his daughter, he would want to see Ronan's corpse before sunset. Those who are destined to become kings have no right to discuss whether they like something or not. But Ronan was a young man with some skill in power struggles and politics. He could unite peasants, landlords, capitalists, bureaucrats, and ethnic minorities into one group, which suited his taste perfectly. After all, he intended for the king's consort to rule, and to further institutionalize the selection of the king's consort and queen, thus creating a pseudo-commoner king without weakening royal power. Otherwise, sooner or later, his descendants will be beheaded. Based on this consideration, even if his daughter disliked Ronan, let alone liked him, he was still a qualified candidate. At this time, Ronan was unaware that he had become a candidate for the position of king's consort based on his own merits. He had just found a hotel that was not too remote and had decent conditions. After paying the deposit and checking in, he went outside to get some fresh air. As soon as he stepped out, 4 men armed with muskets blocked his way. The 4 men wore eagle beak helmets with a large white feather decoration on top, and blue uniforms with red diagonal stripes. They also wore gold eagle badges on their chests. In the capital, only one type of person would dress like this, the royal guard. Ronan rubbed his forehead. He knew something was going to happen, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Gentlemen, lead the way. Ronan's smile was more like a grimace. The 4 guards did not respond to him, but silently led the way. Heading west, Ronan followed the 4 to the palace. After the 4 guards showed their identification and a warrant with a seal to the gatekeeper let them through. The palace isn't very large, probably only 100 acres. The architecture isn't grand or magnificent. The only commendable feature is that the stone-paved roads are very smooth and the roads are relatively clean. Architecturally speaking, compared to the cathedral, it can be described as shabby. However, from an aesthetic point of view, the exterior and interior decorations can be described as exquisite, luxurious, noble, and elegant. After passing through several palaces and corridors, the royal guard stopped in front of the king's bedroom, and a female attendant went in to inform the king. Soon, the lady-in-waiting returned, opened the door, and invited Ronan in. The sleeping quarters were not very large, only about 300 square meters. The ceiling was very high, at least 6 meters. The decorations and furnishings were not luxurious. What was eye-catching was that one wall was completely filled with bookshelves, densely packed with perhaps thousands of books. The king was sitting on the top of a triangular staircase more than 4 meters high, holding a book in one hand. Ronan knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The king pulled a chair from a different dimension beside him and threw it over. The chair landed steadily without even wobbling. "Sit down." Ronan walked to the chair, but did not sit down. King Lucian closed the book. "You did a good job in New Sea City." Ronan bowed. "I am not being modest. I have only done a small part of the work under the guidance of Mayor Dinia after studying His Majesty's philosophy of governance in depth." The king put the book back in its place, saying, "You're so young, yet you're already better than many secretaries general." Different positions, different jobs. It was the position of Secretary General of Shanghai City that allowed my faint talent, like a candle flame, to shine, Ronan said. The king turned to face Ronan, looking down at him, and asked, "Interested in working in the central government?" "The wheat seedlings I planted haven't even yielded any results yet, so I dare not rashly come to the central government and cause trouble for the country," Ronan said, indicating that he did not want to. The king then asked, "What do you think of Ambrina? Although your highness is young, you already possess the 7 virtues of tolerance, humility, gentleness, diligence, generosity, temperance, and integrity. You have the qualities of a wise ruler and will surely lead the kingdom to a prosperous future." Ronan always had a knack for saying this. A vortex unfolded before Ronan's eyes, and in the next instant, King Lucian was standing in front of Ronan. "I am asking you this question as a father." Ronan deliberately stammered for a moment before giving his answer. "Your highness is like an angel on earth, not worthy of ordinary people." Page 75. He's come all this way for a long time, and it wasn't for nothing. He already had contingency plans for all sorts of problems. Whether you are a king or a father, he can answer the question. "Are you an ordinary person?" the king asked. "Compared to your highness, I am very ordinary," Ronan replied, still methodical. "I don't think so. You're better than I expected to be able to handle such an unexpected situation calmly. It's a great honor. You can go now." Ronan then left the palace. Chapter 165. Notice. Interrogation. "You taught them all after leaving the palace. We returned to the inn." Ronan's mood at this moment was neither tense nor relieved, but rather confused. The king's attitude was puzzling. Logically, if a kingdom official like him had a conflict with someone who was likely a potential royal consort, the king should at least give him a warning, if not reprimand him, and hint that he shouldn't get too close to Ambrina. After all, Ambrina isn't married yet. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, the king praised him and even asked him what he thought of Ambrina. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Ronan and Gawain's duel did not cause any repercussions. The king did not contact him again, Ambrina did not reach out to him, and Isabel did not look for him again. No one came to him to inquire about anything, and no one took the opportunity to do anything. It was as if nothing had happened. Given the calm, Ronan was certain that His Majesty the King must have done something. That day, the central government notified the secretaries general who came to the capital from various cities to resubmit their reports, requiring them to reduce the total word count to within 300 words and to include a summary and discussion. How did more than 200 secretaries general, staying in different hotels and inns in different areas, receive this notification? The answer is simple. According to the plan, everyone was to stay at the cathedral, so the notice could be sent directly to the cathedral, and the secretaries general only needed to go to the cathedral to find out. Of course, Ronan didn't need to, because he already knew about it from Ambrina. At this very moment, he was in Ambrina's villa, using a frying pan and the local specialty oyster sauce he had brought with him to cook a classic Cantonese dish for Ambrina: beef slices with oyster sauce. A large plate of beef slices with oyster sauce was served, along with fried chicken cutlets and fried mushroom slices that had cooled down a bit and were ready to eat. We added a simple cucumber salad with mustard mayonnaise and a tomato oxtail soup that had been prepared in advance. With 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, lunch for 2 was completed. After the meal was prepared, the servants served it. Ambrina was considered frugal. The plates were imitation porcelain imported from Vinaya. Truly luxurious nobles used Ceres porcelain, where a small plate could be exchanged for a horse. Ambrina used a silver fork with an ornate pattern and a golden eagle relief to pick up a slice of beef and put it in her mouth to chew. First came the sweet, savory, and salty flavor, then the tender and juicy texture, and finally the original flavor of the beef itself. Even though she had eaten many royal dishes, she still found it very refreshing. "Ronan, you always bring us new and delicious dishes," Ambrina praised. "As long as you're happy," Ronan said. After eating for a while, Ambrina put down her fork. "Can you tell me why you're afraid of me?" This question had been bothering her for many days. Ronan took a bite of the cucumber with mayonnaise, which he disliked completely. "I'm not a blockhead. There are some things I understand. It's just that I'm still too far removed from your highness, so I'm a little afraid." Ambrina gave a wink to the servant beside her, who understood and left. Soon, apart from Lucia in the distance, only she and Ronan were left in the courtyard. "I see." Ambrina understood and smiled. "Don't worry, I can make my own decisions." Ronan's eyes flashed with surprise. How could this be? Did the king not only have physical problems, but also mental problems? Seeing that Ronan seemed somewhat skeptical, Ambrina added, "Anyway, that's how it is. I don't really understand why, but that's what my father told me a long time ago. Although she didn't understand politics very well, she knew that, by all accounts, she absolutely could not decide her own marriage. However, her father, King Lucian, had told her before she left the capital with Dinah that she could choose her own husband in the future. Ronan could hardly believe that the king had really given Ambrina the power to choose for herself, but the facts forced him to accept it. 3 days ago, the king met with him, and during the conversation, there was not the slightest hint that he should stay away from Ambrina. On the contrary, the king seemed to be implying, "You're not bad. You can give it a try." Ambrina rested her chin on her hand, looking at Ronan with an expectant smile. "So, Ronan, what do you feel about me?" "Ambrina, you are a beloved princess." Ronan replied in this way. Ambrina pouted, her eyes fixed on Ronan. She was unhappy, but she didn't say anything. Ronan took a sip of diluted lemonade to calm himself down. Ambrina's expression made it clear that she wouldn't be leaving today unless he gave her an answer. "I have no experience with this kind of thing, and I don't know what to do. But I can't stay in the capital. I have to go back to Shinhai City." That was all Ronan could say. Whether it was politics or enemies, nothing had ever made him feel so powerless as he did at this moment. Ambrina smiled. "It's all right, we have time." Ronan could only reply with a at this point. In a few days, an exam will be held, with subjects including literature, history, law, politics, and mathematics. The top 10 will be qualified to study in the central departments, Ambrina said. "Oh," Ronan replied casually. Anyway, he could just write whatever he wanted, and he was sure he'd improve his ranking in the top 10. "You have to come in first," Ambrina added immediately. "Huh?" Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Ambrina covered her mouth with one hand, chuckling to herself. "Don't worry. Even if you get first place, there will be people spreading rumors that you cheated, and then you'll have to be investigated, and naturally you'll lose your qualification. After everything is over, your innocence will be cleared." "That was a decent move," Ronan nodded. Ambrina was quite pleased to hear Ronan's praise, which wasn't exactly a compliment. "Right? This is the idea I came up with. He said if you can't even get first place, you might as well get lost. But if you do get first place, it would be bad to refuse the qualification. I thought about this idea for 2 days." "Impressive," Ronan praised, noting that this was a huge improvement for Ambrina. Ambrina was a little embarrassed by the praise. "It's all because you taught me so well. Mrs. Antari wrote down some of your things in New Sea City in a booklet. I read it every day, and it's as if you were teaching me in front of me. It was the part about you using rumors that inspired me. However, that's all I learned." Ambrina's words almost made Ronan choke. "I've already thought of the specific rumors. I'll say that you got the exam questions from Isabel, and that you two colluded to cheat. ISA really went too far this time. It's one thing for her to be disrespectful to me as her older sister, but she shouldn't have dragged you into this." Ronan was at a loss for words and could only smile and remain silent. After a long while, Ambrina suddenly asked, "By the way, can you write poetry?" "Huh?" Ronan exclaimed in surprise. The last question in literature and history is to write a poem. This kind of useless question is just to make sure that some useless people don't get such bad scores. If you don't know how to write one, I can write a few for you. I can guess what the question is." Ambrina said. "Good heavens, isn't this cheating?" "Okay," Ronan agreed. "Cheating is fine. He's really not good at literature and history anyway, and he can't write poetry at all. Chapter 166 exams, tutoring, or novels are more interesting." A week later, a new notice arrived for the city secretaries who had come to the capital. Those under the age of 35 could register for an exam, and the top 10 would be qualified to study in the central government for an extended period. The exam will officially begin 10 days later. This news surprised many people, especially those who already had connections and had been making moves. However, after a brief period of surprise, most people quickly accepted it with joy, since the exam was a fair selection method for them. Moreover, this selection process gives them a great opportunity. Because most of the more than 200 municipal secretaries general were over the age limit of 35, only about 50 people were actually qualified to apply. So, with a pass rate of nearly 1/5, how could we not be overjoyed? This is especially true for some of those who come from humble backgrounds and do not serve as secretaries general in important cities. For them, although they become secretaries general of a city at a young age, Their future is already clear. After a few years, they will become deputy heads of departments in the state and work in that position until retirement. If they are unlucky, they may have to make way for someone else and be transferred to a sinecure. This was the case in an era when feudalism still existed. When you were young, you could get promoted based on your abilities, and your superiors liked to appoint young people from common backgrounds who were capable and willing to work hard. They were willing to give them a position. But once you reached that threshold, it wasn't just about ability anymore. Even the best positions in the state are like carrots hanging in front of the horse's head. You can see them but can't reach them, let alone the central positions. Now, an opportunity to enter the central government has arrived. Even if the pass rate is only 1 in 5, let alone 1 in 500, it would make them feel like they've been injected with adrenaline. Others can just get through, but Ronan is being forced to take first place. Even if Ambrina helped me cheat, I probably wouldn't rank high in literature and history. The original owner wasn't good at this, and I didn't study literature and history in detail. Law? I should be okay with that. The law in this era is still relatively rudimentary. I have a basic understanding of the laws in various fields. At most, the examiners will create some complicated case questions, which won't be difficult for me. Politics isn't a big problem, but I doubt I'll rank very high. Who knows what kind of feudalistic ideas the examiners have in their heads? Mathematics, that's what you need to get first place. Although I'm not that good at math, mathematics is currently in a revival phase across the entire Western continent. I'm still pretty good at elementary geometry, algebra, and trigonometry. After analyzing the situation, Ronan realized something. He relied on math to climb the rankings. To be honest, if the civil officials of this era weren't magicians, their math skills might not even be as good as those of the artillerymen. The weakness lies in literature and history, but this is something that cannot be made up for in a short period of time, which is very frustrating. Forget it. I'll just go to Ambrina, the exam prediction expert, for extra tutoring. Ronan made a decision. At the same time, the other test takers were in even more pain than Ronan, because their weakness was math, and if they got it wrong, they would get 0 points. The key was that math was impossible to improve in a short time. Even Abelard, a Jewish native who is said to have money in his blood, is only good at arithmetic and can calculate interest rates. If you give him a difficult geometry problem, he'll be completely stumped. So, I can only do some practice questions. If I happen to get a good answer, that's lucky. If not, I'll just have to accept it. Basically, apart from Ronan, all the other candidates focused on the law subject, memorizing legal provisions to try not to lose points in this subject. For a group of people who are over 30 and whose memory is no longer at its peak, this is truly a torment. Only a few people around Ronan's age were in slightly better condition. Afterwards, Ronan moved directly into Ambrina's villa. Ambrina agreed to come every morning and leave every evening to tutor Ronan. For the history section, there are 2 main parts. One is the history of the Old Empire, and the other is the history of the Golden Eagle dynasty starting from Oran's. Ronan, you don't even need to study this part. After all, you've already written the book Musketeers, Mages, and Civil Servants. In the current kingdom of Faz, the previous and the dynasty before that won't have many questions. Studying it would be a waste of time. Therefore, the part of history that needs to be supplemented is the history of the Old Empire. Ambrina immediately highlighted the key points for Ronan. No church history? Ronan asked. I don't think so. Our family started out opposing the church. According to you, this is an important source of our family's legal rationality, Ambrina said with a smile. Oran's, the founder of the Golden Eagle dynasty, established a civil service system and a magic academy, which was tantamount to uprooting the church. You must know that at the height of the church's power, it was precisely because of its dual role as the de facto ruler at the grassroots level and the transmitter of magic that it commanded the entire Western continent. After saying that, Ambrina took out a thick book from the side and slammed it on the table with a bang. Reading this book, The Rise and Fall of Empires, will be enough. Ronan opened the book, and wow, it was written in the old imperial language. I'll read you the key points, and you can memorize them yourself. Ambrina is a genius when it comes to languages, if not a genius. In addition to her native language, she is also fluent in the Old Empire language, Welland, Northland language, and the Derek language spoken by the Empire to the east. Okay, Ronan agreed. After 3 days of catching up on history, Ambrina began to tutor Ronan in literature. History was all right. It was interesting to listen to, and interesting things are naturally easy to remember. But literature was truly Ronan's downfall. These days there are novels and plays, but they don't fall into the category of classic literature. Classic literature is all just long, rambling poems, and the kind that are both tedious and tedious. After hearing them so many times, Ronan wanted to tell Ambrina, "Stop reading, stop reading." To be honest, when listening to Ambrina recite poetry, Ronan basically only managed to stay focused by looking at her chubby, white-stockinged legs that made him want to pinch them. In fact, Ambrina herself didn't particularly like these poems. She found novels and plays more interesting. She even showed Ronan her treasured complete copy of Night Miguel. Ronan only read the first half of this novel. It was written by a Belial, and the title sounds like a silly knight novel, but it's not. The male protagonist is a young knight who boasts of unparalleled martial arts skills, but is actually just an invincible knight in his village. He has a mad servant who claims to be possessed by an angel and is highly intelligent. The two of them board a ship to kill a sea monster, but they encounter a shipwreck and drift to a new continent. Once there, they are kidnapped by the local tribes and forced to be their prostitutes, which leads to a series of hilarious events. The male protagonist, who prides himself on his superhuman strength, is actually incredibly cowardly, while the servant, who considers himself very intelligent, is reckless. The two bicker and go on adventures together. It is said that the latter half of this novel satirized the atrocities committed by the Belials in the New World, resulting in its banning. The author was also assassinated by officials of the Belial kingdom. Of course, this is all the Belial kingdom's version of events, and Ronan does not know the truth. However, judging from Ambrina's statement that many people in the capital actually have the complete version, the kingdom has clearly cheated its old neighbor. Chapter 167 taking first place, rumors arise. If you can't speak, don't speak at all. Time flew by, and the day of the exam arrived. The exams will be held over 2 days. The first day will cover literature and history and politics, while the second day will cover law and mathematics. The question types and scope of the literature and history exams were similar to what Ambrina had analyzed, but Ronan still didn't do very well. He guessed on a third of the questions, and for the final poetry writing section, he simply recited a poem that Ambrina had prepared for him. Ronan thought he did well on the political section, since it was all subjective questions. If he couldn't get a high score, it would only mean that the examiner was really bad. The first subject on the second day, law, was exactly as Ronan had predicted. It mainly consisted of complex case studies, because the legal code of the semi-feudal, semi-civilian dynasty had too few articles. The kingdom's current legal code contains very crude civil law, commercial law, and even tax law, but the criminal law, noble law, and even magician law are very rich and diverse. All of this stems from the tyranny of the reversing King Lawrence, who came to power 100 years ago during his decades-long reign. Page 76. Lawrence sought to transform the kingdom into a nation comprised of small, martial noble families and limited peasants, with various military technologies and the vital power of magic in the hands of the royal family. Even if he could not complete the unification of the Western continent in his lifetime, his descendants could continue the path. However, he failed. In the decades following his death, the entire Western continent underwent dramatic changes. The age of exploration brought unprecedented trade, and the trade in bulk commodities gave rise to agricultural capitalism. Agricultural capitalism led to the near collapse of the manor economy, which bankrupted countless minor nobles. The major nobles, who previously held only titles, seized the opportunity to make a comeback. To put it bluntly, the kingdom's current laws are seriously mismatched with the country's circumstances. When a country's laws are severely mismatched with its national conditions, it is not far from its demise. It's really gotten to the point where I have no choice but to change, Ronan remarked after finishing the exam. He didn't even bother to check the paper anymore. For the last subject, math, Ronan was overjoyed because the questions were quite challenging, with some even at the high school level. Ronan easily passed the test. After all, he was an engineering student. Even if his math skills were lacking, In this era, he might not be as strong as some mathematicians in certain fields, but in terms of overall competence and problem-solving, Ronan could easily outperform a whole host of mathematicians of this period. As for the other candidates, they were simply not on his level. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be number one. These are Ronan's thoughts after finishing the exam. I felt pretty good about the other exams too. So what if the math was difficult? Nobody could do it anyway. The results were announced 5 days later, but a rumor began to circulate the day after the exam ended. A secretary named Ronan bribed Princess Isabel with a large sum of money to obtain the information about the matter. Ronan wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news, but then something unexpected happened. On the third day after the exam, while busybodies were still trying to find out who Ronan was, another bombshell dropped. Ronan had been arrested by the police. The kingdom's security forces, whether in the provinces or the capital, do not have detention centers. People are simply taken to prisons. At this very moment, Ronan was in prison, feeling no tension whatsoever, only finding it quite amusing. Logically, given that it involves an official like him, such an important exam, and Princess Isabella, it should have been a secret investigation. However, he was indeed taken away in public by police officers from the garrison. This was not just a matter of procedural irregularities, but an injustice. In a place like the capital, what is the garrison? They only manage petty thugs and ordinary citizens. What's even more interesting is that after he was arrested, he was put in solitary confinement. No one interrogated him, and the jailers neither tried to make things difficult for him nor treated him well. It was as if he were just an ordinary prisoner. Police station, whose people are they? Ronan sat on the haystack in his cell and thought for a moment. He immediately recalled how Dinia had been dismissed from her position as the princess's private tutor and sent to teach at a mid-level magic academy after assaulting the police chief and other officers in the cake case. If there haven't been any major changes in the past few years, then the group of people from the police force who came to arrest Ronan are the Queen's faction. The more I think about it, the more interesting it becomes. Ronan decided to stop thinking about it. He figured someone would come looking for him in a couple of days anyway. As for safety, he wasn't worried at all. After all, he was a fourth-tier mage, and there were very few people who could threaten him alone. If a group of mages came with a vengeance, wouldn't he run away? To him, prison food was no different from being made of paper. 2 days later, a strange man wearing a burlap, hooded robe came to the front of the prison cell. "Hello, Mr. Ronan," the other person greeted. "Hello," Ronan replied casually. "I have some bad news for you. Your name doesn't appear in the top 10, the man said. "Oh, isn't this good news?" Ronan laughed. "At least my suspicion has lessened." Seeing Ronan's relaxed appearance, the man frowned, realizing that Ronan was difficult to deal with. In fact, the initial plan was to have Ronan resist arrest and injure someone, so that they could arrest him in a logical way. Who knew that a magician like him would not resist at all, and they did not dare to force Ronan to resist in public, so they arrested him in this unclear way. "But that doesn't prove you're innocent," the man said. Ronan waved his hand impatiently. "Stop with the nonsense and get straight to the point. What are your terms? You sign a statement saying that you witnessed Princess Isabella accepting a bribe from another person and leaking the questions to him. After that, you can leave," the man said. Ronan sighed. "Indeed, heretics are more hateful than heretics. You black-hearted merchants and lousy nobles want to reform, but you want to suppress Isabel first, since you see Ambrina as someone you can easily influence." The man fell silent. He hadn't expected Ronan to see right through their group's thoughts. Ronan yawned boredly. "Not going to say anything? Looks like you're just a gopher. Call someone who can make decisions and speak up." "You think too highly of yourself," the man said. The next instant, the tip of the flying sword knocked out the man's teeth, and the man immediately covered his mouth in pain as a large amount of blood gushed down his wrist. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Do you really think you're a person?" Ronan said, looking into the man's eyes. "By the way, after you get out, have someone bring me a rug, a silk quilt, the best red wine, the best dishes, and the best desserts. Otherwise, I'll say that the jailer tried to poison me and attacked me with a musket, and that I killed everyone here in self-defense. If things get out of hand, I don't know what I'll do, but you piece of trash, are definitely going to die. Understand?" After saying that, Ronan laid down and rested. That evening, everything he had requested was delivered, nothing was missing. Chapter 168. In front of the prison cell, deception continues. The following afternoon, another strange man arrived in front of Ronan's solitary cell. The man was around 50 years old, of medium height, a little over 1.7 meters, neither fat nor thin, slightly overweight, with somewhat thinning hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Even in a place like a prison, he was dressed in standard aristocratic attire. A high-necked, floral-sleeved shirt with jewel-encrusted sterling silver buttons, a short vest embroidered with ornate arabesque patterns, tapered capri trousers in a subtle jacquard silk-cotton blend, silk stockings, and a pair of brogue leather shoes adorned with pure gold buckles. The jailer brought over a chair and immediately stepped back. The man sat down in the chair. "Hello, Mr. Ronan." "Not good, just okay," Ronan replied casually. "Axel Aquitaine." The man introduced himself, which was certainly not his full name. However, this abbreviation is enough to indicate his identity. The man is Count Aquitaine, the Queen's older brother and the true core figure of the Queen's faction. "It is a great honor to meet you, Your Excellency," Ronan said. Count Aquitaine remained expressionless. "Agree to the previously proposed conditions and pretend the past never happened. You're a smart person. You should understand that the fact that you haven't been released yet means that he hasn't made a move. If he doesn't make a move now, he won't make a move later. If he doesn't make a move, you can't get out." The he mentioned by this count refers to King Lucian of Nature. They started by threatening people. Although they're not completely incompetent, their level of skill is really low. Sigh. Ronan sighed deeply, walked to the prison door, and said in a worried tone, "Count, how can you still have the mind to care about me? You are about to be in big trouble." He had initially assumed that Ronan's sigh was an admission of defeat, especially since Count Aquitaine had even started fiddling with the gemstone ring on his finger. However, Ronan's words, "You're in deep trouble," completely stunned him. Count Aquitaine looked at Ronan with a mixture of doubt and annoyance. His Majesty the King was originally a prince who was far from the throne. He was also far from the inner circle when he was young. At the beginning of his reign, he won a war, and it was a bad victory. So, even after more than 10 years on the throne, his control is still not very good. Now he is sick and doesn't have many years left to live, so his control will be even less effective, Ronan said. Count Aquitaine remained expressionless, but in his heart he was certain of Ronan's words. However, Ronan changed the subject, precisely because everyone knows His Majesty doesn't have long to live. Even if His Majesty does something irrational, as long as it doesn't affect the fundamental interests of the majority, they won't stand up against a dying king, right? So, what you've done is very dangerous. Huh? Count Aquitaine scoffed, thinking to himself that while the young man was indeed somewhat clever, he was completely ignorant of the situation in the capital and took himself far too seriously. You surely think that the king won't care about harming Princess Isabel, and might even be secretly pleased, and that I, an insignificant nobody, am even less of a concern. But you've chosen the wrong time. Your actions have questioned the fairness of this exam. Nobody knows what His Majesty's intentions are in this exam, but precisely because nobody knows, it must be of great significance. You've affected such an important matter. Don't you think there will be serious consequences? Upon hearing Ronan's words, Count Aquitaine's expression immediately changed. Count Aquitaine was a little flustered, but he really couldn't bring himself to ask Ronan for advice. Ronan pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I have a suggestion, though it may be premature." "Speak," Count Aquitaine said urgently. "You can directly report one of the unscrupulous capitalists around you and say that he spread the rumor. That way, you will not only clear yourself of any involvement, but you will also have done a good deed. Even if His Majesty the King knows that you instructed him to do it, he will not have an excuse to take action against you," Ronan said. Aquitaine was caught in a dilemma. The impoverished nobles around him were his fame, and the capitalists were his profit. What would he do after doing such a thing? Ronan didn't rush to speak, letting the Earl's hesitation linger for a while longer. After a while, Ronan spoke again. "Your Excellency, you actually have no real power base. You were just a nominal count in the past. The reason so many people are gathered around you now is simply because you are the future Queen's uncle. If something really happens, they will run away faster than anyone else. A bunch of heartless capitalists who only want to make more money. Do you know what kind of system is best for these people? The answer is a system without a king. If the king is gone, how long can the great nobles last? Of course, I guess you think that after the third princess ascends to the throne and you become regent, you can cooperate slowly first, and then, once you have a firm foothold, you can turn around and suppress those capitalists and impoverished nobles who previously supported you, and use them as tools. But do you have a solid foundation? No. Do you have enough time? Still no. Without these two things, you must share power after taking power. And once power is shared, what gives you the right to suppress these people after becoming regent? Why not give them a good talking to now and let them know that they are nothing and only you are the one who can truly control everything? These words shook Count Aquitaine's resolve. Ronan wasn't going to give him enough time to think and process. After a combo, he was going to immediately follow up with his ultimate move to completely crush him. Princess Marian's chances of ascending to the throne are too slim. Marian is the name of the third princess. You can't put your eggs in one basket. You should devise a way out, for example, by secretly supporting Princess Ambrina. Why do I support Ambrina? Count Aquitaine asked. Ronan continued. First, if you were to arrange an escape route, you wouldn't have a choice. Princess Isabel has already been ruled out, leaving only Princess Ambrina, wouldn't she? Secondly, Ambrina faces a more difficult situation than His Majesty did when he came to power because she has less of a foundation. Therefore, she needs a prime minister who is prestigious, capable, and trustworthy. Who else but you? That sounds reasonable. Aquitaine remarked nonchalantly. He wasn't stupid. He knew Marian's chances were slim. But at the same time, he knew that his base consisted of a group of impoverished nobles and unscrupulous capitalists. If he were to support Ambrina, what would happen to these people? Without them, where would his prestige and ability come from? Actually, supporting Her Highness Ambrina does not mean abandoning those who are currently surrounding you. After all, Ambrina will also implement reforms once she comes to power. All that talk was just foreplay. Now Ronan was ready to throw out the real, practical stuff. At this moment, Count Aquitaine involuntarily leaned forward slightly, placing his hands on his knees. He had truly fallen into Ronan's rhythm. The first step in reform is to promulgate a new legal code. As for the specifics of the code, that's beyond my imagination. Perhaps you can offer some valuable advice, especially in the areas of civil law, commercial law, and tax law. Ronan said. Aquitaine pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh, feeling as if he had found the right path, but then he frowned again. Chapter 169. What power, what right? It's just a paper tiger. Ronan remained silent, waiting for Count Aquitaine to speak. You have to make it sound nice, but what makes you think you can guarantee what you're saying? Count Aquitaine questioned. With a confident smile, Ronan pointed to himself and said, On my own. You must not be unaware of my relationship with Princess Ambrina, right? Ha ha ha. Count Aquitaine burst into unrestrained laughter. It's such a shame you're not the foreign minister. Ronan smiled and said, You flatter me. I prefer to be a down-to-earth administrative officer. You can be released from prison tomorrow, Count Aquitaine said. Thank you, Ronan said, expressing his gratitude. Whether Count Aquitaine will follow Ronan's initial advice is a question that doesn't need to be asked. Since he released Ronan, it means he has given up his plan to use Ronan to get rid of Isabel. As long as he's not stupid, he will definitely report someone for spreading rumors. As for whether he has the courage to push some unscrupulous capitalist around him to take the blame and confiscate his property, that's his own business. If he hadn't made that decision, it would only mean he was one step closer to being a fool. But what does it matter if he's a good-for-nothing? Ronan never even considered working with him. The following afternoon, Ronan was respectfully escorted out of the prison. But as soon as he left the prison, he saw 4 familiar faces, the 4 royal guards who had led him into the palace. In an instant, Ronan understood. His next stop was the royal palace. The same place, the same route. Ronan met His Majesty the King in the king's bedchamber. King Lucien went straight to the point. How do you convince him to release you? Ronan remained kneeling, head bowed, as he recounted the entire process to the king in detail. Finally, I told him that one day in the future, after Ambrina ascends to the throne, she will promulgate a new legal code, and he is qualified to participate, or rather, the group he currently relies on is qualified to participate. Ronan did his best to portray this deceptive process of trying to escape as a process of persuading Count Aquitaine to support Ambrina, and to portray his own actions as those of Ambrina. The king paused for a moment. I remember you slandered the two former kings, Oren and Lawrence, in your 2 books, saying they were experts at making empty promises. I am guilty. Ronan immediately bowed his head and confessed. Huh. King Lucian sneered. I must say you are really bold to use Ambrina's name to make empty promises and extricate yourself from this predicament. Your Majesty, if I had been even a little less courageous, I would probably still be in that dark and hopeless prison right now, Ronan said. How could I ever see you again, basking in the incomparably radiant sunlight that you radiate? Enough with the nonsense. King Lucian snapped. You want reforms too? Luo Nen lowered his head even further. He doesn't have the guts to reform, but he does have the guts, and a lot of guts, to seize power in the name of reform. What power? Lucian asked Ronan. The power bestowed by His Majesty the Divine Radiance, Ronan answered without hesitation. Page 77. How should it be changed? Lucian asked immediately. The new law, based on the principles of protecting the freedom of capital and safeguarding the rights of landed farmers, was used as bait to entice unscrupulous capitalists and ignorant mobs to support centralized power. Then, a civil service-led political system was established, and finally, the king was crowned emperor. From then on, reform was the emperor, and the emperor was reform. Ronan immediately launched into a passionate and impassioned speech. Good. Lucian couldn't help but admire Ronan, whose words had rekindled a spark in his heart, which had become increasingly quiet since his illness. He knew, of course, that Ronan's words were nothing more than an ideal direction, or even a castle in the air, without any concrete or practical content. But he also knew that if Ronan were asked to produce something concrete, he could, because Ronan was a man who could shamelessly spout nonsense and meticulously carry out practical work. Therefore, he no longer needed to inquire about any details. Now, Ronan is his official choice for a husband. He had already confirmed that Ronan was a capable person, and now he believed that someone like Ronan would be very happy to accept the system for selecting the king consort and queen that he had designed. As long as this system was implemented, the Frago family's throne could continue to be passed down. Get up, you can go now, Lucian said. Go see her, she's very worried about you. Yes, Ronan replied, standing up. Ronan left the palace and headed to Ambrina's small villa. By the time we arrived at our destination, it was already evening. In the villa, Ambrina hurriedly ran over to Ronan as soon as she saw him. She suddenly stopped in front of him, raised her hands as if to embrace him, but then lowered them. In the process of learning how to be an heir to the throne, Ambrina had gradually learned to restrain herself. Looking at Ronan's familiar face, it felt like an eternity, even though it had only been a few days. Ambrina, who had so much to say, couldn't utter a single word and stood there in silence. I'm fine, Ronan said, breaking the silence. Ambrina hummed softly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for coming up with such a terrible idea, which resulted in you being locked up in that kind of place. Ronan smiled and reassured her. First of all, Ambrina, your intentions were for my own good. Secondly, the outcome of this trip wasn't bad. In fact, it was quite good. Since both the intention and the outcome were good, it wasn't a bad idea at all. Ambrina lowered her head slightly, rubbing her left fingers together with her right hand, and muttered, How can it be good? Ronan, don't say things like that anymore. I'm serious. I'm telling you, I met Count Aquitaine, Ronan said earnestly. Huh. Ambrina was quite surprised. Here's what happened. Ronan then recounted how he had fooled Count Aquitaine and gotten himself out of prison. Ambrina covered her lips with the web of her right hand to keep from bursting into laughter. She found the whole process incredibly amusing, and Ronan was truly amazing, effortlessly defusing the crisis. Ronan sighed softly. So, in a way, I'm the one who should apologize, since I used your name to make empty promises to him without your permission. It's nothing. I just wanted to help you indirectly. Ambrina didn't know how to describe her feelings for a moment. Yes. Ronan nodded. Ambrina then ended the conversation, saying, Let's not talk about it anymore. You've suffered these past few days. I've had someone prepare a big meal. Let's have a good meal together." Ronan smiled slightly. In fact, apart from the first 2 days when he ate prison food, his food and drink had been top-notch. Only the dining environment was a bit poor. It was another 13-course feast, which lasted from a little after 5 o'clock until 8 o'clock. During the conversation, the two talked a lot, with Ronan mostly analyzing the situation of the party for Ambrina. The whole party may seem to have many people and a lot of money, but its members are all incompetent and useless. The money can be used at will. In conclusion, the whole party is just a paper tiger. "Ronan, I'm leaving now. You can continue to stay here for the next few days," Ambrina said. "Okay," Ronan agreed. Chapter 170 Gift Giving. Living off a woman. A flash of inspiration. Ronan agreed readily. After all, he had always lived here when he was taking tutoring classes, so he was already used to it. The next morning, Ronan opened one of his suitcases and took out 2 gifts he had brought for Ambrina: a jar of white sugar and a box of magical stockings made from silk produced by the exotic flower. These 2 items are just for display. Ronan's gift to the princess is far from simple. He intends to give her a 30% stake in a sugar-producing and sugar-selling association, a 30% stake in a counterfeit stockings association, and shares in Ambrina's existing seed company. Once these 3 companies become profitable, her annual dividends will definitely exceed 500 golden eagles. 1 large golden eagle is enough for an average family of 5 in the capital to live on for a year, and in other poorer places, it can last for 2 or 3 years without any problem. The high-powered flintlock muskets, of excellent quality and designed specifically for mages and musketeers, can be bought for 4 times the price of a single golden eagle. As for the muskets used by ordinary soldiers, which have a lifespan of no more than 100 bullets, 20 can be bought for the same price. It's not that Ronan is being immodest, but none of the princes who tried to woo Ambrina could afford that much money. But Ronan can. There's no way around it. In the entire city of Shanghai, from planting and agriculture to handicraft manufacturing, the profitable industries are basically controlled directly or indirectly by Ronan. He is the head of the black-hearted capitalists in Shanghai. He has exploited hundreds of thousands of people. If there were streetlights, he would be hanged 100 times over. How could such a person not be rich? Ambrina arrived at noon, just before lunchtime. Ronan took out the prepared gift and explained it to her. "Is it too much?" Ambrina was shocked when she heard that Ronan was going to give her so much money. "Ambrina, you're overthinking it. First of all, I won't give you much in the first few years, maybe just a few dozen gold coins. Secondly, the title of crown princess is worth far more than a mere 500 gold eagles. I'm saying I'm giving you a gift, but I'm actually living off you. It's not me giving you money, it's you giving me money," Ronan said. Ambrina knew the word soft rice, a euphemism for being a kept woman, as it appeared in Ronan's book and was described as a common term among the series. After Ronan said that, Ambrina felt embarrassed to refuse. "I don't usually need much money. Ronan, you don't need to give me so much." She was telling the truth. Her daily expenses, including clothes and shoes, came from the royal funds of the Royal Family Union. She didn't need to spend money on these things. The Royal Family Chamber of Commerce has many industries, most of which are jointly operated by multiple chambers of commerce. Only a few are not, one of which is real estate. 100 years ago, when the capital was besieged by the allied forces of 3 countries, the king and a large number of nobles fled with gold and silver treasures. After Lawrence led his mage army to turn the tide, he directly divided up the houses in the capital. However, most of the land, especially industrial and commercial real estate, belonged to the Royal Union of Merchants. Otherwise, where would Lawrence have gotten land for his younger brother, the Duke of Loire? Even though subsequent kings were quite extravagant, mortgaging loans and then defaulting on them, a quarter of the shops in the royal capital, Paris, still have their rent paid directly to the Royal Chamber of Commerce as royal funds. Just take it. Otherwise, people will really think it's a princess throwing herself at a poor boy. "I don't care, but you can't lose face," Ronan said forcefully. "Oh, okay." Ambrina nodded in agreement, her heart filled with sweetness at the thought that Ronan was doing this entirely for her sake. After a simple lunch, Ambrina asked when Ronan was leaving. About 5 days later, Ronan replied. In the blink of an eye, he has been in the capital for almost a month, and it will soon be July. By the time he returns to Shanghai City, it will be mid-July. Ambrina gripped the tablecloth, remaining silent. They had finally managed to meet, but in the blink of an eye, Ronan was about to leave again. Although she had already promised to let Ronan go back and was mentally prepared, she still felt uneasy when the time came. She loved it when Ronan cooked for her, loved it when she played the piano and sang for him, and loved it even more when the two of them read books and chatted together. Ronan could see Ambrina's reluctance. "It's all right, we can write letters." Ambrina still looked sullen. The capital was too far from Shanghai City. It would take almost a month to travel there and back. Ronan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Why don't you take the lead in building a new postal system? In the Western continent, there is no true postal system because most people are illiterate. Officials, nobles, priests, and wealthy merchants who can read and write have dedicated mail carriers, so they don't care whether a postal system exists or not. However, illiteracy does not mean there is no need to write letters. Moreover, many small business owners are not illiterate and also need to write letters, but the cost of hiring someone to deliver letters is too painful for them. Once a comprehensive postal system is established, it will definitely make communication faster." Ronan said, "When one person delivers a message, how can it be faster than a continuous relay between people? The principle is that simple." Once the topic turned to business, Ronan couldn't stop. "Go and tell His Majesty the King that the government will provide manpower, the merchants will provide money, and the church will provide land." "The church?" Ambrina asked. "Of course, there are no government offices in many places, but there are churches," Ronan explained. "If you go and talk to the king, he will definitely agree. Once such a postal system is established, the country's orders will be issued more quickly, and it will be easier to centralize power. Then we'll call it Princess Post, and you'll have a substantial income again, Ambrina. I'll finish a draft of the postal system tonight." "No, one night isn't enough. Ambrina, I must take my leave now. Go and tell the king." After saying that, Ronan disappeared in the blink of an eye and happily threw himself into his work. With the government providing personnel, the security of letters can be guaranteed. With businessmen providing the funding, the actual operation shouldn't be a problem. The church provides the land, and the route and transit points are not a problem. All Ronan needed to do was write some outlines. One very important point is stamps, because these things are related to money. Any system, government agency, chamber of commerce, or even church or country that has problems with money absolutely cannot function. A stamp serves as proof that postage has been paid. Otherwise, the principle of payment upon delivery would apply. Not to mention the possibility of emails being rejected during cash-on-delivery transactions. Cash-on-delivery means that postage costs will naturally increase with the distance traveled, making it very expensive. If postage is too high, then no ordinary people will use it. Without ordinary people, it's impossible to support such a large scale. If the scale is small, the cost will be higher, and it will be easier to lose money. Therefore, cheap postage plus stamps is essential. Of course, these are just general directions. Ronan still needs to write out the specific outline point by point. In one afternoon and one evening, Ronan managed to write out the outline, with a particular focus on explaining the necessity of postage and stamps. Chapter 171 Fallacies, Foot Measurement. Uninvited guest. The next morning, after handing a stack of documents to Ambrina's attendant Lucia, Ronan skipped breakfast and went straight to his room for a nap, which lasted until noon. At noon, Ambrina, who had finished her morning class, came over and had lunch with Ronan. After lunch, Ronan gave Ambrina a few more documents. The above outlines potential problems and corrective measures for the postal system, Ronan told Ambrina. This section was not included in the previously submitted documents. Ambrina was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Ronan tapped his temple, signaling her to use her brain. "You tell me why." Ambrina pondered for a moment, then tentatively answered like a student responding to a teacher. "Once the postal official makes a mistake, I'll step in to correct it, and then I can naturally replace people who aren't in my camp, strengthening my control and, incidentally, putting a warning to those who were originally in my camp, so they won't dare to underestimate me and increasing my own authority." "Beautiful," Ronan praised, "but it's still a little short. Ambrina, your answer only addresses the political aspect. Besides, one reason for doing this is that people only remember things after they've been hurt. When a new policy is implemented, you can't make things too smooth from the start. If things go too smoothly, neither officials nor the public will feel that it was hard-won, but will take it for granted or even think that you are a good person. A king can never be a good person. You have to make everyone understand one thing. What they have received is not the help you give easily, but a favor that you have to work hard to give. What kind of slave is a good slave? The answer is a slave who feels that his master also has a hard time. When one day, countless people exclaim, "Ah, Her Majesty the Queen has gone through so much for us," then you will have succeeded in governing the people. Ronan started spouting his reactionary fallacies to Ambrina again. The more Ambrina listened, the more she felt that Ronan's words made sense, because she could empathize with him. She had always been very considerate of the servants, and even helped them, but the servants never appreciated her, and even served her cold cakes. If the two of them get married in the future, and Ronan stays by her side, then she will surely be able to govern the country well. Thinking of this, Ambrina once again felt grateful to the gods for allowing her to meet Ronan. Ronan, who was about to continue spouting his fallacious arguments, looked at Ambrina and found her staring into the distance, lost in thought, and smiling foolishly. Ronan couldn't help but sigh to himself. Kids are such a hassle, they get distracted so easily. That's enough for now, Ronan thought to himself, and left quietly. When Ambrina came to her senses, she found that Ronan was gone. She quickly used her magical perception and found that Ronan was still there, which put her at ease. Upon arriving at Ronan's room, Ambrina saw Ronan holding a charcoal pencil with a piece of paper in front of him. Upon closer inspection, she saw a sketch of a shoe drawn on the paper. "Shoes?" Ambrina asked, wondering why Ronan was drawing this. "I was planning to make you a pair of shoes as a small gift. You didn't expect that I could make shoes, did you?" Ronan laughed. "It's a pity I have to leave. I'll be lucky if I can finish making the shoe last in the next few days. I'll have to wait until I get back and finish making them before sending them to you." "Shoe last?" Ambrina asked, puzzled. "The shoe last is the basic mold for making leather shoes, and it's very complicated," Ronan said. He wasn't exaggerating. This was a skill he had learned for 3 years. Sewing a pair of shoes wasn't difficult at all. The challenge was making a shoe last. The last of a shoe should be based on a person's foot length and shape, but it cannot be the same as the last of a shoe, because the shape and size of a person's feet will change in different states of movement and stillness. A custom-made last of a shoe needs to be adjusted in various ways according to the person's habits and the shape of the shoe itself. Different people will definitely have different shoe lasts, and even the same person will have different shoe lasts for different types of shoes. "Anyway, you have to measure the feet," Ronan said. "However, I can just estimate by sight. How about we take a measurement?" "That would be more appropriate," Ambrina said, her ears burning. "Huh." Ronan was so surprised that he stopped what he was doing. He really couldn't understand what Ambrina was up to. Page 78. Ambrina asked in a very soft voice a question that should have been forceful. "Is there a problem with this?" Ronan chuckled twice and replied, "Of course, no problem." Ambrina sat down on the edge of Ronan's bed, and Ronan went to the side to get a piece of paper and a charcoal pencil. Ronan spread the paper on the floor. "Stand on the paper." Ambrina stepped on the paper. Ronan crouched down with a charcoal pencil, preparing to first sketch Ambrina's feet on the paper. At this moment, Ronan's vision was limited to Ambrina's feet. Ambrina was wearing semi-transparent white stockings that Ronan had given her. Beneath the hem of her skirt, her pale skin was visible through semi-transparent white stockings. Her feet weren't as slender and delicate as Dinia's. They were rather rounded, with neatly arranged and slightly chubby toes. Covered in white stockings, they looked like ice cream. Her ankles weren't the slender type, and her calves were slightly fleshy, but not as muscular as Elena's. They had a soft, fleshy feel, like marshmallows in the white stockings. For some reason, looking at Ambrina's feet always gives me a strange urge to knead them, or even take a bite. As the charcoal pencil slowly traced along her foot, Ambrina felt a faint tingling sensation surrounding her. Although it was the charcoal pencil touching her, it felt as if Ronan's fingers were moving along the top of her foot. "My dear sister and Mr. Ronan, is this some new and trendy way to flirt?" A voice suddenly broke in. Isabel emerged from the vortex in the air. Ronan remained calm. "Could you wait a moment, Your Highness?" "As expected of you," Isabel said with a hint of provocation. Just pretend I don't exist." After saying that, Isabel stared intently at Ambrina with an expression of schadenfreude. Under the watchful eyes of her sister Isabel, Ambrina would have become nervous in the past, but with Ronan there, she stood still and stared back at her sister. Isabel was surprised by Ambrina's composure. After drawing the foot shape, Ronan went to get a measuring tape and a ruler to continue taking measurements. After Ronan finished measuring and recording the data, he gently patted Ambrina to remind her, "Okay, Ambrina." With that pat, Ronan noticed that Ambrina's calf muscles were tense. She was still nervous. Ambrina walked to the side and put on her shoes. "Isa, is something wrong?" "Of course there are," Isabel said. "I initially thought it was that group of people who spread rumors that I had taken money and leaked the questions to Mr. Ronan, but I didn't expect that Mr. Ronan would let me go, and even the one who took the blame was one of their own." Thinking about it more carefully, the police department's operation doesn't seem like it was well prepared at all. "I've come to the conclusion that you, my dear sister, were the one who started spreading the rumors." Ambrina looked at her sister. "So it's not allowed?" Isabel was surprised again, not expecting Ambrina to respond to her like that. Chapter 172, The Luo Family's Counterattack Method. Power cannot be relinquished between sisters. Isabel's surprise quickly disappeared. "Of course, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just curious when my dear sister would resort to such methods." Ambrina didn't want to clash with her sister. "Isa, since there's no problem, please leave." "I'm not leaving, so what are you going to do?" Isabel retorted. "Are you going to call for an attendant, or expect this Mr. Ronan to escort me out?" Ambrina was momentarily confused. Calling him either attendant or Ronan would be a sign of weakness, but she was far inferior to Isabel in terms of strength. Ronan didn't address Ambrina directly, but instead uttered two words, "Musketeer, knight." After saying that, he walked straight out of the room. Musket? Knight? Isabel was completely baffled. Was this some kind of code? Ambrina suddenly remembered that this was an example Ronan had given her when she first consulted him. The original idea was that a ruler trying to deal with his subordinates solely through political maneuvering would be like a person taking up a sword to fight several knights in full plate armor. It would be very difficult. Instead, he needed to seek out entirely new weapons, and once found, everything would be as simple as defeating the knights with a musket. In this context, it means stepping outside the other party's preconceived notions and into one's own domain. If you're not leaving, then do as you please. After saying that, Ambrina left, heading straight for her garden. "If you make a scene, I won't care." "What will you do then?" Having failed to embarrass Ambrina, Isabel followed, determined not to leave today, as she didn't believe Ambrina could handle it. Ambrina picked up the watering can from the platform and went to water the flowers, and Isabel followed. As soon as Isabel stepped into the flower bed, Ambrina suddenly turned around, stretched out a hand, and said, "Pay up." "What?" Isabel was stunned. "You stepped on my things," Ambrina said. "Do you think I'm blind?" "I'm stepping on grass," Isabel said. "That's a very precious and rare herb," Ambrina said. "It's clearly just ordinary grass," Isabel argued. Of course, Ambrina knew that Isabel was just stepping on ordinary grass, but did it matter? Even if Isabel had stepped on a broken stone, she would have called it a gemstone. That was Ronan's way of speaking. "Then go and invite a few botanists over to prove in person that this is just ordinary grass." "Oh, no, you can't invite them yourself. You like to bribe people. Go find a judge and have him find a few botanists to evaluate it. If they all say it's just ordinary grass, I'll apologize to you in public," Ambrina added. Isabel clenched her fists. How could she possibly go to the Supreme Court and ask him to bring a botanist? If she went to the Supreme Court for something like that, she would become a laughingstock, and those who followed her might all leave her. Even if they bring people over, do you think a few botanists would dare to say that Ambrina is wrong? "Okay, I'll go." Isabel gritted her teeth and said that if she didn't leave now, who knew what other tricks were waiting for her? Ambrina stepped forward. "Wait a minute. You think you can just leave without paying? Are you some kind of street thug?" Isabel suppressed her anger, took out a silver dragon coin from her pocket, and tossed it to Ambrina. Ambrina caught the coin and threw it back to Isabel, saying, "You are my dear sister after all, and I am richer than you, so let's just forget about this loss." Upon hearing this, Isabel threw the silver coin to the ground and disappeared into the ethereal vortex. Seeing Isabel leave, a smug Ambrina stuck out her tongue and made a face in the direction Isabel had disappeared. It was so satisfying to see Isabel run away in anger. After her moment of triumph, Ambrina realized that Ronan was not far away. She immediately covered her mouth, her expression freezing instantly. She thought to herself, I'm doomed. Ronan saw me. My image is ruined. Ronan had known for a long time that Ambrina had a lively, carefree, and genuine side, but he never expected that she would even make such a funny face at people. Ronan. Ambrina wanted to explain, but hesitated. What? Ronan looked at him with an expression that said, I really didn't see it. Seeing Ronan's expression, clearly he'd seen it, but was trying not to laugh. Ambrina huffed. I'm not saying anything more. Fine, don't tell me then, Ronan said, unable to hold back his laughter. Ugh. Ambrina groaned in frustration for a long time. I'm not like that, really. I learned it from those girls at the church school when I was little. I'm not like that. I haven't made faces at anyone since I was 10. Really? Yes. Ronan nodded. I'm serious. Ambrina emphasized through gritted teeth. Ronan smiled. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Ambrina gripped the hem of her skirt with both hands, almost tearing it apart. If you keep doing this, I won't let you leave. Ha. Ronan couldn't help but laugh out loud this time. Seeing that Ambrina was really unhappy, he immediately stopped and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Princess Isabel is quite interesting. She came alone to cause trouble, and it seems she just wanted to embarrass you. Ambrina sighed. Isa has always had an eccentric personality. Sometimes she's very calm and gets along well with people who are much older than her, but other times she's incredibly childish, almost like a little kid. Ronan didn't think Isabel's behavior was abnormal. Her upbringing and ambition had given her a composed demeanor, but she was essentially a princess who was not yet 16 and had been spoiled for a long time. Couldn't she have a little princess-like capriciousness? After all, Ambrina sometimes had that kind of princess-like capriciousness. In fact, 5 or 6 years ago, before the king was diagnosed with his illness, no one expected that it would be a situation where two princesses would compete for the throne. Even after the king fell ill, no one thought of it this way, because the king had nephews. It wasn't until shortly after the king fell ill that he sent his second brother's 2 sons to the colonies, and everyone realized that the kingdom of Foz was going to have a queen. Therefore, before this, Ambrina and Isabel had never received any royal education. They were just princesses. Sigh. If it weren't for her personality, I wouldn't even want to argue with her, Ambrina said, not for the first time. If you hadn't competed with her, we might never have met. Ronan said. Ambrina thought about it and realized that was true. Then, I should thank her. Let's not talk about that. I have something important to tell you. Ronan suddenly became serious. Ambrina gave a soft I don't want to give up my official position, Ronan said. Although being Ambrina's consort would allow him to remotely control things from behind the scenes, there is a fundamental difference between indirectly wielding power and directly wielding power. This difference lies in the nominal, or rather, the rationale behind it. This, Ambrina didn't know how to answer, because there was no precedent for a royal consort to continue serving as an official. We'll go see His Majesty together tomorrow, Ronan said. Okay. Ambrina didn't think much of it and agreed immediately. Chapter 173 Surprise. Surprise, it's a fucking surprise. The next day, at night, Ronan and Ambrina arrived at King Lucien's bedchamber. The king was still the same, with no sign of illness on his face. He didn't look like a king who didn't have many years left to live. He had the air of an old man who had retired early and was living a leisurely life. Upon seeing Ronan and Ambrina approach, the king, dressed in a nightgown, walked over and said, Speak. What is it? Ronan knelt down. Your Majesty, if one day I am fortunate enough to be granted a title in name only, I hope to continue serving in the government. That's it? Lucien asked. Ronan was taken aback. He had imagined many possible reactions from the king, but none of them were like this. Lucien turned his gaze to his daughter, Ambrina. Henry, have you made up your mind? What? Ambrina didn't understand her father's meaning for a moment. Lucien sighed, pointed at Ronan, and asked, I'm asking you, have you decided that this is the man? Ambrina was convinced of Ronan's identity, but she couldn't bring herself to say it to her father. Lucian waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a mosquito. "Never mind, you can go back now." Ambrina lowered her head and gritted her teeth. "No, I've made up my mind." Lucian smiled with relief. "Then there are some things I can tell you." With that, King Lucian pulled a table out of thin air and placed it in front of him, then pulled out 3 chairs and set them aside. "Sit." Ambrina sat down obediently, and Ronan went over and sat down next to her. Then Lucian took out a bottle of red wine and a glass and placed them on the table. Ronan, with great insight, opened the wine, poured half a glass for the king, half a glass for Ambrina, and finally for himself. Lucian casually picked up a wine glass, took a sip as if it were water to moisten his throat. For a monarch, even the finest red wine was merely a beverage to be drunk during conversation. It could be savored, but there was no need to. Setting down his glass, Lucian looked at Ronan. "Edion II. Ronan, what do you think of him?" Edion II, father of the Holy King Lawrence, who reversed course, was a remarkable king who married 5 times, each time to a princess. While inept at governing, he was a master of art, excelling in painting, sculpture, and music. In diplomacy, he had a unique approach, readily resorting to gifts and marriage alliances at the slightest provocation, albeit by using himself as the means to achieve peace. This resulted in a large number of princes having an uncle who was a king in another country. Eventually, 3 of these uncles joined forces and came to fight, intending to choose a good nephew to succeed to the throne. "Your Majesty, Edion, well, he simply found himself in a position where he couldn't fully utilize his talents at the wrong time," Ronan said. This was absolutely true. If he had been born into an ordinary noble family, he might have been a master who would have left a significant mark on art history. "Just say he's a useless king," Lucian said. "But he's not the worst. In over 300 years, the Frago family has only produced 2 monarchs with the talent to govern. In the end, expecting a prince to be successful is a ridiculous thing." Lucian suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Give all your heirs a rigorous education, and then choose the most talented one to succeed you. Ronan, do you think this is the right thing to do?" Election based on merit is an extreme mistake. Only the primogeniture system is a stable system of succession because primogeniture is an immutable and unique standard, while merit is not an objective standard and will only lead to fierce struggles. This is indeed the case. Your Majesty only has 3 daughters, and the rivalry between Ambrina and Isabel has led to the current power struggle. If you had several sons, the situation would be unimaginable. Ronan made no attempt to conceal his opinion. "Well said," Lucian praised. "But here's the problem. The eldest son is likely to be a good-for-nothing. If it were a few hundred years ago, it wouldn't matter if the king was an idiot. It would only lead to a temporary decline. But in this rapidly changing era, if the king doesn't have the ability to govern effectively, it won't just cause the country to fall behind. It could lead to instability. Once the country is unstable, there's a chance that unscrupulous people will use reform as a pretext to gather a mob, collude with the army, and ultimately send the king to the guillotine." At this moment, Ronan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for His Majesty the King, who had actually foreseen that day. Lucian continued, "Therefore, the country needs a capable commoner to govern, but this person cannot be the prime minister." At this point, Ronan already had a bad feeling. "That's right, it's you." "Of course, that wasn't my original plan. I originally envisioned this exam as a rehearsal, with the real selection process next time. I would have Ambrina pick out a few qualified candidates from among those selected, and then have them stay in the central government for a period of training before being sent to a local area. Finally, one of these candidates would be chosen to marry, and after marriage, the candidate would enter the central government, become the Secretary General of a department, and eventually become the Chief Secretary. After my death, the next generation, after the establishment of the heir apparent, the Crown Prince's wife will be selected directly from among the non-noble groups, preferably a cultured female magician, but not a ritual magician. Ultimately, the practice of assigning a selected spouse to a monarch became an institution. Page 79. Lucian revealed his original plan. Now, the plan has changed, but that's a good thing. First, Ambrina really likes you, which is not easy. Second, It was achieved earlier than expected, so I have more time to safeguard this system. Third, you are a supporter of this system because you are a proponent of authoritarianism. Indeed, Ronan admitted it. Only such a system can ensure further centralization of power. Only centralization of power can truly complete reforms. What democracy and republic are nothing but rotten, fishy-smelling things that those pirate nations learned from the pirates who roamed the Mediterranean thousands of years ago. The contempt in Lucian's words was palpable. The pirate nations he referred to were Villa and Wayland. As for the pirates who roamed the Mediterranean thousands of years ago, they were referring to the origins of civilization in the entire Western continent, those slave-owning city-states that gave birth to countless philosophers. The reason for saying this is quite simple. To put it dramatically, the Kingdom of Foss is a land where you can farm, unlike some dilapidated countries that are just a broken island covered in mountains, where farming is impossible, a lifelong dream, and the only way to survive is through plunder. Feudalism can be abandoned, but a king is indispensable, Lucian said. He had already realized that the wheels of time were rolling forward and could not be stopped. If he tried to stop them, he would not even have the chance to get on the train. The glory of the Frago family for hundreds of years would be completely buried in history. It would be better to get on the train now, to combine centralization and revolution, and to have the king or queen rule as commoners, so that the Frago family could be passed down forever. That's very well said, Your Majesty. Ronan praised him, saying he truly admired His Majesty the King for coming up with such a bizarre idea. Ambrina remained silent throughout, as she was completely bewildered by the two of them. Chapter 174 Son, Car, Sox Lucian then raised his glass for the second time, saying, If only you were my son. Ronan raised his glass and clinked it against His Majesty the King's. Isn't my son your grandson? Haha. Lucian laughed. Ronan is absolutely right. His and Ambrina's son will definitely have the surname Frago. Haha. Ronan laughed along. Lucian raised his glass again. Then, a toast to that unborn grandson. Cheers. Ronan raised his glass. A meeting that was expected to turn into trouble ended with a toast between an old man nearing the end of his life and a young man who had just begun a new chapter in his life. Ambrina felt she should be happy and should laugh. But for some reason, seeing these two men who were so important to her getting along so well, she couldn't quite manage a smile. On the carriage ride back, Ronan noticed that Ambrina seemed a bit down and asked with concern, What's wrong? Ambrina didn't know how to describe her strange feeling. After thinking for a while, she said, Ronan, you and him are like friends who have known each other for many years. On the contrary, I just met you and I just met him. Because I am his son, Ronan said. Huh. Ambrina was stunned. Considering his father's foolishness in his youth, it's not impossible. Ronan gently pinched the soft flesh on Ambrina's waist. My dear princess, what are you thinking? What I mean is that His Majesty the King wants to live on in another way, and I am the one who writes his epitaph. He has no special achievements and his reign was not long. If he wants to leave his name in history and live on in the praise of future generations, he can no longer do it on his own. He can only rely on his descendants. Only I can write his epitaph that will never be forgotten. Of course, if I disappoint him in the next few years, or if he thinks that someone might do better than me, then he may disown me as his son at any time, and then the mage group will come out and blast me to dust. Upon hearing this, Ambrina instinctively grabbed Ronan's hand. Ronan immediately grabbed Ambrina's hand in return. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't be nervous. I'm confident in myself. Among the kingdom's civil officials, I'm definitely the strongest in terms of overall ability. If his overall abilities are not even comparable to those of a group of feudal nobles, then what makes him a reactionary bureaucrat? Is it because he is young and handsome? Ambrina abruptly pulled her hand away from Ronan's grasp and fell silent. She seemed to be angry. Soon after, Ambrina got off the carriage and returned to her residence. Just as the coachman was about to urge the horses to start again, Ambrina suddenly turned around and ran over, saying, I wasn't angry at all, not at all. Ronan lifted the carriage curtain and replied with a smile, I know. Ambrina smiled, turned around happily, and went back. After another journey, the carriage took Ronan to the villa. After taking a shower, Ronan stood in the yard wearing a bathrobe, gazing up at the night sky enclosed by the yard. The twinkling stars in the night sky seemed to be getting closer and closer, as if they were about to fall into his eyes. Is it he who wants to merge into the galaxy, or the galaxy that wants to merge into him? Ronan didn't know. Lost in thought, Ronan was suddenly pulled from his reverie when someone appeared nearby. Ronan turned his head to look at Isabel, who had suddenly appeared. At this moment, Isabel was dressed in women's clothing. Her eyes were much softer. She wore a white round-neck dress that just revealed her collarbone. Her brownish-yellow hair, tied in a low ponytail, hung down her left shoulder. Under the hem of the dress, a small section of her calf, covered by semi-transparent white stockings, gleamed with a cool, crystalline light in the moonlight. On her feet were a pair of white-laced satin flat shoes. After a moment of distraction, Ronan asked, "Your Highness, what brings you here so late?" As if by magic, Isabel produced 2 tickets. "Please go see a play." "Then I need to change my clothes first," Ronan replied with a smile. Ronan deliberately took his time changing clothes, but Isabel was standing in the yard, and he couldn't sense any agitation from her magic, let alone move away. It seemed she wouldn't leave just because she was being deliberately left out. Ronan instantly sped up, quickly changing into a beige shirt, overalls, knitted stockings, burgundy calfskin ankle boots, and a cape-style cavalry short coat before emerging from the room. At this moment, Isabel also changed her clothes. She tied her ponytail back and wore a police officer's flat-brimmed hat. Her coat was cut in the style of an aristocratic officer's uniform, but the gorgeous decorations were removed. The chest panel was changed, and the waist was fitted with a leather belt, which further accentuated Isabel's feminine figure. She wore black, tight-fitting capri breeches and black knee-high boots. Perhaps she was in too much of a rush when she put them on, and her movements were too clumsy. A small part of the breeches on her right leg was not fully tucked into the boot, and a small patch of her leg was exposed between the breeches and the boot. This small patch of skin was clearly covered with a layer of flesh-colored stockings. Ronan was also surprised that Isabel had specifically changed into a pair of flesh-colored stockings when changing her outfit. Noticing Ronan's strange gaze, Isabel looked down and realized that part of her riding breeches was not tucked in. She quickly used her hand to tuck the breeches in. Isabel stepped forward and extended her hand. Ronan said, "A handshake is unnecessary." Isabel immediately revealed her true colors as a wicked woman. "Who's shaking hands with you? I want you to grab my hand so I can cast a spell." Ronan reached out, relaxed and not resisting, and was about to grab Isabel when she suddenly grabbed him back, pulled him outward, and Ronan was directly entered a dark, alternate dimension. A spherical space with a diameter of no more than 3 meters, the inner wall of the sphere is cold and hard. Not long after, the inner wall of the sphere suddenly began to soften, becoming semi-liquid. Ronan began to slowly sink as if he were in a swamp. But strangely, Ronan could not dig out a piece from the softened inner wall as if he were digging out a piece of mud from a swamp. His hand entered the inner wall of the sphere as if he had entered a completely empty space. Soon, the inner wall of the sphere completely vanished, and Ronan fell out of the sphere. When he looked again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The ground here is slippery, it's very noisy and smelly, and there are a lot of people. Some people are leading cattle and sheep, some are carrying chicken and duck cages, and some are pushing carts piled with vegetables. Isabel beckoned to Ronan. "Let's go." Ronan followed, and soon he determined where they were, a transit point for meat, poultry, eggs, and vegetables. Livestock are slaughtered here late at night. Vegetables are transported here, and then transported to the market at midnight. After a few steps, the two saw a man wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt, tied at the waist with a hemp rope, without trousers, and wearing straw sandals. He was bowing and scraping to a short, stout man who looked like a bulldog and had a black armband on his sleeve. Then he took out a copper flintlock coin and prepared to hand it to the bulldog-looking man. Chapter 175 Cooperation, Contrast, Stage, Wipe It Clean, the bulldog-like man said menacingly. The man in the linen clothes quickly wiped the copper coin clean with his clothes and handed it over again. The man resembling a bulldog took the copper coin and kicked the man in the burlap clothes to the ground. "New dog, you don't know the rules. You don't even know you should wipe the copper coin clean. Get out." The man in the linen clothes did not get up immediately, nor did he dare to utter a sound. Instead, He bowed respectfully and then scrambled away. Isabel quickly caught up with the man in the linen clothes, and Ronan followed closely behind. The man in the linen clothes noticed the two men following him and immediately turned around. Upon seeing Isabel and Ronan's attire and their demeanor, he bowed deeply. "My lords, I," he stammered, trying hard to recall what he had done wrong. To Ronan's surprise, Isabel crouched down, applied her enchanted hand to the wound the man had scraped on the ground, and gave him a simple massage. "All right, your injury will heal relatively quickly. Remember to wash it with clean water when you get back," Isabel said. "Thank you, madam." "No, lady, oh no, madam." The man only realized Isabel was a woman when he was expressing his gratitude. The man was only 1.6 meters tall, not even as tall as Isabel, who was 1.65 meters tall. After expressing his gratitude, the man left quickly. Although he was very grateful to the kind lady, he was genuinely afraid of the nobleman. However, the man discovered that the woman and the man were still following him. "We're also going to Lars's shop to eat," Isabel said. The man in the linen clothes stood frozen in disbelief. Soon, the man in linen clothes arrived at Lars's shop, followed by Ronan and Isabel. It was hardly a shop at all. It was just a tiny room facing the street that served as a kitchen with a few open-air stalls outside. A sign stood at the entrance that read, "Lars's Little Shop." A copper flintlock pistol, a potato pancake, a bowl of batter, and unlimited pickles. Isabel led Ronan to a seat, but the two of them, who were about to sit down, quickly got up and ran away. The table, which originally had a small stool, was now only occupied by Ronan and Isabel. Isabel gave him 2 copper musket coins. Soon, 2 large bowls of batter and 2 potato pancakes arrived, while the pickles had been laid out on the table beforehand. The batter had little flavor and wasn't fragrant, but the portion was very generous. The potato pancakes were extremely oily and contained a filling that wasn't meat, but rather chopped beef liver and onions. If more spices had been added, it might have tasted better, but the owner clearly hadn't used much. Ronan is sure that these potato pancakes will become unpalatable once they cool down a bit. As for the pickles, they're incredibly salty, so salty that if you only eat a tiny bit, you'll feel like you're drinking half a bowl of porridge. However, Isabel ate the coarse food without showing any signs of distress or pain. After that, the two got up and left. "So, do I seem a little different from what you thought?" Isabel asked. "Yes, a little." Ronan admitted that this was different from the princess he remembered. "Heh." Isabel smiled faintly. "Guess who that person in the linen clothes is?" "A farmer selling vegetables?" Ronan replied tentatively. "No, he's a vegetable vendor. Farmers are much worse off than him," Isabel said. "If you work a day and only have enough to eat for one day, you're definitely not a farmer. You have to work hard for 5 days to have enough to eat for 3 days. That's the life of a farmer. This vegetable vendor probably buys vegetables from farmers every day and then brings them here to sell. For him, it's better to eat nearby than to go home and cook. That's what we just ate. He only eats this one meal a day, then goes home to sleep, goes to buy vegetables in the afternoon, and eats something for free at the farmers' houses. You wouldn't believe it, would you? This ragged, servile man might be just as fierce as that bulldog-looking man in front of another person. This is just how this country is. My dear sister, it's ridiculous that you think rural life is just about raising livestock, farming, and sitting there singing when you have free time. Does she think this country is a paradise without villains?" As Isabel continued speaking, she brought up Ambrina again. Ronan asked, "Is this the play that His Highness wanted to bring me to see?" He didn't react much because he knew all these things, and he even knew from the beginning that the man in the linen clothes was not a farmer. Isabel suddenly changed her demeanor, skipping over to Ronan like a playful young girl, and shaking her finger, "Of course not." After saying that, Isabel once again went ahead to lead the way, and Ronan once again had no choice but to follow. Soon, Ronan followed Isabel to a place that was a small hill. After Isabel handed over 2 tickets, the two walked along the sloping path and arrived at an open-air platform that was higher than the surrounding area. In the distance, there is a stage that has been set up. Lighting up indoor theaters at night is a hassle, but it's much simpler for open-air theaters. "This place, you can sneak in without paying, right?" Ronan said. "This small, protruding hill, though there's only one main path, is easy to climb from all sides. Yes, but there aren't many people who evade fares, Isabel replied. After a while, the show began. It turned out to be an opera, which really startled Ronan. To perform outdoors and have so many people hear it, they must have used some kind of amplification magic prop developed by the church. As for the actors, people who can sing and dance are not rare, but the orchestra playing the music on the side is very valuable. These days, only the rich can afford to hire an orchestra. But Ronan just saw that the tickets for the performance were 2 bronze muskets each, and with many people sneaking in without paying, the ticket revenue for this performance might not even be enough to support the orchestra. The performance began, and Ronan temporarily suppressed his questions. The plot of the play is not complicated, and there are not many characters. The opening scene takes place in a small rural town not far from the capital. A young boy and girl express their love for each other. The girl has long, beautiful hair, and the boy is tall and handsome. The boy promises to marry her, and the girl is overjoyed. After they part, the boy sings, and the girl sings too. During the song, the boy expressed his desire to give the girl a beautiful hair clip as a wedding gift, while the girl expressed her desire to give the boy a pair of riding boots. In the second act, the girl's father is informed by a tall, thin man that the Lord is going to exercise his right of first night, and that the Lord is a very perverted person. The girl's father panics, and in the end, the tall, thin man tells the girl's father that if he gives him 3 silver dragons, he will settle the matter for him. In the third act, the boy returns home and tells his mother about his plans to get married. His mother just sheds tears. Then the boy goes outside to sing in the fields, while his mother sings inside the house. The two are far apart in the play, but on stage they are simply on opposite sides, each singing a line in turn. The lyrics of the 2 songs correspond to each other, and in the corresponding songs, the boy's family's bitter past is revealed. Many audience members around raise their hands to cover their mouths, afraid of making a sobbing sound. Chapter 176 Plot, edited, cannot be agreed to. Page 80. The boy's family was originally quite well off. His father was the illegitimate son of a knight, who died in a war, leaving behind his mother and a younger brother to depend on each other. The kind knight gave their family a rather old mare. The boy worked very, very hard, but still couldn't save any money. He felt helpless and thought of secretly selling the horse to get money. He would use a small portion to buy hair ornaments and the rest as tuition for his younger brother to become an apprentice in the city, hoping that his brother could change his fate. The mother, while singing, kept lamenting her misfortunes, saying that her eldest son was having such a hard time, and what would become of her youngest son. In the fourth act, the girl's father went to borrow money from a fat man. After returning home, he ran into his daughter, who asked him for more money. He immediately got angry, scolded her, and refused. The daughter ran out, crying, and decided to cut off her long hair to sell for money, and then buy the boy a pair of riding boots. In the fifth act, the young boy and girl each bring a gift and meet again. Unexpectedly, one has lost her horse and the other has lost her hair. Faced with 2 things that are no longer useful, the 2 happily embrace each other and sing a joyful song. In Act 6, the narrator announces that it is harvest season and the harvest is good, but the price of grain has fallen. The girl's father is unable to repay his loan, and the short, fat man comes to threaten him, saying that he must either repay the money or his daughter will be used to pay off the debt. In the end, the girl was still taken away. The crowd below had already begun shouting for the short, fat man to be killed, but Isabel remained silent with a smile. In the seventh act, the angry boy tries to kill the short, fat man, but only manages to stab him once before being stopped and captured by the guards. The fat man, due to his large size, suffers only minor injuries and tells the girl that he will release the boy if she serves him well. In the end, the girl has no choice but to comply. Then, a curtain blocked the view of the short, fat man and the girl. The audience could only see the shadows of the 2 people inside the curtain. Judging from the shadows, the girl was kneeling in front of the short, fat man. The short, fat man's singing drifted over, and he seemed to be enjoying himself immensely, singing as if he were showing off that he had gained both money and a man, and that he wouldn't really let the boy go, but would instead report him for assault and robbery after releasing him. At this moment, several people in the audience almost rushed onto the stage, but fortunately the guards stopped them in time, Otherwise, the musical would have been unable to continue. In the 8th act, the girl returns like a zombie, only to hear that the boy has been arrested. He was indeed released by the short, fat man, but was soon arrested again by the sheriff. There were sheriffs in the era of lords? Ronan whispered. Isabel was immediately annoyed and stomped hard on Ronan's foot. Where did you get all this nonsense from? In the 9th act, the boy's mother went to find the knight and happened to meet the Lord. She cried to the Lord, and the just Lord finally upheld justice, executed the short, fat man, confiscated his property, and then released the boy. The boy's family and the girl's family sang in a happy reunion. Ronan couldn't help but click his tongue before clapping his hands, and then bursts of enthusiastic applause rang out in the arena. While the actors were still taking their curtain call, Isabel pulled Ronan away. As we left the open-air theater, Isabel asked, "You think the ending was poorly written?" "It's really just average," Ronan said. "A just lord, that's truly laughable." Isabel wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed happily. "That's right, it's bad, very bad." There was originally a 10th scene where the Lord was counting the money he'd taken from the short, fat man, while the tall, thin man flattered him. It was all part of the Lord's conspiracy to justify the murder and confiscation of property. It's a pity that everyone says we can't perform the 10th act yet. It's not the right time. Hearing her say that, Ronan smiled slightly. "Indeed, Your Highness wrote this script, and even paid for the construction of this open-air stage." "Humph." Isabel snorted coldly. "She can sing and play those lousy songs, but I can't write scripts. I'm a million times better than her. My scripts can resonate with the general public. What she sings and plays is all stuff that the public doesn't like to hear. If you say so, then so be it." Ronan didn't completely deny Isabel's point of view, but he felt that it was really not good for her to criticize Ambrina every 3 sentences. Isabel crossed her arms confidently. "You appreciate my play more than listening to her sing those boring songs, don't you?" Ronan shook his head. "I cannot agree to that. If you disagree, then you disagree. You're the kind of person who's always lying anyway," Isabel said. "You saw how those people were just now. I just want to tell you that this country is like a dilapidated house. It needs a big fire, a fire of reform, to burn it down instead of just patching it up. Patching it up might keep it going for a few more days, but the result will be a complete collapse." Ronan asked with a smile. "So how will the new house be built?" After the great nobles and church forces were eliminated, civil officials became the implementers. But civil officials are not good either. We need to establish a strong oversight agency like what you did in Shanghai City. However, the agency you had in Shanghai City was really terrible. A real oversight agency should be a huge agency that reports directly to the king and has people in every aspect of society, including the army. This country needs a sword hanging over its head to remove the termites at any time. The termites will always reproduce, but as long as the sword is there, they will never hollow out the whole house like they are now. This country only needs one voice and one idea. Isabel shared her vision. Ronan sighed softly. "Although I am not your advisor, I would like to suggest that you abandon this idea, just as your advisor suggested that you delete the 10th act of that musical." Isabel looked at Ronan. "If you want to change me, then come to my side." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." Ronan spread his hands, indicating that he was very sorry. "You do, but you don't dare," Isabel said. "It's getting late. I have to go back." Ronan said, extending his hand. "Oh, and please return my cufflinks." Just now, when Isabel stepped on him, she also reached out and took off his cufflinks. This princess is really not honest. Isabel was surprised that Ronan had discovered her and instantly disappeared into her alternate dimension. Ugh. Ronan could only sigh, feeling both amused and exasperated. He really has no way to deal with these young girls. The next morning, as soon as Ronan met Ambrina, he told her about going out with Isabel the night before. After telling the story of the man in the linen clothes, the next part was the musical. Ronan not only told the story, but also, like a film analysis, stopped from time to time to analyze the connotations of the characters' key lines and the hidden plot that could be found in individual details. Although the story is woven together by the male and female protagonists, every character has an important role and is not a supporting character. Their characters are not one-dimensional at all. Originally, the characters of the knight and the lord were not very interesting, But if the 10th act is performed, then these two characters will become interesting. After discussing the play, Ronan brought up the topic of cufflinks. Chapter 177 Promises, Strategies. Even being a kept man is a skill. Isabel took Ronan's cufflinks when he wasn't looking, intending to bring them up in front of Ambrina at some point. If Ronan had told Ambrina about going to the theater with her, that would be fine. If not, she would have room to make her point. Her plan failed before it even began because Ronan never let his guard down. After all, Ronan already knew that Princess Isabel, though outwardly magnanimous, could be quite petty at times, especially when it came to targeting him. Ambrina didn't say anything about the cufflinks, but instead asked about the capital. So, Ronan, what are your thoughts on the situation in the capital? Ronan didn't answer, instead turning the question back to Ambrina. What matters is your opinion, not mine. Now, and in the future, I am merely an executor. Ambrina was silent for a moment, then pinched the flesh on her thighs through her skirt with both hands, released, and pinched again. After a dozen or so times, she finally spoke. Let's change it. Ronan deliberately made a comical kneeling gesture to swear allegiance, just to amuse Ambrina, saying, At your service, your majesty. Ambrina smiled and took a baguette from her storage space, placing it on Ronan's shoulder. Remember your words, my knight. Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into laughter. After laughing, Ambrina became serious. Ronan, do you have any plans for the next few years? I don't, but His Majesty obviously does, Ronan said. I guess I'll stay in New Sea City for another year or two after I return, and then I'll be promoted and transferred along with Dinia. Dinia was the person the king arranged for Ambrina to use her fists to make decisions. Therefore, before the king died, Dinia had to at least qualify to be transferred to the central government as the head of a department, which meant she had to become an official at the level of governor. Of course, Ronan was promoted and transferred along with him. Ambrina asked, Is it a direct promotion to governor of your state? Definitely not. The next stop is a whetstone for her and a test for me. It will definitely be a state with a big problem. If I'm guessing, it will be a special place like a border province or a colony. Ronan said, If it's a direct promotion to the state that nominally governs Shinhai City, it can hardly be considered a whetstone or a test. But if she were sent to another state to be governor, she would be much more constrained than in New Sea City due to her lack of governing experience. Even with Ronan in charge, she would probably only be able to negotiate with local officials for the first 2 years and wouldn't be able to achieve anything significant. Therefore, the king must arrange for Dinia to be placed in a place that is convenient for her to act, a place where she can have autonomy and make use of her strengths. So, apart from the border provinces that border other countries and have important strategic positions, all that's left are the colonies that she can do whatever she wants with. It's a choice between two options. Oh, Ambrina responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The border provinces were all quite far from the capital, and the colonies were even further away, located in the New World, separated by a vast ocean. Ronan gently placed his hand on the back of Ambrina's hand. If everything goes well, I think I should be able to return to the capital in 4 or 5 years at the earliest, and then it will be our wedding. Ambrina placed her other hand on Ronan's hand. Ronan, you must succeed. Of course I will succeed, Ronan said confidently. Ambrina, you are the one who should be more careful. The storm that will sweep through the capital is coming. Ambrina responded softly. I've given you 1 principle and 2 strategies, Ronan said. The principle is to make as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. The 2 strategies are to make friends and to spend money. Although Ambrina had the king's support, the king's personal prestige and power were insufficient, and he was about to die. The group of people in power could tolerate him, but they were not afraid of him. Of the 3 princesses, on the surface, Ambrina's faction is the weakest, while Isabel has connections and Marian has money. In this situation, some strategy is necessary. Ronan further explained. Making friends means going to befriend people on Isabel's side. Don't count on those young officers. They don't like the king, and by extension, they don't like you, whom the king favors. So, you have to befriend those retro types. These retro enthusiasts are very radical in their words, but in reality, they are a group of intellectuals who are not that radical at all. Moreover, intellectuals definitely look down on each other. If you organize a gathering and invite them, then bring some of your own works, appropriately reveal your progressive ideas, and give them some praise, not to mention that some of them will side with you. But at least the number of people cheering for Isabel will be greatly reduced. Ambrina nodded, but then struggled with a question. But Ronan, where would I get my own work? You don't have it, but I do, Ronan said. It's not difficult to plagiarize and modify to create some progressive humanist literary works. Then it's all about throwing money around, Ronan continued. I won't even mention using money to buy off those fallen nobles who have titles, but no substance. They're good at causing trouble, but they can't do anything worthwhile. What I mean by spending money is that you find people to set up the business yourself. If you need more people, go to His Majesty the King. The three businesses are sugar, stockings, and high-yield crop seeds. Once you've expanded the scale, you can borrow as much money as you can. The bankers in the capital who can lend a lot of money are all on your mother's side. Once you borrow money from them, they won't be able to run away. Ambrina had some doubts. Would they really lend me the money? Compared to those bankers, she, the princess, was a poor woman. If you suggest debt-to-equity swap, they will definitely lend you the money. Debt-to-equity swap means that if you are overdue for a certain period of time and still can't pay back the money, then the debt will be converted into shares for them. Ronan said this with great certainty. It has to be said that he had a really tough time living off Ambrina. He had to help her write books and provide her with businesses. He really had to use up all his savings. In short, you'll have to work hard these next few years. Ronan said, What have I been working so hard for? You're the one who's been giving so much. I don't have anything to give you in return, Ambrina said, a little annoyed. Huh, weren't you going to return a queen to me? Ronan joked. Ambrina fell silent. Ronan stood up and took Ambrina's arm from behind. When two people are together, if they keep calculating what they give and what they receive, it's no business. Although marriage is a kind of asset reclamation and operation, love is not. Ambrina's eyes suddenly lit up. Ronan, do you believe in love? I didn't believe it at first, but after meeting you, I do, Ronan replied. Ambrina was very touched. Really? Ronan sighed inwardly. His words, after seeing you, I believe, were not because he fell in love with Ambrina at first sight, but because he discovered that a princess could fall in love with him at first sight. Wasn't this an irrational love? Chapter 178 The Mage, nickname. It was too sudden. This was Ronan's last night before leaving. He would depart from the capital at dawn the next day and return to New Sea City. Late at night, a man emerged from the villa where Isabel had met Ronan and the other three secretaries. He was the aloof magician who had led the way. The aloof magician walked into an alley. He went in, but another person came out, dressed in old but fairly clean clothes. If Ronan were there, he would recognize him at a glance as the sleazy-looking man who had shown him the way to the hotel when he first arrived in the capital. A moment later, the old street thug whom Ronan had met once walked into the crowd and disappeared into it. Soon after, a tall, thin middle-aged man with a small mustache pinched his nose, as if disgusted by the sour smell emanating from the common people, and quickly walked out of the crowd and headed towards the tree-lined path on the other side. When he arrived in front of a villa, he had transformed into a handsome young man with a clean-shaven beard and long hair. Upon entering the villa and announcing his arrival, the long-haired youth approached a middle-aged man who was embracing a woman in her 30s who was tall and voluptuous. The long-haired young man bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your Majesty and Your Majesty. The middle-aged man was King Lucian, and the tall, voluptuous woman was the wife of Count Tanny, who was also the king's most important mistress. As for those from the past, and those who come only occasionally now, there are too many to count even for the king himself. The king's strange illness was not due to physical weakness. His main symptoms were twofold. First, he would fall into a coma without warning, sometimes for an entire day, and wake up perfectly fine, even with a strong appetite. Second, he would sometimes be extremely agitated, to the point that his back ached, yet he still wanted to get pregnant, but he was unable to impregnate a woman. This strange disease had appeared in his second brother before. His second brother didn't take it seriously at first, but when the condition worsened and he started to age rapidly, he died within a few days. Because he had experienced the same disease before, he had accumulated some experience, but no one had ever seen this disease before. So Lucien could only live a few more years, and there was no hope of a cure. "How's it going?" King Lucian asked. The long-haired youth straightened his back. "There have been no unusual movements from Her Highness Isabel and Count Aquitaine. I have already submitted the recent report." Isabel's trusted subordinate, the spy placed by Count Aquitaine by Isabel's side, and King Lucian's intelligence agent. These three people are one person, and these three identities are only his covert identities. On the surface, he is also the head of a small street gang, the behind-the-scenes owner of a tavern, and the young husband of a widow who inherited a jewelry store. After listening, the king nodded. "Let's go back. Farewell," the long-haired young man added. "Have a pleasant day." He spoke so frivolously and never referred to himself as a subordinate, because Thousand Faces was not the king's subordinate, but merely served the king. Magicians of his level almost never entered the system, nor were they completely subordinate to anyone, not even the king. Page 81. This is why the king values Dinia so much and treats her like his own daughter. There are two other magicians in the kingdom whose strength can rival hers, but those two old men don't take him, the king, seriously at all, and they don't care about the country at all. After the long-haired young man left, the countess, who was his lover, bowed her head, but was stopped by Lucian, who said, "No need." At this moment, Lucian was thinking about one person, his eldest brother. Why did he and his second brother both contract this strange disease, while his eldest brother remained unaffected? And why couldn't they find any clues about the mysterious person mentioned in Dinia's report who could use spatial teleportation magic? At the same time, the queen's three brothers were half lying in a large bath filled with mist, each attended by two women dressed only in transparent gauze dresses. One woman was giving them a personal scrubbing service, while the other was feeding them fruit and pouring them wine. The eldest of the three, Count Aquitaine, who had been misled by Ronan, told his two younger brothers the idea that one should not put all their eggs in one basket. "Big brother, you're kidding me, right? Place your bets over there," the second brother said. "I'm not willing anyway." The third brother was displeased. His nickname, the One-Wasted Man, came from the cold cake incident. He didn't say he hated Ambrina, but he definitely didn't want to support her. Actually, he wasn't one-wasted. He spent a lot of money to have a suturing artist transplant a kidney into him. However, the stitcher's magic couldn't transplant human organs. It had to be from other animals, and there were also strong side effects. So he had a calf kidney transplanted, which caused him to start growing cow hair all over his body and have a cow tail on his buttocks. If he were to live for another 10 or 20 years, he might turn into a minotaur. Count Aquitaine smiled. "I was just saying." However, he had already decided to kill the third brother. The third brother only associated with those nobles and was not only useless, but also hindered his grand plan. He had to be killed. The second son's fate is to wait. After all, the second son is well connected with those bankers and big businessmen, and they can't do without him for the time being. It's time to get rid of him when his son has further expanded his network of connections. A brother is never as important as one's own son. Moreover, he recently became a novice mage. Although he is old and his progress in cultivation is slow, what if he can reach the highest level? Once he reaches the highest level, he might live to be 70 or 80 years old. Count Aquitaine's situation was similar to Lady Antari's. He was also stuck at the enhancement stage. However, he accumulated more experience, so after obtaining Ronan's Ronan meditation method, he instantly became a novice mage. Meanwhile, at Isabel's mansion, Isabel buried her head in the pillow and suddenly started pounding the bed like a madwoman. She had insomnia. As soon as she lay down, the image of that bastard Ronan began to pop into her mind. The more she forced herself not to think about it, the more she couldn't shake it off. Isabel sat up abruptly. "Ashley," a maid rushed over and stood at attention in front of Isabel. "Yes, sir. Wake me up at 5 o'clock tomorrow," Isabel instructed. "Do we need a carriage prepared?" the maid asked. "No need." With that, Isabel buried her face in the pillow. Meanwhile, in Ambrina's villa, Ronan sat on the edge of the rooftop wall, gazing at the starry night sky. Ambrina sat beside him, leaning on his shoulder, playing her harmonica. Ronan had never seen a harmonica in this world before. He asked around and learned that it was a new instrument that Ambrina had invented on her last trip back to the capital, inspired by a chance encounter. The tune she played was an adaptation of a southern folk song. Although the melody was not melodious or gentle, and even had a touch of cheerfulness, there was still a hint of sorrow in it. After a long while, Ambrina put down her harmonica. "Ronan, I won't see you off tomorrow." Ronan responded softly. The next instant, Ambrina's lips pressed against Ronan's lips. Ronan's hand paused in midair, seemingly at a loss, before he gently embraced her. After a long while, their lips parted, and Ambrina suddenly clutched her chest. Chapter 179 Abnormal Advancement. Guest Power. This actually works. Ambrina vanished right before Ronan's eyes, and the next instant, he too disappeared from the spot, meeting Ambrina in another world. Ronan and Ambrina were in an open space outside a two-story building on a high place. Interestingly, there was a long table in front of them, with high-backed chairs neatly arranged, like a dining table. The surrounding scenery seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a melody began to play, and Ronan realized where this sense of familiarity came from. Countryside, sunset, windmills, wheat fields, rivers, butterflies, shepherdesses. This is the scene depicted in a folk song that Ambrina once played. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared between Ronan and Ambrina. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with short black hair that curled inwards, wearing earrings and light makeup that looked like he only had a little lipstick on. Beneath his beautiful and delicate female face, there was an indescribable handsomeness like that of a pretty boy. Wearing a white shirt with a large white floral bow tie at the collar, and a very fitted black vest with a low-cut shawl collar and a deep U-neck, she accentuated her already large breasts, which were already stretched taut by the white shirt. She wore black, tight-fitting, tapered trousers and low-cut black flat leather shoes, with her insteps and ankles encased in black stockings. The woman who looked like a butler wasn't a real person, but a summoned creature, Ronan concluded. The reason lay in her shoes. The style of these shoes was almost identical to the first pair of shoes Ronan gave to Dinia. And these shoes were made by Ronan based on the loafers from his original timeline. They didn't exist in this world yet, and even if someone copied them, it wouldn't have spread so quickly. Right before Ronan and Ambrina's eyes, a golden falcon that seemed to be carrying flames landed on the woman's shoulder. The flaming golden eagle is the emblem of the Frago family, a fantastical creature. "Ambrina, your magic has suddenly improved, but it seems a bit strange," Ronan said. "This situation is somewhat unreasonable, because the growth of summoning magic is usually a gradual process of cultivation, where a small quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Elemental magic, which also belongs to ritual magic, is essentially similar, progressing gradually until it transforms. However, the methods for improving elemental magic are more universal and have more quantifiable standards. As for how to cultivate summoned creatures, each family has its own traditions. Some are first generation, like Ronan's maid Alice and her gun, which she had to figure out on her own. In short, ritual magic, especially summoning magic, generally doesn't undergo the sudden, qualitative leap that fate magic does. But at this moment, Ambrina suddenly matured. Could it be that the Frago family's ritual magic is a mutation of Oren's fate? Ambrina herself was a little dazed. She had just finished kissing him and was thinking that Ronan was leaving for 4 years. Even if he couldn't leave, at least he would. But suddenly things turned out like this. Ambrina paused for a moment, then said, "Ronan, you don't need to ask me. I'm a little confused about it myself." Just then, the housekeeper suddenly turned to Ronan and said, "Please have a seat, guest. You will enjoy the privileges of a guest, and the host will provide you with complimentary food and drinks." With a wave of her hand, the beautiful and handsome housekeeper presented food and drinks on the table. The food included fried chicken legs, fried soft bread with cheese filling, fried onion rings, potato chips, and beef pies, all of which were Ambrina's favorite foods, kept in her eternally unspoiled alternate dimension, ready to be taken out as snacks at any time. As for drinks, there was no alcohol, only fruit juice. Ambrina didn't like alcohol, she preferred fruit juice. The housekeeper continued, "Here, no one can launch a magical attack on anyone else. Anyone who attacks anyone by any means will be punished by continuously losing life force." After listening, Ronan tried it out, but he was completely unable to use materialization magic. This place was essentially a magic-free space. The housekeeper continued, "When the guest is ready to leave, the host will grant permission, and the guest may then leave and return to their original position. The host can invite guests who have visited once a day, but there are only 8 seats available at the moment. The housekeeper stopped speaking at that point. Upon hearing the word anytime, Ambrina eagerly asked, "What if the guest is from far away?" Ronan thought Ambrina was overthinking things. The housekeeper greeted Ambrina. "Of course, as long as it is within the world known to the master, guests can be invited no matter where they are. Within 1 kilometer of the master, the time limit is 8 hours. Beyond 1 kilometer, the time limit starts from 2 hours and decreases with distance. After 100 kilometers, the time limit is 15 minutes, and it will not decrease after that." Ambrina thought for a moment. After Ronan returned to New Sea City, the distance would definitely only be a quarter of an hour. However, even a quarter of an hour a day would be good. Ronan was dumbfounded. This actually works? Ronan immediately became very interested in the possibility of bringing people in. Although he was caught off guard, he was still a 4th-tier mage with inherently high resistance. However, when he was pulled in, he had no time to react and was immediately pulled in. Ambrina's magic was either instantaneous or a rule-based power that ignored resistance. If Ambrina's magic is rule-based, could she then bring an enemy in as a guest, and Ronan, bearing the punishment, beat the enemy to death? Later, we can let Ambrina try it out and see how strong her pull is, and whether she can pull people in even when the other party activates magical defense. Ronan then instructed Ambrina to ask the housekeeper how to bring people in and how to end the spell. The housekeeper answered them one by one. Recruiting someone is simple. If you haven't recruited them before, just lock onto them within your line of sight and activate the magic. If you have recruited them before, just send a thought, and once the guest agrees, they can enter. It seems that forced recruitment can only be carried out once. The host can only leave after all the guests have left to end the spell. That doesn't really have any impact. Ronan said half-jokingly. Speaking of which, Ambrina, you're currently at Tier 2 with guest privileges. Maybe when you reach Tier 3, you can even organize something like a crimson wedding. It doesn't sound like anything good, Ambrina said. She didn't know what the blood wedding was, but it certainly wasn't a good thing. After the joke, Ronan turned to the housekeeper and asked seriously, "Do you know how your master's magic became like this? How can it be improved? Also, this magic is only for lovers to eat together, and it forbids physical contact." After receiving a reassuring look from Ambrina, the housekeeper replied, "I'm not entirely sure." With that, she waved her hand, and a plate appeared on the table. The plate contained beef pot stickers, which Ronan had made for Ambrina that afternoon. He had made several large pots of them, and Ambrina said she would keep them so she could eat one whenever she missed Ronan. Then, the housekeeper snapped her fingers again, and the little tune that Ambrina had played on her harmonica not long ago began to play around. "It's roughly this and this," the housekeeper said. Chapter 180, The Music Restaurant. She's going back to Ronan immediately understood. "I get it now, haha. So this is a music restaurant. This music restaurant is Ambrina's summon. To raise this summon, you need food and music, and what you already have isn't very useful. You need new things. That's why Ambrina's progress was very slow in the past. But these days I've made a lot of dishes that she's never eaten or even seen before, plus the 2 songs she composed and adapted herself, and she's improved a lot. It seems that this advancement in magic is not a sudden change, not really abnormal. It's just that what she ate and what she played and sang before could only bring about extremely small improvements. In the future, we will also need to rely on new dishes and new music to improve magic power and magic strength, and continue to advance." Ronan has finished his analysis. He has the new dishes, but as for the new music, it's up to Ambrina herself. Ronan is well-versed in food, so coming up with new and interesting dishes is no problem for him. Ambrina is quite talented in music. If all else fails, she can turn to her new friends, such as those in the retro music scene, which includes quite a few musicians. The housekeeper nodded. Having clarified the core issue, Ronan casually asked a less important question. Besides treating people to meals and music and prohibiting the use of force, does this place have any other capabilities? The housekeeper thought for a moment, then replied indifferently, "The environment here can change according to the music played." Ronan thought to himself. As expected, Ambrina's magic can only be described as having great potential. Ambrina suddenly thought of something. Can I still reach in and put or take out food whenever I want, like before? Of course you can. You can come in here any time, and no one will disturb you. The housekeeper replied in a gentle and warm voice. She was a completely different person when she answered Ambrina than when she answered Ronan. Can this space be moved? Ronan asked. No, the housekeeper replied, a hint of barely perceptible disgust flashing in her eyes, as if to say, why are you asking so many questions? Upon hearing the answer, Ronan sighed inwardly. Compared to her sister Isabel, Ambrina's magic was far inferior in terms of tactical significance, and in critical moments, it could only allow him to come in and hide. Isabel's alternate dimension is mobile, and based on his own experience, Ronan even suspects that her alternate dimension can be used for attack and defense. Ronan was fine for the time being, so he sat down, grabbed a big chicken leg, and said, since we're here, let's eat. Ambrina sat down as well and grabbed a chicken leg. Suddenly, Ronan thought of something. By the way, can I bring anything in? Apart from clothing and personal belongings, you may only bring food and drinks in. The housekeeper replied. That puts my mind at ease. Ronan had almost thought he wouldn't be able to level up Ambrina. Speaking of leveling up, he was starting to miss Dinia. His magic required him to maintain loyalty and fulfill his promises to his superior in order to increase his magic power limit and magic strength, and he hadn't leveled up in a month. He's no longer just involved in the battle for the throne, he's completely joined in. His strength, which was passable before, is now utterly inadequate. After eating a chicken leg as a late-night snack, Ronan asked to leave. Ambrina agreed, and Ronan vanished instantly. When he came to his senses, Ronan was still on the roof. In the blink of an eye, Ambrina was back. Ronan stood up and said goodbye to Ambrina. It's getting late. I'm going to bed now. I have to get up early tomorrow. After saying that, he jumped off the roof and went back to his room. Ambrina wasn't disappointed. Now that she had this magic, and New Sea City was the world she knew, she could see Ronan every day from now on. The next day, before dawn, Ronan got up, quickly washed and dressed, and left with his luggage. He left through the south gate as before, but unexpectedly, he saw Isabel on the only way to the south gate. Isabel had a few tufts of hair sticking up haphazardly, clearly indicating that she hadn't even combed her hair. What's up? Ronan asked. Since there were quite a few people nearby, he did not address her as Your Highness. First, here you go. Isabel tossed the cufflinks to Ronan. Also, you can write to me through Adrian. Thank you. I will definitely write to you if I have any questions, Ronan said. Isabel simply didn't believe Ronan would write to her on his own initiative. I might write to you too. Got it, Ronan replied indifferently. I heard you're planning to implement a completely new postal system, Isabel continued. Ronan did not deny it, saying, I only offered some suggestions. The specifics were not my responsibility. Page 82, they are very interested, Isabel said. The they, she was referring to were naturally the retro enthusiasts. Apart from a few academic researchers, most of the retro enthusiasts were artists who took it upon themselves to spread new ideas. These people naturally hoped that communication would be more advanced, on the one hand to facilitate the dissemination of their works that carried their own ideas and concepts, and more importantly, to make it easier to contact like-minded people in other places, or even abroad, and to exchange ideas. Ronan smiled. If you don't mind, you can have them contact your sister. Huh, even if I care, they'll still go after her. You're undermining my foundation, Isabel said. Faced with accusations, Ronan remained relaxed, saying, those who can stay will remain even after you die. Those who can't stay may leave you at any time, no matter how brilliant you are. Goodbye. Isabel didn't press the matter further and turned to leave. Shortly afterward, Ronan left the capital and couldn't help but look back. He had originally come with the idea of sightseeing, but it turned out to be anything but relaxing. After a series of ups and downs, he became the prospective king's husband. Although no one else besides the king, Ambrina, and himself knew this, at most they thought he was Ambrina's lover, and the king tacitly approved. He was undoubtedly considered to be on Ambrina's side, and there was no way he could turn back. At the same time, he also gained a deeper understanding of the three parties vying for the throne. Princess Isabel's faction and the queen's faction, who hoped for the third princess's ascension to the throne, were both somewhat of a paper tiger. But Ambrina had nothing at all. She had neither money nor manpower. Ronan strongly suspected that the king was doing this on purpose. Clearly, the king did not want the existence of a regent minister because the regent minister conflicted with the system of royal consort regency he had designed. But the king's actions were undoubtedly playing with fire. Ronan couldn't change that, so the only thing he could do was have Ambrina undermine the other side by making friends and spending money, not to strengthen himself, but to weaken his opponent. Am I really just living off a woman by spending both my money and effort? However, this is quite interesting. On the carriage, Ronan thought to himself. He enjoys the routine of a civil servant's life, with regular working hours, but he also relishes the thrill of occasional challenges. The trip to the capital is over, and Ronan is back, his old friends in New Sea City. Chapter 181. Secretly and openly. Thankfully, no major problems arose. After 17 days, Ronan returned to Shanghai City. The next day, he arrived at his home, a two-story house of just over 100 square meters. In July, even at night it's not cool at all. The only time you feel cool is when you come out of the shower and your clothes are still damp. Elena brought Ronan an ice cream after he had just taken a shower. This was quite a luxury, as the ice used to make it was made from saltpeter. Saltpeter is an extremely precious strategic resource because it is used in gunpowder. Most of the Western continent does not have abundant saltpeter mines, unlike the distant eastern Ceres, which has many large saltpeter-producing areas. Here's a joke. In the island nation of Wieland, all the toilets are state-owned. Anyone smuggling saltpeter is punished with hammering, which involves smashing all 4 limbs of a person with a large hammer. The kingdom was much more civilized, unlike the barbaric islanders. However, all the stables were state-owned, and those who smuggled saltpeter were simply hanged. Ronan patted Elena on the shoulder. Go and call Alice over to eat with us. Soon, the 3 of them sat down at the table together and started eating ice cream. After finishing his ice cream, Ronan listened to the 2 men report on what had happened during the 2 months he had been gone. Before Ronan left, he suggested that Elena go undercover to establish an intelligence network. Surprisingly, she actually made a name for herself. First, Elena, representing Ronan, made contact with several of Ronan's original intelligence chiefs. These individuals were important figures in Wright City's specialty tourism industry. After the contact, she began to expand under their guidance. No one in the entire underground forces of New Sea City could rival Elena. She herself was a second-tier rank with formidable combat power, cutting people down like vegetables. In addition, she had Augustina secretly helping her, and occasionally Alice would even snipe her. The key point is that she also spent money to hire her relatives as external aid, which is a group of war mercenaries. It can only be said that the gangsters in Shanghai City are really too lucky, enjoying the treatment that only regular troops receive. Anyone who disagreed was met with a single word: kill. In just 1 month, Elena became the underground queen of New Sea City. She then redistributed the territory, set new rules, and then retired honorably. However, no one dared to really think that she had retired and could launch a counterattack, because during this process, many people already knew that she was Ronan's woman. While Ronan's reputation wasn't great among some officials, it was only so-so. However, within the underworld, Ronan was infamous. 10 years ago, many of today's big bosses were just small fry. Back then, who was Ronan? He was the head of the anti-corruption squad. All the important figures in the underworld were captured by Ronan and used as tools to implicate others. Whether you confessed or not, you would first be subjected to Ronan's fish torture. Ronan's fish torture is to put a person into a cage that can only be curled up, sink them to shallow sea, give them a breathing tube, and then leave them alone. Soaked in the sea, unable to move or sleep, completely surrounded by loneliness and darkness. The number of people who can survive this ordeal can be counted on one hand. After Elena retired from her post, she started a guild. She was Ronan's woman, and Ronan indirectly controlled many factories. If she wanted to establish a union, no one dared to disagree. If any individual disagreed, then they could only be given a reason they couldn't refuse. Thus, labor unions were established, as was an intelligence organization targeting the working class. Well done, Elena. Ronan praised it. Elena, however, was not happy. She poked at the plate with her ice cream spoon. There are still too few people who dare to resist. We haven't killed enough people. There are still quite a few old guys left. If you were here, young master, you would definitely be able to think of a way to lure these people into resisting and kill them all in a legitimate way. Don't be angry. This is good enough, Ronan comforted her, then turned to Alice. How are things on your end? Alice gave a serious report. Shortly after you left, it was wheat harvest time at the collective farm. Soybeans were planted not long ago, and quite a few things have happened in the meantime. Some directly report low yields and then sell the excess. Some exchange old grain for new grain and then sell it. Some deliberately fabricate high yields, forcibly collect more, and then claim credit. As for those stupid enough to collude with former landlords to deliberately create trouble, there's not much to say about them. These are nothing compared to what we've done. After our supervisory department arrested a few typical cases, all sorts of malpractices have been stopped. We've already established complaint channels. In the first year, many farmers didn't dare to complain, but after seeing that we arrested people, the following year when they encountered such officials again, they dared to complain directly. What's really worth mentioning is that some young civil servants are quite creative. After discovering that wheat production was 20% higher than normal in other places, they actually gathered a group of businessmen in the name of the collective and prepared to trade soybean futures with them. These civil servants were betting that soybean prices would also rise by 20% and that they would make a small profit from these businessmen. We don't know how to handle this right now. Alice said, you don't need to worry about it. I'll just call a halt in a couple of days. Collective farms aren't for doing business. If they are, they'll inevitably be indirectly controlled by merchants. The soybeans will be sold cheaply to local oil mills for oil extraction, and then the soybean oil will be sold to surrounding cities. The remaining soybean meal will be sold cheaply to local ranches as feed. Ronan said, the purpose of collective farms is to provide cheap raw materials, stimulate the agricultural product processing industry in Shanghai City, and thus boost the city's economy, not to produce more agricultural products to make money. Ronan did not allow collective farms to participate in the free market of the entire South, as that would undoubtedly increase the production costs of agricultural processing industries in New Sea City. Ronan changed the subject and asked about Dinia. Besides that, how's things going with the mayor? Judging by the timeline, the formation of the council should have been put on the agenda by now. Alice replied, I don't know much about it. I just heard that it started off rather unpleasant, but then Mrs. Antari intervened and things seemed to have progressed. After that, 2 of the frontrunners for speakership were arrested for crimes. Before leaving, Ronan gave Dinia a suggestion. She should choose a partner from among the top candidates for speaker, and after reaching an agreement, she should deal with her rival as promised. But it's clear that the top candidates for speaker are no good people at all. They're the kind of people that Dinia absolutely dislikes. Dinia wasn't exactly a righteous person, and after spending so much time with Ronan, she gradually realized that the most important thing for a mayor was patience. However, the moral standards of some people who were supposed to represent the people these days were just too appalling, and she really couldn't stand it anymore. As for Yvette, she temporarily took over Ronan's position and was already extremely busy. Only after she actually sat in Ronan's position did she realize how difficult the job of Secretary General was. There was no other way. Only Lady Antari, who had seen countless battles and witnessed true magical realism in the capital, could resolve the matter. Fortunately, there haven't been any major problems in the past 2 months. Chapter 182 Summer Report. Ronan is still the most comfortable. July is already summer. Although Shanghai City, located near the Mediterranean Sea, is not as hot as the northern part of the southern continent, it is still not cool at all, with daytime temperatures reaching 31 or 32 degrees Celsius. The wealthy wore brightly colored silk short-sleeved robes, well-tailored capri trousers, and black leather sandals. Those with little money wore cotton short-sleeved shirts, loose cotton shorts, and straw sandals. As for the poorest people at the bottom of society, they simply covered themselves with a piece of hemp cloth, tied a rope around their waist, and had no trousers or shoes. The first thing I did on my first day back at work was, of course, to see Dinia. Dinia changed her hairstyle again. Now her hair is combed back and tied into a loose French braid, with a simple bow tied at the end with a red ribbon. She wore a white silk cotton blend short-sleeved long dress and a pair of off-white square-toed, chunky-heeled sandals with ankle straps, revealing only her heels and insteps, not her toes. Dinya's feet were truly white and smooth. Even without stockings, there wasn't a single flaw to be seen. Her ruby-like eyes glared at Ronan, reminding him to tone it down. Ronan looked up as if nothing had happened. Dinya sat back down in the chair behind her desk, tapping her fingers on the surface. "You've been making quite a splash in the capital, my Secretary General." "Well, the situation forced us to this. There was no other way," Ronan explained with a wry smile. "Speak," Dinya said, as if interrogating someone. Ronan's smile faded. "Madam Mayor, don't you already know?" Dinya raised her hand and cast a spell, instantly sealing off the entire office with red mushrooms, isolating it from the outside world. "I know nothing except that you have become the future king consort." "Huh, so you knew about the king's plan all along." "You knew all along but kept it from me, just to make me jump into the fire." Ronan didn't care about anything else and wanted to take the initiative first. I didn't mean that." Dinya felt somewhat guilty after Ronan's words, but for a moment, she didn't know how to explain. "Oh well, it's already like this." Ronan looked helpless, as if he had been wronged. Dinya rubbed her temples. "Since we're so far apart, you should write more letters." "You don't need to worry about that," Ronan said with a smile. "After all, I'll tell you later." Dinya's curiosity was piqued. "Don't rush. Let me tell you about my time in the capital first." Ronan began to recount his experiences in the capital over the past month. It all started when that local thug led him to a shady hotel run by the church. That's normal." Dinya was full of disdain for the church. Although she was appointed as the apostle of the church, the reasons for this were complicated. Years ago, when she led a group of mages westward to the supply fleet of Wayland, she killed a regional bishop who was colluding with the enemy. The church naturally believed that this person deserved to die, but the Dinya had shown too much disrespect to the church. Even if a member of the church deserved to die, it was up to the church to deal with him. The king did not have the authority to do so. So when Dinya returned in triumph, a rumor began to circulate. A group of ignorant people regarded her as the reincarnation of a saint, and even some heretical sects in Wayland considered her a saint. This rumor was fabricated and spread by the church. Then Dinya resigned from all her public office, and the church immediately began to praise her loudly and even appointed her as an apologist. Ronan continued his narration, mentioning that he met Isabel, met Ambrina, met 3 secretaries, and was then summoned by the king. Next came the Secretary General's exam, followed by the story of how he was framed, arrested, and how he managed to deceive Count Aquitaine while in prison. You really are." Dinya didn't know how to describe it for a moment. "Actually, it wasn't that I easily fooled him with a few words. Rather, he already thought the third princess's chances were slim and had been looking for a clear path, so when I pointed him in the right direction, he believed me." Ronan said, "Count Aquitaine wasn't exceptionally clever, but he wasn't truly stupid either. In fact, the truly stupid are not so easily fooled." After that, it was about me, the king, and Ambrina. In short, I learned about the king's scheme. Ronan said that even now, he is still somewhat surprised. This king must be out of his mind to come up with such a crooked idea. "I was very surprised when I first heard it," Dinya said. "I just didn't expect that you would be chosen. When I brought Ambrina here, I thought that with her personality and interests, she wouldn't like a civil servant like you who is full of lies and accustomed to flattery." Ronan gave a knowing smile. If I were really just a liar and a sycophantic civil servant, the mayor would have kicked me out long ago. Would I even have the chance to meet Her Highness the Princess?" Before I left, Isabel came to see me, and we watched a play. I must say, although she has some extremely radical ideas, she understands the suffering of the lower classes and has done some practical things. I'm not just talking about putting on a stage play. Ronan brought up Isabel again. Dinya didn't speak. Back then, she was nominally just the private tutor of Princess Marian, but she also taught Isabel. In fact, she spent more time with Isabel. It was during the period when she was gradually moving from youthful impulsiveness to maturity, but it was also the period when Isabel was moving from naivety to the adolescence of daring to stand up to the world. She always felt that she bore an undeniable responsibility for Isabel's transformation. And now, About Ambrina, Ronan continued. I've given her 2 plans, and they're like this. This is going to cost me a fortune, so if anyone reports me in the next 2 years, Madam Mayor, please ignore them. Dinia was both annoyed and amused. Do you need to tell me? In the 2 months you've been gone, the letters reporting you have piled up like a mountain. If I cared, you should be in jail right now. I was just saying that. We're comrades who've been through thick and thin together. By the way, do you still have the letter of denunciation? Ronan smiled, but then a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. Damn it, how dare they report me? Dinia's face turned cold. Don't even think about revenge. How could I possibly retaliate? If I did, I would lose, and you would lose too. They weren't trying to bring me down with a mere whistleblower letter. They were trying to undermine your impartiality. I'm planning to pick out a few completely false ones, and you'll come out to refute them and demonstrate fairness. Then I'll pick out a few that are somewhat true, and you'll promote them. After that, I'll randomly pick a few unlucky people and have someone report them. As a result, this group will inevitably become suspicious of each other, and naturally, they will fall apart. Ronan explained the other party's intentions and the corresponding strategy. All right, I'll leave the matter to you, Dinia said. When Ronan wasn't around, dealing with these civil servants felt like wearing a pair of high heels that were constantly rubbing her feet. It was always uncomfortable. Even Mrs. Antari could only offer temporary relief. But as soon as Ronan returned, she felt much better. You should tell me what really happened between you and Ambrina, Dinia said, still preoccupied with the question. Chapter 183 Job Leveling, Job Changes, and Awkward Moments in Life. Hearing that Dinia had entrusted the matter to him, Ronan was slightly pleased. The familiar feeling was back. He could once again be loyal to the mayor, recharge his shield, and incidentally increase his magic power and magic intensity by a tiny bit. In a cheerful mood, Ronan stood up and stretched. Actually, it's just that Ambrina's magic has advanced, and the details are quite amazing. He gave Dinia a general description of Ambrina's magic, though Ronan omitted some important details. The magic of fate is not as strict as the oath of heaven, so it does not violate the principle of sincerity. After all, human memory is limited, and the ability to express oneself is even more limited. It is impossible to say everything you know, right? As long as it's not a complete concealment, it can't be considered dishonesty. It's just incomplete expression. We can see each other for 15 minutes every day, so you don't need to worry. Page 83 Ronan said. Dinia seemed too tired to speak, only parting her lips slightly to say, Suddenly, realizing her mistake, she quickly raised her voice and added, What I mean is, I'm also very happy for you. In short, I'm quite happy. Seeing that Dinia was somewhat incoherent, Ronan walked up to her and said, My dear Mayor, have you run into some troublesome work? Why don't you leave it to me? Don't worry about me. Dinia returned Ronan's words verbatim. You can be like this sometimes. You can be a little less serious sometimes. Ronan originally meant to say that Dinia sometimes has a girlish side, but the words that came out were less serious. Dinia stood up and kicked Ronan. Get out. As she spoke, Dinia dispelled the spell. Fine, I'll leave, but don't hit me. Ronan protested. Stop pretending. Did I really hit you? Dinia clenched her fist as she spoke. She wasn't angry at first, but Ronan's words inexplicably angered her. I'm leaving now. Sensing something was wrong, Ronan quickly made his escape. It's probably because summer is here that people are more irritable. After leaving Dinia's office, Ronan went to his own office to prepare to hand over his work to Yvette. In the past 2 months, the new Sea City Hall has not made any major moves. The city is engaged in agriculture, animal husbandry, manufacturing, and fishing. Among them, there are new things like collective farms in agriculture and animal husbandry. In manufacturing, due to Ronan's influence, various factories have formed unions. Even the fishing industry is not a proper fishing industry, but rather a gambling den. This has made the city hall have a lot of official business to deal with. With Ronan absent, the bureaucrats below were afraid of making mistakes during this time, so they reported any issues to Yvette for decision-making. Even though these tasks could be completed by following the rules and principles Ronan set before leaving, Yvette, who was new to this kind of official business, still couldn't make a decision just by glancing at it like Ronan. As a result, she was so busy that she was dizzy. If she weren't a magician, she probably would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. You're finally back. These were Yvette's first words to Ronan. How about I give you a break? Ronan joked. Yvette tucked her red hair behind her ear. No need. I even feel like my magic level has improved recently. The Magic Academy is opening at the end of the year. How about becoming its principal? Ronan suggested. You can also hone your magic skills there. Isn't there, Mr. Carl? Yvette retorted. She was still far from being a full-fledged rank, and the gap between her and the third-rank Carl was too great. He could leave at any time, and even if he doesn't, he'll only stay for a year or two at most. Besides, he probably doesn't want to be a principal and manage all sorts of trivial matters, Ronan said. Don't worry, if Dinia leaves, he'll take you with him. However, you'd better try to get into the principal position in the next 2 years, because the place we're going to might be a bit troublesome. There's a saying among magicians, if you don't reach your rightful place by 30, you'll have no hope for the rest of your life. Yvette and Ronan are the same age, both 26 this year. Plus, she's already a novice mage, so she can teach while improving herself, which gives her a good chance. Upon hearing this assurance, Yvette nodded immediately. Okay, all right, let's get down to business. Ronan is preparing to take over Yvette's various tasks. It must be said that Yvette's execution was quite competent, following the established procedures step by step. There were basically no mistakes, and she recorded the progress of each task very clearly. There were no unclear accounts, and everything was easy to understand. In about an afternoon, Ronan had a clear understanding of the situation over the past 2 months. Having finished his work, Ronan went home. On the way, Ronan pondered his magic. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely remain at the 4th tier for a long time. Because of the magic power required for advancement, each advancement requires double the magic power of the previous one. He spent 5 years farming magic power from Mayor Winston to advance from the 1st to the 2nd rank. He used drugs to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd rank and Dinia to advance from the 3rd to the 4th rank, both relying on external forces. It's more efficient to increase magic power on Dinia. Assuming the same upgrade from level 1 to level 2, it only takes 3 years for Dinia. Even so, level 5 magic power is 16 times that of level 1, and upgrading from level 4 to level 5 is 8 times that of upgrading from level 1 to level 2. In other words, it will take another 24 years for Ronan to reach the 5th rank, and that's the most ideal scenario. The fact that all of the few 7th-tier beings on the mainland are old men also corroborates this point. He wants to advance quickly unless he has another extraordinary encounter. Go in search of a serendipitous adventure? Before he knew it, Ronan had arrived at his front door. Looking at his small house, he suddenly felt calm. Forget it, 4th-tier strength is enough in most situations. Anyway, I can rely on a powerful backer, and if all else fails, I can merge with him. 2 hours later, in the bathroom, Elena braced herself against the wall with both hands. Ronan held Elena's waist with one hand and slapped her buttocks with what appeared to be forceful force with the other. The black stockings covering her buttocks were soaked with water, gleaming brightly. The crotch of the stockings was torn open in several places, and the firm, elastic buttocks trembled slightly with each slap and thrust. Elena's entire body moved forward and forward with Ronan's movements. Her long, slightly wavy golden hair cascaded down her fair and athletic back. Ronan used magic to manipulate a ladle, scooping up a ladle of warm water and pouring it over Elena's crotch. Water flowed down the cleft, wetting Ronan's massive member, making the thrusting even more lubricated. The rapid in and out motion produced a slapping sound. The water, mixed with some mucus, flowed down from the point of contact, down the powerful, muscular inner thighs encased in black stockings, all the way to the soles of his feet. As Ronan's movements became more and more violent, Elena's heels lifted off the ground, with only her toes touching the mosaic floor of the bathroom. Her calves showed clear muscle lines, and her pair of large white breasts swayed wildly with the movements. The amplitude of these 2 mounds of flesh was so great that it seemed as if they were about to be thrown off. After a while, the two changed positions. Elena wrapped her arms around the back of Ronan's neck and crossed her legs around his waist. Ronan stood with his hands supporting her buttocks and the base of her thighs. Just then, a voice suddenly came to Ronan's mind. Ronan quickly put Elena down and grabbed a towel to wrap around himself. Chapter 184 is very large, white silk, a widely circulated forbidden book. Before he could explain the situation to Elena, Ronan disappeared into the bathroom as soon as he wrapped himself in a towel. Elena was completely stunned. She knew about the princess's magic, but Ronan said they had agreed on a fixed time. What was going on? Ronan was also speechless. He and Ambrina had arranged to meet at 10:30 every night, but it was already past 8 o'clock. However, once Ambrina's invitation arrived, he could only choose between accepting and refusing. He had no way to communicate with Ambrina, and if he continued to refuse the invitation, it would be considered a rejection. If he didn't accept, Ambrina might worry so much that she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Ronan didn't want Ambrina to worry unnecessarily, so he agreed and hurriedly wrapped a towel around his neck. Ambrina saw a Ronan she had never seen before. He was completely naked from the waist up, with well-defined pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs, and a tuft of thick, dark abdominal hair radiating vertically below his navel. He was only wearing a towel around his lower body, which made Ambrina instinctively squeeze her legs together. Whether it was because Ronan hadn't tied the towel tightly enough in his haste, or because his still erect member had loosened, the towel suddenly came undone. Then the bath towel was hung on Ronan's thing. Ambrina was stunned when she saw this. She had accidentally seen a wooden thing in her mother's room when she was a child. Years later, she found out what it was. After the cake incident, she saw a similar thing when she searched the maid's room. It was used by a tall and fat maid, but it was only about the thickness of 3 fingers and at most the length of her middle finger from the bottom of her palm. Ronan's was almost as thick as her wrist and looked probably longer than her foot. Ronan quickly tied the towel tighter. "Excuse me, I was just taking a shower. Men always tend to get up unconsciously when they're showering." "No, it's nothing," Ambrina said, her expression like that of a child who had been frightened and was now denying it. Ronan was also a little unsure of what to say. In an era when common women typically married at 14 or 15, and most noble ladies married before the age of 18, Ambrina was a rather rare type. Ronan quickly sat down. "By the way, Henry, is there something urgent?" After leaving the capital, Ronan also started calling Ambrina by her nickname. Ambrina paused for a moment, then said, "The matter of establishing a new postal system has been approved, and I wanted to let you know." "Really? That's great." Ronan was very happy. Although his tone was a bit exaggerated, he was genuinely happy because if this plan succeeded, it would be a win-win-win situation. It would bring Ambrina some political capital, make a little money, and win over some retrogressive people. "Yes," Ambrina replied, happy to see Ronan happy. After the conversation ended, the two suddenly ran out of things to say and fell silent. After a half-minute pause, Ronan found a topic. "I've tried making a new dish. If you invite me tomorrow, I'll bring it over. It's a cheese chicken roll. Deb 1 chicken thigh meat, wrap it with cheese strips, roll it up, coat it with batter and breadcrumbs, deep fry it, and finally drizzle it with my special sweet and spicy sauce. It's absolutely delicious." To level up, the food had to be something Ambrina hadn't tried before, so Ronan planned to first try all the fried snacks in his head. Once that was done, he would consider making some Chinese food based on Ambrina's tastes. "Okay, sure," Ambrina replied somewhat mechanically, as she tried to think of any topics that Ronan might be interested in. Ronan took a sip of the red wine in the glass on the table and let out a long sigh. "Only, there's really no need to find any serious topics. It would be so boring to talk about serious things every day. It's fine to talk about things you're interested in or about the little things in life. We're lovers, not some seminar group. One of us can talk and the other can listen." Really, Ambrina was a little excited. Sometimes, not knowing what to talk about was a long-standing problem for her. "Of course," Ronan replied without hesitation. "So, Ronan, what do you usually find interesting?" Ambrina asked with a curious expression. "This," Ronan fell into thought. "I know," Ambrina suddenly exclaimed, pulling up her skirt and revealing her slightly fleshy, white-stockinged legs. "It's this one. The capital city is a place with mild winters and cool summers. In summer, the temperature is only around 20 degrees Celsius, so you won't feel hot even if you wear stockings." Ronan was momentarily at a loss for what expression to make. Even Ambrina had noticed. Ambrina bit her lip. paused for a moment before speaking. Ronan, mine isn't very pretty, is it? She wanted to ask confidently if it was pretty, but in the end she couldn't muster the confidence. Not to mention Dinia, Ronan's two maids. Elena had long, strong, and athletic legs, while Alice had slender, straight legs and delicate, cute little feet. You wouldn't understand about legs. Ronan subconsciously used the tone of an old know-it-all, but realized his mistake as soon as the words left his mouth. Sorry, I was rude. Go ahead, Ambrina said, her eyes lighting up. Beauty is the sensual manifestation of an idea. Some people believe that beauty is entirely subjective, but I disagree. Based on this, beauty undoubtedly has universality and unity. That is, beauty objectively exists in hierarchical order. However, and this is the key point, beauty is multidimensional and broad, not narrow or singular. It is wrong to say that everything can be a kind of beauty, but it is even more wrong to limit the aesthetics of a certain type of thing. Ronan explained his point of view. Ambrina nodded. In the field of art alone, her level surpassed that of countless people in the world. Although Ronan's words were a bit convoluted, she still understood some of them. Ronan took another sip of his drink. To be practical, Anri, your legs are undeniably beautiful. Fair, rounded, slightly fleshy, and soft, making one want to knead and grasp them. Really? Ambrina asked, her eyes wide as she approached. Of course, Ronan replied again. Ambrina unbuckled her shoe and placed one foot on Ronan's thigh. Why don't you try it? Ronan hesitated for a moment, then placed one hand on her. Ambrina's legs weren't fat, but they had a soft, fleshy feel. After kneading them a few times, Ronan reached out with both hands and began to grasp them. Before he knew it, what had just subsided in Ronan had become erect again, forming a large tent under the towel. Ambrina, a mix of shyness and secret delight, asked, Ronan, were you having a hard time holding back? Ronan was taken aback for a moment before realizing what Ambrina was referring to, and poked Ambrina's calf. Why would you think that? I saw it in a forbidden book that my former maid had kept in her private collection. I think the title was The Mad Beastman Warrior and the Battle Nun. Ambrina replied somewhat embarrassedly. It also said that if a man thinks about that every day, he'll get sick from holding it in. Ah, this, ha! Ronan laughed. Wasn't this Elena's smutty porn book, which had somehow even made it to the capital? Only, that book is all nonsense. Chapter 185 Not young anymore, and it's been going on for too long, but, Ronan then added, if it were possible to get sick from holding it in, I'd be in my coffin by now. Oh right. Ambrina suddenly realized. No. That book also said that men can take care of themselves, but too much of it is very unhealthy. Actually, she only learned what that thing she saw in her mother's room when she was a child was from that book. Upon hearing this, Ronan's eyelids twitched. Damn, where did Elena get all this weird knowledge? I think she taught it to me. Oh well, never mind. I've already told you, that book is complete nonsense. Don't believe it, Ronan could only say. So what exactly is it? Ambrina asked. She attended a church-run girls' school from the age of 4 until she was 12. After returning, no one talked to her about these things, and she was too embarrassed to ask the people around her. However, she felt that she could ask Ronan anything, even this kind of question. Ronan released her hands, intending to say that she was still young, but then he thought that in this era, Ambrina was really not young anymore. She was already 17 years old, and many people her age were already mothers. A bell rang, and the housekeeper appeared. Guest, there is 1 minute left. Only, I have to go now. I'll talk to you again tomorrow, Ronan said. Okay, sure, Ambrina agreed. Ronan then left the alternate dimension and was teleported back to his original location. Elena was still in the bathroom when she saw Ronan return. She teased him with a grin. How was it, young master? Did that little princess fall head over heels for you the moment she saw you? Ronan reached over and pinched Elena's nipple, pulling it outwards before letting go as a minor punishment. How dare you say that? You've corrupted such a pure girl. Huh? Elena was confused. Sigh. Ronan sighed. Here's what happened. Ronan then recounted the whole story. Elena covered her mouth and burst into laughter, her chest shaking with laughter. There are actually people like this? I thought noble ladies were all the kind who had sex with noble young masters on the lawn when they were just teenagers. I never expected that this princess would actually, haha. As she spoke, she laughed again. She had never expected that Ambrina would be so ignorant. What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll give you a whack with this stick, Ronan said. Elena grabbed Ronan's stick and said while stroking it, but she's quite likable, as a mistress. Ronan also reached out and started rubbing Elena's breasts. Oh, that's rare. Our Elena has someone she doesn't dislike. I should thank the moon goddess for not disliking me, Elena said. At that moment, Ronan grabbed her waist, preparing to turn her around, but Elena grabbed Ronan's wrist. I want to move myself. Okay. Ronan agreed, summoned his shield, made it float in the air, and then sat on the shield. Elena supported Ronan's massive member and then sat down on it with a thud. Not only did she move up and down, but she also twisted and rotated her waist. Ronan instantly fell into a state of tilting his head back and closing his eyes, subconsciously grabbing Elena's large white breasts, and her nipples began to harden. The broad, full, and firm black silk stockings swayed continuously, the huge object grinding against the walls of the cavity. The area around the crotch of the stockings was soon covered with glistening mucus, and the golden tuft of hair below the abdomen was also wet. Entering a state of heightened arousal, Ronan grabbed Elena, slammed her to the ground, ripped her pantyhose to shreds, grabbed her ankles, spread her legs, and began a frenzied thrusting. After a long while, feeling the walls of his cavity begin to contract and his enormous member begin to tremble and swell, Ronan pulled out and instantly began to ejaculate, more than a dozen streams in a row, his blonde hair, back, waist, and black stockings all stained with white fluid. Ronan said to Elena, "Let's take a bath together." "I want the young master to wash me," Elena said. She still remembered the time when Ronan brought her home, a small and dirty girl, and how he clumsily washed her with a brush while wearing a birdbeak mask. She also remembered the feeling of happiness she had at that time. "How old are you?" Ronan said, but when he saw Elena's expression, like a little girl complaining about her father, his heart softened. "All right then." Page 84. Just then, there was a knock on the bathroom door, followed by Alice's voice from outside. "How long are you guys going to keep going? Can't a person take a shower?" Elena yelled back, "Shut up, Alice." Alice retorted decisively, "You golden gorilla, you should be gagged with a plunger. If it weren't inconvenient for me, I'd go out right now and punch you, flattening that little shriveled chest of yours completely." Elena was even more ruthless. Alice got angry immediately. "Hit me? You better watch out on the road. I'll rip your scalp off and turn you into a golden mangy bastard." Listening to the two arguing, Ronan felt a long-lost sense of home. The next day, Ronan went to work as usual. Apart from some trivial matters, he mainly reviewed the soybean planting work plan of the collective farm. As for the whistleblower letter that Dinia had mentioned earlier, he could leave it to the blind man and the mute man to handle. They were engrossed in their work, and the day quickly came to an end. Ronan and Alice returned together in the evening. As for Elena, she had resigned from the oversight department and was now the vice-chairwoman of the Shanghai City Federation of Trade Unions and the president of the Shanghai City Women's Federation. She was currently busy with two things. One was to nominate a worker representative to run for councilor, and the other was to organize a strike and march by female workers to try to win 1/3 of the votes for women. Don't underestimate 1/3 of the votes. It's a breakthrough from nothing. Of course, Ronan didn't think she would succeed, and he never considered giving her any help. Because the power of female workers is still too weak, perhaps 100 or 200 years from now, after industrialization begins, women will have the opportunity to gain the right to vote. In fact, Elena herself did not expect to succeed. She did this simply to learn from Ronan's trick of lifting the roof to force people to open the window. If you don't give women votes, fine, you can run for workers' representatives. You have to agree to that, right? After dinner and a short rest, Ronan and Alice made love. After the climax, Alice lay sprawled on the bed, her legs still twitching and trembling. After taking a shower, Ronan arrived at Ambrina's restaurant at the appointed time. As agreed, Ronan began to explain to Ambrina that Ronan could not bring in anything other than his own clothes, food, or drinks, but Ambrina could bring things in. If someone who wasn't a magician had been pulled in, they would have been shot dead with a single shot. Ronan explained as he wrote and drew on the paper, and Ambrina could ask questions at any time. After 10 days of studying for 15 minutes each day, Ambrina has gained a fairly comprehensive, but not in-depth, understanding of this subject. So, Ronan, have you ever done this? Ambrina asked. Yes, I did, with Elena and Alice. Since last year, there's been no one else, Ronan answered truthfully. Oh, Ambrina didn't react much, and was even a little surprised, because she had expected Ronan to have at least 5 or 6. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. But, Chapter 186:10, Undercover Investigation, Extracting Information, but then, Ambrina remained silent for a long time. The reason for her reaction was that her mother had brought up old grievances during an argument, saying that her father had already had more than a dozen women when he was 17 or 18. Of course, Ambrina disliked this very much. After hesitating for a while, Ambrina slowly stretched out her hands, her fingers spread wide. 10, no more than that, and I need to know each and every one of them. Ronan stood up, pulled out a chair, and made a gesture of half-kneeling in allegiance, saying with a grin, "As you command, Your Majesty." Ambrina smiled and agreed. Get up. That's what she liked about Ronan. He had a maturity and wisdom beyond his years, as if there was no difficulty he couldn't solve. He made her feel incredibly reliable, but he would never lecture her with a stern face like those who taught her. He has a great understanding of life. Sometimes Ronan can be as irreverent as a little boy, and when you're with him, you don't feel the nearly 10-year age gap between you. If Ronan also loved flowers and music, that would be perfect. Ronan quickly pulled up a chair and sat down, his face instantly becoming serious. Only, don't bother me for the next week. I have some things to do. I need to disguise myself and go to the collective farm for a surprise visit. I know how unreliable the written reports from grassroots officials are. I won't feel at ease unless I go and see for myself. Ronan explained the reason to Ambrina. Okay. Ambrina nodded in agreement. The next day, after explaining things to Alice and Elena, Ronan went to Dinia and asked her to give him a little berserk mode. Soon, Ronan transformed into a muscular, bearded man in his 30s. The collective farm is not closed off. While it can't be said that just anyone can enter, as long as they don't act suspiciously, there's no problem. Ronan wasn't afraid of anyone stealing the seeds, because even if the seeds were stolen, they couldn't be grown without the corresponding breeding technology, which was entirely in the hands of the Heidi people. Find the technical personnel among the Sea-Pipe people? That would be extremely difficult. The core technology is in the hands of the Sea-Pipe priests, and it is inseparable from the resonance stone. Putting aside Ronan's relationship with them, the treatment he gave them was something that most people couldn't offer. Besides, you need to be alive to enjoy money, right? Those who can give a trader enough money and save his life are either big businessmen or nobles. We should seriously consider who the major shareholder of Ronan's seed company is. For those who can truly poach Ronan's talent, buying seeds directly from Ronan is the most profitable business. As for learning from the collective farm model to improve productivity, that's ridiculous. Let alone whether it can eliminate the old forces, even if it could. Do they really think collective farms are that simple? Ronan suggested they figure out how to play the game of capital first. That evening, Ronan stayed at a small hotel in the number 11 collective farm. Dinner consisted of bread, a thick soup with tomatoes, onions, and a little bit of minced beef and garlic roasted eggplant, a dish Ronan had promoted. Garlic and eggplant yields were good in Shanghai City, so Ronan made this dish. The next day, Ronan began to wander around. After his disguise, Ronan no longer possessed the unique air of a nobleman that Carl had once had, so naturally no one questioned him. After several days of investigation, Ronan basically confirmed that the various systems were generally functioning well. The farmers were living well and working hard, but to Ronan's surprise, despite the good growth of the soybeans, they did not show any joy or satisfaction on their faces. That night, lying on his wooden bed, Ronan had a thought, but he couldn't be sure what it was. On the 6th day, having nothing else to do, Ronan struck up a conversation with someone. It took a long time before an old man was willing to talk to this stranger. Ronan introduced himself as a merchant from the north named Gawain, who said he was passing through the area and found it very interesting, so he wanted to ask him some questions. The old man sat on the rock and said, "Don't even mention you finding it novel. I'm almost 60, and I find it novel too. But this kind of life is quite nice. We have to thank that female mayor. Shouldn't we be thanking the gods? Ronan asked deliberately. The old man chuckled. When you get to my age and feel like you could die at any moment, you'll realize that thanking God is useless. God won't assign you any work to do. Are you still working? Ronan asked knowingly. I'm certainly no good at farming and harvesting wheat, but I can still do some odd jobs, like boiling water, the old man replied. Boiling water? Ronan asked again. Yes, people in the past also wanted to take a bath and drink some hot water. After all, noble lords did it this way, so it must be good, the old man said. However, in the past, each family took care of its own needs. It would be too wasteful to burn firewood just to take a bath or drink some hot water. Now, dozens of people need hot water, so they need many large buckets, and it doesn't matter. As a result, many people are needed to boil water. Both men and women have work to do, and the younger ones are afraid of getting into trouble, so naturally it's us old guys who do it. It's fortunate that there's this kind of work to do, and we can accumulate some work points. This old guy of mine is finally useful. Otherwise, if there were any disaster, I would die. The old man said this in a very ordinary tone. Because in the Western continent, if food production decreases, young people will never give any food to the elderly. Do you all have work to do? Ronan asked again. A hint of pride flashed across the old man's face. Isn't it strange? In the past, there wasn't much work to do except during planting and harvesting season. Now it's different. There's always work to be done. You guys are doing well, Ronan said. It's all right, but it's much more tiring than before, the old man said. Don't you feel restricted? Ronan asked. The old man laughed. Ha ha ha. With money comes freedom. Without money, your freedom means others can freely stab you in the back. I don't think you're a farmer, Ronan said. In fact, he had felt from the beginning that the old man was not an ordinary farmer. What farmer could speak so fluently? The old man picked up a twig and gestured with it a couple of times. I'm not afraid to tell you, when I was young, I was a pirate in the Mediterranean. You're living a good life now, but I think once this female mayor leaves, you'll probably go back to what you were before, Ronan said, pouring cold water on his hopes. Upon hearing this, the old man's smile vanished instantly. Go back? Impossible. Do you know what's most powerful about this collective farm? It's that it brings together people who aren't from the same village or family. There are so many of us, and we even have guns. If anyone wants us to go back, we'll send them back on a stretcher. Ronan changed the subject and asked the question he really wanted to ask. I heard that your collective farm sells its agricultural products to local factories at a relatively low price. Don't you feel resentful about that? The old man's eyes instantly became alert. After thinking carefully, he realized that the Mr. Gao one in front of him was a businessman, and he guessed his intentions. I advise you not to get any funny ideas. That Secretary General is not someone to be trifled with. He's arrested quite a few people recently, the old man advised. Too many people have fallen victim to Ronan this year. Chapter 187 Insatiable Ambition, Anti-Corruption, Grasping Both Workers and Peasants. I'm just asking if you're resentful, Ronan said again, looking exactly like a cunning businessman looking to find a way in. The old man sighed and spoke his mind. I'm quite content, but others might not be. At this point, Ronan realized his initial assessment was correct. These people's lives had improved, but they were not satisfied. Because they realized that while their lives had improved under the collective farm model, they could not possibly get any better in the short term. They now only have a slight regret and worry. They regret that they are restricted, and they worry that after Dinia and Ronan leave, their meager wealth will shrink rapidly. It is foreseeable that soon regret will breed dissatisfaction, and worry will breed impulsiveness. Goodbye, buddy. Ronan is gone. In a secluded place, he let out a long sigh. If restrictions are lifted, and collective farms are allowed to decide for themselves what to grow and set their own prices for sale, their wealth will certainly increase in the short term. After all, once they become independent, they will definitely focus on high-yield crops and sell their products to those who offer the highest bidders. But Ronan dared to say that if the collective farms stopped supporting local manufacturing and instead sold everything to the neighbors, it wouldn't be long before the businessmen would exploit these farmers to the point of exhaustion. They would become like leeks being harvested at will. Their labor intensity would not decrease, but their standard of living would definitely plummet. Therefore, entering the free market is undoubtedly an extremely short-sighted act. But even this old man, who had once been a pirate and had some experience, couldn't help but be tempted. Not to mention the other farmers. Ultimately, a few individuals may stand out and become wealthy, but most will return to abject poverty and lose the most basic human dignity. This small attempt ultimately failed. Ronan remarked with emotion. If New Sea City were his fiefdom, or if Ronan were to stay there for another 10 or 8 years, he wouldn't stop because of this small setback. It wasn't that Ronan was kind-hearted, but rather that the existence of a collective farm could, on the one hand, provide cheap raw materials for manufacturing and cheap food for the urban population, thereby reducing production costs for the emerging urban manufacturing industry in Shanghai City. On the other hand, deep down, even this bad guy wanted to be a good person. In Shanghai City, where the influence of landlords, nobles, merchants, and the church was relatively weak, he wanted to give the farmers a little chance. Unfortunately, Ronan won't be able to stay for long. After he left, no one could maintain it, and no one wanted to. Didn't Ronan know how greedy the officials, landlords, merchants, and nobles in Shanghai City were? As for the peasants, they were invisible to them, or rather, not human beings, but just a kind of human-shaped livestock. Collective farms will inevitably degenerate into something that exists in name only. Since that's the case, it's time to establish a farmers' association. The farmers' association must also have a bank. From now on, we won't have any work points or rations. Everything will be settled in cash. In this way, these farmers will have money in their hands, making it easier for them to manage their finances. At that time, Ronan will arrange policies so that only members of the Farmers Association can borrow seeds at low interest rates, send their children to vocational schools with 2 free meals, and enjoy medical care at a preferential price. Of course, this medical care will mainly target women giving birth and children with fever, and we will also experiment with smallpox vaccination. Seeds are impossible to refuse. Farmers aren't interested in regular schools, but vocational schools are different. They'd be very interested. Incidentally, vocational schools can also break the apprenticeship system, supplying more skilled artisans to the manufacturing industry. As for medicine, Ronan has many wizards under his command. These people could actually train women in the Women's Federation to work as midwives and pediatricians. Through a 3-pronged approach involving debt, schools, and healthcare, these farmers are completely bound to the Farmers Association, making their lives and production inseparable from the association from birth to death. In the end, it won't be the merchants who will profit from the situation, but the Farmers Association. Ronan only needs to indirectly control the Farmers Association. Agriculture in New Sea City is the foundation of manufacturing, and manufacturing is Ronan's livelihood. He will not allow anyone to shake this point. The Farmers Association still needs to use the excuse of protecting farmers and giving them a better future, otherwise Dinia will definitely be bombed. Ronan pondered this. Dinia was certainly not some austere, idealistic reformer. The amount of alcohol she drank was beyond the reach of most people. She came from a very privileged background. Although she grew up in an orphanage, it wasn't an ordinary orphanage. Before she joined the war, she had witnessed the best aspects of the country. She can only be considered a romantic reformer who sympathized with the lower classes. Even so, there are still some things she can't accept, such as developing manufacturing by exploiting farmers. After leaving the collective farm, Ronan went to Dinia's house that night, where Dinia turned Ronan back to his original form. As it happened, Mrs. Antari was also there, and Ronan directly explained to Dinia what he had seen and heard at the collective farm. Ronan did not mention the farmers' regret that they could not improve themselves, but only their concerns, before bringing up the matter of the Farmers Association. With the Farmers Association, firstly, they can become better, and by the way, more artisans will emerge from among them. More importantly, they can be protected. In the future, the Farmers Association will unite all the collective farms to form a more powerful force, and the plans of those who covet the collective farms will only fail. Ronan said, "In this way, even if we leave, the government will not be abandoned after our death, and we will not be able to make a comeback." Mrs. Antari looked at Ronan, and by this time she had roughly guessed Ronan's intentions. The unions and the farmers' associations. Ronan wanted to ensure that after he left, New Sea City would continue on the path he had planned. All that talk about protecting farmers and workers was nonsense. But she chose to remain silent. Firstly, Ronan and Dinia have a close relationship, not the kind of power struggle between a top leader and a second-in-command. If she were to point out Ronan's true intentions now, she would be asking for trouble. Secondly, she is ultimately not Dinia's person, but Ambrina's person, so she is on Ronan's side now. If what Ronan wants to do is beneficial to Ambrina, she will naturally support him. However, as Dinia's nominal private secretary, it would not be good for her to openly side with Ronan. At this moment, saying nothing is the best response. Okay, we'll do it your way. Dinia agreed. She also hoped that New Sea City would maintain its current course after she left. Of course, after serving as mayor for a year and knowing Ronan for so long, she wasn't oblivious to everything. There was bound to be a discrepancy between what Ronan said and what he was planning, but she had learned to compromise. At least she could compromise with someone like Ronan. Yes, Madam Mayor. Ronan responded firmly. The matter of the collective farm is now completely settled. Let those people handle the council's affairs. The only thing left to worry about is the magic school. This is something that all the wealthy and powerful people are eagerly anticipating. If it's not done soon, they'll all be getting sick from worry. Chapter 188, Bringing a Filial Son, Gambling or Not, Academic Cliques. In mid-August, the magic affinity testing machine, also known as the Orange Machine, finally arrived. Page 85. It is also called the Orange Machine because it was invented by Orange, the founder of the Golden Eagle dynasty and the Golden Eagle Lord. This device can test whether a person has the talent to learn magic and is the foundation for the birth of magic academies. Of course, the Vatican has consistently claimed that this was a shameless plagiarism by Orange of the research findings of his former mentor, Bishop Lafayette. The papacy located within Vinaya is not the same as the church. 90 years ago, Lawrence, who was still a tyrant and not a holy king, was a regional bishop who, with a filial son, urged the capital to become the king. He recognized himself as the archbishop of the kingdom, which was equivalent to finding himself an obedient godfather. From then on, the archbishop of the kingdom's church was appointed by the king. As for his biological father, he had been kidnapped by bad guys, and his words could not be listened to. However, when it comes to filial piety, Willand, who has been in a love-hate relationship with the kingdom for hundreds of years, is more filial. He simply supported the Protestant church in finding him a new father. In the future, there will only be more filial children. As Ronan sighed, he walked through the school gate. The testing machine was essentially a large circular platform with 3 coffins standing on it, allowing 3 people to be tested simultaneously. The exact prototype of this machine is debated and impossible to verify, but it was designed to test whether a person could enter a meditative state, that is, whether they could absorb magical power. Magic is fair, regardless of wealth or social status. Everyone may or may not have magical talent. Summoning magic is an exception, as it is a hereditary form of magic. The testing machine is very expensive, and it's not sold to you in China. Instead, they charge a hefty transportation and installation fee up front, and then charge an annual rental fee for 55 little golden eagles. Trying to renege on the debt is not an option. This item is produced and rented out by the Wang Family United Chamber of Commerce. Build one yourself? Sure, but be prepared for your whole family to be killed. Fortunately, the transportation and installation costs were covered by the Sama City Hall, and the rental fee was borne by Pro City. Xinhai City didn't spend a penny. Ronan was glad that New Sea City had saved him some money. The reason for this is that Sama has been declining in recent years. The discovery of the New World has gradually shifted the center of trade from the Mediterranean coast to the northwest coast. As business elites leave, many people who came to work in the surrounding cities are also leaving, and its population is declining year by year. Sama City hopes to retain some of the wealthy businessmen who want to relocate entirely through the Magic Academy. Although they know that doing so may not be very effective, they will keep as many as possible, since this amount of money is nothing to Sama City anyway. Pro City had a similar idea, partly because Pro City also had a naval port, and the military thought it would be a good thing to recruit some junior mages nearby. Sama City clearly has the money, so why doesn't it build its own magic academy? The answer is simple. Establishing a magic academy requires the king's personal approval. Without his approval, you can't build it, no matter how much money you have. Unfortunately, we can't recruit many students. Since the testing machine is so expensive, the testing certainly can't be free. Generally, testing costs 3 silver dragons. It doesn't sound like much, less than the monthly salary of Ronin's 2 newly hired maids. It seems like the lowest paid people could save up enough money, but in reality, the lowest paid people can't afford it because they can't save money. All their income has to be used to maintain their most basic survival. Therefore, people who are not middle-income earners or above in the city absolutely cannot afford this test fee. Even if they could afford it, they might not take the test and gamble, because even if they have magical talent, it is difficult to learn magic if they have not received basic education, cannot read or do arithmetic, and many middle-income people are actually illiterate. Looking at the brand-new test machine, Ronin couldn't help but sigh. Finally, the hardware is basically in place. Now we just need the software. Currently, the principal has been confirmed as Yvette, who will be primarily responsible for managing various administrative affairs. The school's true pillar of teaching is Carl, who voluntarily took a pay cut. If he, a third-tier magician, hadn't taken a pay cut, a junior magic academy like Shinhai City really couldn't afford to hire him. Another is Xia Air, who was hired at a high salary. He is a local of Shinhai City and also a first-tier magician. The reason Xia Air was willing to come was not only because of the good salary, but also because Ronin promised that after Yvette retired in 2 years and Carl returned home, he would support him to become the principal. Aside from them, the other teachers were a few old men that Dinia had poached from the logistics department of the Mage Corps. They would arrive in a few days. The Mage Squad's combat personnel were all in their prime positions, but the logistics department was not. The logistics department consisted of junior mages, and these old men had little hope of promotion. So Dinia simply invited them over, treating it as a way to retire here. The scenery was beautiful, the food was good, and the cost of living was low. Finally, at about 10 local, younger, novice magicians, and the teaching staff will be about complete. Because a single term can't recruit too many students, since magical talent is something that only 1 in 100 people possesses. Although the combined population of the 3 cities of Sama, New Sea, and Pro is over 1 million, which is close to 1/10 of the kingdom's population, the total number of children or teenagers from well-off families who have received some basic education, as well as some young people in their 20s who have already started families, is no more than 20,000. It can only be said that in the kingdom of Faz, the economic and educational levels in the south are ultimately incomparable to those in the north. Out of 20,000 people, only 200 can learn magic. Moreover, the church will also establish schools to poach students. So in the future, the number of new students enrolled in the Magic Academy will probably only be a dozen or 20 each year, or even just a few. Therefore, a teaching team of about 20 people is more than enough to handle the teaching tasks. At that moment, Carl's voice came from behind Ronin. The book you wrote is not suitable as an introductory textbook for students under 10 years old. I know that, Ronin replied. But this time, there will definitely be quite a few teenagers, or even people in their 20s being recruited. The meditation method he wrote is suitable for beginners in magic who lack talent and cannot even pass the initial level, but who are highly educated and have good critical thinking skills. Therefore, Lady Antari and Count Aquitaine both experienced significant results using this method and are now novice magicians. Meanwhile, 2 maids, Chloe and Rudas, who are over 15 years old, directly used this method to begin their studies. If it really works, you'll probably become famous in the magic world, and you might even win an award. After all, many people with magical talent never even become a beginner magician, let alone a full-fledged one. Carl said, "How about I give you a second authorship?" Ronin asked. Carl's expression immediately darkened. "I'm that kind of person. What I've proposed are just some theories that haven't been widely verified yet. You're the one to verify them, then further refine them to form real academic achievements. Don't you deserve to be a second author? Besides, I'm just an amateur, while you're a traditional academic. Without you, I'm afraid many people would accuse me of plagiarism." Ronin couldn't help but laugh at the end of his sentence. Although the circle of people engaged in magical research is small, there are still academic cliques. Chapter 189 School starts. Just kidding. Let's have a competition in early September. As the weather turned cooler, the Southern United Magic Academy opened its doors to 97 students. Ronan had to admit that he had overestimated the number of parents willing to take the gamble, and also overestimated the chances of wealthy children succeeding. Of these 97 people, without Ronan's meditation method, perhaps a third of them would never have become novice magicians in their lifetime. As for a true mage, there might not be even one among these 97. Of course, there are definitely 50 or 60 novice mages. These 50 or 60 people cannot be said to have a bright future, since they come from well-off families. It can only be said that they will definitely live a very comfortable life, since after reaching the novice level, they will have physical qualities far exceeding those of ordinary people, and their aging will be slowed down. If they want to be police officers, it's just a formality. If they want to join the army, it's just a little screening, and they can become well-paid mage musketeers. After arranging everything, Ronan brought the students' information to the city hall early the next morning and gave Dinia a brief report. Dinia simply took a sip of coffee and remained silent in response to the result. Is it because there are only 4 girls? Ronan asked. Dinia did not answer immediately, but after a moment, nodded. 97 people, 94 boys, and 3 girls. She didn't have any particular thoughts about the result, since it was quite normal. She was just a little sentimental. Ronan sat down and poured himself a glass of water. Dinia, this isn't something for our generation. Dinia emphasized in a low voice. I know. I think you should be happier, Ronan said, taking a sip of water. The reforms to the civil service have been quite successful. The municipal government's institutional reforms have gone smoothly. The economy, comprised of collective farms and emerging manufacturing industries, is developing well, and the farmers' associations and labor unions are playing a role in the future. The magic school has started smoothly, and as for the council, the elections for council members will be completed next month, which is also the soybean harvest season. It can be said that by the end of this year, all the plans and promises you made before and after taking office have been fulfilled. Dinia looked at her reflection in the coffee cup. I'm probably too surprised to react for a moment. Before coming here, I was prepared to accomplish nothing in my first year, but I never expected it to turn out like this in just 1 year. Ronan put down his water glass. There's no way around it. Under your brilliant leadership, Shinhai City is bound to change rapidly. Would it kill you to stop flattering me? Dinia retorted with a hint of disdain. Ronan shrugged and said helplessly, I'm used to it. This is not just a habit, but also a form of psychological suggestion, suggesting to oneself that one is loyal to one's boss, Dinia. Of course, it's only convenient for him to do this with his fate magic. Loyalty doesn't have a rigid standard and is more flexible, while some oaths of heaven are more rigid and inflexible. Dinia finished her coffee in one gulp. Although there are still many things about you that I don't like, that doesn't stop me from sincerely thanking you. Ronan waved his hand. It's pointless for us to talk about this, isn't it, comrade? Yes, Dinia replied, a slight smile appearing on her face, but she quickly suppressed it. Then, comrade, can you tell me what your law of destiny is? Didn't I say? My rule is loyalty, Ronan said calmly. Loyalty? Dinia stared blankly at Ronan for a long time, then slammed her fist on the table a few times to keep from bursting out laughing. Ronan looked at Dinia. It's your turn. Dinia took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, then seemed lost in memories, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. My purpose is to bring death and new life. Huh, that sounds like the evil villainous wizard from a chivalric romance novel, Ronan joked. Huh, I'm the villain, what are you? Dinia asked. Ronan clicked his tongue and replied. Me? In those people's writings, someone like me would probably only be a wizard's underling, a self-proclaimed clever buffoon who always ends up making things worse. So, to prevent being written as a villain or a buffoon, next year's focus will be on further cracking down on corruption. Who is corrupt? Those who stand in the way Ronan planned are the corrupt officials. Ronan's plan was for the blind man to take his place as Secretary General, the mute man to go to the Oversight Department, for Ambrina to send someone she trusted to be mayor, and for Mrs. Antari to continue as the mayor's private secretary, ensuring that the new Sea City route remained unchanged. Just then, the clock tower of the city hall chimed, signaling the 9 o'clock in the morning. A meeting was scheduled to begin in 15 minutes. Dinia stood up and straightened her collar. I'll stop talking now. Come to my place tonight. Okay, I'll be going now. Ronan said goodbye and left Dinia's office. The meeting had two main themes. One was to summarize the gains and losses of the past 6 months, and the other was to discuss the upcoming parliamentary elections. The former was actually a sycophantic meeting. The city hall summarized the gains and losses, but there were only gains and no losses. Even if there were mistakes, they were due to force majeure. Anyway, just praise the mayor and that's it. The latter is just a bunch of nonsense. What about upholding the principles of fairness, impartiality, and openness? What about promoting the spirit of democracy and freedom? Isn't that just empty talk? Is there any election process without backroom deals and money for power exchanges? If we don't resort to some underhanded methods, it would be an insult to the excellent traditional culture nurtured by the 2,000-year-old pirate and bandit civilization of the West, and we would have to apologize to all the people of the Western continent. After a morning meeting, work resumed as usual in the afternoon. After getting off work in the evening, Ronan went home, ate a quick bite, and then headed straight to Dinia's place. To Ronan's surprise, Dinia was waiting for him at the door, carrying 2 bottles of wine. Let's go to the beach, Dinia said. Okay. Ronan summoned his shield. Walking there would take too long, flying would be much faster. At the 4th rank, he had twice as much energy as when he was at the 3rd rank, and he could now withstand the drain. Ronan leaped onto the shield, followed closely by Dinia. Magic adhered to the shield beneath their feet, and in the next instant, the shield took flight. Dinia put a hand on Ronan's shoulder, and after a while, Ronan actually felt a transfer of magic. What's going on? I'm not sure. I had a feeling when I touched you just now, so I tried it out, and it turns out that I can transfer magic to you just by touching you, Dinia replied. This only works on Ronan, probably because Ronan has the same regenerative ability as her, which comes from the original species. Only Ronan gained regenerative abilities after drinking her blood. It had no effect on others. The reason for this is likely that Ronan drank an enhancement potion given to him by Tyr, the gardener on the 9th floor of the obelisk. Soon, the two arrived at the seaside. Dinia placed 2 bottles of wine. Let's have a match. I'll only use basic magic. As soon as she finished speaking, a cavalry saber formed from condensed magic appeared in her hand. How can we determine the winner and loser? Ronan asked, conjuring a one-handed sword with magic. Dinia frowned when she saw that Ronan hadn't used his own conjuration magic to materialize his sword and shield. Instead of answering the question about how the outcome would be determined, she asked, Aren't you going to use your conjuration magic? Chapter 190 Victory or Defeat. Next stop, you're hopeless. It's just for fun. No need, Ronan said, then suggested, limbs, torso, head. Whoever hits all 3 first wins. How about that? Okay, Dinia replied. On the beach, Ronan, wielding a one-handed sword, and Dinia, wielding a cavalry saber, stood 10 meters apart. After nodding to each other, the battle began instantly. Dinia showed no sign of holding back, accelerating rapidly. Even though the beach was uneven, 10 meters was still less than half a second for her. Her movement was as if time had been pulled away. One moment she was 10 meters away, and the next the knife was already at her. As Ronan parried with his sword, he kicked out, striking Dinia's shinbone. This kick, imbued with magic, snapped the iron pipe in 2, but Dinia was unharmed. Almost simultaneously, the swords clashed. If Ronan were using his manifested sword, he could easily break through Dinia's magic-based blade and cut off her hand. However, since he was also using a magic sword, he was unable to withstand Dinia's magic blade. Now, Dinia's magic blade had cut halfway into the blade of his magic sword, without damaging the blade at all. Just before Dinia's magic blade was about to sever Ronan's magic sword, Ronan's magic sword suddenly transformed into a soft whip. The middle part of the whip wrapped around the military knife, and the head sprang out like a venomous snake, striking towards Dinia's face. In terms of physical fitness and magical power, Ronan is inferior to Dinia. However, Ronan is a genius rationalist who mastered the 7 basic magics at the age of 15, while Dinia awakened the magic of destiny at the age of 5 and is a mind magicist who does not need to learn the basics. Simply comparing the application of basic magic, Ronan is confident that he is a cut above Dinia. Just as the attack was about to hit, Dinia suddenly spat out a magical arrow, deflecting the attack. Missing his first strike, Ronan quickly withdrew his weapon and dodged back, while Dinia's attack also missed. Dinia's eyes turned serious. "You get 1 point." Ronan asked, puzzled. Dinia said, "Although that was just a basic spell using magic, being able to cast spells on every part of the body is a technique of a shapeshifter. I cheated." Before he could finish speaking, Dinia was already in front of Ronan again, the blade magnified in Ronan's pupils, and this vertical slash was aimed directly at his head. Just as the blade was about to fall, the vertical slash suddenly turned into a horizontal slash. However, Dinia's change of move did not fool Ronan at all. Elena had been tired of this kind of simplistic change of move 10 years ago. Ronan ducked and sidestepped the attack, simultaneously grazing Dinia's calf with the tip of his sword. 2-0. Ronan scored again, but what he didn't expect was that Dinia suddenly started and charged at him with a huge amount of magic power, sending Ronan flying. Dinia followed up immediately with a sweeping slash, determined to hit the leg, body, and head from bottom to top in one go, securing 3 points. However, just before her knife was about to reach Ronan's head, Ronan had already pierced her torso with his sword. At this moment, the score is 3-2. Ronan has won. Page 86. Just as the knife was about to slash at Ronan's chin, Dinia's knife disappeared, and he threw a punch that ultimately stopped at the tip of Ronan's nose. Dinia withdrew her fist. "I lost." Ronan asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly decide to have this pointless competition with me?" "Because of the last battle with that old relic," Dinia replied. Dinia didn't finish her sentence, but Ronan understood what she meant. In the end, Ronan won the battle against the old antique because he took control of her body. Although she never showed anything afterward, she was still bothered by it. "Actually, you don't need to worry about that," Ronan said. "I used to be a standard melee mage, so it's only natural that I'm better at melee combat than you. Now, I don't mind anymore," Dinia said with a relaxed smile, as if she had completely shed a burden. "That's good," Ronan said. Dinia let out a long sigh and walked towards the place where the wine had been stored. "I already had an idea, and the competition just now has made me even more determined to have it. I've decided that if there's another need to, well, in that kind of situation, I'll give my body to you." "Okay, but I hope we don't encounter that level of trouble again." Ronan agreed, but also hoped he wouldn't run into any more powerful individuals of that caliber. Dinia tossed a bottle of wine to Ronan. "Trouble is inevitable. After all, whether we go to the border provinces or the colonies, there will be trouble. It's just that the chances of encountering a powerful figure are probably very small." "That's true." Ronan took the bottle, sliced off the cork and the bottle neck with one finger, and took a sip. Dinia opened the bottle in the same way, took a sip, and said, "Some magicians are not high-ranking, but their magic is strange, especially the divine magic in the Oath of Heaven. My strength has not deteriorated, but my combat awareness has declined a lot. So next year I plan to spend more time training to get back in shape. I will leave the city's affairs to you." "How do you train?" Ronan asked curiously. Dinia replied, "Go to the Mediterranean to kill the pirates supported by the Sultan. Some of the pirate leaders are from the divine magic system of the Oath of Heaven." Ronan nodded. In fact, Elena's magic is also a divine spell from the Oath of Heaven, but her magic is for applying buffs and restoring health and mana, which seems more normal. After clinking their bottles and taking another sip, Ronan looked at the sea in the distance and suddenly asked, "Is our next stop confirmed to be the New World?" Dinia was taken aback and did not reply immediately. Seeing her reaction, Ronan knew he had guessed correctly. Sure enough, this isn't rehabilitation, but a rehearsal, because the evil magic of those natives in the New World is similar to the divine magic of the Oath of Heaven. If we're going to the New World, our target is those 2 earls. The 2 counts Ronan mentioned refer to the 2 sons of the current king's deceased second brother. They were in theft overseas and theoretically had no right to inherit the throne, but this was only in theory. Within the capital, there was no shortage of people who hoped one of these 2 would succeed to the throne. Clearly, His Majesty the King wants Ronan and Dinia to go there and completely eliminate these 2 potential threats, and it must be done legitimately. You're probably right. Dinia said that she said should because the king had only written to her about some unpleasant things about the overseas colonies, without specifying anything. After a while, having finished talking and drinking, Ronan drove Dinia home and then went home himself. At Dinia's mansion, Augustina saw Dinia and said, "Captain, you've just had some intense exercise. You two wouldn't be, definitely not. The timing doesn't match. With your physique and looks, if he had the chance, he wouldn't stop until he's turned into a dried-up corpse." Dinia had a headache. "Sometimes I really don't understand how you can say such vulgar things. Because my goal is to share with the leader, but you haven't approached me." Augustina replied seriously. Dinia shook her head. "You're hopeless." Chapter 191 Taxes, Business, and a Small Agreement. November, late autumn, the tax collection season. The entire tax collection process took more than half a month to basically come to an end. According to rough estimates, Shanghai City's tax revenue this year is 50% higher than the total tax revenue of the 7 cities last year. Half of the 50% increase is due to this year's bumper harvests of wheat and soybeans, coupled with the highly profitable sugar and stocking industries, as well as the trade in commodities such as soybean oil and alcohol. Next year, the scale of various industries will expand further, and with the addition of seed companies, tax revenue will be even higher. The other half is because some people who didn't pay their taxes properly in the past suddenly had a change of heart and started paying them after Ronan's kind reminder. The majority of these people came from the church. The total amount of taxes owed by the churches in New Sea City over the past few years was equivalent to 1/10 of the city's total annual tax revenue. This is before any investigation into tax evasion has even taken place. If an investigation were conducted, there would be much more to discover. No wonder so many people are shouting to overthrow the church. If the church falls, I wonder how many people will be able to eat their fill. Finally, I can go to work normally again. Ronan sat in a chair in the bedroom, yawning and sighing. He had been working overtime for the past week and hadn't seen Ambrina. This is the trouble that comes with rapid development. There are too many changes that the administrative staff needs to adapt to. Even though the administrative staff in New Sea City has become younger after his repeated extermination efforts, there are still many who follow the 2 principles of doing nothing wrong and covering up mistakes. Ronan has no choice but to personally take charge and keep an eye on this bunch of bastards. Ding, ding, the distant chimes of a clock ring out, 9 o'clock. Time to get something to eat. Ronan stood up. It wasn't that he wanted to eat it himself, but that he was giving it to Ambrina. At 10 o'clock, Ronan had just finished preparing the food when he was pulled into the restaurant. Due to the season, the time had been changed to 10 o'clock. Ronan prepared roast meat for Ambrina. The roast meat was made from the neck of a black pig, marinated briefly beforehand, then coated with honey and roasted until the skin was crispy and reddish-brown, while the inside was tender and juicy. To achieve this, Ronan had to conduct culinary experiments after working overtime. After more than 10 failed attempts, he ate so many of the failed attempts that he suddenly didn't want to eat pork anymore. Then drizzle with a sweet and sour sauce, sprinkle with some tender chopped parsley to cut through the richness, and serve with Ronan's homemade apple pickles. There were 3 small pieces in total. Ambrina cut off half of it and put it in her mouth. First, there was the crispy texture and the sweet and sour sauce. Then came the salty and savory meat juice with the aroma of fat and the tender texture. The last layer was the fragrance of parsley shreds as she chewed, which relieved a little greasiness. After finishing, she took a small bite of apple pickle, and it was completely refreshing. Ambrina finished eating a small piece of meat without saying a word to Ronan, and then forked the remaining half into her mouth and began to chew. Seeing that Ambrina was only focused on eating, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. All his efforts had finally paid off. The dishes you serve to Ambrina to level up aren't just new. They also have to taste good to her. Otherwise, you might as well just serve her all sorts of culinary disasters. After finishing the barbecue, Ambrina took a big gulp of herbal tea to rinse her mouth. After rinsing, she wiped her mouth with a cotton handkerchief and began to talk about what had happened in the capital these past few days. During the week Ronan was away, the colorful jacquard stockings produced by the New Sea City hosiery workshop sparked a buying frenzy as soon as they hit the market. The most sought after were the purple rose-patterned suspender stockings, which have now appeared on the black market due to their limited quantity. Ronan thought that these flashy stockings might be popular. After all, the attire of the kingdom's nobles and wealthy merchants could only be described as extravagant, so they would probably like these flamboyant stockings. But what was unexpected was that it would be so popular, and the most popular color was purple. Just imagining the scene is enough to make one's eyes water. Then, Ambrina brought up other business matters. The sugar sold very well, and more than a dozen other sugar shops closed down. Some businessmen came to her seeking cooperation, but left after hearing about her debt-to-equity swap plan. The next day, several bankers came and said they wanted to lend her 10,000 golden eagles. If Ambrina couldn't repay them, they would convert them into 40% of the shares. Ronan recalled how he had sold the technology to a businessman with only 500 golden eagles, and couldn't help but sigh that the princess had a lot of influence. No one dared to compete with her, or even have any ulterior motives. The bankers in the capital were also rich. They could take 10,000 golden eagles without hesitation. Ambrina patted Ronan on the shoulder. "Ronan, look." As she spoke, she lifted her dark blue skirt. At first, Ronan's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that Ambrina was also wearing those eye-catching stockings. But it turned out that Ambrina had simply changed into a pair of slightly sheer black pantyhose with a soft sheen and a pair of red round-toed lace-up leather shoes. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The black stockings made Ambrina's calves appear thinner when still, but with the slightest movement of her legs, the black stockings made her calves even more translucent and shiny, while the contrast between the light and shadow on her ankles and insteps, which were almost entirely black and opaque, still revealed her fleshy curves. This obvious change in color aroused Ronan's desire, and since he hadn't had sex for the past few days, it slowly began to rise. After meeting her several times, Ambrina was no longer shy at all. On the contrary, she was very happy to see Ronan reacting to her. She always felt she wasn't pretty enough. Her looks and figure were only better than most people's. None of the women around Ronan were in that category. Dinya was obvious, Elena was beautiful, tall, and large. Alice had long, curled eyelashes, slightly narrow eyes, and soft facial features, the kind of face with an oriental charm that many people admired. Augustina was also a beauty, and Yvette's girlish looks and figure were the type that some people were particularly fascinated by. But even after seeing so many beautiful women, Ronan, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, still reacted to her, who was so ordinary. This means he loves her wholeheartedly. Ambrina stood up and slightly opened her arms. After so many days, some things no longer needed to be said. Ronan understood, got up, and went over to hug her. The hug and rubbing quickly turned into a kiss. Ronan had one arm around Ambrina, and the other hand moved down to Ambrina's buttocks. He had only intended to keep the touch through her skirt, but he couldn't help but spread his fingers and apply a little pressure. Unlike Elena's description of large, fleshy buttocks, and unlike Alice's soft yet bouncy little bottom, Ambrina's buttocks were round and fleshy. With a little pressure, 5 fingers could be pressed in, but if you tried to grab them, they would slip through your hands because of the skirt and silky pantyhose. Unbeknownst to her, Ambrina's eyes began to glaze over. After a while, Ronan withdrew his hand, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and soon the bell rang. The time was almost up. Ronan kissed Ambrina on the forehead as a farewell kiss. "Henri, I'm leaving." Just as Ronan was about to leave, Ambrina specifically emphasized, "Don't bring any food tomorrow." "Okay," Ronan replied. Chapter 192: Chickens pecking at each other, madmen trapping each other. The following day is Sunday, no work. Located on a hillside in the northern part of the former city of Wright, there is a clearing where the remains of a few stone pillars carved by the Haiti people still exist. Ronan and Dinia sat on the same large rock, with 2 bottles of wine and a big bag of Ronan's homemade, inauthentic shredded beef. I was originally supposed to come with Carl to watch 2 training sessions, but Carl didn't show up. "Where did he go?" Dinia asked. "His fiancée is here," Ronan replied. "A woman who is 6 feet tall and carries a giant sword." Upon hearing this, Dinia gasped and quickly dispelled her own imagination. "Don't overthink it. She's not the muscular type. She has a great figure and is quite pretty. Of course, not as pretty as you. Not as pretty as you." Ronan almost blurted out, "Not as big as you." But thankfully he stopped himself, otherwise he probably would have had to do another training session. Hmm. Dinia stared at Ronan. Ronan smiled. I mean, not as gentle as you. A liar's mouth. Dinia said disdainfully. It was only because she was sitting down and wearing a skirt that she couldn't kick Ronan, that bastard, that she would have done so long ago. Inside the arena, Alice and Yvette's practice session began. Not long ago, Yvette successfully broke through and advanced to become a first-order proper position. She is destiny, and it is unknown what important choice she encountered when she fell. All that is known is that she, like Ronan, is a manifestation. The difference is that Yvette is ranged, and she manifests a bow. The red magic arrow can be charged up, and it will become redder and brighter in stages as it is charged up to 3 times in total. At this moment, Alice had already fired 1 shot. Her gun could only fire single shots, but it reloaded very quickly, taking only 1 second, so she immediately fired another shot. Yvette completed a brief charging motion, unleashing the arrow while swiftly dodging. She just didn't expect that the bullet Alice fired could actually curve, and as a result, the bullet hit her calf. If it were in the past when she wasn't in the correct position, this bullet would have rendered her unable to move. On the other side, Alice also did not expect Yvette's arrow to suddenly explode and scatter at close range. She had no time to dodge and could only hurriedly raise her hand to block it. Ronan looked at the two of them and laughed. You could say that both of them have a lot of potential. Dinia couldn't help but facepalm, and after a sigh, she finally managed to emulate Ronan's high emotional intelligence for once, saying, Indeed, there's a lot of room for improvement. On the other side, Augustina and Elena also began. Both of them are at the 2nd rank. Augustina raised her hand and sent a powerful fireball flying. The ranks of the elementalists are different from others. The elementalists are standardized. Being able to cast spells is rank 1, and being able to use elements to strengthen oneself is rank 2. The strengthening of the fire element is to enhance one's own magical power surge, instantly unleashing more powerful magic. Elena didn't dodge at all and charged straight at the fireball with her twin swords. Moontide. Instantly, magic within Elena's range bounced outwards. Although the range was small and the power was not strong, it still dispersed the fireball. At the same time, the 2 swords pierced through the fireball and hurtled straight towards Augustina. Moon's guidance. Elena released her gravity, and all the surrounding magic immediately drew towards her, including Augustina, a mage. Elena's move was designed to leave Augustina with no way to dodge. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a ring of fire suddenly appeared in front of her. Because of her moon's guidance, which directed magic towards herself, the ring of fire spread towards her even faster than before and was about to burn her in the blink of an eye. She had no way to avoid it, and the only way was to release Moon's tide to deflect the ring of fire. But once they bounce away, Augustina will create distance again. Augustina, who was flying towards Elena in midair, unleashed a fire breath towards the ground and twisted her body to dodge the flying twin swords. The ring of fire that just exploded was a fixed point, time delay spell she cast. This once again proves the saying that the battle of mages begins before the battle even starts. However, at this critical moment, Elena showed no sign of panic, nor did she intend to release Moon Tide, because the 2 swords were covered in magic. She used Moon Summoning, and the 2 swords that had been dodged were now turning back, heading straight for Augustina's back. Neither of them dodged. They were betting that the other would back down first, giving them an opportunity to attack. On the big rock stands, Ronan looked troubled. Those 2. They're all the same, Dinia added. Both of them appear to be power type, but they are actually skill type, good at playing tactics. But when they go crazy, they can be incredibly crazy. In the arena, a sword struck Augustina. Even with magic covering her defenses, it still tore her clothes, leaving a thin, long gash on her waist. On the other side, Elena was also blasted by the ring of fire, staggering back several steps before regaining her footing. She caught the 2 swords that flew back steadily. She appeared unharmed, but her magic was actually fluctuating internally, making it difficult for her to cast spells for at least half a minute. Want to come again? Augustina asked Elena, touching the one-eyed eye patch with one hand. Page 87. Although it was only 1 round of combat, Augustina already understood that Elena's physical attributes were superior to hers. Her total magical power was no less than hers, and she had a clear mind and a strong mentality. Without activating her flame eye, it would be quite difficult to suppress her. Elena shook her head. Forget it. This is about the best I can do as a support-type mage. If I continue, I'll lose badly. Aside from her melee abilities and the special powers granted by the moon goddess, her magic is truly purely supportive. Soon after, the chickens fighting on the other side also ended. Yvette and Alice both had messy hair. Their faces were covered in dust, and their clothes and skirts were full of holes. Apart from their pantyhose, none of them were intact. As for who would win, if the fight continued, Yvette would win. Although she looked like a little girl, she had a decent physique and more magic power than Alice. Right now, it's a draw. The first training match has ended. That evening, in Ronan's study, he rested his chin on his hand, waiting for Ambrina to lead him into the dining room. Not long after, Ronan was pulled into the restaurant. Before the light was even out, he could already hear cheerful, a cappella singing. It was just la la la, with no lyrics and very chaotic. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was water mist. After taking 2 steps forward, I found myself in front of a large bathtub, with steam rising from it. In the middle of the bathtub stood a long marble table, exactly the same style as the wooden table I had seen before. Ambrina could change the environment of the restaurant through music. Now that he thought about it, the random humming he had just heard was actually a bath song, and the large bathtub, which was at least 30 or 40 square meters, was created because of this song. Ambrina was mostly submerged in the water, wearing a tight-fitting white bodysuit and boxer briefs. The bodysuit cinched her waist and lifted her breasts, which, despite Ambrina's already large breasts, created a deep cleavage. The boxer briefs were also tight-fitting, clearly showing the flat stomach and the full contours of the lower triangle area. The edges of the briefs were connected to white stockings, which became crystal clear after being wet. Ronan didn't know what to say. The music suddenly changed the next moment. Chapter 193 Explanation. I feel like I have important business to attend to. As the music turned into a somber and oppressive melody, the scene rapidly changed. The surrounding walls transformed into old-fashioned castle-like brick walls, and this change gradually spread inwards. The ground where Ronan was standing also changed. Just when Ronan thought the whole place was about to turn into a castle restaurant, the background music changed again, returning to the cheerful and carefree bath song from before. The castle-like atmosphere began to recede, and soon the place returned to its former state of a steamy, large bathroom. Ronan was also bewildered by these successive changes. Only, what's going on? Yes. Ambrina stammered a bit. I was originally planning to change into a bathrobe, and then play this pre-recorded song to turn this place into a bathhouse restaurant. By the time the transformation was complete, you would have arrived. But I accidentally hummed a song while changing, and the scene changed as soon as I took off my outer clothes. In my haste, I slipped and fell into the bath, getting completely wet. Just as I was about to change things up, you arrived. In my rush, I switched to the wrong scene, and then I switched back. Ambrina seemed to have used up all her strength to finish this set of lies. Oh, Ronan responded, pretending to believe him. Ambrina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Ronan had no suspicions. Only she knew what really happened. In fact, she initially wanted Ronan to see her wearing only a corset and stockings. But when she used her magic to pull Ronan in, before he even entered, she panicked and regretted it. Having been raised almost entirely by nuns at a church school, she was a very conservative person at heart. But there was no going back at this point. In her panic, Ambrina instinctively tried to bury her head in the sand. Sitting by the pool, she slipped into the water, getting completely soaked. Then Ronan came in. When she was seen, she quickly changed the song, but then realized it was pointless since she was already soaked. So she changed it back and finally made up a clumsy lie. Ambrina then regretted lying to Ronan. After a moment of silence, she decided to reveal her true thoughts. Ronan raised his hand in a no gesture. Only, there's no need to explain anything. We don't need to be so clear about things between us, don't you think? Ambrina nodded and responded loudly, yes. Ronan pulled off his coat. Do you need it? No need. I'm not nervous at all now, Ambrina said, even standing up to face Ronan directly. Ronan, would you like to come down for a soak? Ronan was amused by Ambrina's adorable appearance, smiled, and agreed. Okay. Ronan took off his clothes, pants, shoes, and socks, leaving only a pair of large shorts tied with a string. In those days, there was no elastic fabric, and the imitation technology was not good, so underwear was very expensive. Not only was it expensive, but it could only be tied with a string. Ronan then went into the water and sat down next to Ambrina. When Ambrina noticed that Ronan was looking down, she immediately reached out and pushed Ronan's chin up, saying, "Don't look down." "Why?" Ronan asked. Ambrina paused, and even though there were only the two of them there, she still whispered very softly, as if she were talking in a secret. Mao, duo. Ronan didn't realize it at first because Ambrina's skin was exceptionally white and smooth, with hardly any hair, unlike some white girls who appear very white from afar but become rough up close. It took Ronan a moment to realize what kind of hair Ambrina was referring to when she said, "a lot of hair." The bra and underwear are white, so they might actually be visible in the water. However, since Ambrina wouldn't let him look, Ronan stopped looking and instead looked upwards at her chest. "It's quite big," Ronan said with a smile. "It's all squeezed out," Ambrina muttered, knowing full well that she couldn't compare to some people. Ronan didn't speak. If we're talking about bra size, Alice is between B and C. Ambrina is a bit bigger, between C and D. Elena is about an E, and Dinia might be a G. For someone with such a large figure who doesn't sag at all, it's really magical in this magical world. Without realizing it, Ronan's gaze shifted to his legs, and then he unconsciously got up. Ambrina was looking at Ronan's abs when she saw this scene. Then, the two of them suddenly fell silent. If it were a few months ago, Ambrina would have been eager to find something to talk about. At that time, she always felt that the two of them had to say something during their brief meeting. But now, she just leaned against Ronan quietly and didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Ambrina had never been in love before. The first man she felt attracted to was Ronan. At first, she tried to draw inspiration from the love bridges she saw in literary works and do things that lovers should do. Now, Ambrina understands that love is entirely a personal matter. She and Ronan do not need to deliberately do anything that so-called lovers should do. She is who she is, and Ronan is who she is. When they are together, it's love. Ronan was also someone who had never been in love. His relationship with Elena and Alice was simply a change from one kind of peculiar family to another kind of peculiar family, which could definitely not be considered a romantic relationship. However, Ronan did not conduct an analysis like Ambrina did. His relationship with Ambrina didn't cause any sustained emotional fluctuations, and most of the time, he didn't even worry about it. But after a few days apart, he would still want to see her. Occasionally, he would be so charmed by this seemingly quiet but actually lively girl that he wanted to be childish with her. At certain moments, there was a hint of sweetness, not the sweetness of candy, but the subtle sweetness of honey water. "That's enough, I'm leaving." Ronan got up and went to get his clothes. Ambrina replied. A few minutes later, Ronan returned. He hadn't even put on his clothes when he saw Elena and Alice, and they saw him too. "Wow, young master, what is this?" Elena exclaimed with a pointed question. "You and His Highness." Alice stammered in surprise. As Ronan put on his clothes, he answered, "No." Elena looked at Ronan. "You gave me a chance, but I didn't use it?" Ronan rolled his eyes at Elena. "You can't remember all the profound truths I say, but you remember this kind of thing very well." Elena chuckled shamelessly. After putting on his clothes, Ronan became serious. "By the way, what are you doing here so late?" "Sigh, someone's lonely." Elena sighed and looked at Alice. Alice was so angry her eyebrows almost stood on end. "Can't you be normal for once? I have important business to attend to." "Speak," Ronan told Alice. Alice did have important business to attend to, but it wasn't urgent. She wanted to ask Ronan to ask Ambrina how to train summon creatures because she couldn't beat Yvette, who had just become a first-tier official, today. She didn't expect Ambrina to give her a perfect solution, but she hoped she could provide some ideas. Chapter 194 Progress, Changes, and Unexpected External Aid. Ronan agreed with Alice's idea. The Frago family had been practicing ritual magic and summoning for generations, so they must have researched how to cultivate summoned creatures. These research findings might not be suitable for Alice, but providing her with some ideas should be fine. "Okay, I'll ask around for you tomorrow, Ronan agreed. After finishing the important matter, Elena looked at Ronan, and without needing to say anything, Ronan understood what she meant. Elena immediately grabbed Alice, who was turning to leave. Alice was annoyed. Are you sick in the head? Elena hugged Alice tightly, breathed warm air into her ear, and said like a cute golden retriever, Dear Alice, just keep me company. Alice remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Then Elena took out 2 special hair ties, one with dog ears and one with cat ears, and 2 special furry tails, one with a dog tail and one with a cat tail. Then she took out a bottle of ointment. Alice immediately regretted it, only to be picked up by Elena. The long night begins here. The next morning, Ronan was the first to wake up. Elena and Alice were still sleeping peacefully. Black and white stockings with tears and rips, and some parts were dry and hardened, were hanging by the bedside. The ordinary, monotonous days passed by one after another, and the only thing that could record the changes was the socks by the bed, which had become thicker. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the new year is approaching. In her spare time, Alice continuously nurtured her summoned creatures using some so-called secret manuals she obtained from Ambrina, and she made some progress. The difference between summoned creatures and materialized objects is that summoned creatures are alive, and Alice's gun began to resemble a living thing more and more. However, Yvette is also making progress. Ronan, who is also a materialist, would occasionally give her some pointers when he went to Dinia's house for drinks. Her control over materialization is much stronger than it was at the beginning. The two are still at the same level, and the match is still even. With the new year approaching and the long holiday just around the corner, Dinia announced that there would be no major moves in the coming year, which was met with enthusiastic applause from the officials. For bureaucrats, nothing pleases them more than unchanging things. Then, Ronan rambled on about the next year, and the meeting adjourned. The New Year holiday is over, and we have officially entered 1584. In March, springtime, Dinia took sick leave. Although anyone with a sound mind knew that Dinia was not sick at all, they still had a good celebration. After all, this female mayor could be quite unreasonable at times, and there was nothing they could do about it. But soon they discovered that this was actually bad news, because Ronan, that bastard, broke his promise that Dinia would not make any more big moves, and began a series of personnel changes. The first one was that the old judge, Avels, was taken down. The old man was dismissed for harboring a criminal. For a time, everyone in the city hall was in danger, fearing that they would be next. There's no way around it. If we're really going to enforce the law impartially, there's no one in this city hall we can't arrest. Outside of politics, Ronan's business ventures also made progress. 2 third-tier mages have arrived in New Sea City. In this era, many high-ranking magicians are not very skilled in magic, but they are good at inventing. When an inventor also has the power to defend the interests of his inventions, he will definitely become a capitalist, and even more ruthless than the average capitalist. Capitalists certainly support reform, and New Sea City recently passed the magician patent law. The kingdom used to have patents. Power and violence were patents. However, murder is illegal, and those who dare to infringe on rights are usually magicians, which is troublesome. So how did Ronan ensure the implementation of the patent law? Of course, it's because he's the envy of countless men in the kingdom, because he's been betrothed to Princess Ambrina, the most powerful woman in the kingdom, and Lady Dinia, the most powerful female magician on the continent. You asked if the kingdom's top mages support it? Of course they do. Meanwhile, the Heidi people are also making progress. They developed a culture medium that could turn ordinary plants into mutated plants. However, mutated plants, compared to their original counterparts, might not be a benign mutation for humans, so the experiments could only be conducted behind closed doors. In addition, they used the previously damaged replicas of the illusionary melody to piece together a small speedboat that sails using magic and does not require wind power. But this thing is pretty useless. Ordinary magicians can't control it to travel for long periods of time. Only a freak like Dinia, with an incredible amount of magic power, can. So Dinia set sail in this thing to kill pirates. Sometimes, Ronan was puzzled. The seedy people 1,000 years ago were clearly a high-tech civilization based on magic stones, and the methods of cultivating plants were just secondary. However, now, these seedy people only know how to farm, and are completely incapable of developing advanced technology. They don't understand magic stones at all, let alone manufacture them, and they can't even use them. If we could use the magic stones, creating the submarine that took Ronan to that otherworldly island wouldn't be a problem at all. In the blink of an eye, it's May. Ronan has already established the new framework for New Sea City. After he leaves, New Sea City will not reach the point where every decision Ronan makes is resolutely supported and every instruction Ronan gives is always followed. At the very least, no one will come forward to say that Ronan is 30 to 70 in his favor. After completing this task, Ronan began to think about his trip to the New World next year. He has a political team, including himself, Yvette, and Alice. He is also guaranteed personal military strength, and business is not a problem. The only problem is the military. Upon arriving in the New World, war is likely to break out, but Ronan is completely incapable of commanding troops, and neither is Dinia. Her experience leading a mage corps cannot be applied to a regular army. The Mage Corps consists entirely of orthodox mages, highly mobile, with high morale, and each member is capable of independent combat with extremely strong individual fighting capabilities. Having no other option, Ronan had to seek help from Ambrina to resolve the problem. Ambrina agreed, and the next day she told Ronan that she would pull him aside at noon and ask him to prepare some good dishes. Clearly, this means they're going to treat everyone to a meal. The next day, Ronan brought in braised beef, steamed lobster, braised pork knuckle, and a cold dish of crystal chicken. Crystal chicken is made by deboning chicken thighs and cooking them until just done. They are then placed in a large iron plate, and the broth from simmering pork skin is poured over them. The mixture is chilled and cooled, and finally, a transparent jelly-like coating is placed over the chicken. The chicken is then sliced and drizzled with a sauce made from ginger, garlic, oyster sauce, and olive oil. The jelly is soft and bouncy, the chicken is tender, and the sauce adds a rich and refreshing flavor. This magic is interesting, and this chicken is quite good too. It seems you two are living a very comfortable life. It was Isabel who spoke. Ronan hadn't expected that Ambrina would ask her for help with the analysis. However, it makes sense when you think about it. Isabel has connections with many young officers, and if she makes a move, she can indeed find someone who can easily accompany Ronan and Dinia to the New World. But to Ronan's surprise, Isabel didn't mention the young officer at all, but instead mentioned an unexpected person. Chapter 195 The Defeated General returns, and with one more person, Raven Dahile, born into a minor noble family, is practically no different from a commoner. He is currently 59 years old, a first-tier official, a Heavenly Oath mutant, and possesses the Eagle Eye, which provides a wide field of vision at high altitudes. This man was originally the Marshal of the Kingdom. 12 years ago, he was the commander of the Eastern Route Army, the commander of the legion that confronted the Empire. He divided his army into 3 parts. One part was used as bait to lure the enemy's vanguard. Another part went around the enemy's supply lines, pretending to be discovered by the enemy's main force, while he himself led his elite troops on a large-scale offensive, heading straight for the enemy's main camp where the Emperor and several Grand Dukes were located. Page 88, however, this young marshal, who debuted in his 20s and remained undefeated for 20 years, rose step by step from a low-ranking officer. At the time, he was not yet 50 years old and did not expect that most of the army he used as bait would surrender quickly. Only a small number of student soldiers refused to surrender and instead fought to the death. Adrian, who is now the chief agricultural officer in Shanghai City, was one of those student soldiers. With the decoy surrendering, the vanguard immediately turned back, while the troops still locked in fierce combat with the enemy's main force were caught in a pincer movement. Upon receiving this news, Marshal Raven had no choice but to abandon his own plans and, after attacking several of the enemy's supply points, head straight for the enemy's main force. After making many sacrifices, the kingdom's army withdrew to its original defensive line, returning to a stalemate. Many people died, but no strategic objectives were achieved. This battle was a defeat without being defeated. After the war, although the Empire and Wayland withdrew their troops in the end, which could be considered a victory and not enough to make him, the commander of the Eastern Route Army, take the blame, he still suffered a lot of criticism from the people, attacks from the kingdom's officials, and even many people in the army were dissatisfied with him. King Lucian himself was not in a stable position at the time, so it was impossible for him to come forward to protect him. Ultimately, this marshal, who had only suffered one defeat, went directly to the military academy as a lecturer on the king's advice. Now, Isabel recommends this person to Ronan. Can we persuade this old knight? Ronan asked. Of course you can't. He dislikes bureaucrats like you the most, Isabel said. However, if my dear sister asks him a few more times, it shouldn't be a problem. Several countries invited him to come back then, but he preferred to be a lecturer rather than go. The Western continent was still in an era that had not completely broken away from feudalism. It was possible for a top nobleman of one country to become a king in another country, let alone for an individual to serve in another country. The fact that this marshal did not leave the kingdom only shows that he was a very rare person of loyalty and patriotism in this era. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Remember my payment, dear sister. After saying that, Isabel left. Ronan looked at Ambrina. What's the reward? Ambrina replied. If it works out, she wants 300 gold eagles and 5% of the Stocking Sales Association's shares. If it doesn't, she'll take 100 gold eagles. That robber. Ronan couldn't find a better word. Ambrina added. The main thing is that she promised that if it works out, she can find a few more young officers to go to the New World with you. This is the main reason why she was willing to agree to Isabel's request. Otherwise, even if she found someone herself, she would be all alone. Ronan replied. Finally, the team for the trip to the New World is complete. In September, Dinia returned. She left alone, but returned with a pistol and a girl who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. The pistol is shaped like an ordinary flintlock pistol, but with a black barrel, a red body, and 2 aquamarine gemstones inlaid on both sides of the grip. The little girl had thick, black hair, fair skin, and rounded eyebrows that pointed at the ends, like a brushstroke on white paper with a pause followed by a quick stroke. She had long, thick, curled eyelashes, large, bright black eyes, a high nose with a slightly hooked tip, and gold earrings. She was wearing a dress that was clearly 2 sizes too big, yet it was still evident that she was well-developed. Suleiman's men? Ronan asked. The girl's appearance suggests she could only be a member of the Star Moon cult. This world doesn't have the Ottomans, but it does have the Suleimans. Their territory is slightly smaller than that of the Ottomans in Ronan's time, and they lack Algeria in North Africa, probably because France in this world is stronger. No, Dinia denied, then introduced the little girl beside her to Ronan, Kanan Amdaya, Zoroastrian, from India. Ronan was taken aback. The little girl's background was too bizarre, a Zoroastrian born in India. What kind of combination was that? It seems there's a long story behind this, Ronan chuckled. Tell me about it. My story is very short, the girl Kanan suddenly said, directly contradicting her previous statement. She spoke French with a strange accent, but it was understandable. My father was a priest, and I learned to make ritual implements from a young age. When I was 10, my father wanted me to marry my foolish brother to exorcise demons for me. I ran away and went to an Arab merchant's ship. Then I came to the Mediterranean. At first, I wandered around Suleiman. Then I joined the pirates, and then I was captured by her. It is salvation. Dinia corrected her. Ronan chuckled to himself, thinking that marrying her own brother was giving off a Zoroastrian vibe. The young girl Kanan glanced at Dinia. Yes, you are right. Dinia ignored Kanan and continued explaining to Ronan. She's a genius at creating magical artifacts. This pistol is one of her creations. It can hold and compress my magic power, then fire it as a bullet. It consumes very little power, but it can achieve the effect of using pure magic power to disrupt the magic power of low-level mages. Kanan couldn't help but retort again. Actually, the reason you couldn't bear it was because you cast a spell to assimilate the gun. Dinia glared at Kanan. Adults speak, children shut up. Also, don't just call someone you. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed. Now I'm starting to understand the father in that story. This kid might really need an exorcism. It's really not Indian at all. I am not Indian. Kanan shouted, then pointed to his head and clenched his fist. And only this person or someone stronger than me can call me a child. Ronan looked at Dinia and asked, Is it okay if I beat her up? Kanan wasn't afraid at all. Oh, I heard from Lady Aegis that you're a smart person. It's faster to act. Ronan finished speaking and swung his sword. Kanan was instantly surrounded by raging flames. Ronan's sword pierced into the flames, but he didn't feel any impact on anything. However, it didn't matter. No, Kanan was about to say it was useless, but before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain struck him, and he quickly raised his hands. I surrender, I surrender. After saying that, Kanan withdrew the flames, a fake smile on his face, and continued to hold his hands up. Ronan looked at her, a playful smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that this child was really asking for trouble, and Elena would probably be very willing to take her under her wing. Chapter 196 Education. Country people, very spirited. Ronan sighed, and said to Dinia, "We don't have time to discipline this child." Dinia responded, "Some indigenous tribes in the New World might find her useful." Kanan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked eagerly, "What is it?" "I'm not telling you," Ronan said. Dinia smiled, then patted Ronan's hand. "I'm leaving this child with you. I'm going back. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in the last 6 months. I need to get some rest." With that, Dinia vanished in an instant. Ronan didn't even have a chance to refuse. He had no choice but to accept this brat. Upon arriving home, Elena saw Ronan and the little girl and deliberately adopted a sarcastic maid's tone. "Young master, is this the illegitimate daughter of one of your friends? God above, he shouldn't have had a child with a heretic woman. And why wasn't this little bastard who smells like sheep killed by stones?" You. Kanan was shocked. She thought she had been in a pirate crew and was immune to profanity, but this blonde woman's insults were really vicious. "What do you mean, you? Don't you know how to address people respectfully? Don't you have a mother?" Elena continued. "Oh, I know. Your mother was a prostitute. When she was about to give birth, she defecated you into the toilet, intending for you to drown in it, but you actually survived." Aye. Kanan wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Enraged, he turned on his own and pounced on Elena. Moontide. Elena raised her hand, sending the flames off along with the people on their bodies. If we're talking about cultivation level, Kanan could be considered a first-tier master, since she can cast spells. However, the intensity and level of her magic might not even be as good as a novice magician. Before she even landed, Elena was already in front of her, delivering a powerful ground punch that sent her sprawling to the ground, unable to get up again. Ronan made no attempt to stop her. Elena was a sensible person. Just then, Alice, who had heard the noise, came over with a dark expression on her face. Ronan ignored Elena's side and looked at Alice. "Have Chloe and Ludas made arrangements?" "It's done. If they can pass the written test, they should be able to pass," Alice replied. Chloe and Ludas had recently become junior mages. Ronan was leaving next year, so he proposed dismissing them and having them take the civil service exam. He even arranged some preferential treatment for them. But of course, if they couldn't even pass the written exam, it wouldn't work. Alice asked Kanan, "Who is this little girl on the ground?" "That's about it." Ronan recounted how he went to pick up Dinia, and how Dinia brought back this little girl. "So what are you going to do?" Alice asked, adding, "I'm not sure I'll have the time to take care of her." Ronan smiled. "No need. Didn't you see? There's a perfect one over here." As he spoke, Ronan's gaze moved toward Elena. Alice wanted to laugh, but didn't. "Barbarians and heretics, huh? They're quite a match." Ronan nodded, then went over and helped Kanan up, saying to Elena, "From now on, this child will be in your care." Elena gave a witch-like smile. "Oh, then I'll have to go buy a boar bristle brush first to get rid of the sheep smell on her." "I don't want to," Kanan shouted. Ronan ignored her completely and beckoned to Alice. "Come on, I have something important to tell you." Then Ronan and Alice left. A new life began in Kanan. She had never really suffered much hardship growing up. From the time she could remember, she showed extraordinary talent in making ritual artifacts, which were magical tools. She also somehow acquired magic. Her parents treated her like a treasure and allowed her to read books. Although she became increasingly unruly after reading The Adventures of Sinbad of Saris, and was considered to be possessed by evil spirits, her parents only planned to marry her off to her own brother to exorcise the evil spirits. They did not really discipline her strictly. She only suffered briefly on the Arab merchant's ship. Later, whether she was a wanderer or a pirate, She did well by relying on her own strength. Ordinary people couldn't do anything to her even if they had muskets. In the pirate crew, she became an important figure relied on by the captain because of her ability to make magical artifacts. Apart from not being allowed to disembark, she was the second freest person on the ship, but she didn't fare so well in Elena's hands. They had to undergo intense physical training every day and memorize the Seven Saints sect scriptures. If they didn't meet the standards, they weren't allowed to eat. If they dared to resist, they would be locked in a cramped, dark room where they couldn't even lie down. This continued for a month. That morning, Elena suddenly came over. Before she could be called, Kanan, who was taking a nap in a chair, woke up instantly and reflexively emphasized loudly, "No, I didn't slack off." "Is it really necessary?" Elena questioned. "I was wrong. I will reflect on my mistake." Kanan immediately admitted his mistake. "All right, come with me. The time has come to see if you're any good." With that, Elena opened the door and walked out. Kanan reached the door, but stopped. Over the past month, she had thought of escaping more than once, but she knew very well that this was Ronan's territory and she couldn't escape. If she did escape, the consequences would be severe. At this moment, she could go out openly and honestly, but she hesitated to take that step, as if what lay ahead was not a free street, but a terrifying hell. After a long while, Kanan took a deep breath before closing her eyes and forcing herself to walk out. Nothing happened. "Can you hurry up?" Elena urged. "Coming right away," Kanan replied hastily, quickly following after him. "On the way," Elena said. "The kind of pistol you made is pretty useless." Chicken ribs? Kanan didn't understand Elena's meaning. "The story of Saris is about something that looks useful but is actually useless," Elena explained, though she herself was only a dabbler. "Yes," Kanan agreed, not faking it, but because she genuinely believed it. In the past month, she had learned a lot and realized that she was just a clever country girl. Guns that extract magic power to form magic bullets and then fire them were invented on this continent decades ago, but few people use them. For most novice mages, this is too mana-intensive, and its physical damage is similar to that of a flintlock pistol. Its only advantage is slightly better accuracy, but considering its high cost, it is really not worth it. It does deal magical damage, but even a novice mage wouldn't find it very powerful. Most upright mages wouldn't use this kind of magic gun, because their magic is faster and stronger than this gun. Only those with abundant magic power but lacking offensive means might consider using magic-powered firearms. For them, it would be perfectly acceptable to purchase more expensive and powerful magic items. Dinia took a liking to this thing because she already had a special move, a pure magical surge that caused low-rank mages to have their magic disordered and unable to cast spells. Using this specially crafted magic pistol to perform this move slightly reduced the speed, but it was more mana efficient. At this moment, Elena changed the subject. "Young master has an idea, and he wants you to give it a try." "I will definitely work hard," Kanan shouted energetically. Chapter 197, Feigning a Change of Heart. Mission accomplished. Magic Revolver. Kanan never expected that Elena would lead her on a journey that would last for most of the day, until dusk, when the two arrived at a place called the White Star Cathedral. "You must first convert to the Seven Saints Church," Elena said. Kanan's small face instantly fell. She mustered her courage and said to the blonde demon in front of her, I won't convert." Her tribe had fled from their homeland to the West Indies because they didn't want to convert to Islam. Although she had never been a devout believer, she didn't want to convert. Elena ruffled Kanan's hair. "You're supposed to be pretty smart, aren't you? You pretended to convert, but you didn't even realize you regretted it. You can do that." Kanan was surprised. She was smart and precocious, but her knowledge was still lacking. "Many people do this," Elena said. After all, she did it herself. "All right," Kanan agreed. She finally understood why Elena had forced her to memorize the Seven Saints scriptures a month earlier. The two arrived at the church, where Elliot, having become friends with Ronan and reached an agreement with him, led them to the place where the ceremony would be held. Elliot was not the one who presided over the ceremony. He was an assistant who handled the church's secular affairs. A real clergyman was needed to preside over the conversion ceremony. Soon, the two met a bald bishop of the district, with several priests standing beside him. Originally, White Star City, a special city, did not have a bishop. After all, A district bishop is not a cheap commodity. Does a small city of tens of thousands of people deserve one? But after the 7 special cities merge, with a population of several 100,000, that would be a good match. The bishop asked Canaan a few questions. Canaan was clever enough to simply quote directly from the second half of the canon as his answers. The bishop remained expressionless and began the ceremony. After all, he had been paid. The conversion ceremony was completed quickly. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. This was a task Ronan had given her, and thankfully, she hadn't messed it up. Page 89. After leaving the church, Elena took Canaan to a fancy restaurant for dinner. Your Seven Saints sect is quite interesting, especially the second half of your scriptures. It's very interesting. Canaan said, the first half of the Seven Saints sect scriptures is not fundamentally different from other monotheistic sects. It tells the story of an omniscient and omnipotent God who created the world. The latter part consists of some mystical and fantastical stories, which can be summarized in one sentence. Those who believe in me will have good days ahead, while those who do not will go to hell. The second half is a collection of dialogues between the Holy Son and his 6 incarnations. Of course, different sects have different views or interpretations of the identities of the other 6. In the dialogue, the Holy Son can be said to have a mentor-student relationship with the other 6 people. The 6 people are Labus, the son of the hero general, Korodai, the good man prince, Euler, the traveler wandering doctor, Triga, the sage librarian, Osiris, the philosopher priest candidate, and Ludit, the recorder merchant, who is the only one among the 6 whose image is not so positive. I haven't read much of the scriptures, so you don't need to tell me that. Elena had no interest in discussing the Seven Saints cult. Huh. Canaan was surprised again. I'm not a member of the Seven Saints cult, Elena said. All right, I'm hungry, let's eat. After finishing their dinner and leaving the Grand Hotel, Canaan realized something. They hadn't paid for their food. I'd like to give it to them, but they might not dare to accept it, Elena said. Who told her to suddenly become the head of the underworld in Shanghai City? The people in the small restaurant might not know her, but that was a big restaurant, and the owner happened to be there. If she went to give him money, the owner would probably give her money instead. After spending the night in White Star City, Elena took Canaan to the Magic Academy the next day. The purpose was to take her to see the test machine. The testing machine works by assisting meditation to determine whether a person has and how much of a talent for absorbing magical energy. Therefore, the testing machine itself can extract and store magic, but the amount is very small. To date, no one has developed a machine capable of extracting and storing magic power in large quantities over long periods of time. Your first task is to figure out this principle and then create a miniaturized machine for extracting and storing magic. Elena said, nothing other than a human can store a large amount of magic power for a long time. Canaan said with certainty. At least, I don't know how to achieve this effect. No need for long-term storage, Elena said, waving her hand. Canaan's conflicted expression relaxed. Then we can give it a try. I'm leaving. If you have any questions, go find Carl, the head of the academic affairs department here. After saying that, Elena turned and left. Her mission was complete. 2 months later, Canaan's research was completed, or more precisely, her and Hannah's research was completed. They created a very small device, although its effect became much weaker, but that did not matter. Hannah is Carl's fiancée. Although she is a 24-year-old single woman who is 1.8 meters tall and always carries a giant sword, she looks violent. However, she is actually a gentle and rational woman, a mathematical researcher, engineer, and expert in magical artifacts. Carl has complained to Ronan more than once that he and Hannah are really incompatible, but there is nothing he can do. A nobleman like him cannot decide his own marriage. 2 weeks later, the two made what Ronan wanted, a revolver that used magic as bullets. This thing relies on a small device that extracts, stores, and converts magic power, and compared to a real revolver, it also has the function of rapid reloading. It's certainly not suitable as military equipment because it lacks sufficient power. However, in the city, this portable, rapid-fire, stable, and short-range accurate magic pistol is definitely superior to a flintlock musket. Ronan hoped to develop this device so that it could be readily provided to the accompanying novice mages upon arriving in the new world, enabling them to carry out small-scale operations. You are free, Ronan said to Kanan, taking out a bag of silver coins. I heard you learned some magic from Carl, and now you are a full-fledged mage. With this money, you can go wherever you want. With your abilities, you can live quite well. Kanan shook his head. I want to become a citizen and follow her. After several months, she had figured out who Dinia was and who Ronan was, and she didn't want to leave. You probably know some of the details, but you may not know how dangerous it is to follow us. With your strength, you could die, Ronan said. Kanan replied nonchalantly. I've even been a pirate. What am I afraid of? Once you're on this ship, you won't be able to get off, Ronan solemnly reminded him again. I know, why do you talk so much? Kanan said impatiently. Ronan looked at the little girl. Her illness had relapsed after 2 months of not being treated. Okay, I agree. You can stay at my place for now, Ronan said. Huh. Kanan was surprised, but a hint of fear showed through her. Although she hadn't seen Elena for 2 months, she was still afraid. I'm leaving. Talk to Elena if you need anything. With that, Ronan left. He had an important meeting that evening. He had to meet that general who wasn't exactly a famous general. If you can recruit them, then recruit them. If not, then forget about it. Chapter 198 Qualification Theory. Delusion. Don't let me down that night. Ronan entered Ambrina's restaurant once again. This time, besides Ambrina, there was also the so-called famous general. This man named Raven was nearly 60, but his face looked only 50. He was neither tall nor strong, neither fat nor thin, with a full beard and some graying sideburns. He had a lot of baldness on both sides of his forehead and wore a pair of small round glasses. If it weren't for the scar on his jaw and the missing piece of his left ear, he would look more like a watchmaker. When he saw Ronan, he didn't greet him, but just tapped his plate with his fork without eating a single bite. Ronan never treated impolite people with courtesy. You were once very famous, but you are destined not to become a famous general in history, not because you lost, but because a commander who cannot even control his own army is undoubtedly not a qualified commander. Raven looked at Ronan. Do you know anything about military affairs? You don't understand, but you can't cook either, so you're not qualified to comment on food, are you? Ronan retorted. That makes sense. Levine replied calmly. Ronan continued. You have won many battles and small and medium-sized operations with soldiers you are familiar with, but you lost the first battle when commanding a large army you are unfamiliar with. However, a qualified commander should be able to command unqualified soldiers. That's true, but I've heard it far too many times, Raven said. Let's get down to business. The reality is, a chance to turn your life around is now in front of you, Ronan said bluntly. You've been waiting for this opportunity for 10 years, haven't you? The opportunity is to lead a few hundred men to fight the natives, or those 2 useless men under the earls. Raven said, laughing at himself. Leading a few hundred men to fight is something I did when I was 20. Many people dream of going back to their youth and reliving it all. You have that opportunity, isn't that great? Ronan joked. I'm 60 years old, Raven said. If you feel old, then go ahead. Ronan said, making a gesture that indicated you were free to leave at any time. Haha. Raven suddenly laughed, then took off his glasses, revealing a sharp gaze. Since we're going back to being 20, we should do things we didn't do at 20. I need you to prepare some native boys for me. I plan to train them into a qualified army, not just a lackey army that can only go forward when a gun is pointed at it, but a qualified army. Agree to this condition, and I'll go to the New World with you. The old man's words almost made Ronan burst out laughing. I must say, you have a lot of dreams. I'm a 20-year-old young man now. Shouldn't I have dreams? The old man retorted. Before Ronan could reply, the old man continued eating and talking. For 10 years, I have never forgotten that defeat. It's not that I can't accept the defeat, but I've been thinking about why those experienced, honored, well-paid officers and soldiers with families to care for, who were used as bait, couldn't withstand the blow and surrendered directly, while those students who had nothing and knew nothing fought to the last moment. Later, I understood that it was hope. Only those who have hope will not easily give up. But this is just wishful thinking on my part as a failed old man. Maybe I'm way off, but I want to test it out. As he spoke, the old man put down his knife and fork and looked at Ronan again. If I may ask, once you go to the New World, how do you plan to verify your delusions? Ronan asked. Reform, new army. The old man only said 2 words. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed. May I ask again, where do you intend to innovate? Anyway, it'll come down to those 2, Raven said. Someone wants them to go to heaven and start a new life, doesn't he? Okay, I agree to this condition. Ronan agreed. This failed old man was surprisingly interesting. The old man didn't show any joy or excitement. Instead, he lowered his head and continued eating. At this point, Ronan spoke again. Let me ask a question that goes unrelated to the main topic. Did you already know Princess Isabel and the young officers she recommended? The old man's hand holding the fork suddenly froze in midair. After a long pause, he finally put the meat from the fork into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, then sighed deeply. So, I really hate people like you. Are you planning to back out? Ronan smiled, took Ambrina's hand, and looked at her face. A true king can embrace different factions, right? Without a doubt, Ambrina said firmly. Old man Raven didn't say anything, ate several large mouthfuls of meat, wiped his mouth, and then stood up, saying, Farewell, young men. With that, the old man left, his back ramrod straight, not at all like an old man. After the old man left, Ambrina and Ronan talked about what happened next. She told Ronan that the transfer order would arrive around the end of the year, and that Ronan, Dinia, and the others would set sail for the new world around March. Dinia's position at that time will naturally be governor. However, the territory she can currently manage, as well as the personnel under the governor's office, are far less than those of the 2 counts. But this time, Ronan was no longer her secretary or even her subordinate. Ronan's position was tax liaison officer, an old-fashioned post that had been abolished a century ago. 200 years ago, a tax farming system was implemented in some peripheral areas of the kingdom, and the liaison officer was responsible for contacting the tax farmers. However, the liaison officer was not an ordinary civil servant. After all, in those days, collecting taxes in peripheral areas was not something that ordinary civil servants could do. Tax liaison officers often resort to violence to collect taxes. If you don't pay, they threaten to kill your entire family. Therefore, Ronan can now legitimately and legally control armed forces. Ambrina held Ronan's hand tightly. Ronan, I believe you can do it. She didn't want Ronan to leave, but she didn't show it. As the heir to the throne and Ronan's lover, all she could say was words of encouragement. Ronan naturally understood Ambrina's feelings and gently patted the back of her hand. Only, I initially thought 2 years was a bit tight, but now it seems that it might not necessarily take 2 years. Really? Ambrina's eyes welled up with tears of surprise. Of course, the original plan was just to stir up some conflict, secretly find out their crimes, then spread rumors to force them to rebel, and finally launch a surprise attack to take them down, Ronan explained. But now it seems we can go a little bigger. Ambrina didn't know what Ronan was up to, but she trusted him to be absolutely right. Ding-ling, the bell rang. Ronan stood up. It's time. See you tomorrow. Soon, Ronan disappeared. With the plans changed, the preparations also had to be changed. It's already December, the new year is just around the corner, and he'll be setting sail next March. The next few months will be busy. But Ronan didn't find it troublesome at all. This time, he was going to civilize the natives, and just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. Looking at the night sky outside the window, Ronan murmured, America, don't let me down. Chapter 199 Colonies. Focus. Follow-up plans for the indigenous people. America was in a better situation than Ronan's original timeline in the late 16th century. There wasn't that much land that was colonized, and not that many people died, but the entire east coast of North America was still occupied. The entire east coast of North America is mainly divided among 3 countries. The Kingdom of Wieland in the north, which is the British in this timeline. The Kingdom of Foz in the middle, which is the one that is constantly being humiliated. And the Kingdom of Bilia in the south, which is Spain in this timeline. In terms of territory, the 3 are about the same size. In terms of strength, Villa is undoubtedly the strongest. After all, they arrived earlier and have amassed a great deal of gold and silver over the decades. They have plenty of guns, an invincible fleet, and the southern part of the east coast is more suitable for farming. Furthermore, the true core area of their colonies is in Central America further south. Overall, their colonial scale far surpasses that of the other 2. Secondly, there's Wayland. Wayland's fleet isn't bad either. If it were the original Ronin from the original timeline, they would have defeated the invincible fleet in a few years and started their comeback. But in this timeline, it's hard to say. The kingdom of Foss ranked last. No wonder. Its fleet was terrible. The colonizers in this world employed more sustainable methods, with less rampant slaughter and plunder. Of course, this may also be because the native inhabitants of this world were not as weak. In contrast, Ronin's homeland, France, included 2 counts fiefdoms, and the governor's office had civil servants dispatched from the mainland. In the French colonies, the indigenous people were generally divided into 3 groups. In the major trading ports along the coast, some of the indigenous people had been completely incorporated into the rule. Many of the descendants of these good citizens went to church primary schools. Of course, further education was impossible. The colonists only needed to be able to understand their language, read and write, and be able to help manage the slaves and laborers. Further west were numerous tribes of varying sizes. These tribes originally belonged to indigenous regimes, but the first thing the colonists did upon arrival was to destroy their kingdoms, then scatter them and continuously weaken them. These tribes were in a semi-submissive state, with their chiefs having a certain degree of autonomy. Rebellion was out of the question, since being the colonizers' lackeys was incredibly lucrative. Further west, in the Midwest, the land is now entirely inhabited by indigenous people, but in the eyes of the colonists, these people were not considered human. Colonists would support semi-submissive tribes, plunder their wealth and people, and then split the spoils 90-10. But if large-scale immigration begins in the future, these semi-submissive people may no longer be considered human. At that time, it will simply be said that this is the promised land, belonging to them, the children of God. After all, God is dead, and morality is dead. Only humans are alive, and especially flexible, particularly colonists. Ronin's focus was on 2 groups living in the heart of the colony, on the coast. One type is the indigenous laborers, who were originally low-ranking warriors in the indigenous regimes that had taken up residence here. Now they are workers, of course, but their treatment is very different from that of the native laborers. The native laborers are, after all, human beings, but they are not entirely human beings. They are only slightly better off than slaves who have been deprived of all their rights. Page 90. The reason for this was not because the colonists had any conscience. It was simply that their past experience had taught them that slaves were not suited to be workers. In fact, there were many slaves in the colonies, but they were mostly serfs. Since they were slaves to begin with, there was nothing they couldn't accept. Another group that Ronin paid attention to were the indigenous boys attending church schools. Their ancestors were originally high-ranking warriors among the indigenous people. In a regime that was somewhere between slavery and feudalism, high-ranking warriors were actually lower-ranking nobles. As for the nobles and priests who were of higher rank, they were almost all dead. Priests, in particular, were highly hated by the colonists because they were believed to possess evil magic. As a result, any indigenous person who could read the script of the indigenous regime, even if they could only draw a symbol, was considered a priest, and if caught, their entire family would be killed immediately. The colonists were determined to eradicate the possibility of priests ever being born on this land again, and to exterminate the indigenous culture as well. Ronin had no interest in interfering in these matters. He just wanted to find some students, promise them a big reward, and then have them take military-trained laborers to those tribes that retained a certain degree of autonomy, lead the oppressed people in those areas to fight the chiefs, and redistribute the land. Those sycophantic chieftains exploited their subordinates even more ruthlessly than the colonists. After all, raiding other tribes is time-consuming, laborious, and not guaranteed to succeed. It's much easier to exploit one's own people. As for the resentment of the lower classes, stop making a fuss. The chief is the slave owner. In the mind of slavery, slaves are not human either. 100 years ago, people might kill a few living people for fun, whether they were in a good mood or a bad mood. Now they are reluctant to kill, since people can be sold to colonists. Therefore, some of these tribes were inclined to rebel. This was a situation the colonists were happy to see. Conversely, if a chief wasn't brutal, he would probably be close to death. A few days later, Ronin and Dinia discussed the plan. "Ronin, are you sure those indigenous students and workers will be willing?" Dinia asked. Ronan was full of confidence. There are definitely people who would be willing. They graduated from church primary schools and went to factories or farms to manage other indigenous workers or serfs for the colonists, earning only a meager salary. If they take the job, they will replace the original chiefs. Isn't that better than getting a fixed salary? The same goes for the workers. Firstly, those students are their noble masters, and secondly, being a henchman for the masters is much better than being a worker. These students probably thought they were just replacing the original chiefs, nothing serious, and even believed that the colonists should be happy to see them, who were bathed in the light of civilization, replacing those uncivilized chiefs. Of course, it wouldn't be like that in reality. A ruling class that wasn't illiterate, less brutal, and composed of rank-and-file officers who were transformed from workers, plus peasants who were no longer slaves and were allocated a small amount of land. This was absolutely unacceptable to those two counts. After saying that, Ronan took a sip of water. Can these people win? Dinia asked again. Whether they win or not depends on our special military advisor, Mr. Raven. It doesn't matter whether they win or not. As long as a fight breaks out, there will be a chance to kill those two. Once we kill those two, our main mission will be accomplished, and we can deal with the rest casually. Ronan replied. Huh. Dinia's two red eyes froze, staring intently at Ronan. Ronan quickly corrected himself. Just kidding, just kidding. I'll definitely take it seriously and work hard to build a colony with a bright future. Ronan could still connect the words bright future and colonies. Dinia took a breath. Ronan, we're not going to complete some so-called mission, but to put forward a model colonial system for the country. Yes, Lord Governor. Ronan loudly agreed, saying that after completing the mission, he planned to reform the caste system and apply it to the colonies. Chapter 200 People, Events, Arrival in late February 1585. 10 days later, Ronan and his party would set sail. At this time, Ronan and his party had only been in Breda City on the west coast of the kingdom for 2 days. Abelard, whom Ronan had met in the capital 2 years ago, was still the Secretary-General of the city hall there. He received Ronan and arranged accommodations for them. Ronan's group was quite large. He himself, Dinia, then Augustina, Yvette, Elena, Alice, plus Kanan, the little brat Dinia picked up, 2 young sea-pied priestesses, Terry, the granddaughter of the old priest Tarika, her lover Rauka, and 10 other sea-pied women. These 10 sea-pied women were all special talents, having specially studied how to sail, and were also capable of diving. 9 junior mages, originally belonging to the New Sea City Police Department, were willing to go to the New World with Ronan. 2 of them had accompanied Ronan to the Sea Flute ruins 3 years ago, so their loyalty was guaranteed. 17 artisans from different industries in Shanghai City Artisan Guild. 21 were considered experienced skilled workers. 13 people from the New Sea City Urban Protection Alliance. The Urban Protection Alliance sounds impressive, but it's really just a gang. However, these 13 weren't thugs. They were technically skilled. Ronan hadn't considered hiring any violent gang members. Those people lacked discipline and were useless scum. On the contrary, con artists and thieves could be put to good use. These are all people Ronan knows. Then there was the old man Raven, along with 7 young officers, all around 34 or 35 years old, 2 of whom were full-fledged mages, and a military advisory group consisting of 39 mage musketeers from the regular army. Such a military advisory group is enough for Old Man Raven to verify his delusions. As for regular troops, there's no need to send any more. The governor's office itself has 1,500 regular soldiers, 1,200 of whom are army soldiers and 300 are sailors, and it owns 5 warships, 2 large and 3 small. As for the other naval vessels and warships, they belong to the naval base, and the governor's office has no right to directly dispatch them. In addition, there were 3 female attendants specifically assigned to Governor Dinia, and there were 3 tax collectors specifically assigned to Ronan as his tax liaison officer. However, these 3 tax collectors were not proper tax workers at all. One of them was the famous doctor, the Stitcher, Noah, who was neither male nor female. His left eye had a vertical pupil, like a snake's eye, and his right eye had a horizontally rectangular pupil, like a sheep's eye. The other 2 were people Ronan had never heard of. One was a thin old man with long eyebrows, droopy eyelids, and a face full of wrinkles and age spots, who looked like he was going to die on the ship. This old man had just arrived when he asked Ronan for money to go to prostitutes. The other was a tall, blonde, blue-eyed woman like Elena, with the same surname, Pavis. However, the two did not know each other and were clearly not from the same lineage. Another difference between her and Elena was that Elena wielded 2 swords, while she wielded 2 axes. Ronan's group consisted of more than 100 people who would travel to their destination in 4 separate boats, while the women would travel in a smaller boat by themselves. In early March, Ronan and his party set off. It was at this time that the 2 counts each received news that Dinia and Ronan were coming to the colony. The territory occupied by the governor's mansion was like the tip of a spear piercing a thick piece of flesh, separating the 2 earls' territories along with a river. Henry, the eldest son, had his fiefdom in the north, and further north was the territory of the Waylanders. Louis, the second son, had his fiefdom in the south, and further south was the territory of the Villers. The 2 set off from their respective castles, traveling first by land and then by water. It still took them almost half a month to reach the harbor where the governor's mansion was located. They then found a place to discuss their strategy. The eldest son, Henry XXVI, and the second son, Louis XXI, were neither particularly intelligent nor politically experienced. In addition, their years as local kings in the colonies made them increasingly arrogant. However, this did not mean that these 2 men of royal birth lacked a sense of crisis. "Henry, what do you suggest we do?" asked the second son, Louis. "Kill that guy named Ronan," said the eldest brother, Henry. Louis, the second son, smiled briefly before his face fell. "He is Ambrina's lover, and he is also an official sent from the mainland. If we kill him, we will likely face a strong counterattack from the mainland. At that time, let alone our fiefdom, we may not even be able to protect ourselves." Henry, the eldest brother, sneered disdainfully. "Huh, if you're pushed too far, Louis, why don't you go and join the villains? Marry a Villanelle princess, and then have them support you to become king. Wouldn't that be better?" "I'll pass. Henry, you're more suited to be king," Louis said, seemingly modestly. Henry glared at his brother Louis and tapped the table. "All right, let's stop with the empty talk. In short, let's kill that guy first and show the locals that we're not easy to bully. We'll see what happens next. The intelligence says that this Ronan is a 3rd-tier mage, not so easy to kill," said the second brother, Louis, unaware that his intelligence was outdated. "You provide the money, I'll find the people," said the eldest brother, Henry. He knew his younger brother had connections with the Belials and was much wealthier than him. "Okay, we can discuss the specific plans later, since neither of us is cut out for this," Louis, the second son, said. Neither he nor the other Henrys were particularly talented, and devising a meticulous plan was beyond their capabilities. In recent years, the management and development of their fiefdoms had relied entirely on the team left by their deceased fathers. After all, their fathers had been regarded as crown princes before their deaths, and they had some capable people under their command. Even though so many years have passed, the 2 brothers still occasionally can't help but think how wonderful it would be if their father hadn't died. If their father hadn't died, they would both be princes now. In the new world, there is money, but there's nowhere to spend it, unlike the dazzling world of the capital, where there are countless places to spend money. Freedom is freedom, but even the greatest freedom can only cause trouble for a bunch of natives. At the same time, Ronan and his group were still adrift at sea. Fortunately, most of the people were magicians, whose physical condition had surpassed that of ordinary humans. Those who were not magicians were also in their prime. In addition, there was a divine doctor present, so no one died. Otherwise, at least several of the sick people would have had to be thrown into the sea. There were no physical problems, but the mental anguish was truly unbearable. With no other option, Ronan could only organize some game competitions to pass the time and energy, but it was nothing more than making the best of a bad situation. We did encounter some fun along the way, pirates. Unfortunately, the pirates were too weak to fight, especially when Dinia took action. She caused the enemy's ship to be destroyed and people to die, so we couldn't play for long. In late June, Ronan and his group finally arrived at their destination in the New World. Even Ronan was in such bad shape that he looked like a rotten cabbage, let alone the others. But the moment they saw the coastline, Everyone perked up as if they had come back to life, and they couldn't wait to fly off the deck and onto land. After a brief moment of excitement, Ronan calmed down and looked at the distant coastline. Hello, America. Chapter 201 has arrived, and the visitors seem hostile. Who are they? In Cardina, the colonial governor's residence, Ronan and his party had been there for 3 days, but had not yet visited the governor's residence. The first day of the past 3 days was purely for rest. After drifting at sea for more than 2 months, all I wanted to do after coming ashore was eat some normal food, take a nice shower, and finally lie down on a big bed that would never shake or bounce and get a good night's sleep. I really didn't want to do anything else. The next day, they recovered a little. On the third day, apart from Ronan and the Haiti priest Raka, all the other men went to relax. The sailors went to cheap places where there were local indigenous women. The artisans, workers, and special talents that Ronan brought were sent to mid-range places at Ronan's expense. The so-called mid-range place is just different in terms of the people inside. They are all female slaves captured from the southern continent. The southern continent is the Africa of this world. The people in the north of the southern continent don't look much different from white people, except that their skin is slightly more wheat-colored. But further south, in the hotter place, there are no black people. Instead, there is a group of people with skin that is close to bronze and whose noses are not so flat. However, they are also mostly from primitive tribes, so their fate is the same as that of black people. They were captured in large numbers and sold to the New World as slaves. In some ways, these people are even worse off than black people because the women among these bronze-skinned natives of the southern continent do not look like female gorillas. On the contrary, they have a unique charm in the eyes of the white people. So, let's not talk about what is about to happen. The colonists of Bilia especially favored these slaves from the southern continent because they were more adapted to working in the tropics than the natives. Of course, other countries' colonies also had many slaves from the southern continent. The most upscale places in the city are filled with white women, and the prices are incredibly high, since white women are still a scarce resource in these overseas colonies. Take the Kingdom of Fas, for example. The colony had about 200,000 inhabitants, of whom men made up about 3/4. The entire colony was roughly the same size as the mainland. On the fourth day, Dinia and Ronan had important business to attend to, a pilgrimage and a welcoming banquet. Interestingly, the people who came to greet us didn't prepare a carriage, but instead prepared 2 horses. What's even more interesting is that the 2 counts, Henry and Louis, were leading the way. Behind them was a simple military band and a long line of soldiers who were just there for show. Ronan and Dinah were placed at the back, with another group of soldiers responsible for guarding them. Dinia, mounted on her horse, watched from afar as the 2 counts waved to the natives who looked to them as fools. To use your Sarah's saying, they're up to no good. We are the ones who came here, Ronan said. However, if their arrogant behavior is entirely intentional, then it's a good thing. Indeed, Dinia replied to Ronan. Such high-profile arrogance is often accompanied by foolishness. Ahead, Louis waved and muttered, "Boss, your plan has failed." Their original intention was to arrange for Dinia to be placed at the back, and logically, Dinia should not have agreed. Unexpectedly, she didn't take it seriously at all and agreed. "No, the main street is just ahead. Go and invite her to the front," the eldest brother, Henry, said in a low voice. "Why me? Why don't you go? We agreed that you would provide the manpower and I would provide the money." The second son, Louis, was very unwilling. "Stop being so long-winded." Henry glared at his brother angrily, then turned his horse around and went to the back to invite Dinia. Dinia agreed and gave Ronan a wary look. Ronan returned a smile. Soon, Dinia went ahead. The group continued their journey, leaving the wide road in the wilderness and arriving at a street not far from the city, connecting to the main thoroughfare. On both sides were low and neat bungalows, which looked quite new and had just been built. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a series of explosions on the road. This road was not a solid stone slab road, but a relatively flat dirt road. The explosions caused mud and dust to fill the air, and the soldiers were thrown into panic and chaos. "Assassin! Protect the Earl! Protect the governor! Don't panic! Don't move! Don't fire! Gather together, quick!" The officers among the soldiers shouted loudly. Ronan, his face covered in dirt and his clothes tattered, spat out a mouthful of sandy saliva. Huh. They were clearly coming for me, yet no one is clamoring to protect me, and everyone around me has been called away. Boom. Another explosion occurred around Ronan. Unlike before, this explosion caused Ronan some pain. A magic bomb. Ronan quickly realized what had blown him up. Magic bombs are bombs specifically designed to target mages. They are magical devices, very expensive, troublesome to install, and have a small blast radius. They don't cause any real damage to mages of the 3rd rank or higher, so they are usually installed by individuals in secret locations as defensive traps. Ronan was still wearing his armor, so the magic bombs only made him feel like an ordinary person being hit hard with a wooden stick. They were completely useless. It can't be just that, can it? As expected, just as Ronan had this thought, the magician arrived. The magic bomb from before was indeed just an appetizer. The ground beneath his feet instantly turned into an unsustainable swamp. Page 91. This is elemental magic combining water and earth, and its intention is clear, to trap Ronan. But Ronan's shield floated in the air. Ronan grabbed the shield with both hands, and the shield took off, lifting him off the ground. Then Ronan flipped over and stepped onto the shield, which was flying like a skateboard. 2 people. Ronan's senses immediately detected 2 people. The one in the upper left room was the elemental mage who intended to control him, while he didn't know who the person in the corner of the right room was. Ronan's flying sword hurtled straight at the elemental mage, aiming to eliminate the control-type mage first. Ronan hadn't expected that his flying sword would be blocked by 3 consecutive walls of mud and earth, and that his opponent would retreat immediately after blocking the attack, without any hesitation. Wrong. Ronan suddenly realized something was wrong. He discovered some strange debris that had penetrated his magical armor and adhered to his skin. Although it didn't cause any harm, something was definitely wrong. Then, the tips of his left fingers began to turn black, and upon closer inspection, the blackened areas also had strange dark red patterns. And this darkness is spreading little by little. Gunpowder bombs, magic bombs, and even elemental magic are all decoys, designed to create an opportunity for this voodoo-like thing, which is actually the opponent's killing move. If Ronan were just a normal 4th-tier mage, we could only stall him temporarily while searching for a solution. But he is not a normal person. He has a more convenient and faster solution. TCH, boring. Ronan picked up his sword and chopped off all 5 fingers on his left hand. Instantly, 5 streams of blood spurted out and splashed everywhere. Then, red mycelium began to sprout wildly from the neatly severed finger, and flesh, bone, and skin grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's finger was completely healed. Chapter 202. Dead Men. Fools. They've come back in a roundabout way. The fastest way to detoxify is, of course, to remove the poisoning site directly. Just then, Ronan suddenly lost his senses of the elemental mage. His speed couldn't be that fast. If he were that fast, he wouldn't have needed to block Ronan's flying sword. He could have just dodged it. But he completely disappeared, which meant one thing. That damn Frago family. They're practically all about spatial magic. Ronan originally intended to leave her alive, and he was confident in leaving her alive, not in himself, but in Dinya, who was extremely fast and had a strong ability to capture people. But now, we can no longer consider keeping them alive. The flying sword hurtled towards another person. The man who was about to be teleported away was pierced by the sword. He struggled to get up, his face contorted in a ferocious expression as he tried to make a sound, but could not. He staggered a few steps out of the door, looked at Ronan in horror, and then fell face down to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from his neck and flowed all over the ground, quickly forming a pool of blood. Just then, a giant mushroom sprouted from the ground, and Dinya simply peeled it open and crawled out. Looking at the corpse, Dinya had already guessed what had happened and couldn't help but ask, "How did you kill him?" "There's one more person who has completely disappeared, don't you think?" Ronan countered. Dinya instantly understood that this spatial teleportation ability was not unique, but at this moment, she could only think of those 2 counts. With a soft sigh, Dinya kicked the corpse over, turning it face up. The corpse had brownish-yellow skin and a wrinkled face, making it impossible to tell its exact age. However, Judging from the tattoos on its arms, the necklace around its neck, and the strange braided hairstyle on its head, it was undoubtedly an indigenous person and not someone who lived in the area of the governor's mansion. This was because the indigenous people in the governor's mansion's jurisdiction had been forced to change their customs, with the rule that if they kept their hair, they would lose their heads. Moreover, the person who could attack Ronan must be a priest or shaman among the indigenous people, and there are no such special talents in the governor's jurisdiction. It's a pity there are no witnesses now, Dinia said with a hint of regret. Even with witnesses and physical evidence, it's meaningless, Ronan said. If the two of them don't confess, there's nothing we can do. On this land, we're not dealing with them legally, but reasonably, giving the locals a reason to accept it. Right now, the dead are more useful than the living. Before long, Counts Henry and Louis arrived with their men. Upon seeing the corpse, their expressions changed instantly. Ronan shook his head inwardly. Louis and Henry. You could throw a brick anywhere in the capital, and you'd hit 3 people with those names. And the cunning and superficial skills of these 2 counts were just as common as their names. Mr. Arts, are you all right? Louis, the second son, feigned concern. Mr. Arts, what's going on? The eldest brother, Henry, asked, trying to remain calm. Ronan deliberately raised his hand to show the 2 of them. I'm fine. There were 2 people involved just now. One was a magician, but he's already run away. The other was a native sorcerer who had mastered evil magic. I was hit by a spell, but luckily I reacted quickly and cut off my own finger. As he spoke, Ronan picked up a finger that was rotting very quickly from the ground. Look, this is mine. Fortunately, I have Governor Aegis's magic, so I can regenerate. Henry and Louis's faces darkened. The second step of their plan had failed. A month ago, after Henry and Louis held secret discussions, their advisors met. These 2 think tanks, who used to be rivals when they served under their fathers, are now more likely to reach a consensus as they serve different masters. The first consensus they reached was that their count, if not mentally ill, was certainly not brainless. They actually wanted to kill Ronan. The second prince was among the best of his peers in both intelligence and magical skill. His talent was unparalleled, and his demeanor was unmatched. Even on his last day before his death, he was still smiling as he studied his illness. If it weren't for the results he achieved in the very short time after the onset of his illness, His Majesty the current king would have died long ago. How could such a person have given birth to 2 such useless children? Of course, no one said this outright. However, they couldn't completely dismiss their earl's ideas, otherwise they might have to find a factory job. Therefore, they made some modifications to the 2 counts' ideas. The assassination attempt was still necessary, but the purpose was not to kill Ronan, but to poison him with voodoo. Then, the assassin would promise to send someone to find an antidote for him. Using this excuse, Ronan could be temporarily sealed away, and the assassination could also be used to make some demands through tribes that could provide an antidote. This is just the beginning. The real highlight is yet to come. Next, the 2 earls would stay in the city where the governor's mansion was located, citing the possibility of assassination on their way back and the resulting safety concerns. They would then send troops to monitor the governor's mansion's every move. With the 2 counts mobilizing their troops, it's inevitable that there will be unrest in Wayland to the north and Villa to the south. What exactly will happen remains to be seen. No one can predict everything, and trying to predict other people's actions and then make plans is not a reliable strategy. Their opinion is to wait for changes and act when the opportunity arises. Ideally, we should force Dinia to make a mistake, making her slink back to her homeland and return everything to normal. If that's not feasible, then we'll have to collude with foreign powers. But from beginning to end, they never considered that Ronan had regenerative abilities. Well, I think we should disband the pilgrimage team for now, Henry said, at which point he was at a loss for what to do. Louis quickly agreed. I think so too. Gentlemen, let's go to the banquet first. The governor's mansion has already made arrangements. No problem, but I need to change my clothes first, Ronan agreed. Since Ronan agreed, Dinia had no objections. Despite the setbacks, the banquet finally began. It wasn't a large buffet, but a small indoor banquet. Besides Ronan and Dinah, the guests included several high-ranking officials from the governor's palace, as well as Counts Henry and Louis. At the beginning of the banquet, Several important officials from the governor's office denounced the soldiers of the pilgrimage team. Then they went on to berate the indigenous people for a long time. After that, they said that the assassins were definitely not from the governor's office's jurisdiction, and that the security in the governor's office's jurisdiction was very good. Then they added that although it was very good, they must spend money to improve the security situation. Throughout the entire process, there was no mention of finding the mastermind behind the murder. Clearly, they lacked the courage to catch the mastermind behind the assassination, but they certainly have the audacity to make money under the guise of an assassination attempt. It has to be said that there's nothing new under the sun. Bureaucrats are all the same wherever they go. I think this assassination attempt is probably aimed at the two earls. Let the two earls handle this themselves, Ronan said. Several officials in the governor's office were taken aback. They weren't stupid, they could see things clearly, but they really hadn't expected Ronan's attitude to be like this. Upon hearing this, Henry's cold expression turned to surprise. He then forced himself to remain calm and quickly said, "Is that so? Then I think we can't go back." Chapter 203 I'll Fight My Own Way. The Church Elementary School. The principal is a good person. Lewis immediately nodded in agreement. Then I won't go back either. The two hadn't expected that, after going around in circles, their plan would still succeed. They managed to stay and had a reason to call in troops to protect them. Ronan immediately guessed more from their behavior. However, these two were clearly not the ones giving advice. The real adversary was still lurking in the shadows. But what's the big deal? Ronan had no intention of engaging in a battle of wits with these people from the start. He simply let them fight their own battles. He never intended to stay at the governor's mansion or stay by Dinia's side to play along with this group of people. This wasn't his home turf. He could act so freely in Shanghai City because it was his home turf. He was the head of the administrative officers and was in cahoots with the head of the political officers. He could mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources, so naturally he could play the game of power politics. Here, he was completely fighting on foreign soil, and the people in the governor's mansion might not listen to him and Dinia anytime soon. Playing power games is just asking for trouble. Therefore, he chose to mobilize the masses and take the initiative. When you're the host, strategy is the metronome. When you're the guest, revolution is the ultimate weapon. It's that simple. Oh, then that's settled. Ronan even seemed quite pleased with himself, adding in agreement. Dinia watched from the side, certain that Ronan was planning something, but she didn't know it. Soon, the banquet entered a phase of great enjoyment for both hosts and guests. Fine wine, meat, game, and seafood were served one dish after another, with servants distributing them to everyone. If you couldn't finish it, you could simply throw it away if you didn't want to eat it. Music and dance were performed together. If it weren't for Dinia being there would probably have been an even more spectacular folk song and dance performance. The banquet, which lasted from noon until dark, has finally come to an end. After the banquet, Ronan rested for a day. The following day, Ronan left the city of Cardina, where the governor's residence was located, and arranged for his men to split into 3 groups. Ronan and 3 temporary workers, on their first journey, headed to the church school. His purpose was simple. Ronan wanted to take over the school and start classes. If the church refused, Ronan would produce a school operating license he had obtained from the kingdom's archbishop, the kind with his signature on it. If they still don't agree, then Ronan will have no choice but to declare that the church schools are in arrears with taxes and resort to violent tax collection. The second group consisted of Old Man Raven and the young officers and soldiers he brought with him to the mines and factories to select workers. Once the selection was complete, training would naturally begin. To be honest, miners and laborers are actually a good source of recruits. The third group, led by Elena and Alice, consisted of the Heidi people, craftsmen, workers, and talented individuals from several gangs, along with a few novice mages, to acquire land and build farms and factories. There was no other way. Even though Ronan was rich, he couldn't just spend money without earning any. Generating revenue was essential. What? All the good land has been seized? The landlord is dead, so the land will be available to them, won't it? Elena can kill a few more people, Alice can take some shots from the shadows, and they'll have everything they need. Go to the governor to seek justice? Then we might not even know who is truly innocent. It didn't take long for Ronan to arrive at the church school outside the city. Although it was called a primary school, the students here were not young at all. The youngest was 10 years old and the oldest was 16. The classes were not divided by age, but by grades. There were 3 grades in total. Each grade was 1 year. If you passed the exam, you could move up to the next grade. After completing 4 grades, you would receive a graduation certificate. Students are required to pay tuition for 4 years upon enrollment. Loans are available, but only to law-abiding citizens. Students who drop out midway through the semester will not receive a refund, and those who fail exams and have to repeat a year will be charged extra. Basically, only the sons of the colonists' good dogs, or rather, their law-abiding citizens, were eligible to go to school. In the first year, there is only 1 course, which is French, covering listening, speaking, reading, and writing. In the second year, 2 new courses were added, the canon and arithmetic. Of course, the canon was a revised version. Most of the mystical and rambling parts of the first half were retained, while most of the second half was deleted. This was because the second half contained records of the words and deeds of the Son of God and the other 6 saints. These records contain not only theological and philosophical ideas, but also practical insights into politics, economics, and military affairs. It was precisely because of these practical insights that the Church of the 7 Saints became a somewhat secular, alternative monotheistic religion. It was also because of these practical insights that, even with the arrival of the new era and the expropriation of the Church's original lands by the kings of various countries, they remained the largest and wealthiest organization on the entire continent. This is a total calculation. In fact, the Church has split into many branches and is not as strong as it was at its peak hundreds of years ago. Starting from the 3rd year, 2 more courses will be added: agricultural technology and handicrafts. Simple, superficial technical knowledge contains absolutely no principles of natural science. The colonists would never let the natives know the reasons behind things, and they even withheld some of the information. In the 4th year, no more courses were added, but some loyalty education was added. In reality, it was to show these people how kind they were to the colonists and how good they were to their dogs, while those who did not behave well as dogs and slaves were so lowly, lazy, disgusting, and hopeless. These indigenous people, who had attended church schools for several years, would be considered highly educated within their own ethnic groups. It is only natural for high-level intellectuals to look down on laborers. They would never regard these slaves as their own compatriots. On the contrary, they would try every means to enslave and trample on these people to prove that they are human, as noble as the colonizers, not beasts. Ronan arrived at the school and found the principal, an assistant to the district bishop. He told him his purpose, and the principal kindly said that Ronan could stay for a few days instead of telling him to get lost. Left with no other option, Ronan produced the school's operating license issued by the archbishop. The principal looked at it for a long time before finally speaking. "Mr. Arts, you can find another place to run the school. If you need help, you can come to me." Ronan chuckled. If he planned to stay in the colony for 10 or 8 years, he would naturally recruit a group of children as young as a few years old and start teaching them from scratch. But he didn't have the time. He had to pick up the ready-made ones, and they had to be 3rd-year students. The lower-year students were too poor, and the 4th-year students were already seasoned traitors with convert fanaticism beyond saving. "Master, I also have another identity, which is a tax liaison officer. If you don't agree, I may stay here for a few more days to investigate in detail whether there are any tax issues here." Ronan said it casually. The principal's eyelid twitched. "Church-run primary schools are tax-exempt, Mr. Arts." "Really? So the plantations, ranches, tanneries, and slaves here are also tax-free?" Ronan laughed. This dilapidated church school was more than just a school. It had also encroached on large tracts of land and paid no taxes whatsoever. It was just like the church from hundreds of years ago. The principal gripped the 7-star cross, took a deep breath, and smiled. "It is truly an honor for our school that Mr. Arts can come to our school to hold a training course. It is a rare blessing for those children in their lives. The principal is such a reasonable and kind person." Ronan smiled and extended his hand in a friendly gesture to shake hands with him. Chapter 2. For this makes sense. This is interesting. This is called intelligence gathering. The other 3 went off to wander around. while Ronan audited a third-grade arithmetic class. Page 92, there was only one class in the entire third grade, and Ronan didn't count how many people there were, but there were about 30. The entire lesson focused on just one problem, a word problem involving multiplication and division. Given a wheat field of a certain length and width, the question asks for the size of the field, how much a serf can harvest in 1 hour, how much in 5 hours, and how many serfs are needed to harvest the land if the harvest is scheduled for a certain number of days. This question is still very relevant to practical matters. The French-occupied colonies were mainly in the Americas mixed agricultural zone, with the northern part suitable for animal husbandry, raising pigs, cattle, chickens, and sheep, the southern part suitable for growing cotton, and the middle part suitable for growing grains, wheat, and corn. The church school was located north of Cardena, where the governor's residence was located. Apart from small vegetable and fruit plantations, small ranches and tanneries, there were large wheat fields, which could be used not only as food but also for brewing. Selling wine is the Seven Saints Church's traditional business. A monk might not be able to recite the scriptures, but he would certainly know how to brew wine. The arithmetic lessons were extremely boring for Ronan. Ronan had no interest in listening to lectures, but he was very interested in the students here. First of all, this is actually a school within a school of this church-run primary school. 70% of the students in this school are descendants of immigrants, but these descendants of immigrants do not attend classes with these children from lower classes. The remaining 30% are the children of the indigenous people who attend classes in this semi-segregated school within a school. This makes sense. The students in this 3-year, 3-level class are all quite old, generally around 13 or 14. In the indigenous community, they would typically study for another year, undergo a period of loyalty education, and after graduation, they would go to work on the colonists' farms or factories, and incidentally get married and have children. There were only male students, no female students. After all, very few girls can go to school locally, let alone here. Throughout the class, 2 students caught Ronan's attention. One was a Native American boy who was nearly 1.7 meters tall, definitely considered tall among the Native Americans. This guy was the only one in the whole class who dared to raise his hand to ask the white teacher a question, and the white teacher even answered him. This boy has the makings of a slave owner. Another interesting point is that he was actually a rag. Rags are a general term used by the white-skinned people of the Western continent to refer to the bronze-skinned people of the southern part of the southern continent. This was a mistake. It is said that when the first navigator to land in the southern part of the southern continent saw the rag people, he pointed to the rag people and then to the simple temple next to them, intending to ask what this place was. However, the rag people misunderstood and thought that the navigator was asking what he did, so he answered rag. In the local language of that tribe, rag means sacrifice. There are many tribes in the southern part of the southern continent, each with different appearances and languages, but from then on, they were all referred to as the lag people. The lags were considered third-class citizens in the colonies. The first class consisted of the colonists. The second class consisted of the natives who served as the colonists' dogs and were an important force in maintaining the colonists' rule. The third class consisted of the lag slaves bought by the colonists. The lags were useful slaves, and since they were bought with money, the colonists were generally reluctant to kill them. The fourth class consisted of the native slaves, who could be killed at will, and more could be captured if needed. Logically speaking, a third-class person shouldn't be qualified to go to school, but he is going to school, which is quite interesting. Moreover, he wasn't listening to the lesson. Instead, he was secretly reading another book. But as the class was about to end, after the teacher assigned a homework question, several people around him looked at the rag boy. Ronan and She both had expressions that suggested he was about to copy someone else's homework. Clearly, this guy was still an excellent elementary school student. After class, Ronan called the tall indigenous boy and the lag boy out. He led the two to an open space. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ronan Arts. The newly appointed governor is my friend, and the archbishop is also my friend. You know the archbishop, right? He's the superior of your principal's superior. I'm planning to open a special tutoring class here. You two have great potential, and I have high hopes for you. You should understand what I'm saying, right? You don't need to answer immediately. I'll give you 2 days to think it over. I'll stay here for the next 2 days to continue my investigation. You can come find me when you've made up your mind. All right, I've finished speaking. I'm leaving now. Having said that, Ronan didn't give the two boys a chance to speak. He simply sat on the shield float, drew a graceful arc in the air, and disappeared from their sight. The two boys looked at each other, then went their separate ways without saying a word to each other. Although they were classmates, they didn't get along well. The 30 or so boys from the same background were not united and instead split into several groups. In the first year, the lag boy was alone and belonged to the third class, so naturally he was targeted. Fortunately, he was good at fighting and managed to defeat the 3 people who were causing him trouble. The tall native boy was the leader of the largest group at the time. Afterwards, he came to mediate, asking both sides to apologize to each other and agreeing not to have any more conflicts in the future. Circumstances were beyond his control, and the young man from lag had no choice but to accept it. From then on, he was all alone in his class. As for the teachers, the school teachers don't care about these indigenous students. As long as it doesn't affect the immigrant children, these indigenous teenagers don't care if they fight or even get killed. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Noah, the androgynous stitcher, suddenly approached Ronan and said, "That rag kid is a promising talent, my dear sir. When can I borrow him?" The creation Noah refers to is the same as the remodeling in Chinese. "You've probably encountered these totem-enhanced ragmen before," Ronan said. He had just sensed an unusual magical aura emanating from that ragman child. It was actually a unique power of the ragman, totem enhancement, similar to merging with a summoned creature in summoning magic. However, the power brought by totem enhancement could only be unleashed for a short time, reaching a level beyond that of a novice mage. Totem enhancement has virtually no growth potential, so it is far inferior to magic. "This child is a bit special," Noah said. "However, don't worry, sir, I'm not in a hurry. After all, I'm here to witness those evil spells." The main reason he was willing to come to the New World to work as a temporary worker for Ronan was that he wanted to see the evil magic used by the native sorcerers, broaden his horizons, and see if it could bring him any new ideas. "Where did those two go?" Ronan asked him. Noah replied, "The blonde is watching the elementary school kids fight, and the withered old man just found a woman, probably the mother of one of the students here, and they're probably having sex right now." "Huh. They gathered information about the school, and that's how they did it," Ronan said with a helpless expression. Noah smiled. "One understands the students' parents, and the other gets along well with the students. I guess that's a way of gathering intelligence. You all have extraordinary skills. Never mind, I'm leaving now." Ronan was too lazy to say anything more. "Yes, sir." This "sir" was not respectful. It sounded more like a joke. Chapter 205 Biological Father, Illegitimate Father. They're all fathers. Ulrich, the name of the tall indigenous student Ronan met. This string of names is not a given name and surname, but a nickname and a formal name. Before the arrival of the colonists, this was the case for lower-ranking warriors and lesser nobles among the indigenous people. They had a nickname given to them by their parents at birth, plus a formal name or title given to them by a senior figure in the tribe after their first hunt or battle. There are no tribes now, so O is his nickname, meaning howl of a wolf, and Urilik is a title his school teacher gave him, meaning tall and thin. In the past, during the tribal era, people of lower social classes only had nicknames, while the true aristocratic class had 3 parts to their names: a nickname, a formal name, and a family title passed down through generations, which was the true surname. It was a weekend. After school, O had been out of the school gate for a long time when he came to a deserted place. At this time, his slave quickly brought over a horse. He didn't ride a horse at the school gate because some of the immigrant children didn't have horses. If he were seen riding a horse and it upset the children, he would be in big trouble. The slave was also an indigenous person. After the horse stabilized, he immediately lay down and bent over to serve as a stirrup for his young master. He stepped on the slaves to mount his horse and then went home. Back home, Ao and his family enjoyed a good meal together. Corn porridge sprinkled with chili and salt, large chunks of stewed meat, and several grilled fish. The food was much better than at school, where these indigenous people were lucky to even see a speck of oil. After finishing the meal, his father called him aside and asked him about his studies at school. Ao replied that he was still the top student in his class, The father took a puff of his cigarette, smiled with satisfaction, and said that the whole family would depend on him from now on. He was certain that he would smoothly take over his position and continue to serve the master. O's smile was fake. His father was far inferior to him, barely able to speak a little French on his own, while he not only spoke French, but also knew arithmetic and had a great deal of knowledge about agriculture and tool-making. But he was much better than his father, yet he could only do the same job as his father. How could he possibly be happy? Thud! The pipe smashed directly onto O's body. The father picked up his pipe and punched O'Brien in the face with his rough, calloused fist. He knew exactly what his son was thinking. Fool, what good is it if you're better than me? You're comparing yourself to other people like you, competing with them for that one and only spot. A.O. lowered his head. He felt that his father's words made sense. His father was better than other fathers, and he was better than other children. He was the same as his father. But he also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. That night, A.O. lay on his stone-covered, straw-covered bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He kept thinking, trying to figure out what was wrong, but he just couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only sigh. Perhaps the difference between us is that I can do better than my father, and the master will give me a raise. He muttered to himself, trying to take this as the answer, but deep down he knew it wasn't the answer he wanted. Then, O pulled a box out of a pit. Inside the box was an ancient artifact, which housed the soul of a wizard. The wizard had initially wanted him to inherit his magic, but O refused outright. The witchcraft practiced by these people was called evil magic by the officials. Not to mention learning it. Even watching it was a capital offense. Even learning by stealing is forbidden, as some masters possess a mysterious ability to sense those who have mastered evil arts. A.O. looked at the box. He didn't want to learn witchcraft, but he wanted to ask the wizard what he should do in the future. He reached for the lid of the box, then pulled his hand back as if bitten by a snake. In the end, O hid the box again, and then he remembered the man named Ronan who had spoken to him during the day. On the other side, Chip, the ragman Ronan was concerned about, was also unable to sleep. The reason he couldn't sleep was that his mother was making a lot of noise next door, and the person who made his mother make such noise was not his father, but the old master. Chip didn't hate the old man, because he was able to go to school and see books other than textbooks, all because of the old man. After a while, the mother's cries stopped, and the old man came to Chip's door and knocked. Chip quickly opened the door, then knelt down and bowed his head. The man, in his 50s, with a square face, a thick beard, and a burly build, lightly nudged Chip with his foot. Get up. Do you remember what I told you is the most interesting thing in the world? Make dogs like people, and people like dogs, Chip replied, quoting his old master. The old man sat down in the chair without saying a word. You sit down too. Upon hearing this, Chip sat down on the edge of the bed. Your mother's back door is still great to use, but I'm getting tired of it. Your sister is almost grown up too, so it'll be time for her to come along in a few days. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. The old man then changed the subject, showing concern for Chip. How's your studies going lately? Still second in the class, Chip replied. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed. He knew that his little slave was perfectly capable of taking first place, but he just wouldn't. Chip remained silent. Have you made any progress with the magic I taught you? The old man asked again. Yes, I feel like I'm almost able to undergo enhancement, Chip replied. Magic and his totem enhancement are in conflict, but his old master has some special methods that allow him to learn magic. After 5 years of study, he is about to step into the threshold of becoming a novice magician. That's good. In a few more days, we might be able to begin a great undertaking, the old man said with a smile. Chip was about to kneel down to express his gratitude, but the old man stopped him, saying, That would be very boring. By the way, you'll be graduating in a year. What are you planning to do after you graduate? At your service, Chip replied. You read those books, and this is all you came up with. The old man's face darkened. I don't like dogs serving me. I like taming people and having them serve me. You should know that. I'll ask you one more time. What do you want to do? Chip gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and expressed his inner confusion. I don't know. I want to read more books, and maybe then I'll know. The old man laughed, thinking his dog had really made something of itself. A dog that dreams, that's very interesting. More books won't be a problem. Chip smiled. Having books to read was enough. The old man got up to leave, but just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, has your father been coming to the house lately to steal the money I give to your mother? Chip was furious at the mention of this. I really can't kill him. The old man waved his hand. No, your family needs a good jerk like that to be interesting. Oh, right. I'll come again tomorrow and bring you a horse. It's quite a distance to school, so having a horse will make things easier. That's all, I'm leaving now. With that, the old man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Watching them disappear so hastily, for some reason, Chip thought of Ronan, whom he had met during the day. Chapter 206 Invited. Meeting up. Unconventional strategies. Not every student lives as close to school as Chip, and even fewer have horses, since most immigrant children don't. Many students still stay at school on weekends. So, over the weekend, Ronan recruited 3 students. If the 2 students from before were willing to join, the school would be almost full. Yes, Ronan only plans to recruit 5 people for this training course. Firstly, time is limited, and fewer people will ensure the efficiency of his teaching and training. Secondly, the students he recruits are to lead another group of people, and the leadership team cannot have too many people, otherwise there will be trouble. As for the fact that these students are only 13 or 14 years old, that's not a problem at all. Firstly, they come from the highest social class among the natives living in the governor's jurisdiction. Their ancestors were low-ranking nobles, giving them a natural advantage in leadership. Secondly, they are actually not young, because the workers they are about to lead are also quite young. No one would think that there were indigenous laborers over 25 years old in the factories of the colonists' handicraft industry, right? The lives of indigenous laborers are extremely simple. They sign contracts to work in factories, save some money to get married and have children, work hard to support their families, and by the time their children are a little older, they are almost ready to die. Serfs lived longer than them because farmers and herders at least had time to rest. Of course, serfs had no money and no right to mate, while workers had money and could marry and have children. Before I knew it, it was Monday. At this time, O and Chip, who had just arrived at the school, were brought over by Amanda, Elena's kinsman. It's good to see you two again. What's your decision? Ronan asked them. How much is the tuition? Ao asked. Although his family was considered high income among the natives, and he even owned a horse, he had younger siblings. If the tuition was too high, his father would definitely not pay the money. Ronan smiled. There's no tuition fee. Chip frowned. He had been prepared to agree, since he was not short of money and the old man was very generous. But Ronan's refusal to accept money made him suspicious. Having read many books, he understood one thing. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What could a magician like me possibly have designs on lowly people like you? Ronan retorted. Ol lowered his head, just as he had before his father. He felt that Ronan's words made sense. They were just natives, while Ronan was a magician lord who was far more noble than ordinary lords. Chip, however, boldly retorted, nothing is useless. Even if I were a pile of shit, I might still be useful. Upon hearing this, Ao Shun turned pale with fright and instinctively took 2 steps back to avoid being affected. Haha, you slave are quite interesting, Ronan laughed. You are certainly useful to me, but what you learn from me will be even more useful to yourselves. Chip looked at Ronan, still harboring doubts, but Ronan's smile strangely overlapped with that of the old man in his eyes, which immediately put his doubts to rest. How long will it take? Chip asked. Ronan held up 3 fingers. 3 months. Page 93. Chip breathed a sigh of relief. 3 months wasn't too long. Okay, I'll do it. Chip didn't hesitate or ask any more questions. At that moment, he thought that perhaps he could find his future with Ronan. Me too. Ao quickly agreed, thinking that magicians were intelligent people and might be able to help him find the answer. Afterwards, Ronan asked about the 2 men's names and their family backgrounds. In fact, Amanda and the old man, Yanek, who felt like ants were crawling all over his body if he didn't have sex every day, had already investigated the 2 men. He was just asking questions he already knew the answers to. Then, Ronan said his training course wouldn't be at this school, but rather he would take them elsewhere. Finally, Ronan gave them 2 days to go home, inform their parents, and prepare for departure. They were to meet here 2 days later. The 2 nodded in agreement, bowed to Ronan in respect, and then left. Watching the two walk away, Amanda muttered, "These two are a bit more sturdy, unlike those 3 natives before, who were like monkeys." The school doesn't even provide enough corn for the indigenous students, let alone meat. They also have to do chores after class. But as long as they're mentally sound, it's fine, Ronan said. I don't think the other 3 kids are very bright either, Amanda said. For natives, that's considered good, Ronan said, indicating that expectations shouldn't be too high. 2 days later, Ronan and his 3 companions set off with 5 students they had recruited. A week later, Ronan and his group arrived at a large tract of land that Elena and Alice had acquired. It was mainly wheat and cornfields, with some cattle and sheep raised there. Some areas unsuitable for growing grains were used to grow tobacco. There were no large factories, only a few small workshops. The day before Ronan arrived, Old Man Raven and his young officers and soldiers arrived with more than 200 workers. These workers were generally 15 or 16 years old, only 1 or 2 years older than Ronan's students. They had not saved enough money to get married and have children, so Old Man Raven simply poached them with money. At this point, the 3 groups of people who had been separated reunited. On the other side, Henry and Lewis were in a dilemma. Henry held his wine glass, which he had swirled countless times. It's so strange. So many days have passed. Didn't you arrange for that one-eyed woman to take over the governor's guard and for that little girl to audit the accounts? But she hasn't taken any follow-up action and doesn't care about us at all. She wasn't like this when she was in Shanghai City, especially when she first arrived. She seemed determined to cause trouble every day. Henry felt that Dinya's behavior was too different from what was described in the intelligence, and that there was definitely something wrong. That is indeed a problem, but our people will be here soon, and we will know what she does then, Lewis said. The trouble is on the other side. Ronan is currently with a group of people in a place about 10 days' journey from the city of Cardina, west of the governor's palace. We have no idea what he's doing, and we have no legitimate reason to send anyone there. Lewis's words made Henry even more anxious. The intelligence report clearly stated that one of them liked to use his power to intimidate others and take the initiative, while the other was skilled in political maneuvering and waited for the right opportunity to act. However, neither of them is playing by the rules now. What did you say over there? Lewis asked his elder brother Henry, meaning he wanted to know what advice Henry's advisors had given. Let's wait a bit, Henry said. Right now, all they know is that Ronan went to the church school, took a few students with him, and his men gathered over 200 laborers and transported a lot of weapons. What can so many people do? He couldn't understand what a few school children and 200 laborers could possibly do. Sigh. Lewis sighed. I'm also told to stay here and to send a few people over to check things out. They had quite a few informants in the city, and they also had people in the governor's mansion. But how could they possibly have people among the laborers and slaves? Henry drank the wine in his hand. That's all we can do. This feeling of being unable to control the other party's movements and having no idea what their intentions are is truly unpleasant. Chapter 207 Recovery, Lesson 1. The world is wrong. Old Man Raven and his temporary subordinates led more than 200 workers into military training. As someone who had entered the factory at the age of 10 and had been working there for 6 or 7 years, at least one thing was certain of him: obedience. The people of the Kingdom of Faz arrived at this place 50 or 60 years ago, but the factories were only started 20 or 30 years ago. Although it has only been 20 or 30 years, these 16 or 17-year-old native workers are actually the 3rd generation of workers. Their fathers and grandfathers were all workers. Very few of them lived past 25, and only a very few lived past 30. Their work ability is stronger than that of their fathers and grandfathers. After all, their fathers and grandfathers have left some experience. However, they can feel that they are having a harder time than their fathers and grandfathers. Their fathers had already saved enough money to get married when they were 15 or 16, but they were 16 or 17 and none of them had been able to get married. Old Man Raven liked this point very much, because only those who were dissatisfied with the status quo and felt helpless could be guided to accept new ideas. Of course, this new was only for these natives. It was not new for the kingdom. Ultimately, for Old Man Raven and the young officers assigned by Isabel, it was merely an experiment. They wanted to see the destructive power of the new army. Meanwhile, Alice was busy making money to help Ronan recover. With so many people and such a big fuss, Ronan had practically emptied his savings. Agriculture and animal husbandry don't make much money. The added value is too low. There are two main ways to make money. One is to open factories, starting with an ironworks, located below Ronan's current base. There are coal and iron mines nearby, which are already being mined. Ronan simply takes what's readily available, declares that the mine owner owes taxes, arrests him, and uses his shares to offset the tax debt. Besides the ironworks, there was a textile factory, which was relatively minor. There's no shortage of technical personnel to run the factory. Ronan didn't bring all those craftsmen and workers with him just for tourism. The other one is cigarettes, which is the real moneymaker. Back home, Ronan planned to have the Haiti people work on their only black technology, namely enchanted plants, and try to produce some enchanted tobacco that was low in damage, high in potency, and extremely addictive. They would then sell it to the wealthy Belials in the south and the Wellanders in the north. There's no shortage of talent to manage the cigarette factory. Those special individuals from the gangs are no problem. Finally, Ronan himself started teaching after giving the 5 children a 3-day break. In a field, Ronan sat on a rock, surrounded by 5 children in a semicircle, with Elena, the only free person in Ronan's group, listening in. "Are you satisfied with your life now?" Ronan asked. No one answered for a moment. They were all very nervous as it was their first time entering the teaching session, especially with a woman who looked like a goddess watching them. After a long while, the chubby boy named Hachi raised his hand and said, satisfied. He was quite a talent. Although his grades and family background were average, he was able to get extra food at school as a native and even fatten himself up. That was a remarkable skill. Ao nodded first, followed by the other 2 native boys. During their journey, the 5 children had split into 3 factions, and the 2 who nodded had come to regard Ao, this tall, strong, and kind man, as their elder brother. The chubby guy was on the sidelines. He had a good relationship with Ao and the other 2, but he wasn't part of their group. Chip, a slave to the Raga, nodded one last time, still standing alone in his faction. "You should indeed be satisfied," Ronan said. "Life is relative. They live much better than the other native boys. Shouldn't you be satisfied?" The 4 nodded again, but Chip remained silent, noticing that Ronan's tone was a bit strange. Ronan then changed the subject. "However, some of you could never have lived a better life than your father." Little Fatty Hatch and O's 2 henchmen lowered their heads secretly, thinking that Ronan was referring to them when he said some people. "Do you think so, O?" Ronan said, turning his gaze to O. Instantly, the 3 children looked at Ao, and Ao was also stunned. Ronan said in a calm and unhurried voice, "Your father is already considered a steward of a manor lord. The best outcome for you is to also become a steward." O lowered his head. Ronan had hit the nail on the head. Little Fatty Hatchie and the other 2 were a little surprised, but after the surprise, they realized that it was really true. Oh, their family had reached the top. Ronan didn't continue that topic, but changed it to, "Do you think there are any indigenous teenagers on this land who are living better lives than you?" Oh, little fat guy. The 2 little followers were stunned again. They really couldn't think of any native here who was better than them. Yes, it was Chip who spoke, who had been silent all along, and immediately attracted the attention of the other 4. "The sons of those autonomous chiefs are definitely living better than us." In an instant, the other 4 realized that the chief's son was better off than them because he was the master of his own land, while they, though called good citizens, were actually still slaves. Ronan smiled at Chip. This kid was even more interesting than he had expected. Ronan continued, "Those chiefs were just like your ancestors, low-ranking nobles of that now-defunct country. They were granted autonomy because they were traitors. Every chief granted autonomy was a descendant of collaborators." At that moment, O raised his hand, just as he would in class. "Speak," Ronan urged him. "Sir, they are not traitors. They are the first to embrace civilization," O'Brien said. "It's normal that civilized people live better lives." These were words his teacher had once told him. After several generations, these young, law-abiding citizens, even without receiving that distorted education and loyalty, felt that although the colonizers' methods were somewhat cruel, they had indeed brought them civilization. "Very good, you're right. Civilized people live better lives. Ronan clapped his hands in agreement, then posed a question. So, oh, do you think you're more civilized, or are those chiefs' sons more civilized? This. Ao was speechless. Those of them who had received education and lived with civilized people were naturally more civilized, but they did not live better than the sons of those chiefs. Therefore, the statement that civilized people live better is wrong. Don't doubt yourself too easily. Sometimes the problem isn't with yourself, but with the world, Ronan said. A seemingly casual remark struck the 5 boys like a bolt from the blue. Even the arrogant Chip was stunned. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world? Yes, it's not me who's wrong. It's the world. Ronan revealed a devilish smile. If you've made a mistake, you should correct it. So the question is, who is the mistake of this world? Chief. O shouted. The chief was wrong. Despite being less civilized than them, he lived a better life and had to be destroyed. Chapter 208. Harvest, Course Plan. 2 pieces of good news. Ronan let out a long sigh of relief. That's all for the first lesson. Go back and have something to eat, get a good night's sleep, and classes will officially begin tomorrow morning. The 5 children stood up, bowed to Ronan, and then left. Ao felt great, but before he had gone far, he suddenly felt lost again. The chief's son was doing better than him. The chief's potential was higher than his, and he was more qualified to be a chief and to live a good life than the chief's son. But what did it matter if he knew all this? He didn't have a father who was a chief. Blame his father? No, blame the chief. But what can he do about the chief? He studied hard, but all he could do was compete with others for the position of steward. It seems that nothing has changed. The chubby boy and O's 2 little followers were completely stunned. Their minds were in turmoil. Chip walked along, deep in thought. He didn't have any strong feelings towards the chieftain because he was the son of a slave from the southern continent. But this exchange confirmed one thing for him. Ronan was indeed a wise man, and perhaps such a man could point him in the right direction. Soon, the sun set, casting a golden glow across the fields, and the figures of the 5 children had become indistinct dots on the distant horizon. Elena hugged Ronan, who was still sitting on the rock, from behind, resting her chin on the top of his head. Young master, these kids are really stupid. They're not even as good as I was when I was 10. Of course they can't compare to a genius like you who dared to smuggle himself across the border at the age of 10, Ronan said. However, they are already among the most talented of the indigenous people. More importantly, they are young and ambitious, with a desire to change the status quo. Elena asked curiously, what is the second lesson? Horse riding and shooting, expected to take a week. During the course, I will answer any questions they may have, Ronan replied. Huh. Elena was a little confused. It wasn't that she shouldn't learn this, but it was a bit too far-fetched. Ronan gently brushed Elena's hands away, stood up, and looked into the distance. Their ideas about the chiefs are still superficial. I'm just trying to instill some things in them, but that's only scratching the surface. In fact, my current views on autonomous chiefs are also just superficial. Only through practical investigation can we understand the relationships and contradictions they contain. No investigation, no right to speak. So I plan to take them to the chieftain's territory for a proper on-site inspection once they have mastered horsemanship and can handle firearms. You and Noah will come along too. I'm going to lead these kids in a subversive movement, or to put it more nicely, a revolution. I would never do something so stupid. A foreigner who doesn't even know this place while trying to teach a group of locals how to carry out a revolution based on some theories. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. After saying that, Ronan told Elena to go back. Ronan and Elena returned to the manor almost right at mealtime. After dinner, it was already dark. Ronan is currently in the central part of eastern North America. It's almost July, the summer month, and the daytime temperature here is only around 24 or 25 degrees Celsius, while the nighttime temperature is only around 20 degrees Celsius. Around 20 degrees Celsius is the temperature that Ronan finds most comfortable. In a room on the 3rd floor of the manor villa, Ronan was lying on the large bed, with Elena and Alice on either side of him, both of them with their buttocks sticking out towards him. Elena's large, fleshy buttocks were stretched to the point of being translucent by her black stockings, while Alice's soft, bouncy buttocks were encased in white stockings. At this moment, the crotch of her stockings had been torn open, and Ronan had one in each hand, gently digging and probing inside. The two of them lay on their stomachs and licked Ronan's honey-drenched penis together, which grew bigger and harder. Ronan, who hadn't done this in a long time, was also losing control of the pace. "Take it easy, ladies." The two not only ignored him, but became even more enthusiastic. Ronan had no choice but to withdraw his hand, and with his left hand he slapped Elena's large, fleshy buttocks hard, making her slow down. With his right hand he tickled Alice's white-stockinged little feet, and the ticklish Alice immediately stopped her maddening action of tracing the coronal sulcus with the tip of her tongue. However, after a brief respite, the two started again. "Are you two really coming?" Ronan's voice rose a few decibels. "Come on," Elena challenged. Alice kicked Ronan in the face and said impatiently, "I'm exhausted. If I do it to you 1 or 2 more times, do I still have to get up early for work tomorrow? Hurry up and finish. Men are animals that can't stand being provoked. So let's see if I come first or you guys spray first." Ronan put 2 fingers together and went in again, digging and probing rapidly and violently. Alice was the first to lie down, her entire crotch and part of her legs soaked and semi-transparent with the overflowing water. Ronan followed immediately by spraying Elena with water, then suddenly increased the pace of his movements, and Elena also lay down. Ronan paused for a moment, then quickly stood up again, grabbed Elena's strong waist, squatted in a horse stance, and began his frantic pounding. After a while, Elena turned around, sat on Ronan's lap, wrapped her arms around him, and began to twist and shake wildly. Ronan himself did not move, but one hand kept grabbing and kneading Elena's big breasts, while he sucked on her nipples with his lips. The other hand kept moving back and forth on her thighs and buttocks covered by black stockings, and occasionally he would lightly poke her anus with his fingers. After a long while, they finally stopped and parted ways. Ronan looked at Elena, panting slightly, and said, "I didn't expect you to be so resilient even though I'm already at the 4th rank." Elena brushed aside the messy golden hair stuck to her forehead with sweat and took a few deep breaths. "I'm improving too. I've discovered that as long as I'm with you under the moonlight, my magic power and magical strength will slowly increase, and my physique will naturally improve as well. Maybe in another 2 years, I'll completely leave Alice behind." "That's not necessarily true." Alice suddenly woke up and said, "I've found a way to train summoned creatures. They will improve after hunting monsters, but the effects of the same type will decrease. There are very few monsters in Shinhai City, but there are many more and of different kinds here." After Alice hunted a few times, she found that her summoned creatures had improved. After testing it out, she discovered this. Elena sat up, looking disdainful. "Huh, you'll soon reach your limit. You're getting cocky." Page 94. Alice looked at Elena and said, "So, the golden-haired barbarians are just brainless. They can even mutate plants. With the technology of the Sea Piper people, I have an endless supply of upgrade materials. These are clearly 2 pieces of good news, so why are we making a fuss? We should be celebrating," Ronan said. Unfortunately, according to the plan, he had to split up with Dinia during this period, and his magic was still bound to her, so his magic could not be improved at all after they were separated. Everything can only get back on track after those 2 counts are dealt with. "Alice, the 2nd round is here," Ronan said. Alice, lying flat, covered her groin with her hands. "Aren't you annoying? I don't want to move. You can use these legs to mess with me." Chapter 209 Departure. Thoughts. Unexpectedly interesting. A week later, Ronan's team set off westward, heading towards the Twin Bears tribe, which occupied a large area of land and had a population of 40 to 50,000. No one knows exactly how many indigenous people there are, but there are at least 200,000. The colonists did not allow the autonomous tribes to annex each other and grow stronger, but they also had to prevent the autonomous tribes from being unable to resist when the tribes further west attacked. So the Shuangxiong tribe became a relatively large tribe. But 50,000 is the limit. Any larger and the colonists will take action. The group consisted of himself, Elena, the seamstress Noah, 5 students, Chip, the chubby Hatch and O's sidekick Lup brothers, as well as 2 guides, one named Ozga and the other named Osak. Each person was provided with a horse, in addition to 2 draft horses for carrying luggage and 2 mules for carrying gifts and goods. The group was basically dressed in the same clothes, cotton and linen shirts, flat-topped cavalry hats with round brims, long canvas overcoats, small backpacks, riding breeches, and riding boots. The central region of America is mostly gentle plains with a few hills at most. There are also many rivers, and it's not hot in August, with daytime temperatures only around 20 degrees Celsius. So, apart from a few wild animals that didn't know any better, Ronan and his group didn't encounter any trouble along the way. It just goes to show how nice the temperate plains are. Ronan would never have gone to a tropical place like that, where snakes, insects, and rodents are everywhere. There were no problems with supplies, water was everywhere, and food was plentiful. Ronan and his companions did not travel quickly. After 3 days of traversing the sparsely populated wilderness, they arrived at a populated area. This was not yet the Twin Bear tribe, but a small tribe of a few thousand people. The Twin Bear tribe was located further west. Although it's a small tribe, you can tell at a glance that they live a very comfortable life, with wheat fields, cornfields, bean fields, and vineyards. The indigenous people didn't originally grow grapes, but they gradually learned to after the colonists arrived. The chief here treated Ronan and his party to a big meal. The taste was barely palatable, but the portions were enormous. It was all meat, and 2 barrels of wine were served, which they couldn't possibly finish. The 2 guides and the chief were chatting and laughing, clearly old acquaintances. Ronan and Elena ate only a few bites, and Ronan even directly refused the woman who came to keep them company. Noah ate even less, and he exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. None of the natives here carried any magical aura, meaning this small tribe had no wizards. Noah only wanted to set off for the Twin Bear tribe as soon as possible, because the Twin Bear tribe had licensed wizards, and he had come to the New World to witness the evil magic of the natives. The so-called chartered wizards were those who, considering that some autonomous tribes that had been influenced by civilization had a need to actively defend against certain barbarian tribes, were granted permission by the colonists to retain a number of wizards. Each of these wizards had to be registered and was not allowed to appear in areas directly ruled by the colonists. Of course, it's impossible to say that none of the tribes that have been granted the right to retain their sorcerers have any unregistered sorcerers. You think they can just register them like that? Do you really think the indigenous people are still the fools who traded gold nuggets for glass marbles 100 years ago? The indigenous people have long since been corrupted by the colonists. That's why the wizard whom Counts Henry and Louis sent to assassinate Ronan couldn't be identified. But Ronan didn't mind, because if his identity couldn't be found, he could arrange his identity at will. Whoever Ronan said he was, he had to be that person, even if he wasn't. This is what they mean by the dead being more useful than the living. On the other side, the 5 students were all different. The chubby boy was really happy. He had eaten his fill. The Lupp brothers, Obama's henchmen, were also having a great time. They were 14 years old and had never drunk alcohol or smoked before, so today was a chance for them to try it out. On the surface, O was happy. Originally, he had only talked about how the chief lived better than him, but today he saw it with his own eyes. Vast lands, hundreds and thousands of slaves at will, and the fact that Ronan was an official who gave gifts such as gold daggers inlaid with jewels, and meat and wine were wasted at will. And this was just a small tribe. But what kind of chief was he? He was rude, reeked of being unwashed, and started acting crazy after only a few drinks. He would shout for a fight if a slave accidentally bumped into a plate. And to make matters worse, he wasn't even strong enough to be a warrior. Does this kind of person deserve to be a chief? He doesn't deserve it, but he is the chief because his father is a chief. The resentment that had gradually subsided during the previous horsemanship and shooting training resurfaced at this moment, even more intensely than when Ronan had finished his first lesson. The men would probably prefer a civilized man like me to be the chief. No, the administrator. O thought to himself. Chip harbored no resentment towards the chief. He simply looked down on him. Their level of governance is too low. They're not even in the same league as the lords. No wonder these indigenous peoples were defeated and their nation destroyed by just a few thousand lords back then. At that moment, Chip remembered his hometown. In truth, his memories of his hometown were long gone. He had been sold to the New World with his parents and sister when he was 6 years old, sold to that man. He only knew about his hometown from the man's words. His hometown wasn't much different from this place. At that moment, Chip had an idea. He wanted to be a chief. He wanted to try being a ruler, and maybe one day he could return to his homeland and be a conqueror. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Chip shook his head sharply to dispel it. It was wrong. Everything he had was given to him by that man, and he should serve him. But in an instant, Chip remembered the old man's words. He didn't want his services. He was happy to see him do things that slaves couldn't. If he allows it someday, I might give it a try, Chip thought to himself. He wasn't interested in chiefs or anything like that. He just wanted to prove something, though he wasn't sure what it was. After resting for a night, Ronan and his group left the place the next day and set off again. Continuing their leisurely journey, for days later, Ronan and his group entered the territory of the Twin Bear tribe. The surrounding area here is not much different from the small villages we passed through before. It consists of wheat fields, cornfields, bean fields, and vineyards, only on a much larger scale, with several pastures and tobacco plantations. The biggest difference is between people. After meeting Ronan and his party and learning that Ronan was an official among the colonists, the chief did not rush to greet them personally. Instead, the chief's third son, who was unlikely to inherit anything and would be kicked out of the family in a few years, came to receive Ronan. It has to be said that the natives really learned bad habits from the colonists. This is no chieftain at all. He has the air of a feudal lord. Ronan and his group were unable to stay in the core area of the tribe, but only on the outskirts. Interestingly, the third brother told Ronan something unexpected. Besides their group, there were two other groups from Wieland and Villa respectively. Chapter 210 The Three Giants. He's not worthy. He can only take a gamble at night. The moonlight illuminated the place where the chief of the Shuangxiong tribe lived. This three-story brick and stone building is absolutely magnificent compared to the surrounding triangular tin houses. Its exterior is completely in the style of the local indigenous people. The square rooms are stacked together, forming a three-tiered structure. The exterior walls are earthen yellow, with some reliefs on them, and totem poles stand outside. However, the interior decoration is not native at all. Instead, it tries to imitate the interior decoration of the governor's mansion as much as possible. Many of the furnishings are porcelain plates and paintings. This practice of standing porcelain plates up as decorations is very similar to that of some nobles in the Western continent. After all, porcelain is very expensive, and nobles with limited funds would not be willing to spend it on everyday items. Rather than calling this the residence of a local indigenous chief, it's more accurate to describe it as the home of an outsider enthusiast of indigenous culture. The chief of the Twin Bear tribe was dressed similarly. His name was Ankara, which means great eagle. Approaching 50 years old, Ankara, still quite robust, wore a robe made from a silk nightgown. He had short hair, a mustache, and no tattoos. If you didn't see his face, you would never think he was an indigenous person. He even wore a huge gold 7-star cross inlaid with turquoise around his neck. At this moment, 3 people were sitting next to the chief of Ankara. Sitting next to the chief was a white woman with a high nose and deep-set eyes. But she had 2 braided hairs, wore a headband with a double bear pattern, a green fringed skirt, a silver arrow pendant around her neck, and a pair of brown wild leather boots. Except for the stockings on her legs, she was dressed entirely like an indigenous woman. This white woman's original name was Anna, but shortly after she arrived, she changed it to an indigenous name, Wayera, which means young woman. Compared to the chief, she was indeed young, only 32 years old this year. Although she could not have children, she was the most trusted woman of Ankara, the chief of the Twin Bears tribe. The chief, who originally liked to dress himself up to resemble the colonizers, spent a lot of money to completely change the interior decoration and furnishings of his residence under her influence. 6 years ago, Wayera claimed that she ran away from the abuse and came here. No one knows if she was telling the truth, but everyone knows that she is a greedy and cunning woman. The other 2 people sat opposite the chief. A man in his 30s, dressed in the standard indigenous warrior style except for the lack of a feathered crest, was named Sarauzu, which means brown bear made of iron. True to his name, he was as big as a bear, extremely strong, and his large hand could crush Wayera's head like an orange with just one hand. Sarauzu was of commoner origin. He was valued by Chief Ankara not because of his physical strength. What use was physical strength in those days? The natives also used firearms. He displayed exceptional marksmanship from a young age, able to throw heavy grenades far and accurately, which caught the eye of Chief Ankara. Later, he demonstrated leadership skills and was promoted by the chief to the position of deputy military commander of the tribe, which was the highest rank, since the chief himself was the military commander. The other was an old man named Masuki, whose face was as deep and wrinkled as a dried-up riverbed. He was a registered wizard who had served 3 generations of chiefs. He had looked like this since he was a child in Ankara, and no one knew how old he was this year. "You all know what's going on, so tell me what we should do," Chief Ankara said with a troubled expression. He is usually a decisive person, but now he is truly at a loss. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a thing. 3 groups of people arrived, all from the 3 colonial giants. However, just before these 3 groups arrived, 3 secret messengers also arrived, each from one of the 3 giants he absolutely could not afford to offend. The 3 secret messengers all wanted him to do the same thing: lead them to a recently discovered ruin and secretly poison the 3 groups of people en route, so that their own people would come and eliminate them. Is a chieftain worthy of accepting such a task? He is not worthy, but if he doesn't do it, he'll probably still be in big trouble. Military Deputy Commander Zilawasu was the first to speak. "Chief, this cannot be done. Even if it were to succeed, the people behind those 3 secret envoys would never protect us. Instead, they would wipe the whole thing clean. If we face fierce retaliation, we will all die." The second to speak was Masuki. Although he was old, he spoke without hesitation. "Indeed, if there was only one envoy, it would be fine. After the matter is over, we can seek the protection of the other 2 families. But if we offend 3 families at the same time, we are doomed. Then why don't we abandon both sides and choose one to attack?" Chief Ankara tentatively asked. Vayala immediately said, "No, just as Sarazu said, the side that strikes will definitely retaliate fiercely afterward, and the 2 sides we rejected will certainly not protect us afterward. We cannot afford the retaliation from just one side." "So, you're refusing them all?" Chief Ankara asked. "Refusal will still invite retaliation from the people behind the 3 envoys, just not as fiercely. In the end, we will have to migrate," Wayera analyzed. Sigh. Chief Ankara sighed deeply. He truly couldn't bear to give up his current life. He didn't provoke anyone. So how did he run into this kind of thing? "I have a suggestion, which is to have your 3 sons do the work," Wayera said. The chief frowned, wondering how his usually intelligent woman could say such a foolish thing. "What's the point? If they take action, how can I possibly absolve myself of any responsibility?" Vayala laughed. "Your 3 sons are all very clever, so they would never do anything. On the contrary, they would betray you and tip off their target in order to save their own lives." Upon hearing this, Chief Ankara realized that this was exactly what his 3 sons would do, and he instantly flew into a rage, exclaiming, This is going to kill me?" "Not necessarily," Wayera said. "When those 3 groups find out that someone is plotting to kill them, and that it's one of their own, they would normally run away. That's when you, Chief, should step in. You should advise them not to run, but to go along with the plan. Then, you can turn against them and eliminate all the people the conspirators have planted. Afterward, these 3 groups will definitely cause internal strife when they return. At that time, these 3 colonists should be too busy to pay attention to us. While they are preoccupied with their own affairs, we will concentrate our efforts on advancing westward and swallowing up that large tribe to the west. Once we leave, the smaller tribes here will definitely start fighting, and the chaos will buy us more time. When everything is over, we will be the large tribe further west. For the colonists to come all this way to fight us is a losing proposition." After Wayara's analysis, Chief Ankara's frown gradually eased and finally turned into a smile. "That's what we'll do," Chief Ankara decided. Salasu and the wizard Musashi nodded in unison. There were many points in the plan that could lead to failure, but now they had no choice but to take the gamble. Chapter 2:11 Informing, Speculation, Filial Piety. The next morning, the hotel did not provide breakfast. Ronan and his group were about to go to a small restaurant next to the hotel for breakfast when a man dressed as an indigenous person with various paints on his face came and blocked their way. The other person spoke a few words in a low voice, and Ronan realized that this was the third brother who had received them yesterday. Ronan was a little confused because, according to the itinerary, after breakfast and a short rest, they would be led by a special person to meet the chief, exchange gifts, chat, and then it would be lunchtime. They would then have to take care of their own lunch, visit the market in the afternoon, and attend a banquet hosted by the chief in the evening. After that, Ronan and his group would be free to make their own arrangements. Ronan is preparing to visit the Twin Bear tribe. It had nothing to do with the third brother from beginning to end, and even if he were to lead the way again, was it really necessary? Ronan remembered very clearly that yesterday Louis' son had his hair in a small braid, wearing a cotton and linen shirt, overalls, and leather boots. Apart from the indigo-dyed scarf with a double bear pattern around his neck, he didn't look like a native at all. He even said that he never wore native clothes. There's clearly something wrong here. "Listen, what's up?" Ronan asked. To be honest, the third son's name was quite funny. There were many people named Louis in the kingdom of Foz, but a proper name followed by son meant someone's son, a name commonly used by people from the north. The third brother, Louis' son, came over and whispered, "I have something to tell you. We'll talk in private later." The inn's specially assigned servant was nearby and would come over soon. He couldn't possibly say something so important in front of these people. Ronan nodded. "Okay, let's find somewhere to talk after we finish eating." "Okay, I'll wait for you by the creek behind the hotel. Remember not to bring anyone else." With that, Louis' son turned and quickly left. After Louis left, the servants led Ronan and his party to a small restaurant nearby for breakfast. After a while, Ronan and his group finished breakfast, and he took Elena to the agreed location. The third brother, Luzin, glanced at Elena, then at Ronan. Ronan understood what he meant and pointed at Elena. "This is someone who has been with me for over 10 years. The third brother nodded and led the way. Soon, the third brother led Ronan and Elena to a secluded place. Although the inn is located in the main city of the Shuangxiong tribe, the total population of the Shuangxiong tribe does not exceed 50,000. Even in the main city, there are only family-run workshops and no large factories. Without factories, there is no need for settlement, so the area is still sparsely populated. After leaving the only main road, you can easily find a deserted place after walking a few steps. Even though no one was around, the third brother still looked around for a long time before speaking after confirming that no one was there. "Last night, I was asleep when my chieftain father's trusted subordinate woke me up. I went to his place, and he was all alone. He asked me to do something. I didn't sleep all night, but I finally decided to tell you about this." The third son, Louisiana, began to recount his story. Ronan suppressed a laugh, because although the third brother said he hadn't slept all night, he was in excellent spirits when he came in the morning, as if he had just rested up. Page 95, "Let me tell you, this is what happened." The third son confessed everything that his chieftain father had told him to Ronan. First, tell Ronan about a newly excavated ruin. Then, show Ronan the items dug out from the ruin to pique his interest. Next, lead a group of people and Ronan to explore the ruin. On the way to the ruin, poison Ronan and his group and use a coded message to contact the people there. Finally, join forces with the people there to ambush and kill Ronan. "Who are those people over there?" Ronan asked. The third brother, Louis' son, frowned. "I don't know either. From what he said, he must be someone from the same country as you." Ronan was not surprised at all. This was clearly the work of those two cunning counts. After learning of Ronan's group's movements, they sent people to the Twin Bear tribe in advance to set a trap for Ronan. But something about this is strange. Why did Louis' son confess this to Ronan? If it didn't work out, Henry and Louis would definitely take revenge on the Twin Bears. Can the Twin Bears tribe afford retaliation? No, they cannot. If that's the case, why did the Ankara chief send his third son to do this? Doesn't he even know his own son? It's obvious that the third son decided to betray his son the moment he was given the task, without giving it any thought. Ronan couldn't believe that his father didn't even know his son was this kind of person. After a moment's thought, Ronan asked, "If you tell me this and ruin his big plan, aren't you afraid your chieftain father will execute you?" I don't have a father like that. If he makes me do this kind of thing, then he doesn't treat me like a son. Why should I treat such a vicious bastard as my father?" Louis' son cursed directly. "If something happens to you, he will just use my life to appease your anger." "Heh," Ronan sneered. Ask yourself honestly, can your life be exchanged for mine? If something happens to me, the governor's mansion will wipe out your twin bear's tribe. Now think about it. Isn't your chieftain father so stupid that he can't even see this? The third son, Lewis, paused for a moment, realizing he had been thinking too simplistically. Even if his father was being foolish, that white woman couldn't possibly be. Ronan added, your chieftain father has other plans. He might even have expected you to betray him, which is why he sent you to do this. Lewis' son was shocked, then his face turned angry. His father was a real scoundrel, actually using him. What is he thinking? Lewis' son asked. How would I know what your chief father is thinking? Ronan retorted. However, I can try to guess. He probably intends for me to kill those who want to harm me. When the French colonies are in turmoil, he can seek the protection of the other two families. Ronan was wrong. After all, he only had strong observation and analytical skills, but he didn't have the ability to predict the future. He could never have imagined that such a coincidence would happen, with all three families experiencing the same thing. I see, Lewis' son said, but then his expression turned serious again. No, if things don't turn out well, and to prevent the people behind those people from retaliating, won't I, the one who failed in my job, also die? Ronan did not reply. No, we can't do this. Lewis' son was anxious. Mr. Arts, help me. You pretend to fall for the trap, and we'll lead our men out of the city and then come back to kill him. We'll also kill my two older brothers and my younger brother. I'll become the chief, and whatever your governor's office says will be law. As expected of natives who have been bathed in the light of civilization, they have learned to be kind to their fathers and filial to their children. No rush, there's a banquet tonight. Let's wait and see. Maybe I'm wrong, Ronan said. Okay. The third brother, Lewis' son, agreed. I'm leaving now. I can't let him see through my act. Meanwhile, in two other places within the city, the same thing was happening. The equally filial eldest and second eldest sons rushed to their targets and betrayed them. Chapter 2:12 Nonsense. Banquet. Holy shit, not long after returning to the hotel, the person in charge of guiding them arrived. After Ronan and his group tidied up, they followed this person to see the chief, carrying gifts. On the way, we arrived near the chief's residence. The houses were all two-story wooden huts with triangular, sloping roofs. These houses were much better than the triangular thatched and wooden tents on the outermost edge of the tribe. Soon, Ronan and his group arrived at the chief's location. The outermost wall is made of wooden fences. Entering through the gate guarded by soldiers, you will find a brick and stone building. When Ronan first saw this building, he was filled with the novelty of seeing a foreign culture. The first thing he saw was the 4 totem poles standing at opposite corners in the distance, which instantly gave him a strong sense of primitive mystery. When you get closer, the bottom of the building is a high base. You have to climb a few steps to get to the first floor. There are 3 floors in total. Each floor is smaller. The outer walls are carved with rough and simple relief patterns, and the whole exterior is covered with a layer of yellow mortar. The windows are vertical square windows, and the edges of the window frames are painted with some colorful patterns, which are quite charming. The chief met them in the lobby on the first floor. Stepping onto the first floor, the interior decoration is somewhat indescribable. The thick wooden floors and colorful diamond-patterned carpets are very indigenous, but the oil paintings, decorative porcelain plates in the cabinets, and the large rectangular table and high-back chairs in the banquet hall are distinctly colonial. This is a completely eclectic style created by white colonists after their arrival, combining local elements with their own cultural habits. It's not that it looks bad, but compared to other places, it feels really out of place. If I had to put it into words, it would be the flavor of a future American bumpkin. Of course, this flavor may not necessarily appear. After all, Ronan, as a reactionary with a sense of justice, will do his best to prevent the birth of the most evil empire in history, similar to the United States, on this land. Ronan and his group didn't have to wait long before the chief arrived, and Ronan first exchanged gifts with the chief. Ronan gave an emerald brooch. Its quality and craftsmanship were not top-notch, and it wouldn't fetch a high price in the homeland, but in the colony, it was definitely a good item. Before he set off, he already knew that the chief of the Twin Bear tribe had a very favored white woman by his side, so Ronan specially bought this second-hand item from an official's wife as a gift. The chief knew nothing about Ronan, So the gift he gave was simple and straightforward. A gold nugget the size of a child's palm with a profile of an indigenous person wearing a feathered crest on it. It was clear that many of these were made specifically to give as gifts. After exchanging gifts, the chief and Ronan entered into a friendly and cordial conversation, or rather, a discussion. During the conversation, the Ankara chief gave Ronan, a bureaucrat, quite a surprise. He didn't expect the chief to be so good at talking nonsense. He could easily be a low-level civil servant in the country who only needed to chat in the office. This made Ronan even more certain that he had entrusted this task to him, knowing that his third son was going to betray him. The father is kind and the son is filial. That's undeniable. Ronan still couldn't figure out what the chief was thinking. After rambling on, Ronan and his group left and returned to their hotel. After lunch, Ronan made some arrangements, leaving the 5 students in Noah's care. Noah, like Ronan, was a 4th-tier mage. Putting aside magic, his physical strength was such that he was immune to firearms, and few could threaten him. Even if an accident occurred, he could protect the 5 students. Even if something went wrong, with his medical skills, he could restore the students to normal condition even if they were injured. What is a miracle doctor? This is a miracle doctor. Ronan and Elena, on the other hand, strolled around for a while before attending the dinner party. As dusk fell, Ronan and Elena changed into different clothes and headed to the chief's residence. Ronan wore his hair slicked back, a white shirt with a pointed collar, an open front jacket with gold embroidery on the cuffs, custom-made trousers that didn't require a belt, blue-purple stockings, and golden-brown horsehide shoes. Elena had her hair casually styled in an updo. She was dressed in men's clothing, consisting of a paisley shirt, a tobacco-colored deerskin vest, bootcut trousers, and long boots. In the evening, Ronan and his companion took their seats. Other guests were also seated at the same time, namely the Waylanders and the Belials mentioned earlier by the third brother, coincidentally both consisting of a man and a woman. How can you tell at a glance? By looking at their appearance. With black hair, not very tall, slightly dark skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, he was quite handsome. He was clearly a man from Villa. With ginger yellow hair and a bald patch, rough white skin, and uneven eyes, he was ugly in a word. He was definitely a hybrid born from the crossbreeding of the natives and pirates of that wretched island of Wyland. Don't ask why Ronan uses these words. He's French. However, the woman next to this Willand bastard was quite beautiful in Ronan's eyes. She was thin, tall, and had a rather large bust. She had golden red hair, fair skin, no freckles, sharp features, and a cold and aloof demeanor. When she was still, she was expressionless, like a delicate puppet. The woman next to the Belial man had an elaborate updo, thick black eyebrows, dark eyeliner, large eyes, a slightly plump face, slightly upturned lips, and a tiny bit of a rabbit tooth. She was actually quite pretty, but compared to others, she seemed ordinary. However, she was dressed in gorgeous clothes, a long white dress covered with lace and embroidery, diamond earrings, a pearl necklace, and a ruby bracelet. She was simply rich. A little while later, the chief, who was the host, arrived and sat in the main seat at the long table. On the right, Ronan is first, followed by Elena. This is not to say that Ronan is the most distinguished guest, but rather that the kingdom of Foss's direct colonies are closer to the twin bear tribes. In terms of true strength, the kingdom's power in the New World is inferior to that of the other 2 tribes. On the left were first 2 villains, then 2 Waylanders. What caught Ronan's attention was that the aloof woman had moved to the seat in front of the bald man. The chief's 3 sons sat at the other end of the long table, the eldest in the middle, and the second and third on either side. The food was served quickly. The first dish was soup. I stir-fried onions, carrots, celery, and beef, then added tomato sauce, cornstarch, and various spices, and stewed it all together. It sounds a bit strange, and it looks like a mushy mess, but it tastes all right. The subsequent dishes mainly featured beef and potatoes, with these 2 ingredients being repeatedly prepared. Before they knew it, the banquet was almost halfway over. Just when they thought it was about to end, the aloof and elegant woman suddenly smiled at Ronan, then turned and rushed towards Chief Ankara. "Chief, I heard that your tribe recently discovered a very special ruin. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Ronan felt as if he had been punched in the chest. Was this woman saying it unintentionally, or was it intentional? But just then, Ronan noticed that the villa man had a look of surprise on his face. This surprised Ronan as well. It is clear that the Belial people are very interested in the word ruins. At this moment, the villain man's expression suddenly turned serious because he saw Ronan's expression. Their eyes met, and they both thought the same thing. Holy crap. Chapter 213 The Mastermind, the manipulator behind the scenes. Let me see first. The chief hadn't expected this expressionless woman to suddenly bring up the topic of the ruins, and for a moment he was at a loss for words, completely stunned. The woman who asked the question also noticed the strange behavior between Ronan and the man from Villa and was momentarily stunned. When Ronan and Villa saw the woman's expression, they realized one thing. She had indeed asked the question on purpose. This is even worse. The three brothers on the other end looked at each other, and they could all see the guilty conscience in each other's eyes. So what's going on? An eerie silence suddenly fell over the banquet hall. Even the servants who were about to pour wine and serve food froze, not daring to approach rashly. After a while, Ronan broke the eerie silence. To be honest, I'm also very interested in the ruins. Perhaps after the banquet, Chief, you could tell me more about them. I think it's a good idea, the man from Villa agreed. The woman who asked the first question nodded. Several dishes were served in succession, and after a few bites, the meal was over. The performance was skipped, and almost no alcohol was consumed. The banquet ended hastily. After the banquet, the chief, accompanied by Ronan, the man from Villa, and the expressionless woman from Wayland, left for a room on his second floor. Elena, the jeweled young lady, and the ugly bald man remained on the first floor. On the way, Ronan and his two companions introduced themselves to each other. They hadn't introduced themselves before because, for a simple reason, although the three countries were currently at peace, their relationship with each other wasn't very good. Let's not talk about Wayland and the kingdom. They are separated by the sea and have been enemies for hundreds of years, loving and hating each other. Even in peacetime, they feel uncomfortable if they don't curse each other every day. Wayland and Villa are rivals at sea. Of course, Villa does not regard the other as an equal opponent, thinking that the other is just a bunch of annoying rotten fish and shrimp, and that his invincible fleet can destroy this broken island nation in one wave. The relationship between the Kingdom of Villa and the Kingdom of Foz was also poor. Decades ago, although the situation between the Kingdom of Villa and the Kingdom of Foz was not like in Ronan's original timeline, where the territory of a certain Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain formed an encirclement of France, the Kingdom of Villa and the Kingdom of Foz, which had money, land and soldiers, were still constantly in conflict. Ultimately, this is a geopolitical issue. Even if this is a world with magic, even if the current royal family of the Kingdom of Foz, the Frago family, is actually of the origin of a prince in northern Germany, even if there are no Habsburgs in this world, even if the British Isles have all become one, some conflicts are still inevitable, and some historical events will inevitably occur. This is not a trend that can be changed by one person, one family, one surname, or even one country. The current trend is that peace could collapse at any moment, or rather, peace has never truly arrived. Therefore, the three parties did not introduce themselves at the beginning, as if they did not know who the others were, in order to avoid causing any diplomatic incidents. But now, all three of them are being targeted by their own country's enemies and are now in the same boat, so they have to change their attitude. Ronan Risen Arts, magician, bureaucrat. Ronan introduced himself. Risen was the surname of his magic mentor. Generally, a full-fledged magician would introduce himself by his real name plus his mentor's surname or the name of the academy he graduated from plus his family name. Sebastian Castro Ruiz, a novice mage and soldier. The villain man introduced himself. Faith, a magician, a nun. The expressionless woman spoke very briefly. A nun? Not at all. And what right would a nun have to be framed and murdered? But now is not the time to ask such questions. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Chief Ankara took out his rarely used pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, took a long drag and exhaled, and said, "The three of you should have already guessed. Yes, it was such a coincidence that before they came to me, three secret messengers also came to me. As for what they wanted from me, I can only say that all three of them wanted me to do the same thing. only the targets and methods were slightly different. Although he had already guessed it, Ronan still couldn't help but rub his temples and shake his head helplessly when he heard the chief say it himself. He couldn't believe that such a coincidence could happen in this world, and that he had actually encountered it. Sebastian smiled, while Faith remained expressionless. Chief Ankara took another puff. You are all important people, and I am just a lowly chief. Now what do you say we should do? Ronan simply sat down, resting his elbows on his thighs, his hands interlaced to support his chin, and entered a thinking mode. He could accept the coincidence that all three parties were plotted against and murdered, and then happened to end up in the same place. However, the fact that all three schemes were related to the ruins is not a coincidence. There must be another mastermind behind it all, who is manipulating the three parties and trying to lead everyone to the ruins. Sebastian wasn't thinking as much as Ronan. He was hesitating about whether to leave. He wasn't a fully fledged mage who wasn't afraid of firearms, so he wanted to take his men and leave quickly, but leaving directly wouldn't be safe either. He did hope to leave with the two of them, since Ronan and his female companion, Faith, and the other guy with the ginger head were all fully fledged mages. But it's really hard to bring this up. Faith remained calm, as if she didn't care at all. After waiting for a while, Chief Ankara was getting a little impatient. He had been rehearsing his lines for several minutes, and was even a little dizzy from smoking. Finally, Chief Ankara couldn't wait any longer. Gentlemen, do you have a plan? At this moment, Ronan, Sebastian, and Faith all turned their gazes toward the chief. The chief took a sip of expensive imported black tea to moisten his throat. I have a small suggestion. The chief's tone remained humble. He couldn't help it. He was merely an upper-class member of the second class, while Ronan and his companions could no longer be simply described as first class, but as special-class individuals. You don't need to run away. You can pretend to be fooled and go to the ruins. After those people who were lying in ambush come out, my people, and you will deal with them together. After that, you can go back to your respective places. If you are really worried, you can go together to the governor's mansion of the Kingdom of Foz, which is the closest to here. Then the other two families can take a ship back to their own places at the port. The chief explained his planned strategy. Sebastian didn't agree immediately, but his expression betrayed him. He approved of the plan to eliminate the potential assassin and then leave together. Faith then suddenly looked at Ronan, her gaze suggesting that he should make the decision. Page 96. This woman is too strange, too problematic. Ronan didn't express his opinion, but instead brought up another matter. Chief, because your three sons all betrayed us, they didn't bring out anything from the plan that could attract our interest in the ruins. Now, I want to see what it is that makes the people who planned this conspiracy so sure that we will definitely be interested in exploring those ruins. Chapter 214. An old acquaintance. He's got energy again. We still need to rely on his coattails. Chief Ankara nodded to Ronan, then turned and went to another closed room on the second floor, opened a locked iron box in the corner, and took out a small wooden box. Returning with the small wooden box, the chief invited the three of them to follow him to a place. Midway through, Chief Ankara even went to teach the old shaman Mizuchi. Ronan and his two companions followed. After walking for a while, Chief Ankara led Ronan and the other two to his private shooting range. Nowadays, no indigenous tribe that is still alive does not use firearms. Low-ranking soldiers use outdated old weapons that have been phased out, while high-ranking warriors and the chief's guards can use second-hand ones. As for the chief himself, he can of course use the best guns because he is gold. As for wheat fields, cornfields, vineyards, and cattle and sheep on pastures, although the output value per unit seems high, they don't actually bring in much income. Because both large livestock and agricultural tools, as well as agricultural technology, were brought about by colonization. The colonists would only take the benefits from the indigenous people for free and would never let the indigenous people take benefits from them for free. In fact, most of the harvest from these farms and pastures had to be contributed to the colonists. Sometimes, when the harvest was bad, the indigenous tribes had to buy food from the colonists. Resist, and we'll kill. Moreover, this is only because the number of immigrants is small now. If there are more immigrants in the future, they will definitely start killing them and then come to take over the already developed farmland and pastures. Never try to gauge the colonizers' bottom line, because colonizers have no bottom line. However, Chiefs of large tribes like the Ankara chief can still make money because they are essentially compradors. They profit by exploiting and oppressing slaves to reduce the production costs of agriculture and animal husbandry, while selling grain, counterfeit goods, and production tools to ordinary people within the tribe at high prices. Therefore, his private firing range is very large, even larger than the military firing range Ronan passed by before. It even has a place for testing artillery. Even though the indigenous people could not buy artillery, it did not stop the chief from going to such lengths. At this moment, Chief Ankara opened the wooden box and took out a small cube that looked like a stone or a piece of metal. Sebastian was curious, and although Faith had an annoyed expression on her face, her eyes were also fixed on him. Only Ronan showed a fleeting look of shock, then feigned curiosity. This block is a miniature version of the small blocks found in Gardener Tyr's garden. Chief Ankara handed the cube to the hunched-over, aged-looking old shaman Mizuchi. Mizuchi held the cube, pointing one side at a target 100 meters away. A straight beam of white light shot out, shattering the target into pieces. It is clear that its rate of fire, accuracy, and power all surpass existing firearms. Only Ronan knew that this thing was not on the same level as a musket at all. The small cube in Chief Ankara's hand is actually less powerful than the large cube Ronan had seen, and it doesn't possess any intelligence of its own, but humans can use it. Is this thing easy to use? How many times can one be used? How many do you have left? Sebastian asked in quick succession. Chief Ankara replied, "It's convenient, but only those with magic power can use it. It seems that as long as you can replenish your magic power, you can use it indefinitely. I only have 7. But the ruins haven't been really excavated yet, so there may be more inside." Sebastian smiled helplessly. No wonder the people who set this up were so sure we'd take the bait. This thing is incredibly valuable. If we could figure out its principles and mass-produce it, it would be enough to usher in a whole new era for warfare worldwide. Personally, I think we can follow the chief's suggestion and set off for the ruins in a week. What do you think? Ronan said. He could fly at full speed for a week and return to the governor's mansion in 4 days, then fly back with Dinia in 3 days. If it were just assassins, he wouldn't need Dinia. He, Elena, and Noah would be more than enough. But there's an even bigger mastermind behind the mastermind, and this bigger mastermind might be connected to that organization. Ronan had to be cautious and play it safe, so he brought Dinia, a valuable asset, along. "I think it's a good idea," said the taciturn Faith, the first to speak up in support of Ronan. "Then let's do it this way." Sebastian agreed. He also needed time to make arrangements and plans. Okay, the chief readily agreed. Although a week was a bit long as things went according to plan, that would be enough. When the time comes, he and Ronan's 3 groups will take care of the ambushing assassins. After Ronan's 3 groups return, it will inevitably cause internal strife among the 3 colonial groups. Then he will take this opportunity to concentrate his forces and march westward to defeat and annex the tribe that has been confronting him. They eventually became a large tribe that occupied the west. With the decision made, Ronan and his 2 companions left the shooting range, returned to the banquet hall, and went home with their respective people. The chief also bid farewell to the old wizard and rushed to where Wayera was staying. Ever since the first secret messenger came and asked him to assassinate that group of Waylanders, he had been in a state of anxiety, feeling uneasy all the time. He felt like he was getting a year older every day. These days, he even lost the energy to eat meat, let alone do that kind of thing. When Ronan arrived yesterday, he could barely hold a knife and fork and was trembling as he walked. But now, he feels young again and full of energy. "I must go tell Wayera the good news right away, and maybe even fire a couple more shots while I'm at it." Everyone had left, leaving only the chief's 3 sons, who looked at each other awkwardly. They had all wanted to be dutiful sons, but now it seemed that it was none of their business. "Boss, now the 3 of us brothers are the clowns," the second brother said, forcing an extremely unsightly smile. "What do you think that old man will do next?" "We all betrayed each other, which means we didn't do anything," the leader said. "That makes sense. Eldest brother is absolutely right," the third brother echoed. The second brother asked again, "Big brother, what do you think we should do next?" The eldest brother laughed. "Second brother, you know me. I'm only good at hunting. I'm not good at anything else, and you're asking me? What do you think, third brother?" The second brother asked the third brother. Second brother, you know that besides speaking a little foreign language, I'm not good at anything, the third brother said, trying to deflect the question. No one wants to reveal their inner thoughts. And just like that, the three brothers parted ways after only a few words. On the other side, after Ronan returned to his residence, he first told Elena and Noah about the situation. Of course, this did not include Ronan's own guesses and deductions, let alone his understanding of the chief's little square. After explaining the situation, Ronan began to arrange the next steps. Elena, Noah, and the 5 students continued to stay at the hotel. The 5 students tried not to go out, and Elena and Noah kept one of them at the hotel for safety. Ronan's food was delivered directly to the hotel. Ronan planned to leave the Twin Bears tribe under cover of night and rush to the governor's mansion to bring Dinia over. Of course, he couldn't say that he was trying to curry favor with the powerful. This was called being cautious and steady, you know? Noah realized things weren't that simple, but he didn't care. When we go to the ruins, don't forget me, sir. Row. Chapter 2:15 Old Friend, Immortality. Gazed just as Ronan was setting off back to the governor's palace at the Lyson Manor in the northern part of Cardina City, where the governor's palace was located. The old man, Lyson Knotts, dressed in a robe, reclined in a rocking chair, sipping his bedtime wine and reminiscing about how he had just manipulated both of Chip's mother and sister at the same time. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the room, and then a man walked out of the vortex. Long time no see, old friend, the man greeted. The older man, Lyson, downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, sat up, and said, "You still prefer to intrude into other people's private space in this impolite way. If you master this magic, you'll get used to moving this way too," the man said, using magic to summon a chair in front of him and sitting down without any hesitation. "Aren't you tired of those raising simulation games yet?" Lyson chuckled. "Huh, isn't the greatest pleasure in life to play with others? If you get tired of that, then there's no fun in living at all." The man didn't want the conversation to go off topic, so he said, "Let's not talk about that anymore. I came to express my gratitude." "No need. I only provided some intelligence support to your people," Lyson said, indicating that it was unnecessary. "Besides, you're the kind of person who only knows how to say thank you verbally. It's meaningless. Then I'll offer a more substantial gift today. But before that, let me ask you a question. Do you know my great-grandfather Lawrence's nickname?" the man asked. Lyson stood up. "Tyrant. The one when he was younger," the man said. "Sage," Lyson replied. "That's right, Sage," the man replied. "At just over 20 years old, he has already reached the pinnacle of magical research. There are only a handful of people throughout history who can compare to him. If he hadn't become king, he might have been the greatest in history." "Maybe," Lyson replied dismissively. The man then asked another question. "Do you know the basic principles of magic?" Lyson did not answer, and the man answered himself. "The foundation of magic is the magic matrix, or the soul." Long ago, people already knew that magic is not stored and operated by a certain organ in the body. Magic can be said to be inside our body, or it can be said to be outside our body. And since magic is controlled by our consciousness, it can be concluded that the magic body is not only the foundation for carrying magic, but it can also contain consciousness. In a sense, those primitive religions stumbled upon the fact that consciousness does indeed reside in the soul, or at least, it can reside in consciousness. Through in-depth research on the magic foundation, Lawrence discovered a possibility. "Guess what it is?" The man suddenly stopped talking, leaving the older man, Lyson, to guess. Lyson yawned, looking somewhat bored. "You really are a boring person. If I were to guess alone, I would have a hard time guessing. But now that you've asked me to guess, is there even a need to guess?" The answer is simple: immortality. He knew very well that the man in front of him had been pursuing immortality. Since he had asked the question, there was no need to guess. The possibility that Lawrence had discovered back then was the possibility of immortality. My great-grandfather failed, but he also succeeded. He failed because he couldn't successfully transfer his soul before he died, which caused irreversible damage to his body. As a result, he didn't live past 50, and it even affected his descendants. My grandfather died young, and my father succeeded to the throne as a child. After learning this truth from my grandfather, He was afraid that he wouldn't live long either, so he desperately conducted research. However, this kind of research couldn't involve too many people. He had to rely mainly on himself. My father, your late king, was truly mediocre. Not only did he fail to make any progress, but he also caused the three of us brothers to be born with illnesses. But my great-grandfather actually succeeded. He had already found a way to separate his soul from his body and transfer it, but the great father did not give him enough time. Godfather didn't give me much time either, but I can stand on the shoulders of my great-grandfather, this giant. I finally succeeded. Unfortunately, after the soul is transferred, the body will still reject it, leading to rapid aging, and the soul itself will also be damaged. Fortunately, I am very lucky. I have the ancient scrolls in the royal collection, my great-grandfather's research, and my continuous efforts over the years. I have finally found a way to achieve true immortality. We need 3 things in total. I already have one. One is in the ruins, and there is one that I can't go get right now. The man paused at this point. Lyson retorted, "Then is it really necessary for you to go through all this trouble? Why not just go to the ruins and take what you want? My physical body is decaying and my soul is weakening. Death is counting down beside me. If I want to get that thing, I can only come up with a plan that is so complicated that it is bound to go wrong. My personal target is Sister Faith from the Church of Saints. Her body has achieved immortality in another sense. However, her puppet-like body will make her bestiality and humanity drift further and further away from her. That is not what I want. I am just preparing to use her as a temporary body." The older man, Lyson, didn't show any particular interest. "You came to see me just to say this?" The man walked over, picked up the wine bottle, and poured himself half a glass of red wine. "Lyson, I'm just a mortal, and I only intend to be immortal. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of losing my animality and humanity? Mortals are afraid of loneliness, and I'm no exception. So I will eventually need to share with others, and I will eventually need friends." "You have many followers," Lyson said with a hint of sarcasm. The man sneered and retorted, "Would you allow your servants to sit on equal footing with you?" Lyson laughed loudly. "Ha ha, sorry, I will. I admit that I'm not a very normal person. I'm a freak, but there is still a difference between me and someone like you who can abandon parents, brothers, children, friends, and lovers." The man didn't mind his old friend's words. "But you also want to live on, don't you? The longer you live, the more you feel like you haven't lived enough. If you live long enough, you'll always get back what you've lost one day. I admit I also want to live on. But, my friend, the beautiful memories that have died in my mind can never be brought back." "Sometimes you're too pessimistic," the man said with a sigh. "Let time be the judge." Lyson laughed. "Huh, you talk as if you've already achieved immortality. I may not succeed, but I never fail. You know me, I always have a backup plan." With that, the man disappeared from Lyson's sight with a confident smile. Lyson sighed and looked at the bookshelf in the distance, where he had found books for his puppy Chip. Although he knew that the child would most likely stay in that tribe and nothing would happen to him, he still had a slight worry. Lyson turned back to look out the window. "Good luck, Chip." His gaze seemed to extend infinitely, reaching all the way to the Twin Bears tribe under the night sky. At that moment, Faith was also looking out the window, thinking about the arc that had recently streaked across the sky. The man beside the saintess, "Can you bring any surprises?" Chapter 216. Come, go inside the governor's luxurious mansion. Dinia, who had just finished another banquet, sat on a recliner with a glass of wine in her hand, gazing at the stars and moon through the window. Why again? Because everyone in the governor's office truly adored her, the new governor. As is well known, the natives have a very harsh attitude towards the colonies. Even officials who hold office there are exploited. As for other immigrants, they are like soybeans in the eyes of the natives, to be squeezed dry. Therefore, no official in the colony was immune to corruption. Without it, they could not maintain their privileged lifestyle. The former governor was an even bigger corrupt official. Not only was he corrupt, but he was also unscrupulous and directly embezzled money from his subordinates. How can officials survive? If officials don't survive, how can the colonies prosper? In other words, the officials in the governor's office had little money and lacked connections. Otherwise, they would have definitely pooled their resources to buy this scourge an official position and send him away. Dinya is different. She's been here for days, doing nothing and not caring about anything. She herself isn't greedy, but she hasn't stopped others from being greedy. It's true what they say. When the governor arrives, the city of Cardina is at peace. When the governor arrives, justice prevails. Dinya was the governor's official lord, so how could they not dote on her? Wouldn't they treat her to the best of everything? The colonies might not be good at much else, but when it came to food and drink, they could really afford to lavish it. Of course, they didn't know that Dinya had no desire to be the magistrate of these damned bureaucrats. She was so annoyed that she wanted to kill them all. At this moment, Dinya's legs, clad in flesh-colored pantyhose, were crossed and stretched straight out. Her left heel rested on a low stool, and her right foot was on top of her left. The weather was already a bit stuffy, and her skirt was lifted high, revealing half of her thighs. The flesh-colored pantyhose shimmered like matte silk in the moonlight. Dinya, in her agitation, drank too quickly and spilled the wine on her pantyhose. Instantly, the liquid soaked a patch of flesh-colored stockings, making the stockings even more transparent and giving them a glossy sheen. Page 97. There's a reason she's so agitated. Although she hadn't done much these days, she had still traveled to many places and discovered that immigrants from the mainland were living very poor lives in the colonies. The workers, in particular, sometimes work up to 9 hours a day. 9 hours sounds wonderful, but were the colonists really that kind-hearted? Of course not. This is because it wasn't the industrial age with the widespread use of large machines yet. Instead, it was the era of manual manufacturing with only small machines. There weren't as many jobs available, and workers couldn't perform repetitive labor for more than 10 hours a day like industrial workers. Indigenous people are certainly in a worse situation because the workers among them do the most basic and laborious work. They absolutely do not have any of the easier technical positions. For example, in iron smelting, indigenous workers were responsible for mining coal and transporting it. In wool textiles, they were responsible for shearing and washing wool. Immigrants suffer, but indigenous people suffer even more. Dinya wanted to change this situation, but after more than 2 years as mayor, she had matured. In the past, she would have wanted to arrest these officials immediately, and she could have done so. Yvette had already gathered a lot of evidence, and Augustina had accepted the governor's military duties. But she wouldn't do that now. She knows that to make changes, she must first ensure that the total production volume absolutely cannot be reduced, otherwise she, as the governor, would be derelict in her duty. Is there any way to increase the total value of agriculture while also slightly improving the lives of farmers and workers? Dinya had considered referencing the model of New Sea City, which had seen rapid economic growth while also raising the living standards of many people, but she quickly dismissed the idea. The new city and the colonies are too different. Blindly copying them will only make things worse. Dinya misses Ronan even more than she did when he left Shanghai City for the capital. Back then, she was just a little overwhelmed by the endless tricks of some officials. But now, she's not just unable to do anything. She can't even think of what to do. Commander, thinking about men again? At that moment, Augustina's voice came from behind Dinya. Dinya did not immediately respond. Augustina was shocked. Shouldn't the captain be scolding her at this moment? My God, Captain, you don't actually want a man, do you? Augustina exclaimed. Dinya continued to look out the window. I just have a lot of questions in my mind and want someone to help me answer them. What do you mean, someone? It's Ronan, isn't it? Augustina teased. It seems you really like this guy, Captain. When are you going to make him your lover? Dinya put her feet down, sat up, and faced Augustina. Can't you be serious for once? I'm being serious. In 2 years, he'll be marrying that princess. Will you still be able to rely on him like you do now? Of course, I'm being a bit pragmatic here, but putting that aside, Commander, you're almost 30. In 30 years of your life, he's probably your only male friend. Hurry up and make your move, and you'll have both a successful career and a happy marriage. This is no problem. Commander, just beckon him with your finger, and he'll pounce on you right away. Augustina got more and more excited as she spoke. Dinya simply raised her hand, and a giant red mushroom hand grabbed her and threw her out of the window. After Augustina left, Dinya continued drinking, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on the recliner. In a daze, something warm and soft touched her private parts. She looked down and saw that it was Ronan licking her through a layer of flesh-colored pantyhose. She herself was not wearing any underwear under her pantyhose, and her white pubic hair, the same color as her hair, was clearly visible. "Ronan," Dinia called out, and just as she was about to reach out to push him away, she suddenly woke up. Only then did she realize that she was still on the recliner. She lifted her skirt, and there, inside her flesh-colored pantyhose, were her white panties. It was just a brief nightmare. 4 days later, at night, Augustina knocked on the door. "Captain, I've brought you what you've been longing for." Dinia beckoned with her finger, and a mushroom hand sprouted from the wall, opened the door, and Ronan's smiling face appeared in her sight. "Long time no see, Your Excellency," Ronan greeted him, still in that irritating bureaucratic tone. "Yes," Dinia responded, then asked, "Is it urgent?" "It's urgent, we'll talk on the way," Ronan said, walking to the window, conjuring a floating shield, jumping onto it, and then extending his hand. "Come on, lady." Dinia walked over, instinctively trying to push Ronan's hand away and climb up herself, but her hand froze in midair. In the end, Ronan grabbed her hand and used it to jump onto the shield. With a whoosh, Ronan flew out of the large window with Dinia in his arms. Dinia placed her hands on Ronan's shoulders and continued to infuse him with magic. I have to say, it's much more fun to fly with Dinia. When he flies by himself, he has to rest for a while and stop to meditate and quickly replenish his mana. Here's the thing, Ronan got down to business. Chapter 217 Night Flight. Kidneys. Judging people by their legs. Night fell, and Ronan and Dinia were still flying. Ronan's shield can change form. Small round shield, large round shield, kite-shaped shield, fan-shaped shield, tower shield, etc. However, the size will be adapted to the wearer's body size. When Ronan fought that old antique 2 years ago, after Ronan and Dinia merged, the shield automatically adapted to Dinia's red giant and became equally huge. But now Ronan himself is controlling the shield, so it can only change into the tower shield form at most. The tower shield is large, but 2 people still can't stretch out comfortably if they want to sit down. Dinia simply made a mushroom-shaped cushion, and then Ronan and Dinia sat in a tandem motorcycle position. Ronan was in front, and Dinia had her arms around Ronan's waist, her chest pressed against Ronan's back. Because of the continuous high-speed flight, a streamlined, sloping windbreak made of tough mushrooms was placed in front to prevent the wind from constantly blowing on your face and making it difficult to speak clearly. There was also a windbreak at the back, so there was no need to worry about your luggage containing clothes, food, and water bottles falling out accidentally. Flying at high altitudes, Ronan doesn't need to worry about road conditions, so he can talk while flying. Before long, Ronan recounted his encounter with the Twin Bears tribe to Dinia and told her that he speculated that behind the 3 parties who had all chosen the ruins as bait, there was a hidden hand. This hidden hand was likely someone from the organization that Frederick, whom he had met on the alternate dimension island and who later attacked Elena and Alice, belonged to. Its purpose is still unknown, but it is most likely related to the ruins. This organization has been trying to excavate what the otherworldly beings left behind. This ruin was built by an otherworldly visitor who came into contact with this world more than 1,000 years ago, and it should be of the same origin as the Gardener Tier's botanical garden that he and Dinia had visited before. Ronan continued, "From the moment you and I met that Gardener Tier, some things were already destined. We were forced to come into contact with what the otherworldly beings left behind. Similarly, we also had an irreconcilable conflict with those who tried to gain power from the alternate dimensions left behind by the otherworldly beings. After all, you have the so-called original species on you, while I gained power from the land of the dead. Since they are irreconcilable enemies, they must be completely eliminated. This time, the other side has mobilized so many forces. Their ambitions are considerable. This time, we have to capture a few people alive. Otherwise, they'll keep hiding in the shadows and we'll be too passive. My strength is still a bit lacking, so this time we're counting on you." As Ronan spoke, his fists clenched involuntarily. This organization, which left no trace whatsoever, was a thorn in his side. Dinia responded, unconsciously tightening her grip. She was also very interested in this organization. The magic they used was so similar to the spatial summoning magic passed down in the Royal Frago family. Ronan's face twitched as Dinia grabbed him with both hands. Ouch, don't grab my kidneys. The future of our country depends on this. Dinia sneered. You think I don't know anything? Men get women pregnant with that thing. You old maid, what do you know? If your kidneys aren't up to par, you won't have any energy. How are you going to make a woman happy? Do you think people are rabbits, that you can just go up and thrust a couple of times and be done with it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ronan involuntarily shuddered. He must have lost his mind to say such a thing to Dinia. However, the expected punch did not come. Instead, silence arrived. After a long silence, Dinia finally spoke, her voice very soft, unlike her usual self. Is that kind of thing really interesting? Ronan couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't expect Dinia to ask such a question, especially not to a man like him. He patted his chest to calm himself down. How am I supposed to answer that? I'm a man, so of course I find it interesting. I'm not a woman, so I can't express a woman's feelings. If I had to say, I could only speak from Elena and Alice's perspective. Overall, they found it quite interesting. At least, doing it with someone you like should be something interesting, Ronan added. What you said is as good as nothing, Dinia said. Ronan noticed that Dinia seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, so he mustered up the courage to ask, You never used your fingers to do it? Dinia's eyes widened instantly, her pupils trembled, and she instinctively raised her fist, but then lowered it, answering firmly, No. Then you can give it a try, Ronan suggested. Dinia didn't know what to say for a moment, and her resistance came out almost reflexively. It's really nothing serious, Ronan said, but before he could finish speaking, Dinia gripped his waist tightly. He quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. I'm going to slow down and land. I'll find a place to sleep and rest later. Soon, Ronan and Dinia landed. Ronan went off to urinate, while Dinia set up her tent on the grass at the foot of a small, steep slope. She simply made a frame out of tough mushrooms and deformable mushrooms, covered it with a canvas net, and secured it. A small, simple triangular tent was thus created. Having experience with long marches, she moved quickly, and by the time Ronan returned, she had already finished. Ronan returned, and Dinia left. She attended a party that evening, drank quite a bit, and then drank some more after returning home. Although she had gone to the toilet once before leaving, she came again now. When Dinia returned, Ronan had already laid out a blanket and was fast asleep with his head resting on the bag containing the clothes. After 4 consecutive days of flying and traveling, he was already exhausted. Before meeting Dinia, he took a shower, shaved, and almost went straight to sleep. Dinia gazed at Ronan's peaceful sleeping profile for a long time, and a smile inadvertently appeared on her face. Judging from his face alone, Ronan seemed more like a simple-minded young scholar than a man whose words and actions were full of bureaucratic style. Then, Dinia lay down with her back to Ronan. The next morning, when Ronan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He stepped out of the tent and outside, where Dinia was sprinkling salt and spice powder on the roasted meat. The taste was all right, but I don't know what kind of sheep this was from. The meat quality was really not good. I can only say that the meat of most wild mammals is not as good as that of livestock that have been domesticated for thousands of years. I can only make do with it. After finishing a breakfast of pure meat, the two washed their hands by the stream, drank some of the water, and continued on their way. 2 nights later, Ronan and Dinia arrived at the outskirts of the Twin Bears tribe. The first thing Dinia did was take a shower and change her clothes, and then she became a different person. Her signature snow-white hair with a hint of light gold had turned into red curls, tied in a high ponytail. Although her figure and face remained unchanged, her eyes were covered with a red cloth. She wore a red silk shirt with a floral collar, a black trench coat, and a red long skirt with a side slit that reached her knees. Underneath, she wore slightly thin, semi-transparent silk black stockings and red pointed high heels with ankle straps. She went from aloof to alluring, and only Ronan, who could recognize her by her legs, was able to identify her immediately. Chapter 2, 18 New Team. Original plan, that's it? The next morning, the team set off for the ruins. Sebastian's group was complete. Besides himself, there were 6 novice mages dressed in the same equipment as him. The girl with the chubby face and expensive jewelry from the banquet had also come. She was actually the strongest person in the group. Judging from her senses, she should be a high-ranking mage, but definitely not above the second rank. She changed her clothes, no longer wearing the gorgeous and bulky dress from the previous banquet. Instead, she wore a slightly pastoral-style off-white long-sleeve dress, an olive-green short vest, a pair of sheer, skin-tone pantyhose, and matching olive-green flat shoes with a single buckle that exposed the instep. He no longer wore jewelry, but only carried a pair of extremely ornate long-barreled pistols. The pistol barrels were covered in silver and inlaid with gold arabesque patterns, while the ivory handles were carved with a crowned lion and surrounded by gorgeous gemstones. On the other side, the group of Faith, a woman from Wieland with a face as delicate as a puppet, consisted of only two people, herself and another man. The man was not the bald, ugly man with ginger hair from the banquet, but a very tall and strong ragman bald man who was probably 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, and his arms, torso, and even half of his face were covered with tattoos. This time, Faith really wore a conservative nun's habit, with a coffin on her back. He was bald, naked from head to toe, wearing shorts and straw shoes. On Ronan's side, he had already sent 2 guides with 5 students to leave this place and stay temporarily in a small tribe further east. The withered old man, young Ike, had set off 4 days ago and would meet them back to Ronan's territory when the time came. Ronan's team heading to the ruins was quite impressive. Ronan himself, Noah, 2 Tier 4s, Dinia, in disguise, and Elena. On the Shuangxiong tribe's side, their military deputy commander, Zalesu, who looked like a bear, led a team of more than 30 warriors carrying muskets, grenades, and machetes. These warriors were not as muscular as Zalesu, and were generally lean, but they moved in an orderly manner and did not chat. They could be considered above average even in the Western continent, and among these natives, they were the elite of the elite. To reach the ruins, one must first traverse a primeval forest in the mountains. There are no roads here. Only native warriors can lead the way, using iron machetes bought at high prices from the colonists to cut down low bushes and clear a path. The journey was generally smooth, except for Olivia, a noblewoman in Sabusian's group, who occasionally complained that the food was barely edible and that it was impossible to sleep in a tent on the ground in the wild. There were no other discordant voices. Ronan actually thought the food was all right. In a big pot, salt, spice powder, a lot of chili peppers, and butter were added, stirred, water was added and brought to a boil, then meat slices and corn were added and simmered. Wasn't this just hot pot? Although the taste was very different from all the hot pots Ronan remembered. According to the plan arranged by the 3 parties, the indigenous people would poison the food at this time. But of course, that's not happening now. Ronan, Sebastian, and Faith even specifically looked into that poison. Its colorless and odorless nature was quite remarkable, and it was supposedly specifically designed to target magicians. Ronan even had Dinia tested out, since she was completely immune to poison and could regenerate at any time. According to Dinia's feedback, the poison has 2 effects. One is to induce euphoria and affect mental state, and the other is to disrupt magical abilities for a period of time. Overall, it's not very strong, and its effect on high-ranking mages is minimal. That's normal. If it were really a potent poison against magicians, it would have been famous long ago. After all, ever since magicians were born into this world, research on how to efficiently kill a magician has never stopped. And it is not ordinary people who are doing this research, but the magician community. Don't ask, because if you do, it's all about involution. After a 2-day journey, the team, which ostensibly came to explore the ruins, finally arrived at their destination. This is a mountain that stands alone in a basin surrounded by small peaks, like a cup with its rim wider than its base, upside down in the middle of a basin. This mountain is indeed an excellent ambush location, because if people go up to the top of the mountain and are surrounded, the only way to break out is to jump directly up from such a height, unless they can fly. And their current location is on the top of this cup-shaped mountain. The group didn't rush in, but stopped to rest. The mountain was too steep, with many places being almost 90 degrees, requiring climbing. Although the mountain wasn't even 100 meters high, it still exhausted most of them. The natives were basically paralyzed with fatigue. Ronan and the other magicians could release magic to help them climb, and their physical condition was also superior to that of ordinary humans, so they fared slightly better. Only Dinia, the monster, was unharmed. Wearing high heels, she could climb more easily than anyone else using only her 2 hands. Ultimately, she was a woman who could rival the top magicians with her 5th-tier level of power. She was not only a magic monster, but also a physical monster. After a long rest, the team continued forward. The mountaintop was flat, although it was surrounded by weeds and low trees, and looked like no one had been here for who knows how many years. Some regularly shaped stones with wind-eroded reliefs could be seen by lifting the vines, and the large stone slabs with stripes on the ground clearly told the group that this place was artificially leveled and built. The mountaintop wasn't very big, and we didn't walk far before we saw the so-called ruins. A typical pyramid is flat at the top, not pointed. Page 98. It looks a bit small from a distance, but it's quite big up close. It's over 20 meters high from bottom to top, and about 40 meters wide. There is only one way to enter the pyramid, which is a passageway leading in from the front. According to the plan of the 3 parties, after Ronan and his group went inside, people who were lying in ambush at a secret stronghold halfway up the mountain would come out and quickly reach the top of the mountain using ladders and baskets that had been set up in advance. They would then rush to the top of the mountain to block the only passage. Then, a few selected natives would detonate explosives to collapse the passage and trap Ronan and his group, along with the other natives, inside. The selected individuals were people who had a grudge against the colonists and were promised that their families would be well taken care of by the tribe. Even if Ronan and his group managed to get out, they will be heavily depleted, making them easier to deal with. But now, the explosives haven't been planted at all, and there are no chosen people in the native team. Ronan and his group were now just waiting for the ambushers to attack after they went inside, so they could rush out and launch a counterattack. Soon, Ronan and his party passed through the passageway and entered the pyramid with torches in hand. That's it. Ronan wanted to laugh. Apart from a dozen or so magic stone blocks piled up in a distant corner, there was nothing inside the pyramid. It didn't look like something built by otherworldly beings or a civilization influenced by them. There was no trace of the advanced technology of an ancient civilization. It was far inferior to the ruins of the Haiti people, and even less comparable to the alternate dimension where Gardner Tier's botanical garden was located. Chapter 219 Performance Prediction Forced activation. Since the other side did not propose sending signals in their plan, Ronan and his group believed that the other side possessed some kind of long-distance observation capability. So, according to the plan, once inside the pyramid, they had to put on a show. Inside the pyramid, most people were acting very seriously, spreading out to look around. Ronan, Sebastian, and Faith were pretending to argue about how to divide the magic stone cubes later. Elena was also in character, tapping on the inner wall as if she was looking for some kind of mechanism. Dinia and Noah both stood still and looked around. Sebastian's lover, the noble Lady Olivia, was idly spinning her gun, with 6 mage musketeers protecting her. The deputy leader of the Shuangxiong tribe, Zilla Wasu, and his elite native troops maintained their formation. While everyone seemed drawn to the ruins, in reality, their attention was focused on the passageway, ready to break out and capture those outside. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour passed, and still no one sensed anyone approaching from outside. An hour passed, and no one came near, which was highly unusual. Is there a traitor? With Ronan, Sebastian, and Faith as representatives, among people from 3 different countries, there couldn't possibly be a traitor. The 6 mage musketeers that Sebastian brought had no idea what was going on. Is there a mole among the indigenous people? The problem is that only Chief Ankara, his most trusted woman Waera, the old shaman Mizuchi, and Sarauza knew about this. These 4 people had absolutely no reason to be traitors. The elite native soldiers who came with them were also kept in the dark, and even if they wanted to be traitors, they couldn't contact the 3 masterminds. Besides these, there were the chief's 3 sons. All 3 were indeed filial sons, but the chief did not tell them how to contact the 3 villains. Strange, so strange. Could it be that something unexpected happened to the other party, causing them to give up? The probability of that is far too small. Ronan realized something was wrong. Let's go. Let's get out of here. No, wait, don't move. What's going on? Sebastian asked. Ronan had called for them to leave, but then suddenly stopped them. What was going on? Ronan stroked his chin. If I'm not mistaken, they lied to the chief from the beginning. There was no ambush, no poisoning, no explosives. It's all nonsense. Once we get in here, their plan will be a success. It worked. Olivia asked doubtfully. Aren't we all fine now? And there's not a single problem with the passageway leading outside. Yes, we're fine, but I don't think we'll be able to get out of the tunnel normally, Ronan said. Their plan is to trap us here. Olivia was somewhat incredulous, her gaze turning to Sarazu, who was leading the elite native soldiers. Zilawusu understood the nobleman's meaning, so he had no choice but to select one of his subordinates and have him walk out through the passageway. The native soldiers couldn't understand the conversation between Ronan and the two men, but they understood the deputy commander's order and went directly to their destination. The passageway was 10 meters long and 2 meters wide and high. The native soldier stepped into the passageway, cautiously probing out step by step. He couldn't understand Ronan and the others' words, but he was still a human being and could sense something from their tone. Slowly, he had already walked more than 3 meters. Olivia's lips curled up. She was ready to make a sarcastic remark to Ronan. Just then, a message appeared on the wall above the passageway. Warning: unauthorized intruder detected. Door closure activated. In an instant, 5 large stones, each 2 meters square, fell down at the same time, smashing the native soldiers into a bloody pulp and completely blocking the passageway. Olivia was also startled by the sound of the boulder hitting the ground, but she forced a disdainful smile. That's all. It's just a rock. Firearms and grenades are useless against it. If she were trapped here alone, it might be quite troublesome, but with so many mages inside, they can take turns using condensed magic to break the rock bit by bit, while others help clear away the rubble. It will be completely broken in half a day at most. I hope that's all, Ronan said casually. He was more concerned about the text he had just read. Illegal intruders? This shouldn't refer to them, because they had been inside for over an hour, and the pyramids hadn't reacted at all. Within seconds, Ronan's guess came true. The entire pyramid began to tremble violently. The inner walls, engraved with various patterns, began to crack and collapse wildly. The ground also began to crack. In the blink of an eye, these stone walls, which had existed here for who knows how many years, fell to the ground and broke apart one after another with a series of bangs. The entire interior of the pyramid was filled with flying rubble, and dust rose several meters high. Dinia simply erected a giant mushroom-shaped umbrella, and everyone gathered around to hide under it. Then, Dinia transformed the umbrella into a completely enclosed hemisphere, sheltering everyone inside without any obstruction. After a long while, the sound of stones hitting the mushroom shield finally stopped. The collapse stopped. Dinia opened the protective shield. By this time, a thick layer of rubble had accumulated around the area, and the dust that had been swirling inside the pyramid had not yet completely settled. But no one cared about that. Everyone's attention was drawn to the same sight. That is, the inner walls of the pyramid at this time have become smooth and neat, without a single seam, gray-black, and with a texture somewhere between metal and stone. That's right, the entire pyramid is not actually a single giant magical stone, but rather a structure built from massive stones. In the distance, the outer layer of the giant rock that could be seen in the passageway had cracked, revealing its inner core. The giant rock blocking the passageway was also a magic stone. This is troublesome. Ronan frowned. Magic stones possess extremely high magic resistance, making it difficult to inflict significant damage with magic. The only way now is to find a relatively weak point and make a breakthrough. Even with Dinia there, it will probably take 2 days to break through a gap. But then another problem arises. A person can survive 2 days without food or water, so a magician is even less likely to die. Is this the end? Don't make any rash moves. Don't relax. The big one is coming, Ronan said. Olivia, who had previously questioned Ronan, remained silent this time, instead focusing intently on her guard. She disliked being led by others, and the fact that the group subtly sided with Ronan along the way made her uncomfortable. But now, in this perilous situation, she understood one thing. Of everyone present, Ronan was the one with the most foresight. Now, we can only trust him. Olivia even pulled Sebastian closer to Ronan. Faith then walked over to Dinia's side. Less than a minute after Ronan finished speaking, the ground began to stir. Huge patterns appeared on the 4 slanted trapezoidal walls. To others, they were patterns, but to Ronan, they quickly transformed into words. The succession ceremony is initiating. The same sentence appeared on all 4 walls. Chapter 220 cracked, sealed, trial and inheritance ceremony? What is that? Not knowing what was coming next, Ronan became even more vigilant. Just then, a straight crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the ground, and the floorboards split in 2 and opened downwards, just like a double door. The thick layer of gravel and dust that had accumulated on the ground quickly poured down. No one expected that there was a hollow space beneath the pyramid's floor, with another layer of space below. If everyone had been standing on the edges, the slide might have been slower, but since everyone was in the middle, it was as if they were standing in the middle of a valley and then encountered a mudslide or landslide on both sides, and were instantly swept into it. The crisis came suddenly. Fortunately, Ronan was on guard and remained highly focused. He instantly conjured a shield into the air with his magic, flipped over, and jumped onto the shield. Dinia also leaped onto the shield, and at the same time used chains made of mushroom twists and contortions to bind Elena and Noah, preventing them from being swept into the debris flow and falling down. In those split-second reaction times, even though Dinia's spells are instantaneous, she can't precisely target everyone. She can only save the people she's been focusing on. Almost simultaneously, countless fine yet resilient threads sprouted from Faith's hands, one end attaching to the bottom of Ronan's levitation shield, the other connected to the coffin she carried on her back. Essentially, she suspended the coffin from Ronan's shield, standing on it herself, and simultaneously reaching out to pull Olivia and Sebastian back, saving them from danger as well. Others weren't so lucky and could only struggle. After a long time, when everything stopped, many of the native soldiers had been buried in the rubble, their bodies no longer visible. Only 5 or 6 lucky ones survived because they were in the middle of the crowd. Zalasu was still alive, but he was covered in dirt and blood, squatting in the mound of earth, panting heavily. Beside him, there was a loud bang, and the bald, burly ragman who had been with Faith burst out of the ground, but he was completely unharmed. The 6 mage musketeers who followed Sebastian barely survived thanks to their superhuman physiques, but they also had to climb upwards to avoid falling due to the constant erosion from the falling rocks, leaving them with bleeding wounds on their hands and legs. Faith released her hands, and Olivia's magic triggered a shockwave at the bottom of the coffin, causing her to land first. She then caught Sebastian steadily as he fell. "My fiancé, you owe me again." Sebastian was speechless. He was quite helpless with his fiancée. In his eyes, Olivia was undoubtedly a good girl, but she was just too sharp-tongued. Faith jumped off the coffin and landed on the ground. Then she retracted the silk thread, caught the falling coffin with one hand, and looked at a passage entrance on the left wall. At this moment, Ronan and the others also noticed a circular hole in the middle of one side wall of the lower space, and they didn't know where it led. Now Ronan faces 2 paths. One is the safe, conventional approach. Have Dinia use magic to raise a high platform, then gather the power of all the mages to use magic on the platform to carve a hole in the weak spot of the magic stone wall on the first level of the pyramid, and then escape through that hole. Second, take an unconventional route. Instead of going out, go down to the next floor and enter the passage opened in the wall to explore the other side. How do we do it? Dinia asked. Let's go down and take a look, Ronan said. Immediately afterwards, Ronan, Dinia, Elena, and Noah also landed on the first basement level. The basement level no longer has the original, mysterious style of the brick and stone interior walls. The interior walls are now made entirely of smooth magic stone. Above the entrance to the passage, there is a line of text that reads, "Enter the place of the inheritance ceremony here." "Let's go in and take a look," Ronan said. Ronan entered the passage, followed closely by Dinia and Elena. Noah did not follow. "I won't go first. I have no choice. I'm a doctor who has to save lives." Noah's magic is based on divine oaths. With each advancement in rank, his oath adds a new condition requiring rescue. Each oath becomes more specific and rigid, unlike the rules of fate magic like Ronan's and Dinia's, which can be arbitrarily defined. The person before him, severely injured because of someone closely connected to him, is the subject of the second oath. After Ronan and his group went inside, The people outside saw that nothing had happened. Olivia dragged Sebastian along with them, and Faith followed as well. The bald, muscular ragman was left behind. The group arrived at another empty room. This room is different again. The floor, ceiling, and surrounding walls are full of the style of indigenous religious temples, much like the first level of a pyramid before it collapsed. Unlike the empty floor, there is something here. In the middle, there are two cylinders side by side with the door half open, like two upright cabins. The two upright cabins support a base, and on the base stand two statues, a man on the left and a woman on the right. It is impossible to tell who the statues are, but just by looking at their posture and expression, you can tell that they are a couple. On one side of the base, there are words, but Ronan couldn't understand them at first glance. This text appears to be in an indigenous script. Fees went straight out and brought over the injured military deputy commander of the Twin Bears tribe, Sarazu. This deputy commander was one of the few literate people in the tribe, and he recognized the words. To give a man and a woman a trial before they inherit the throne, Sarazu translated. Olivia stepped forward. I never imagined that your ancestors, the natives, not only built such structures, but also left you with some wonderful things. It's a pity that some things will never belong to you. As she spoke, Olivia looked at Sebastian. This is clearly aimed at a couple. There's no other couple here besides us, is there? After saying that, she deliberately glanced at Ronan, Dinia, and Elena. Elena gripped the sword hilt with both hands. If Ronan hadn't held her hands, she would have stabbed this wretched woman to pieces right now. Sebastian nodded and then stepped into the cabin he had just walked through. Olivia stepped forward and went to the right. After the two entered, the entire cabin was filled with a gradually dimming white light, like a breathing light, and then the cabin door slammed shut. At this moment, the words that only Ronan could read appeared on the base once again. Remaining number of failures, 3. This statement implies that others have been here, but they are not like them. They came down from the first level of the pyramid, while those who came earlier entered through other passages. Perhaps the first level of the pyramid was not originally empty, but contained some kind of normal mechanism, but it is no longer there. Perhaps the first layer originally didn't contain any magic stone blocks. They were simply placed there by someone. The intruder from before also makes sense. This person had been here before and experienced some things, so he understood the mechanism here better than they did. Therefore, he triggered the mechanism in some way, causing the pyramid's sealing program to start, with the aim of preventing Ronan and his group from leaving temporarily. Only, Chapter 2:21 Nobody expected it. It was too bloody, let me handle it. This person probably didn't expect that the inheritance ceremony would be forcibly activated immediately afterward. The brickwork of the entire first floor collapsed, the ground split in the middle, and they were sent directly to the underground floor. Ronan made this judgment because the inner walls of the first level of the pyramid were originally intact and had not collapsed before, so they were the first to trigger this mechanism. It's estimated that the other party has reached the outside of the pyramid, but unfortunately, we can't confirm this guess at the moment. Ronan thought to himself. After the pyramid made of magic stones was sealed and began to operate, the perception of magic was severely interfered with, making it almost impossible to sense whether there were any magicians outside. Of course, this effect also applies to people outside. They cannot perceive what's inside. Page 99 at this moment. On the summit platform of the cup-shaped isolated mountain, dozens of meters away from the pyramid, a group of people wearing long, dark purple robes completely concealed their figures, revealing only most of their faces and booted feet. It seems your estimate was wrong. The speaker was the old man, Lyson. Plans can never keep up with changes. That was the response from the organization's leader. His original plan was to wait for the people inside to slowly wear down the magic stone, and once they opened a gap, he would go and stop them. At that time, only Dinia could break through their barrier. His people would restrain this troublesome woman a little, and then he would take the opportunity to personally capture Fis, and then retreat first, leaving the pyramid to them for the time being. However, no one expected that something unexpected would happen inside. What are your thoughts now? Lyson asked. The commotion was so loud just now, that mechanism must have activated on its own. I reckon they'll head there, the leader replied. Lyson sneered dismissively. 1 minute it's that mechanism, the next it's that place. Can you riddle teller? Explain yourself clearly? The leader pinched his chin with one hand. You're just an outsider. You don't have the authority to know too much. In short, the best outcome is that they successfully get what I want, and I get that thing along with Faith's body. The worst outcome is that they fail, and the defense mechanism protecting that thing can no longer be opened through normal means. In the future, we can only slowly find a way, or look for other alternatives. Is there a defense mechanism in this world that you can't get through? Lyson asked sarcastically. The leader smiled helplessly. When spatial magic encounters another dimension, it still can't get in. There are some things you can see, but you can't touch. So we're just going to wait like this? Lyson asked. Yes, wait, the leader replied. At the same time, on the first underground level of the pyramid, Noah is treating people who are about to die, and his method is quite unique. Transplantation. As long as the person is not dead, anything that can be connected externally can be connected, and anything that can be inserted internally can be inserted. 8 people who were still alive were brought back to life, and they were even brought back to life intact, thanks to the organs of their dead comrades. The people who were originally destined to live only a few more moments, but who had now escaped death, looked at Noah not with extreme reverence, but with an overwhelming and intense fear. They had just been slaughtered like livestock, then stuffed with new, strange things like torn rag dolls, sewn with new limbs, and then reassembled into a human being. Their former comrades were no longer even incomplete. Apart from a few who had already been smashed to pieces, the rest had been dismembered, scattered in pools of blood, broken bones, rotten flesh, ruptured organs, and unrecognizable dead heads. The surviving native soldiers had already vomited. It was too bloody and disgusting. Even though they had seen blood, killed people, and had seen countless rotting animal carcasses and slaughtered and butchered animals in the wild, they still couldn't help but vomit. It was just too bloody and disgusting. The other surviving mage musketeers had already vomited when they saw the pile of intestines on the ground and were only able to dry heave. They now moved aside to face the wall, pinching their noses and trying hard not to recall the scene they had just witnessed. Even the bald, muscular ragman, who was covered in wounds but remained silent, couldn't take it anymore, though he managed to hold back from vomiting. In the room at the other end of the passage, Dinia blocked the passageway after smelling the stench. Meanwhile, Ronan gazed at the 2 upright cabins, which had now become horizontal. Sebastian and Olivia were lying flat inside. After the cabins became horizontal, there were no further changes, and the 2 of them remained motionless, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Time passed by minute. Ronan didn't know how much time had passed, whether it was an hour or 2. In any case, after the message appeared that there was only one chance left to fail, the cabin stood upright again, and then the hatch opened. Sebastian and Olivia opened their eyes, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. However, neither of them came out immediately. After a while, Sebastian came out first. He looked tired, like a man who had experienced a lot and whose edges had been smoothed out by the years. Olivia remained silent, completely unlike her previous self, who seemed uncomfortable if she didn't speak for a few seconds. But the question still needs to be asked. What happened? Olivia remained silent. Sebastian forced a conversation. This is a long, real dream that will erase your original memories and only retain your personality. Olivia and I shared the same dream. The conditions for our success were that we still came together and realized that it was a dream. We eventually succeeded in being together, but 10 years have passed, and we still haven't realized that it was a dream. Having your memories stripped away, it's as if you were born and raised in that dream world. How could you possibly believe that the world you live in is a dream? This trial is simply impossible to succeed. Sebastian let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. We'll figure out how to get out of here. At this moment, Elena stepped forward and said, unless it's a deliberate prank, how could it possibly fail completely? Olivia, who usually loves to argue, didn't say anything in response. She simply walked quietly to the side, as if she had become a different person. Young master, let's do it, Elena said to Ronan. Ronan was about to nod when Dinia placed her hand on his shoulder. Ronan turned around, and Dinia gave him a look. Elena was very unhappy. Oh, you and the young master couldn't even finish the first task, madam. Dinia didn't refute, her eyes fixed on Ronan. That look wasn't a command, nor was it an expectation. It was a plea for your complete trust. Ronan turned to Elena. Elena, how about we do Our Lady a favor this time? Humph. Elena walked away unhappily. Ronan and Dinia then entered the cabin one after the other. The cabin operated once again, and Ronan quickly fell into a deep sleep. As Dinia was being eroded by that irresistible sleeping power, a sudden change occurred within her body. The power of the original species suddenly erupted and filled her entire body. In the blink of an eye, Dinia awoke. Chapter 222 Failure and Success. The strong and the weak. Let the arrow fly for a while from the moment she got closer to this place. Dinia had a strange feeling, but it had nothing to do with magic. It was purely a psychological feeling, and it was a vague one at that. After Sebastian explained the situation, Dinia felt that if she were with Ronan, they might be able to pass this trial. But she only had a feeling, without any basis. If Ronan asked her why, was she supposed to answer that it was a woman's intuition? If she said that, Ronan would laugh at her for the rest of his life. So she said nothing, just looked at Ronan, hoping he would believe her. And that's how it turned out. She woke up. Dinia hadn't expected to wake up before even entering the so-called real dream. Was this considered a success? According to Sebastian's description of the conditions for success, she should be considered to have failed. Dinia certainly wanted to obtain the so-called inheritance through this trial. After all, she still wanted to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. Having already failed, she had no intention of giving up. After all, Ronan wouldn't wake up anytime soon, and the cabin she was in hadn't been restored, which meant she still had time and a chance. Just as Dinia began to observe and contemplate the interior of the cabin, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind, a voice she could understand, unlike when she faced the gardener Tyr, where Ronan was needed to translate. You have successfully passed the trial. Did she succeed? Now, you who have passed through first have two choices. You can choose to receive a share of the power and then leave, which will not affect the other person. You can also choose to enter his dream. You will retain your memories. Within a limited time, you need to make him fall in love with you from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, make him fully admit that he is in a dream. If you fail, you will gain nothing. If you succeed, it means that you have passed the trial together. Repeat your choice 3 times in your mind to confirm. The sound ends here. Just as Dinia was about to make a choice, the Book of Destiny suddenly appeared. The path of the strong is destined to be lonely. Only strength can never betray you. The path of the weak is shared by others, but emotions are ultimately the source of suffering. What is a strong person? What is a weak person? 10 years ago, Dinia would undoubtedly have considered herself a strong person. She was an orphan, with no ties to her family, and possessed extraordinary strength. She could single-handedly take on an army. She might not be able to control others, but no one could control her. But now, I choose to be the weaker one. Dinia chose the right side and turned a new page in her destiny. She has now entered the 6th level. In an instant, the 5-tier spells in front of her were enhanced to varying degrees. The 5 types of mushrooms, paralysis, berserk, parasitism, resilience, and deformation, were all strengthened, becoming more powerful and consuming less mana. The casting area in the 4th stage has expanded again. Originally, it was a spherical space with a radius of 100 meters around itself, but now it is a radius of 300 meters around any point. The 5th stage reincarnation can still grow from any mushroom it creates, but now it's faster and will be accompanied by the recovery of life force and magic power. At the 6th tier, she gained a new type of parasitic mushroom, which is different from the parasitic mushroom. The parasitic mushroom absorbs magic power by parasitizing people's bodies. In this way, she can extract other people's magic power or extract her own to replenish other people's magic power. The parasitic mushroom, on the other hand, allows her to turn into a mushroom herself and exist in other people's bodies, or turn other people or things into mushrooms and store them in her body. It really is the ability of the weak. Dinia sighed calmly, and then she began another choice. I mentally repeated the choice to enter Ronan's dream 3 times. This time, she completely relaxed, and soon she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself in the grass on a hillside, with Yvette, Augustina, and Kanan around her, but the 3 of them were dressed very simply, not at all like their usual selves. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? Just as Dinia was wondering, a series of fragmented memories flooded into her mind. Boss, be serious, Augustina reminded her. Having gained a vague understanding of herself, Dinia replied, I'm very serious. She is now the leader of a gang of robbers, and she and several key members of her gang are lying in ambush here, preparing to pull off a big heist. Honestly, if this were her own dream, the band of thieves would be many times stronger than it is now. At least a few members of the mage group would appear. Unfortunately, this is Ronin's dream, so her team consists of only these three. Augustina's strength is considered below average in the mage group. Although she seems unserious, she is very good at managing people and affairs, which is why Dinia brought her to take office in Right City. As for Yvette and Kanan, they are simply weak. However, Dinia didn't pay much attention to that. What she cared about was Ronin. Where are the Ronin people? She can't possibly spend years looking for Ronin now that she's here. Besides, even in her dreams, Ronin is probably still some damned bureaucrat. How can she, a bandit leader, possibly approach an official, murder, arson, and then be offered amnesty? Just then, Dinia sensed a large group of people approaching from afar, and Ronin seemed to be among them. Dinia smiled. You're here. Upon hearing this, Yvette immediately called out to Augustina and Kanan. I'll shoot the horses with arrows first. Fourth brother, activate the trap as soon as the carriage stops. One-eyed dragon, set the fire as soon as the trap is activated, and then we'll clear the area together. They are currently in a valley that connects the north and south. Because there are no tax checkpoints, many merchants prefer to take this route. Their specific location is on the hillside opposite a lake called Dick Pool. This is the middle of the valley, with a road running between mountains on both sides to the south and north. Only here is there a small lake beside the road. This small lake got its name from its shape, which resembles a man's genitals. Their plan was simple: lure people into the water with a trap, then rob them of their valuables and run away. As for why there were only so many people, it was entirely because the boss, despite being a notorious thief, had many rules. This led to her subordinates, whom she had recruited over the past 2 years, conspiring to betray her and even colluding with local officials to capture her. However, due to her overwhelming strength, they managed to turn the tables and defeat her. Local officials covered it up afterward, and since Dinia doesn't kill many people, she hasn't become famous to this day. No one knew that she had wandered here. Back in reality, the sound of hooves grew closer, and Yvette materialized a bow and arrow, knocking the arrow and preparing to shoot the horses of the carriage to death, then forced the carriage to stop. A procession appeared in the sight of Dinia and the others, consisting of 3 carriages, one of which was a very luxurious large carriage, with more than a dozen knights guarding it from the front, back, and middle. Swoosh, 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 a barrage of arrows shot out. Are you sure you can handle it? Augustina questioned. Yvette lowered her bow. Let the arrow fly for a while. Chapter 223, Traveling Together? Accepting Amnesty? The killing begins. The 3 arrows, resembling short spears, transformed into 3 mushrooms in midair, and after flying for a short while, they landed limply on the grass at the foot of the hillside. Yvette was shocked. She originally wanted to show off her skill in manipulating arrows to curve. It's me, Dinia suddenly said. Watch out for those 2 woodcutters to the north below us. There's someone hiding in the bushes next to them. And over at the pool, there are 2 people on a small raft fishing. There's someone hiding under the raft too. Dinia had arrived suddenly and was still receiving memories. She had been keeping an eye on the caravan that was still quite a distance away. Plus, this group had played a trick of hiding someone under someone, so she only saw through their illusion after Yvette had already fired her arrow. Huh. Kanan was startled. She hadn't even noticed that there were other people hiding around. Damn it. How dare they steal our business? Augustina gritted her teeth, then realized she was wrong. No, they're not in the same industry. Ivy nodded and continued. That's right. They're not from the same trade. People can't hide in the water for long. This group knows the caravan's itinerary very well and has such advanced concealment methods. They're not thieves, but assassins. They've been watching this caravan for a long time. I thought they were just a bunch of easy prey, but they're not so ordinary. Kanan put down the trap trigger and asked Dinia, Boss, what do we do now? Before Dinia could speak, Yvette said. Let's go. We're here to rob money. Getting involved in this kind of trouble won't do us any good. Third brother, where did you get so much to say? Augustina retorted. As the three were talking, the woodcutter and a group of men suddenly emerged from the bushes at his feet, picked up crossbows, and fired a volley of arrows at the horses running slowly in front of the carriage in the middle. The magically imbued arrows pierced the heads of the 3 horses in front of the nearest, most luxurious carriage. A mournful neighing sounded, and the horses, instantly killed, continued their final, frantic struggles even after death. Then, the 3 horses collapsed to the ground, the immense force dragging the carriage over. The 2 carriages stopped immediately. Ronan got out of the first carriage and rushed to the overturned carriage, preparing to drag the people inside out. The surrounding knights immediately assembled, dismounted, and protected the carriage in the middle. The carriages behind also stopped, and the coachman and the 4 guards inside adopted a defensive posture, relying on the stopped carriages. The guards anticipated the attackers would rush forward, but they hadn't expected a trap. The ground exploded, instantly filling the air with smoke that choked everyone, making their eyes water and unable to open. The group had no choice but to retreat behind the carriage, using it as cover. Just then, someone released a fire spell from a distance, creating an explosion in the smoke. The carriage immediately burst into flames, and the fire swept across the area, forcing everyone to scramble and crawl towards the edge of the pool. Augustina and her companions, who were watching from the hillside, were completely dumbfounded. The other side's plan was almost exactly the same as theirs. First force the carriage to stop, then set a trap and set it on fire. The only difference was that this group even had people planted in the pool. Just then, Ronan shouted, "There are people in the water. Don't rush towards the water's edge. Don't scatter. Rush out of the fire together." Ronan's thinking was correct. The lakeside was full of mud pits, and the enemy had already laid an ambush. At this point, the only chance of survival was to bite the bullet and break through the wall of smoke and flames. Page 100. Unfortunately, it was too late. Most of the guards had already rushed to the lakeside, but the enemy had a water magic mage who turned the already muddy edge of the pool into a swampy mess, making it difficult for the approaching guards to move. The assassins led by the water mage were imbued with magic, but their mobility was not severely impaired. Ronan had to charge out of the smoke and firewall all by himself, shield in hand. At that moment, the 2 men who had been disguised as woodcutters rushed over. "Get out of the way." Ronan rushed towards the man on the left, swung his round shield, and the flying shield blocked the dart thrown by the man on the right, smashing the man's Adam's apple. Before the man on the left could react, Ronan was already close. His fist, encased in magical gauntlets, had pierced through his abdomen, and then he kicked him away. Ronan immediately charged straight at the person who had just cast a fire spell from a distance. There were 2 mages on the other side, and although he also had 2 on his side, he was the only one capable of fighting. The person who unleashed the fire magic was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Ronan knew very well that the best way to break the deadlock was to capture the leader first, and it had to be done quickly, because he was clearly at a disadvantage, being attacked from both sides, and the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. As for Ambrina, she has a certain ability to protect herself, so there's no need to worry about her in the short term. The opponent unleashed a fireball at Ronan, not intending to give him a chance to get close. Ronan's shield had already returned, and instead of slowing down, he increased his speed by raising his shield to disperse the fireball. However, the fireball ultimately slowed his advance, and the momentary delay allowed the opponent to create more distance. Ronan continued to charge towards the opponent, and in the midst of his rapid movement, he flicked his wrist, sending his long sword flying through the air like a high-speed spinning disc as it hurtled towards the opponent. The opponent continued to unleash fireballs to hinder Ronan, but the spinning longsword had already reached his side and rear. At the critical moment, flames rose from the opponent's body, and the flame armor blocked the attack. An elemental mage is first tier if they can cast spells, second tier if they can enhance themselves with elements, and fourth tier is characterized by elemental magic armor that provides both physical and magical defense. Ronan's sword is a penetrating attack. If he himself wielded the sword and stabbed the opponent, even with elemental armor, the opponent would be seriously injured. However, the The power of the whirling sword was a bit lacking, and it failed to inflict enough damage to disable the opponent's mobility. Having missed his first strike, Ronan was still confident of defeating his opponent, but he couldn't finish the job quickly enough. Unable to eliminate his opponent in a short time, he had no choice but to retreat and try to get Ambrina out of trouble. Dinius said, "It's our turn." "Boss, are you planning to be recruited by the government?" Yvette asked excitedly. Augustina was immediately displeased. "Third brother, have you ruined your brain by reading just 2 lousy books? Can you shut up? Amnesty, amnesty my foot. Sooner or later we'll storm the palace and seize that crippled king's throne." Yvette turned her face away. "I'm too lazy to waste my breath on a one-eyed lunatic like you." "Yvette, shoot that fire mage," Dinius said. Yvette obeyed the command and fired 3 arrows at the fire mage in quick succession. Faced with the sudden arrows, the fire mage paid no attention. With a wave of his hand, a fiery crescent slash deflected the arrows that flew in front of him. The 3 arrows that were blasted apart suddenly turned into mushrooms. The next instant, one of the mushrooms suddenly transformed into a white-haired woman. Just as the fire mage was about to launch an attack on Dinia in midair, Dinia grabbed 2 mushrooms and threw them to his side and behind him before disappearing again. The fire mage realized the problem and immediately burned the 2 mushrooms to ashes with maximum firepower. However, he did not expect that a mushroom had already grown in front of his current location long before the arrows arrived. All of the previous attacks were just feints. Chapter 224. The princess is gone. "That's so Ronan. I'll be the Princess Puff." Dinia's hands and forearms, covered in a layer of mushroom armor, pierced through the flame armor and went straight into the opponent's chest. Then, she spread her fingers, grabbed the heart, and with a sudden burst of force, the heart exploded, bursting open like a thick ball filled with blood. With a swift and clean motion, Dinia pulled out her arm, blew away the mushroom-like protective layer that had been burned to black ash, and her fair and smooth arm reappeared. Immediately, the fire mage collapsed to the ground, his eyes open and face down. He died before he could even make a sound of struggle, with blood still gushing out, turning the grass beneath him into a pool of blood. On the other side, Ronan, who had retreated, managed to stabilize the situation, but he never expected that the water mage and his men were actually suicide soldiers, charging recklessly. The guard knights, all novice mages, were now all dead. Only the coachman of the cargo wagon and 4 ordinary guards survived. With the help of his reckless subordinates, the water mage killed the princess directly. The water mage completed his mission but realized the fire mage had been killed. While considering whether to retreat, he was momentarily distracted and had his head sliced off by Ronan's spinning sword. The remaining 3 assassins rushed forward, but Ronan swung his sword and killed them all. In the distance, the crossbowmen lying in ambush in the grass, after witnessing the fire mage being killed, scattered and fled for their lives without hesitation. They were not suicide soldiers, but people who were paid to do things, so their lives were of utmost importance. Augustina, Yvette, and Kanan gave chase, killing most of them instantly, leaving only 2 survivors. At that moment, Dinia passed through the wall of fire and walked towards Ronan. Ronan was stunned for a moment when he saw Dinia, then scrambled towards the princess's body and began to wail. Your Highness, you can't die. Oh God, my Highness. My princess." Ambrina, dressed in her attendant's uniform, was dumbfounded. Wasn't she still alive and well? Dinia recognized Ambrina at a glance, but she didn't recognize the corpse dressed as a princess. It was probably a maid. When she saw Ronan's appearance again, wailing as if his mother had died, she almost burst out laughing. "No problem, that's so Ronan." Augustina and Kanan were leading 2 survivors on their way. Yvette went first to overturn the wagon loaded with goods and carefully check the valuables. However, much of the carriage was burned, leaving nothing of value. The only money was a box of silver coins and a few gold coins, not even enough to buy the luxurious carriage in the middle. There was also a large chest full of clothes and shoes. Yvette walked over. "Boss, they're too poor." At the same time, Ambrina covered her mouth and sobbed. After all, it was her best maid who had died because of her. If Dinia were truly a master thief in this world, she would have already taken the loot and left, but she isn't. She didn't want to leave like this, So she went over and grabbed Ronan. Where's the money? You called this dead woman your highness. She's a princess, right? How come you're all so poor? Ronan knew very well that this woman with snow-white hair tinged with light gold had just instantly killed that fourth-tier elemental mage, and he couldn't afford to offend her. So he wiped away his tears and said, Heroine, we really have no money. She's just the youngest daughter of a duke, sent to marry the chief of a wretched tribe in the north. As you can see, this is all we have. Is this the proper treatment for a princess? We really have no money. You're quite capable. Your ransom must be very high, Dinius said with a wicked grin, having quickly adapted to the role of the bandit leader. Ronan immediately changed his tune. Rich, rich. Huh? Dinia questioned angrily. Yes, that's right. My purpose this time is partly to escort the princess, and partly to take a job in a free city-state. The princess was originally supposed to stay there, then take a sum of money as dowry before sailing north. Although the princess is gone, her maid is still here. She was the princess's personal maid and knows her very well. Besides, very few people have seen the princess, so she can easily impersonate her. You come with us to the free city-state, and we can make a fortune together. Wouldn't that make us rich? You're so capable, we would never dare to have any bad intentions. Ronan, as expected of Ronan, came up with an enticing plan in just a few words. Heh, Dinius sneered. You, Ronan, wouldn't dare to have any bad intentions? Who are you kidding? Dinia released Ronan. How about I become the princess? Your overall demeanor is perfectly fine. It's just your hair. Ronan hesitated before continuing. Dinia reached up and ran her hand through her hair, which had turned black. Now, perfect, absolutely perfect. You are the princess herself, Ronan said obsequiously. Sigh, you are something else, Dinia murmured. Ronan found it strange. He didn't recognize the white-haired woman at all, but she seemed to know him. It didn't make sense. Judging from her accent, she was from the north, while Ronan was from the south, near the sea. The old journey ends here, and a new journey begins. Dinia and her companions retrieved the horses of the guard knights. Afterward, Dinia and her group changed clothes and formed a completely new team. Dinia was the princess who had been married off to a distant land. Ronan was still himself. Ambrina was the princess's maid. Augustina and her two companions were the princess's guards, and the others had been silenced. On the way, Dinia's fragmented memories continued to be pieced together and reassembled in her mind, and through Ronan's narration, she gained a general understanding of the world. The power system is similar to that of the original world, but there are no similarities in other aspects. This continent is very large, about the same size as the entire western continent. It has a coastline to the east and south, and the western part is the western regions covered with yellow sand. There are no other continents across the sea. This continent was once home to a unified, colossal empire, but that empire has since fallen apart. Currently, the largest country in the south is the kingdom. The core area of the kingdom is in the southeast, and the southwest and north of the river are areas ruled by vassals who are nominally subordinate to the kingdom and appointed governors. Further north lies the union of 16 free city-states. These city-states share the same origin as the people of the southern kingdom. While nominally independent, they maintain close and complex relationships with both the northern empire and the southern kingdom. The easternmost city-state, bordering the sea, is the most important center for north-south trade and their first destination on this journey. The northern empire occupies the north and has a vast territory. The west is for grazing and the east is for farming. Although it is called an empire, it is actually a state established by nomadic peoples. The so-called emperor is more like the leader of an alliance who uses military force to unite various tribes. And now this leader is old. The princess was originally to marry the leader of a large tribe within the empire. Her dowry was not wealth, but herself, because this princess knew how to build an altar and how to use the altar to perform the heavenly oath magic. This dowry was far more valuable than any wealth. For the next 7 or 8 days, the group relied on the princess's name to freeload off the food and drinks. At this point, they were only 3 kilometers away from the south gate of their destination, Hygiene City. Let's go into the city. Chapter 225. The Iron-Willed Baron must enter through the front gate. She's just a female bandit. Hygiene City is located at the confluence of the north and south canals, which is why it became an important transit point for trade between the north and south. Like most cities in the world, it is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city consists of some villages and towns along the river, including a salt field and several stone quarries. The inner city is surrounded by 3 walls, and in the middle of the city is a 3-way river that flows directly into the sea. The 3-forked river running through the middle divides Hygiene City into 2 parts, north and south. The northern part is governed by the Lovak Empire, established by the Steppe people, while the southern part is governed by the Senia Kingdom, established by a branch of the royal family of the collapsed Seri Empire. But Hygiene City is not actually 2 forces. There are at least 4, Ronan said. First is the north. One is the commander sent by the Lovaz Empire and his 2,000 troops led by 2 centurions. The other is the Limo people. The Limo people are the true natives of this land. More than 300 years ago, they were conquered by the Seri Empire. A few decades ago, the Seri Empire collapsed, and they made a comeback, but they were quickly defeated by the rising Lovaz Empire. To the south, on one side is the mayor appointed by the kingdom, which is the position I will soon assume. On the other side is Baron Geet, one of the 16 city-states. His grandfather was originally a very capable general in the Seri Empire. After the country collapsed due to internal strife, he did not go south to defend the king, but led his elite troops here. Later, after the establishment of the Senia Kingdom, he accepted the title. The Geet family has controlled the trade market in the south of Hygiene City for decades. The current Baron is the 4th generation. It can be said that the Baron is a permanent figure, while the county magistrates come and go. That's the situation. On the eve of their arrival in the city, Ronan recounted everything he knew about Dinia. Soon, Dinia and her group arrived at the south gate of Hygiene City, but the gate was tightly closed. Right next to the main gate, a lower side gate was open, and there were drums and horns being played beside it. "Welcome, Princess. Welcome, Mayor," they shouted, beating drums as they went. Ronan and Dinah both stopped their horses at the same time. The main entrance is closed. Instead, a side entrance will be provided. Dinia turned to Ronan and said, "Looks like money isn't so easy to make, Mr. Mayor. They're not giving us any face." "Making money isn't about saving face, is it, Your Highness?" Ronan replied. Dinia asked, "Are you going in through the side door?" "If Your Highness says I can come in, I will. If you say I can't, I'll never come in," Ronan replied. "Then let's go through the main gate," Dinia said, riding her horse straight toward the main gate. They hadn't gone far when a man in a magnificent silk robe rode a white horse and slowly stopped Digna Ronan and his entourage. "I'm sorry, Princess and Mayor. The main road behind the south gate is under construction and it's really inconvenient. The south gate is now closed. Please use the side gate." "It doesn't matter. I can dismount when the time comes," Dinia replied coldly. The man pointed with his riding crop toward the south gate, showing no respect whatsoever. "Princess, because of road repairs, a lot of stones have been piled up behind the south gate, blocking it and making it impossible to open." "No way?" Dinia asked. "There's nothing I can do," the man said frankly. "I said I have a way." After saying that, Dinia ignored the man and rode her horse toward the south gate. Ronan and the others followed immediately. Upon arriving at the south entrance, the drumming and horn sounds ceased, and everyone looked at the princess with curiosity. With a wave of her hand, Dinia conjured a giant red arm made of countless mushrooms at the entrance. She clenched her fist in one hand, and the giant red arm clenched its fist as well. With a swing of the fist, a loud bang was heard, and a large hole was smashed open in the massive, thick city gate. As if to make the performance more convincing, there was indeed a pile of stones behind the gate. Another punch, smashing through the large hole, sent the rocks behind it flying. At this moment, Dinia turned around and looked at the man in the silk robe on the white horse. "Well, I told you I had a way. By the way, take good care of our horses, or you'll pay with your life." Dinia patted the head of the horse Ronan was riding beside him. "Mayor, dismount and take up your post in Hygiene City." After saying that, Dinia dismounted and walked toward the south gate that had been blasted open. She hadn't felt so free and unrestrained in a long time. After becoming a hero of the kingdom, she felt very stifled, and after becoming mayor, she felt even more stifled. The last time she could do whatever she wanted was when she was 18 years old and led a group of mages to break through enemy lines and twist off the heads of the traitorous collaborators. That bandit leader really made the right choice. Dinia and her group walked into the city. On a tall building in the distance along the main road, a man with meticulously combed hair, who looked to be only in his early 30s, witnessed the entire scene of the South Gate being forcibly broken down from the outside. Wow, so domineering. Does the Southern Kingdom have a princess like this? No matter how domineering he is, he won't stay for long. Sooner or later, he'll be causing trouble for those barbarians. Master, the one we really need to deal with is that mayor, the butler said. This mayor is probably not easy to deal with, Baron Gates said, stroking his beard. The male butler chuckled. That's quite something, a 30/70th split. 37? You're paying for it, Baron Gates said, kicking the butler to the ground. Let's start negotiating from 19. If we can't reach an agreement, then we'll talk again. After saying that, Baron Gates left. Here, a few people came over to greet us and show us the way. Dinia directly refused the other party's request to take her to a place specifically for foreign guests. I don't stay at the Foreign Affairs office. Am I an outsider? I am Princess Xenia, the territory of my kingdom. I stay at the mayor's residence. Show me the way. Finally, Dinia and Ronan's group all checked into the mayor's residence. Dinia and her friends simply tossed their luggage aside and went out to buy clothes and shoes. As for money, they were practically princesses. Why would they need to pay? They just put it on the tab. Inside the mayor's residence, Ambrina and Ronan were in a room, alone. Ronan, what are we going to do? Ambrina said with a worried expression. Ronan casually comforted Ambrina. Isn't this good too? You don't want to marry someone from the north anyway, so she'll go there for you in a few days.